Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there, Eyendeba. So there it is right there, Eyendeba. I wasn't actually intending to come on today, but there's just this piece of news that was so it is so impactful that I thought, no, let me just come on. I wasn't actually intending to come on, but the piece of news that actually before I go, the usual protocol: click on like, click on subscribe, and the hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to come join us. So you know the routine already. If you are intending on doing it, I suspect you'd have done it already. But click on like and subscribe if you could do that. So this actually was what actually this made me make the decision to come on today. Lagos belongs to Yorubas. Lawmakers will pass new property business ownership laws favoring indigents only. So this is the Speaker of the Lagos State Parliament, the Lagos State Assembly, making this headline. So Obasa, so that's Obasa making this headline. Of course, you all know the backdrop to this headline. A lot of things happened in the course of the 2023 elections, the cut and thrust of that space. A lot of things happened to now land us on this now headline. It's of course, you don't need me telling you that this is the response to the Lagos is no man's land narrative. Lagos belongs to Yorubas. Lawmakers will pass new property business ownership laws favoring only indigents. So this is the Speaker of the House of Representatives making that headline. So is that even legal is the question. So is that even legal? But we'll go through the cut and thrust of it and see where that lands us. Lagos Assembly will pass new property laws, business ownership laws, Obasa. So that's still the same headline. And very quickly then the response to that, no man's land. Rhodes Vivo caution Obasa against divisive laws. So now, Rose Vivo now, he's now positions himself in some sort of a curious place within the Lagos politics paradigm. So he's neither an opposition, well, he's somewhat of an opposition party, but the main opposition party in Lagos State, of course, is PDP, which was decimated during the February elections, not the February, but the March elections, which was decimated during the March elections. So now, by default now, the voice of Rhodes Vivo is essentially now the voice of opposition politics in Lagos State. No man's land, Rhodes Vivo cautions Obasa against divisive laws. So a lot of time will be spent on that space. And Reno Omori quickly chimes in, so we'll find out exactly what Reno is making of that storyline. So a lot of conversations to be wrapped around that. And then conversations hopefully to be wrapped around this as well. Not PGPO, but PDP G5 in closed door meetings with Tinubu. So there you are now. So of all of the people that you can see on your screen right there, only two of them actually have a job. One is somewhat cut off out of the picture, Shey Bakinde, and of course Tinubu has a job. So the rest of them, they are ex one thing or the other, mainly ex-governors, because of course they've all served their full complement of term, and now they are now out of a job. So they are there for payback. And it'll be curious how Tinubu rewards this space, because necessarily Tinubu must reward that space, because the push by Yemsin Wike especially, Sheyi Makinde as well, and the rest of them, although Otom did not deliver space to APC, but the push by this G5 group was essentially that final push that pushed Tinubu over the winning line. So having now pushed him over the winning line, they've now come to collect. So this is a payback time sort of a visit. But what sort of a payback will satiate that space? That's the wider question. PDP G5 in closed door meeting with Tinubu. So what exactly is going on within that space? We'll find out shortly. And then to this space as well. I'm going to this space to, this is the Channels Television's Instagram page. So usually I'll only land on one article, but there are two pieces that I'm looking to highlight in this space. So the first one will be this one. Buhari spent more than 19 billion used for Dangote refinery to fix Nigeria's refineries. So this is the Nasarawa state governor making this headline. And we all saw how that played out. Budget after budget, budget after budget, endless streams of every instance. There's always the news out that X amount of, there was no budget cycle that Buhari ran that was not incorporated within budgetary allocations to fix the refinery. So the culmination of all of that endless spending is what the governor of Nasarawa State is now telling us is well in excess of what Dangote used to build the world's largest refinery. So now, are those refineries that Buhari budgeted and spent in excess of 16 billion to fix, are they ready? If they are not ready, what state are they in? What stage of readiness are they? And if they're in no state of readiness, then where is the money? So a lot of that wrapped in that. So we'll spend a bit of time with that as well. And this is something that it's a slow acting poison. This headline within the Nigerian paradigm is a slow acting poison. And if it is not addressed, very suddenly it will become cancerous within the Nigerian firmament, and it'll be too late to address it. If you lose your youth, you lose everything. But what can they do about it? Nigeria losing bright youth to other countries. We must act now. So this is Gbajabiamila, erstwhile Speaker of the House of Representatives, now Chief of Staff to the Presidency. He identifies the problem about what solution is he preferring. Nigeria losing bright youth to other countries. We must act now. So that's Gbajabiamila stating the obvious, but what is he intending to do about it? So what is he intending to do about it? Senate leadership. Tinubu told me Akpabio is his choice. So this is Ndume now. You'll recall, of course, there's been a lot of back and forth around that narrative that did Tinubu endorse Akpabio or not. So this is a senior parliamentarian coming to tell us categorically that Akpabio is the presidency's choice. But it looks as though Tinubu may be moving away from that endorsement. Senate leadership, Tinubu told me Akpabio is his choice. This is an Ndume making the headline in this instance. So we go from there to land on this. Enugu governor meets Tinubu, appeals for Nnamdi Kanu's release. So we're back with that Nnamdi Kanu space. So we are back with that Nnamdi Kanu space. We've often instances said that Nnamdi Kanu, his release is always going to be political. His release, if Nnamdi Kanu is ever going to be released, is always going to be a political release. But the first question actually is, why is the Enugu governor even pleading for Nnamdi Kanu? Nnamdi Kanu is from Abia State, so where is his own home governor? But then this plea now, because it doesn't necessarily, anyway, we'll get into the discussions of it when we do the readouts of it, but I'm not sure that it necessarily serves for Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu immediately, but he should release him, but the timing has to suit his own political expediency and nothing else. So it has to be politically expedient for Tinubu to release Nnamdi Kanu before he does that. And I think the space asking for him to release Nnamdi Kanu, I think they know that jolly well as well, because of course they are not stupid. Tinubu is not, actually, let me just say this. Tinubu is not going to gift Nnamdi Kanu to the space in this time and space. You know, because there's the petition still going on, so it doesn't leverage anything. So if it gives them the Nnamdi Kanu before the petition runs out, that's a free gift because it doesn't influence the ebb of flow of the petition. But once the petition is over and that space is aggrieved and somewhat mournful of now the finality of the loss, that is when he then gives them Nnamdi Kanu to assuage the furrowed brows. So that's how it will be done. So it's not going to be released pre the petitions are being heard. Certainly not. It's not. Just on that. And this is not me wishing, or I'm just saying, just apply a bit of brain. Forget the emotions. Just apply a bit of brain. There is no reason for, and by the way, forget everything else. Understand that Nnamdi Kanu is it was picked up for whatever reason, but essentially is now a political. I don't want to call him a political prisoner, but is more now a political play than anything else. So Nnamdi Kanu is now a political play. So if Tinubu releases him now, what benefit is that to him? It doesn't benefit him at all. But if Tinubu releases him post the petition, when all of the petitions and all of the legal processes have been exhausted, if he releases him after the legal processes has been exhausted and the people that lost are feeling somewhat aggrieved, and he releases them then to assuage their nerves, that makes, just from a thinking, forget ethnicity, forget emotions, just from a thinking logic point of view, that makes infinitely more sense than Tinubu just gifting him freely. So that's not how it works, is it? And you know that. So that's not how it works, and you know that. So a rich menu, when is it never not a rich menu? So we kick it off with the Lagos State now respond to Lagos State is no man's land, and we end it with Nnamdi Kanu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Click on like, click on subscribe. the hyperlink that says StreamYard, your invitation to come and join us on the studio, and your invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that's always there. So do all those. Compulsory the like and subscribe. The rest at your discretion. Let's go to the keg, guys, so I can grab a bit of water, and then we get into the scrolls of it. First, the keg, guys.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water. Oh yeah, she go for me, water, 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 water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Powerful, potent prayers by the care guides. If you spent more than a minute on this platform, you know what that means. May death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So, pardon me. So, as guys, I bring you this. So this space now, it picks up the narrative from February, March 2023, and it propels it now to an answer with this now piece. So we pick it up from here. Lagos belongs to Yorubas. Lawmakers will pass new property, business ownership laws favoring only indigenes, as Speaker Obasa. So this is where it opens up. There are plans underway by the Lagos State House of Assembly to make a promulgation that will potentially undermine line. Let's take that again. There are plans underway by the Lagos State House of Assembly to make promulgations that will potentially undermine land and property ownership by non-indigenes, especially Igbos in the state, following a declaration by its speaker, Mudashiru Obasa, to reverse all reversibles. So that's just where it starts. I mean, it's an outlandish sort of. Let me highlight it, just because this is a statement of intent. This is a statement of intent right there to reverse all reversibles. So that's where they're coming from. But let me disagree somewhat, because this is the inflection of whoever is writing this. It says there are plans underway by the Lagos State House of Assembly to make promulgations that will potentially undermine land and property ownership by non-indigenes, especially Igbos in the state. So the laws does not. You see, this is where mischief comes into. This is where mischief usually comes into this, because the law does not specifically say we're promulgating law to exclude one ethnic grouping, especially. What is being proposed is that they're going to promulgate laws to favor indigenship. So that's what they're saying. No, you see, but this is the mischief making. Apologies, I'm reading this from People's Gazette, and you know that they are notorious, verilous liars and mischief makers on that platform. It does. Why is the anyway? Let me just leave that. But let me take it from the top again. I'll run through because very important piece. There are plans underway by the Lagos State House of Assembly to make promulgations that will potentially undermine land and property ownership by non-indigenes, especially Igbos in the state, following a declaration by its speaker, Mudashiru Obasa, to reverse or reversibles. Enterprising and industrials, the Igbos, I think this guy, so anything I read outside of what you know to be legal is the political inference, is the inferences being drawn by whoever the writer of this piece is. Let me just document the writer, then we'll run it through. Who wrote this? This is Chukwuemeka Oyimide. Chukwuemeka Oyimide. So this is Chukwuemeka. This is how Chukwuemeka sees it. Enterprising and industrials, the Igbos, originally from Southeast Nigeria, were targets of several vicious verbal and physical attacks by Yoruba politicians and their acolytes. In the last presidential and governorship elections, many Igbos were thrown. Many Igbos had thrown their weight behind the Labour Party and its poster boy and presidential candidate Peter Obi. They were blamed for APC and then candidate Bola Tinubu's loss in Lagos State in February 25th. Lagos is a Yoruba land, as against the assertion of some people that it is no man's land, Mr. Obasa declared. Therefore, part of our legislative agenda is to ensure the translation of laws passed by this house to Yoruba language. So I'm not quite sure. You can translate it to whatever language you like, but that is the content of the law more than anything else. Mr. Obasa, a long-time ally of Mr. Tinubu and a staunch member, hold on. There was let me see if I've got that piece. Hold on. Yes. All right. Mr. Obasa, a longtime ally of Mr. Tinubu and a staunch member of the establishment, stated this on Tuesday in his acceptance speech as a third-term Speaker of the Lagos Parliament and the inauguration of the 10th Lagos Assembly, reviewed plans by the ruling All Progressive Congress APC to pass new land and property laws that will favor only indigenes. So favor only indigenes. And by the way, you have to have a clear understanding of that. I am from Oyo State. I'm from actually Oyo town itself. So I'm from Oyo. So this law also captures me and excludes me because I am not indigenous to Lagos State as well. So you have to have a clear understanding of what they're saying. Mr. Obasa, a long-term ally of Mr. Tinubu and a staunch member of the establishment, stated this on Tuesday in his acceptance speech as a third-term Speaker of Lagos Parliament and the inauguration of the 10th Lagos Assembly, reviewed plans by the ruling All Progressive Congress APC to pass new land and property laws that would favor only indigenes. The Lagos Speaker revealed the plot of the APC-controlled state parliament to use all legislative instruments to favor indigenes against other tribes. So, anyway, I don't know quite what's going on there, but the indigenes are not a tribe. They are indigenous peoples of Lagos because, of course, the indigenes of Lagos, they are Yorubas. But then people from Ogun State, Ondo State, they are not indigenes of Lagos, but they are also Yorubas. So it doesn't exclude other tribes. It excludes non-indigenes. We just have to be clear on what's been said. The Lagos Speaker reveals the plot of the APC-controlled state parliament to use all legislative instruments to favor indigenes against other tribes. We also aim at achieving our collective goal of creating a robust legislative framework that protects the interest of our people. Going forward in this wise, we are going to employ all legislative instruments for the support of the indigenes of Lagos, the Speaker of Lagos Parliament declared. Mr. Obasa further asserted there would be laws and resolutions in areas of economy and commerce, property and titles, and we will reverse all that are reversible to protect the interest of the indigenes. So there might well be an indigene clause even in terms of who can participate in governorship. The 2023 presidential and gubernatorial polls had pitched Igbos against Yoruba politicians in the APC and their odds against Igbos and our Labour Party. The latter's governorship candidate, Gbadebo Rose Vivor, was singled out and demarcated for having Igbo ancestry. In the aftermath of the March 18 Guba poll, the United States issued a statement condemning APC-led suppression of Igbo voters in Lagos and announced fresh visa bans on corporates. And by the way, MC Oluomo is not part of the visa ban, because just as early as yesterday, I saw pictures of him graduating yet another one of his children from an American university. Just days before the governorship poll, a notorious Lagos thug, Musiliu MC Oluomo Akisanya, threatened Igbos who would not vote for APC to stay at home. After suffering a severe scare in the Lagos governorship race, I'm not sure that... how did they suffer a severe scare? Sanwo-Olu scored 3 times more than his nearest rival, which was Rose Vivor. So Sanwo-Olu scored 3 times, it got 3 times more votes than Rose Vivor. So after suffering, so where's the severe scare? After suffering a severe scare in the Lagos governorship race, APC victory is contested at the tribunal. Bayo Ononuga, another APC linchpin, pushed an outrageous exclusion of Nigerian of Igbo extraction from the Lagos political power, marking an escalation of ethnic controversies that enveloped the poll. So I did say to disregard the opinions of this writer, so you can disregard it, but I somewhat align with this particular paragraph, because I think there's a follow-through in what Bayo Ononuga said, and now what the Speaker of Lagos State Assembly is now threatening. So this is a follow-through, because Bayo Ononuga, he came out to categorically tell us that Lagos is Yoruba land, and nobody should meddle in its politics. And following on from that, we're now hearing the Lagos State Parliament are telling us that they're going to promulgate indigenous laws that will favor indigenes of that state, who of course are universally Yoruba. So there is an element to that. After suffering a severe scare in the Lagos governorship race, APC Bayo Ononuga, another APC linchpin, pushed an outrageous exclusion of Nigerians of Igbo extraction from Lagos political power, marking an escalation of ethnic controversies that enveloped the poll. A few months after the elections, Nigeria's then Works and Housing Minister Babatunde Fashola said he saw no problem with the ethnic strain that marked the elections in Lagos, claiming identity politics is now a global trend. So Fashola even swept up in that as well. So Fashola swept up in that as well, and very swiftly the criticisms and the oppositions to it coming thick and fast, led, of course, ably or not, by Rose Vivor. So Chinedu strikes back, no man's land. Rose Vivor cautions Obasa against divisive laws. The Labour Party governorship candidate in Lagos State for the 2023 elections, Gbadebo Rose Vivor, has condemned the comments made by Right Honourable Mudashiru Obasa, Speaker of the State House of Assembly, that the House will make laws to protect the property rights of indigents. He cautioned the Speaker against laws that will divide Lagos residents along ethnic lines. He warned that any enacted law that seeks to reverse property rights in favor of the indigenous people, I'm not quite sure. There'll be a lot of legal battles around this, I suspect, once those laws have been promulgated. He warned that any enacted laws that seeks to reverse property rights in favor of the indigenous people of Lagos State at the expense of other residents is divisive and not in the economic interest of the state. Rose Vivo stated this in a statement posted on his official Twitter handle on Thursday. Correspondents report that Mudashiru Obasa, in his acceptance speech after his re-election as the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, said lawmakers will go to any length in protecting the state indigents, even if it means reversing existing laws. Rose Vivo describes such a move as an attempt to undermine the fundamental right of residents as enshrined in the country's constitution, adding that well-meaning Lagosians should resist the divisive bill. So, sort of in this paragraph, what has been identified is that depending on how deep they go and how they craft these bills that they are wanted to pass into law, it may run sharply in contrast with the country's constitution, and that is where all the legal bits will start to come in. He also said that in considering such legislation, the Speaker had disregarded the Nigerian constitution, adding that the law will discourage the participation of local and international investors in Lagos economy. By considering this regressive bill, the Speaker disregards the spirit of the Nigerian constitution and perpetuates a discriminatory system that divides our society along ethnic lines. So I'm not quite sure how ethnicity is being brought into this, because it is indigenship, not ethnicity, that is in play. The proposed bill undermines the principle of private ownership and could severely affect investment, economic growth, and overall prosperity in Lagos State. By considering such legislation, the Speaker is sending a damaging message to local and international investors, discouraging their participation and confidence in the state's economy, Rose Vivo said. Instead of promulgating such a law, Rose Vivo advocated for state laws that would rather protect heritage, historical sites, and traditional institutions from political vandalism. He also urged the state government to stick to its duty of catering to the welfare of its citizens, irrespective of the state of origin. So there it is. Lagos is no man's land. So who owns Lagos? Whoever owns Lagos, I think, about to stake claim to it now. So whoever owns Lagos about to stake claim to it now, of course, he's always the first to the scene of a fight. So Reno Omokri chimes in, attacking the Lagos State House of Assembly for wanting to enact laws to protect indigenous Lagosians and labeling it as ethnic dog whistling is grandstanding. So I think this is in direct response to the Rose Vivo headline, because of course this is what Rose Vivo termed it as, is termed it as ethnic dog whistling. Pardon me. Attacking the Lagos State House of Assembly for wanting to enact laws to protect indigenous Lagosians and labeling it ethnic dog whistling is grandstanding. Should indigenous Lagosians sleep on their rights when people they welcome into their communities provocatively and ungratefully called their land no man's land and falsely alleged that they built Lagos with their sweat? Never. Many states passed laws rejecting Buhari's rural settlements for Fulani herders, and we celebrated. And by the way, I can see that alignment. There's a synergy. I was going to say there's a synergiousness to create another English word, I suspect. But there is synergy to that because it's the same token of the rejection of the rugification of Nigeria that is in play here. Many states passed laws rejecting Buhari's Ruga settlements for many states passed laws rejecting Buhari's Ruga settlements for Fulani herders, and we celebrated. Now that Lagos wants to pass laws to protect itself from people who wish to Ruga Lagos, you are complaining. How is that different? What is sauce for geese is good for Uganda. So what is sauce for Greece? I wonder how he was playing that metaphor. But what is sauce for Greece is good for Uganda. So I don't know. I'm not a Reno Mokri fan, but he has a certain crafting of language that has a poetic and a lucid fluidity to it. He has it's very nuanced and graced and graceful in the presentation of the use of language. Many states passed laws rejecting Buhari's Ruga settlements for Fulani herders, and we celebrated. Now that Lagos wants to pass laws to protect itself from people who wish to Ruga Lagos, you are complaining. How is that different? What is sauce for Greece is good for Uganda. Every nation on earth is entitled to have laws to protect indigenous people. Even America, which many people like to cite as a bastion of democracy, has laws protecting Native Americans and recognizing their status as original indigenes. Canada has such regulations, as do Scandinavians and Nordic nations. If those laws are made and any group of people do not like them, they have two options: challenge them in court or leave Lagos and go to a place you feel is better for you than Lagos. So this is often the narrative, because and I'm not sure the fairness of it, but this often is the narrative. When they come at it that if you don't like it, you can always leave Lagos. So yes, you can always leave Lagos, but Lagos really was built off the back of our federal wealth. So a lot of people do feel a sense of ownership of Lagos, even if they're not indigenous to the place. If those laws are made and any group of people do not like them, they have two options: challenge them in court or leave Lagos and go to a place you feel is better for you than Lagos. Lagosians are very welcoming people, but it is outrageous to expect them to give up their rights as indigenous people because they want new residents to feel at home. So that's Reno's response then to that back and forth. So Reno's response to that back and forth. So let's go from there to here. PDP G5 in closed door meeting with Tinubu. So payback time, essentially payback time. 4 governors of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, 4 former governors of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and the governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, are currently meeting behind closed doors with President Bola Tinubu at the presidential villa. The former governors and Oyo State governor that were tagged G5 governors arrived at the State House about 4:21 p.m. and proceeded straight to the president's office. Apart from Seyi Makinde, other former governors who are members of the G5 at the meeting are Yemson Wike of Rivers State, Samuel Otom of Benue State, Okezia Akpazu of Abia, and Ifeanyi Egwanyi of Enugu State. Wike has visited State House about 3 times in 1 week. Recall that the then G5 governors, as they were called, worked against the presidential candidate of their party, the PDP, Atiku Abubakar, in the February 25th presidential election. So it is payback time. It is payback time, and Tinubu, he must pay back. Especially Yemson Wike, Tinubu must find something to cushion and assuage him. He must give him something to do to keep him busy. The one person, as we have discovered now, much to Atiku's chagrin, the one person you do not want to make an enemy of within Nigerian politics is James Wike. So it's payback time. But what sort of payoff does that space deserve? So let me take you to these spaces. I'll just give you a very quick run through, probably 2-3 paragraphs from this, and then we just move on to the next. So this one now to the space. Buhari spent more than $19 billion used by Dangote refinery to fix Nigeria's refineries. Our Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State says the government of ex-President Muhammadu Buhari spent more than the $19 billion used in building the Dangote refinery in the maintenance of the country's refineries. Nigeria has refineries in Kaduna, Port Harcourt, and Warri, but none of it is functioning, with experts saying the recent launch of the Dangote refinery will be a game changer in the sector. By the way, there are clips making the rounds. If anybody finds it, send it to my Instagram so I can show it here. There are clips making the rounds of bike riders in Cameroon protesting against the fuel subsidy removal in Nigeria and warning Cameroonians that the price of transportation will go up sharply. So that just speaks to them the space of that arbitrage that we've been talking about for quite a few months now. Governor Abdullahi Sule of Nasarawa State says the government of ex-President Muhammadu Buhari spent more than the $19 billion used in building the Dangote refinery in the maintenance of the country's refineries. Nigeria has refineries in Kaduna, Port Harcourt, and Warri, but none is functioning, with experts saying the recent launch of the Dangote refinery will be a game changer in the sector. Look at how the President Buhari administration spent, or look at how much the President Muhammadu Buhari administration spent on fixing the refineries. In the 8 years, he spent more than the $19 billion that Dangote spent in building a refinery. That is one and a half times of our 3 refineries combined, Sule said on Channels Television. So there it is right there. And still none of them work. That's the greater point. And Nigeria losing. Let me take a sip of water. Nigeria losing bright youth to other countries. We must act now. Gbajabiamila, outgoing Speaker of the House of Representatives, Femi Gbajabiamila, says youths in the country have lost faith in Nigeria and are choosing to seek their fortunes and their futures in other countries around the world. Gbajabiamila, who would assume a new office next week as the Chief of Staff to President Tinubu, said the executive and legislative arms of the government must act fast to save mass exodus of bright youth to Europe and other parts of the world. Addressing his colleagues in the House, Gbajabiamila said, "Honorable colleagues, despite the considerable investments we have made to improve our public infrastructures and numerous reforms we have enacted to change how we administer the government, our country faces many significant challenges." So essentially, he's warning against the Japa culture. So let me just go to the Nnamdi Kanu. Let me go to the Nnamdi Kanu readout, and then we take it from there. Okay. Enugu governor meets President Tinubu, appeals for Nnamdi Kanu's release. Okay. The Enugu state governor, so that's the new one, by the way, of course. Pardon me. The Enugu state governor, Peter Mba, today, June the 8th, met with President Tinubu in the State House, where he made an appeal for the release of self-acclaimed, that should be not self-acclaimed though, but self-proclaimed. You don't acclaim, it's self-proclaimed, but then of course, you know the grammar always. The Enugu State Governor, Peter Oba, today, June the 8th, met with President Tinubu in the State House, where he made an appeal for the release of the self-acclaimed, which will be self-proclaimed, leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Speaking with State House correspondents after his private meeting with President Tinubu, Governor Umba disclosed that amongst other issues discussed was the possible release of Nnamdi Kanu, who has a series of favorable court judgments over his prosecution. The governor said Kanu's release will engender national healing already begun by the president. The governor added that he hopes that President Tinubu will give a favorable consideration to the request. He further disclosed that he also had conversations with President Tinubu on how the federal government can explore the resources of the Southeast. We also had that conversation with Mr. President. We have made a very strong announcement. We have banned sit-at-home on Monday in Enugu. And obviously, what that means is that we will, of course, need to, heighten our security, tackle the challenges that would flow from that. And, especially that's what I have come to do. And finally, we also, of course, talked about the release of Nnamdi Kanu. You know that the Southeast has made a collective demand to have Nnamdi Kanu released. And we basically identified with that and requested Mr. President, who in his inaugural address promised the people that is going to engender national healing and he's going to serve with compassion. So we've basically informed him that this would serve as a pointer to his administration's extension of hands of fellowship. So there it is. As I've already said, Nnamdi Kanu is not going to be released post the legal processes. So, and I think if you use this, you understand that. It's not anything wishing, it's not anything emotion, it's not anything other than the pragmatism of it. It doesn't serve any political expedience to release Nnamdi Kanu now. It serves nothing. But after the legal processes has been completed and the victory or loss has been established firmly for the next 4 years, so when the aggrieved are now surrendered to the laws, and then you release Nnamdi Kanu in the midst to lift their spirits. But not now, and we all know that. It just doesn't make any sense at all to release him now. So let me just give you a couple of paragraphs of this, and then we'll see if there's anybody there to take it on. Senate leadership, Tinubu told me Akpabio is his choice, Ndume. Senator Ali Ndume has said President Bola Tinubu told him that Senator Godswill Akpabio is his preferred candidate for the president of the 10th Senate. And by the way, there's a caveat to this. Ndume is one of the campaigners for Akpabio. So you have to have that as a backdrop to your understanding of this. So there's a caveat to it. Senator Ali Ndume has said President Bola Tinubu told him that Senator Godswill Akpabio is his preferred candidate for the president of the 10th Senate. Ndume said this on Channels Television's Politics Today on Wednesday. In May, the All Progressive Congress had zoned 4 principal positions for the 10th National Assembly and named elected lawmakers to occupy each position. The zoning arrangement is as follows. Senate President South-South, Senator Godswill Akpabio, Deputy Northwest Barao, others are Speaker Abbas Tajuddin, and Deputy Ben Kalu. Ndume, who is representing Borno South asked the Senate, also Ndume, who is representing Borno South, as they said at the Senate, also said that the president won't change his stance on the leadership of the 10th Senate. admitting strong competition from the camp of the former governor of Zamfara State, Abdulaziz Yari. So Abdulaziz Yari has now come into play. So Odi Kalu, and they were saying they were going to have like a 2 million man march to support Odi Uzo Kalu's push for the Senate presidency. But Abdulaziz Yari from Zamfara is now coming into play. Let's just see if somebody can remind me where Zamfara is and if this guy is a Fulani guy, because there's some ethnic mixes are missing from the power structure that traditionally are there. Admitting strong competition from the camp of the former governor of Zamfara State, Abdulaziz Yari, Undumi revealed that 75 out of 109 members have already queued behind the ambition of Akpabio as of today. As of today, I am telling you, we have 75 senators. All advantages are on our side. We have the support of the party. We have the support of the president. And most importantly, we have the support of most of the senators. These senators signed up to endorse our program, Ndome said, whilst maintaining confidence in the ability of the Akpabio camp to carry the day during the election. The Borno lawmaker did not rule out surprises, as he acknowledged that people can change their mind at the last minute. Let's say that some people will jump over at the last minute. That can happen. But I am very confident. I don't want to be overconfident because people can change their minds, but we have a better candidate. So I wonder when the proclamation of the Senate is, we need to get this also out. There's so many things that needs to be gotten out of the way. Who the Senate president is, certainly one of them as well. We have two candidates that are in front now. That is Yari and Akpabio. So Yari and Akpabio. So the ring fencing of the Senate presidency to the south, south, southeast. So that's no longer in play. So it's now open to everyone. We have two candidates that, so Odekalu has completely been dropped out of that race, is what we're hearing. We have two candidates that are in the front now. That is Yari and Akpabio. And our candidate has all the advantages over the other candidates. Politically and intellectually, we have an advantage, he said. So you have an advantage, but there it is. Well, it doesn't sound as though you do have that advantage, but there it is. That's your understanding of it. So that's his understanding of it. And what have we got? Rational mind. Do you want to comment like that, or there it is? So that's it. So rational mind joins us. His Eminence, the Majestic One, father of the bride, Thomas joins us. My ASAP joins us. The Don One of the platform joins us, and Ola joins us from Canada. So Ola joins us from Canada as we kick the conversation off with, and still spaces for whoever wants to join as well, as we kick the conversation off then with Rational Mind. So Rational Mind, good to see you.
Hello, old man.
Salam alaikum. Look at you looking like some young you don't want to grow like everybody else. What's all this fresh?
What's this? What? Let me understand what you're saying.
No, you had your camera on just then, so
I know.
Yes,
I know. You can see me, and I know maybe Thomas too can see me. Yeah. So
yeah. Yes, I was just commenting on that. So let me take you to it then. Lagos belongs. So this is the culmination of all of the languages, or certainly some of the languages that we heard in March. That Lagos is no man's land. People claiming that they built Lagos, that if they pull that on Lagos, the space will collapse, all of that. So Bayo Ononuga, post the elections, was the first to launch at that space, but they want to domesticize now in law that Lagos belongs to the Yoruba. So this is the Speaker of the Lagos State Assembly, Muda, whatever his name is, Abbas. So what are you making then? Lagos belongs to Yorubas. Lawmakers will pass new laws. Business ownerships new property business ownership laws favoring only indigenes. Are you surprised? That doesn't catch anybody off guard, surely, rational mind.
Well, I am not surprised. You're talking about Mudashir Obasa.
Yes. Mm.
You see, one man. You see, when these are the things, these are the kind of topic that brings me on your platform. And sometimes I ask myself a question: is it really necessary for you to come? Because people will always be people. No matter what you say, I don't think people will change. But sometimes I just feel like I can't just help it. You see, we can say, okay, let's just wait and see how this whole thing is going to pan out. But in the Tinubu Lagos, it's you can read the handwriting on the wall. You know, just like a few days ago, we were arguing about uh, what's his name, Erufai, and before that video, it's just within the realm of speculation that people will say, oh, there's a Fulanization agenda. You know, people will say that on this platform, many other platform, but then people will ask them, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence that the president and his people wants to do Fulanization? Until we heard what this guy had in mind, that it's not just Fulanization, it's also an Islamization of certain part of a country, which they, like he said, he wants to extend to the national level, national scale. And now, so why I'm bringing that, drawing that parallel is that if we had not seen Erufai say what he said, we'll be saying that, where is the evidence? Where is the evidence? And now we talk about Tinubu being a bigot of some sort, or should I say he plays on bigotry of some sorts, in some ways rather, to propagate his political ambition or whatever.
Where's the evidence for that? Where's the evidence?
Yeah, you go. You ask me, where is the
No,
evidence?
and I'm asking now because that's quite a statement to make.
Okay, you see, when you see the handwriting, when you see development of certain things around certain narrative, you see certain things that's kind of indicated, like when we talk about what was going on in Kaduna when the Southern Kaduna people were being massacred, the way they were massacred. We don't hear that happen in the Northern Kaduna. And people say, oh, there's an agenda here that they want to Fulanize, they want to Islamize, they want to force people there to convert. And people will say, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? But somebody came who was the past governor, who was accused back then, and people will say, where's the evidence back then? But he's not saying it. You're still asking me for where's the evidence. And now we're talking about Obasa, we're talking about Tinubu, how in even during the time of Fashola, how they played on this ethnic thing. You see some of them, I remember then, Ganiyu Solomon, Sulaiman, that is his name, he changed to Ganiyu Solomon. All of them, they were just putting Christian name in between their names. I remember back then, they were doing that, all because they were craving votes from the Christian bloc. Fast forward to 2015, we saw how they played on the redeem thing. I mean, oh my goodness, I was in Lagos that time. I was on ground in Lagos. How they played on that Christianity thing, and they were using Oshibajo as that redeem thing. All redeemed branches virtually in every street in Lagos. You will see one redeemed church. They were all played. All their pastors were all saying, "Yes, we have a man there. He's going to fight for us." You see, when you see all these things, when we see all of these things, we're giving you all these series of events that we can see, and we're pointing it to you, and you still asking us, where is the evidence? Come on, guys. Is it until when you ask, we will see him come out and say like,
okay, but back to the indigent shape. Yeah, no, but sorry. The one thing that okay, go to it first because I think you go to where the popular criticism is. But I'll go to it.
Yeah. So now, let me fast forward to the last election. We saw how some people who were Tinubu's minions, how they were playing on the ethnic card, all because they would not vote for their Tinubu. You see, one man, and now we're seeing this whole thing playing out with the new law that they are proposing, or I don't know if they've already decided in the law. And you see, one man, well, it sounds like, okay, yeah, if the real intention is to do what they said they want to do, that is no problem. But in the Tinubu Lagos, that was why I started this.
No. What is your understanding of what is being proposed, though? First, what's your understanding of what they're proposing?
You cannot indigenize. You cannot indigenize or give priority to certain ethnic group in the kind of.
No. I wanted you to land on that word. So
Yeah.
it's not an ethnic group, though.
It is. So what was the content of what did you read? Of course, I heard what you read. And
Yes. I wanted you to mention that word ethnic because it's not an ethnic group. If they indigenize the Lagos laws to favor indigenes,
Okay.
that excludes me, you, and anybody not indigenous to Lagos, even though we are Yoruba stock.
Okay. But
it's not ethnic, it's indigene. That's where I think people confuse it.
But then that's not the point. I mean, you and I know that how many of the indigenes of Lagos who are properly the real Eko people, how many of them are in government? How many of them have ever become the governor of Lagos ever since Tinubu has been there? Actually, I know it's not a true Lagosian. He was born. His father, all of them, they were all born in Lagos. Because he's from Ekiti State. If you trace his history, so with Tinubu too. Tinubu is not, well. Let's just not go there. I don't want to go into all of that. So my point is this: even the palm sex of different commissioners or whatever of different ministries within Lagos, how many of them were ever since Tinubu has been there? But actually,
are we interject?
Okay, got interject. Let me hear. So that's
I know that this is a very difficult topic, right? It's difficult because from what you're saying too, I know you find it difficult to stay and differentiate between indigenship and ethnicity. For example, I as an Ekiti man, when I read that, I've argued today that people should just look at it that I want to protect my indigenship of Ekiti. So I won't mind if Lagosians protect their own. You say this thing has been a very big topic. You know, you have some people, group came from somewhere and told you, oh, Lagos is no man's land, right? How does that feel? You are excluding these people, you are discriminating against them, even though you want to forget about their history of conquest, how they managed to conquer their land and sustain the land, pending the time that the federal might came to dominate. You see, in doing so, you have to recognize their culture, you have to accept that they own that Lagos. Even coming out and say that thing to their face is even discriminatory, and all those things you should find a way to curb it. Now, there are some rights that you should preserve for these people. Even if they are not educated enough, you should encourage them to be educated enough and participate actively in the government of that state. It doesn't mean that others cannot come from somewhere else to govern in Lagos State. We have it here that, oh, you have people that maybe Caucasian, even some of us from Africa, that we still find ourselves in the government here, but you dare not go and tell the indigenes that they don't own this place. No, you create special right for them, some special right of education, even whatever they want to do within the area where they live, you give them you accord them some kind of right without discriminating against them. So what we are talking here.
Let me just land.
No. It's going on. I think it was stopped by somebody else because I heard a voice in the background.
Okay. What I'm just simply saying is this: I don't see what I just want to say. I don't see any problem here because, like I said, I thank Obasanjo for bringing down land use acts. Other than if not because of that, today Lekki Phase 1 will have been a Ruga site. Ikoyi will have been a Ruga. So anything you can do to protect your land, I don't care. Please do that, because not of today, at least for tomorrow, when you and I will no longer be here, and we want to give them to our children. And without your land, you don't have.
Ola. I mean, I understand. I agree with you to some extent. Don't get me wrong. I'm a Yoruba nationalist, but I won't be a bigoted nationalist. To the exclusion of people whom I feel that they have some measure of rights. Now, if the intention is to do what they said they want to do, it's to indigenize the whole thing, because the way he even prefaced the whole thing was that Lagos belongs to the Yorubas. For information, Lagos does not belong to all the Yorubas. There are some Yorubas whom Lagos belongs to. That's what you should say. you should say Lagos belong to the Lagosians, who are people who have their ancestry from Lagos. I mean, you can date it. You can talk about like the 18th century, the 17th century Lagos. You can start from there. You can talk about such people. But if the intention is to truly want to give more priority to this, to the descendants of these people from Lagos, no problem. But in the Lagos, Tinubu Lagos that I know, which well, time will prove us wrong on this. If I'm wrong, or if you guys are right, or if I'm right, or if you guys are. But I've said it. I've known the APC, Tinubu, and all of them. How they play their politics is not with the intention of to the good of what they say they want to do. They want to do. It is to some kind of political calculation in which to like we talk about. I mean, the recent I was looking at this morning where the Supreme Court is in Alabama, or what is it in one of these red states, where they had to throw out this their redistricting that they were doing, whereby they want to exclude the blacks, some blacks from voting. So if you are saying that, oh, it's for business, I mean, are you going to? I mean, people that have
rational mind. You were here all the way through the elections, the ebb and flow of it, and some of the language during that election. Lagos is no man's land. There were people making mocking. No, hold on. There were people making mocking noises that, oh, these people are too busy drinking and selling their lands to us, etc., etc. So that spilled over into voting patterns, which we saw. And after the elections, then Bayo Ononuga, who is sacrificed a senior position within Tinubu's administration to speak directly to that space that the meddlesomeness and busybodiness of non-indigenous in Lagos politics is something that has to stop. So the follow-through from that is what is now being enacted in law. And where you are in America, they indigenize favor to Native Americans as well. And as Breno rightly said, in Scandinavian countries, etc., in the Middle East, they indigenize to favor the locals. So why should it then be an exception when it comes to Lagosians? Are they less humans than your Native Americans?
You see, when you,
One man, please,
when you
let
bring
me say this as well.
when you bring a parallel,
Aboriginal in Australia, they are indigenized as well. They give them more priority because they own the land. Aboriginal in Australia.
well,
Yes.
There you are.
When you own come, you people don't stop this. What you people are talking about?
Okay, carry on.
It is just an insult to some people's intellect when you start using this kind of examples. Which, of course, it's a good example one should use if we have the institutions or we have things that controls what is controlled in those countries you're mentioning, like in Australia. It works for everybody. For the fact that Aborigines have the ancestral, they have access to the ancestral land or whatever, but the last time I checked, I've never seen any Aborigines becoming a president of Australia ever. I've never seen one, not even in New Zealand. Even here in America, I've hardly seen any one Native American become president of the United States. So what are we talking about here?
Are they stopped from contesting?
Is that what?
Are they stopped from contesting?
They're not stopped from contesting. Don't get me wrong.
Well, there you are.
My point is this. The point I'm making here is this, one man. They have institutions that works. They don't use the indigenization or priority given to the Native Americans or to the Aborigines to the exclusion of some people. No, they don't do that. Like you said, they are also allowed to contest if they want to contest. But in the Tinubu Lagos kind of politics, you see, one man, when I come every time I mention Tinubu, and you people ask me, do you have Tinubu phobia? No, I don't have any Tinubu phobia. I just don't like his politics. It's divisive. I mean, we've seen it how he plays even with the Afenifere and every group that he goes into, he meddles into there, he scattered them all. That is the kind of politics this guy plays. All because of he wants to continue propagating his dynasty within the Lagos. So my point is this: that if the policy they're trying to put in place is with a good motive that okay, fine, we want to give priority to the Lagosian, but whilst not excluding the rights of other people. Now we're giving them like all this aspamda in is it close to Okoko there? Those are big Alaba market. Are you going to start taking this market from these people and giving it back to the indigenes who says, yes, I want part of the shop here. And then because I have one shop there,
hold on, Ola. Yeah,
and I'm an Igbo person and own a shop there, and maybe because of that place is owned mostly by the Igbos, and because an indigene says, we need to have shop somewhere here in this, in this Alaba market or somewhere. They write to their rep. Their rep talks to.
I have a quick question for us.
Let me land. You ask your question, and then they write to the rep or Obasa or whoever, and then they say, okay, yes, we have to start taking some shop from people there. So my own shop now I have to lose it because one indigene wants to take it. Is that what it is? So we need to be clear as to what they want to do with this thing.
Rasulman,
yeah.
When you first started coming on this show 2 years ago, the first thing you told us was that you were half Igbo, half Yoruba. I remember that. So is it your dad that's Igbo or is it your mom that's Igbo? Which one?
Is it Rose Vivo? Are you a bit of a Rose Vivo? Is this what
I remember very well when he first started coming on.
I will tell you. Don't worry. I will tell you. You see, we in my family we trace our ancestry. On my side, my mother's side, I have a Fulani in my mother's side. I mean, trace my great grandmother as a Fulani kind of. Then we originally were from Ishan land, but we moved to the coastal part of Ondo State. And even my grandfather was born in Ondo State. My father was born in Ondo State, but one of his great grandmother. The story says that he's from maybe somewhere from the east, from Igbo. That's what we heard. He came to Isha land, and that's how the story goes. So the point is this.
Okay, I know Yoruba man. Okay, now thank you for letting me.
All right. So no, it's all right.
I have 5% I have 75% of me.
Chukwuemeka carry on.
At Mutigbo, I mean, I have 75% of me stop. I mean, my major part of my people who contributed to my gene, they are from Yoruba stock. So let's forget the whole.
No. Carry on to the topic. Of course, you are full blood. Yeah.
So my point is this: the point I'm trying to make is, so I don't know. You see, this is one of the things we're saying here. When somebody's asking me this kind of silly, silly question. It's a silly question because
it's not a silly question.
It's not a silly question. Hold on, you just want to discredit.
We have to know where you're from because your position, where you come from, reflects your position. That's why we ask you where are you from.
Because
it's not a silly question.
Hold on, everybody. Let Rational Mind speak through. Then I'll take that topic round so everybody can speak on
You want to tell me that story? I mean,
don't let them detract you. Carry on.
I just need to tell you. I need to shut these guys up because if you guys continue saying these things, my own kids that are interracial, and then you're telling me that they're not Yorubas or they're not Nigerians because their mom is not an African. Or what are you telling me? So, guys, we need to stop this. We need to stop it because
it's all right now.
Don't come here and discredit what I'm saying just because I'm trying to explain that if the intention of what they want to do in Lagos, if it's with the intention of helping the real indigenous of Lagos, provide a clear path to that. These countries you're mentioning, like in Australia, here they have a clear path as to what they want to achieve with their Aborigines or the Native Americans. They have a clear path as to what they want. One will say will give them more rights. Okay, their native lands. They call it what they call conservation here, whereby they have their own police system there, their own governance system there. You don't even meddle into it. That's what it means for them.
Rational mind. Rational mind. We don't yet know the how they are going to be crafting this bill. So a lot of it will of course depend on how they craft it.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying.
So if they prioritize indigents of Lagos State, it's not especially a bad thing, especially to tackle that thing once and for all that Lagos is no man's land, which is then to take ownership of that state for its indigents. But then if there are bills, if it conflicts with the constitution, which vest rights are right across the country for every Nigerian, then that will be quickly cut short. But in principle, do you object in principle that Lagos State indigents should get favors within their own land?
Yeah, so you see, who is this person? Oh, Monica. Anyway, so it's okay. Yeah, the point is this. You see, I was alluding to the system that we practice in Nigeria when I started this, my own part of my view on this, is that if we practice like what you have in the United Kingdom, a parliamentary system whereby people are still allowed to identify with their own nation or nation group, subgroup, or whatever, then that's a different thing. But we have a federal system where even in the so-called fraudulent 1999 constitution that we have, it kind of says that every Nigerian has a right to live and to do business wherever they are without no bias or partiality or being treated differently. So if this law will conflict with that, well, I just hope those people who are in the lawyers and all of that, but you see in the Tinubu Nigeria now, not even Tinubu Lagos anymore, Tinubu Nigeria and Tinubu Lagos, I doubt if anything will even work when it comes to law and order. We are just wait to, we're yet to see that. But my point is this: if the intention is with a good motive and there's a clear path that does not conflict, or whatever they decide to how to design this, their policy they want to make, or indigenization, whereby they give priority to the indigenous of Lagos. That is truly the Lagos indigenous, because that's another thing you have to say now. Who are these people? How do they determine who are the true proper Lagos indigenous? For the fact that I was born in Lagos now, and I have my own kids, one of my kids born in Lagos, does that mean that yes, that myself and my kid we are Lagosian? So
I think we have indigenous. I think we have indigenship laws within the Nigerian Constitution. I think it sets parameters of a time span that you have to have been within. I think if you have been resident there for maybe 10 years, or you were born there, you automatically get in the indigenship status. You're not. I'm just quoting just offhand. I'm not. It's not. You don't have to be historically Lagosian to be an indigene of Lagos, I suspect.
So that's another thing now. So an Igbo person who's maybe his parents were born in Lagos, or somebody from Akwa Ibom.
No, one man, you can't claim indigenship of any state that you are not origin from. You cannot claim indigene of Lagos. Even you, as an Oyo man, you can never claim indigene of Lagos. You could claim
You can only claim residency.
Claim, yeah. So it is in every other part of Nigeria. You cannot claim indigenship of where your great and great grandparent did not originate from. So just to correct that, one man.
You see, this is
all right. So there it is. It's people like Ife. People like Ife.
Well, Ife, yeah, being from Badagry, yeah, you can claim to. And that's another thing again too, because Ife is not even properly a Yoruba, even though it bears a Yoruba name. They are Egun. So, and they speak their own Egun language, which is different, even though there are some words that are common or that are similar to that of Yoruba, but they have their own proper language. So the point I'm trying to make is they see whatever they're going to say, whatever this policy they're trying to bring in place or they want to sign into law, it must not conflict with it must not infringe on the rights of other Nigerians that are non-Yorubas or maybe non-indigenous of Lagos. Because if it does, then it tells you that there's something brewing here. That this guy, they're up to something. Yeah, like of course, as we know that they're up to no good every time when they want to do all these things. It's just to propagate some kind of I don't know. Maybe they just want to make Lagos a whole entirely Yoruba state, because when you are alluding to people like
do you think this bill is targeted at the Southeasterners as the People's Gazette was suggesting? Because I thought it was quite mischievous to immediately try to suggest that it's targeted at an ethnic stock when it was an indigene law.
Oh, Yoruba born àjẹ́ lánàá ọmọ kúlé ní tálọ́mọ pé àjẹ́ tó pàná àjẹ́ tó kà lánàá tó kí lánàá òun ló pa ọmọ. So wọ́n náà fẹ́
ṣé àwọn Igbo nìkan ló ń gbé lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ni.
Ẹ máa gbọ́ farabalẹ̀ náà.
Other part of Nigeria.
Hold on. We saw how he played, even though they used the word Igbo. I mean, we had when what's his name? This guy, this spokesperson, what's his name?
You know that this law captures you as well, rational mind. Being a non-indigenous of Lagos, you are captured.
I have my own certificate of indigenous from Lagos. I have my own certificate of indigenous.
Everybody's captured.
Hold on, I have my own certificate of indigenous from Lagos. You know, when we used to have this liaison office by Amadu Bello way there, close to Babish there. They used to have each state used to have their liaison office. That was back in the 80s.
Okay, then I am captured. If you are not captured, I am captured, and I'm just right across the road from Lagos State.
Well, but the point I'm trying to say is this: I have my own. Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
One man, can I interject because
we hold on, Ola. Okay, make a brief interjection and then yeah.
So what I'm trying to say is this: rational.
Is it breaking off? Can you hear me? Can people hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear you now, but you are breaking.
Hello.
We can hear you, but you are breaking.
All right. Let me fix that.
Okay.
See, there's no need for us to be afraid of this. See, I'm in support of that, but you see, I know it's even going to be a very difficult task for even the Lagos State House of Assembly, because you have to consider the Constitution too. To me, if the framework is to make everything about the indigene, the original settlers of Lagos, to be more pronounced, you see, one thing is this: we don't know something about our history. The more you forget about your history, the more confused you are, and the more an external person can influence you.
But then you can hold on. You cannot be saying all of this if we practice the kind of system, because we've said all of this. That's why people like
no, that's not forget about whatever system we practice. Let us practice and we are going to survive it.
You said what?
Let us practice and we are going to survive it.
Survive what? Practice what? Practice what?
Because you are saying the system we are practicing. Okay, how can some people wake up overnight and be telling you that Lagos belongs to nobody?
No, I don't subscribe to that. I don't subscribe to that.
It's annoying.
No, I don't subscribe to that. You see, those are just political rascals, like some people will call them. Yeah, political rascals among among some clans, maybe the Igbo clans or some other. But then let's not hold on to that, because the majority of Igbos do not have that view in Lagos. That Lagos is.
How do you know that? How do you come to that?
I know that because I've interacted with some.
Because you are one of them.
You see, rational mind. Even if only 4 or 5 people will raise that has given you a lead that okay, you are dealing with with some kind of risk in the future. So you have to find a way to mitigate any risk.
We have to find a way, not the way Tinubu and his people are going about it. That's the question.
Forget about Tinubu.
One man, can I chime in?
If you forget about Tinubu for a second, and let us look at the matter. Forget about Tinubu. I'll give you an example. External people, okay, for example, now the Chinese almost took away Vancouver from Canada because the way they started investing there. Mm-hmm. It got to a point that okay, Canada need to look at something. Okay, we are going to limit the number of properties you can buy, and the even raise
all right
taxes. So Lagos, we have to do everything, even by the means of putting their culture in the Lagos State House of Assembly, to make their even cultural heritage, the celebration, to even pronounce it more. To the extent that whatever that is indigenous to Lagos will be embedded to every individual.
But should not be at the hold on. You see, you've said all this.
All right. Let's manage the interjections because everybody will get the chance to speak. But back to you, rational mind.
Yeah. So let me just complete because I know that people are waiting. So you see, Ola, I get everything.
I still want you on other topics as well, but I want to take this one around there. But back to you.
I will, because I'll be bouncing very soon one man because I'm so busy. But I'll try my best to be able to stay as much as I can. So anyway, so yeah, you see, Ola, I understand that if the real intention is like they say they want to do, well, fine and good. I'm for it. That priority should be given to the indigenous of Lagos. But now the question is, how do you go about it now? How do you go? Because considering
don't worry, they will go about it. Let them figure it out. It's not your business. How they will go about
it. Let me talk. When it's your turn, you can talk. Let me talk. Don't try to shoot me, please. That's how you come across. Because when I say things like this, you just interject me. You want me just to keep quiet, right? I mean, dude, when you have your time, you can talk. So let me just land this point. So the point is that so what's going to be the yardstick for determining who is indigenous of Lagos? And what are even the substance of all of this? But you see, they only just said it. We're here to say, but even the way it prefaced the whole thing, Lagos is a Yoruba state. and thereby echoing what Onanuga and the rest of them were talking about, the likes of MC Oluom, all of them, during the election, when they were saying that these people should not be allowed to come and vote because they are afraid of their voting block, that they have some huge voting block whereby if they should vote, they can tilt everything away from Tinubu. Tinubu can lose Lagos. I mean, why would Tinubu, who is not Tinubu to lose Lagos? I mean, why should they not?
So we have to.
Hold on, Mike. Yeah.
So people should be allowed to be in opposition, and that's my point here on this platform, one man. People should be allowed to vote however they be. Yoruba people have always been in opposition. They vote in their own block, like when they did back in 1999. They voted for one person, and the other rest of the Nigeria voted another person, which is even though a Yoruba man. So the point is this: for that reason, they didn't label us. I'm sure, as far as I remember, they didn't label us back then as ethnic bigots. Then that we only vote for our own people. The way the Tinubu people will come on many platforms and start labeling these people because they decide to vote or pitch their tent with their own man, which we also did back in 1999 when we voted for Falaye. So what are we talking about? So you see, like I said, the hypocrisy for me is just what is just so appalling to me. When people come here, you point finger at other people, when you yourself you're equally guilty of the same thing. So I hope this policy they are trying to implement, this policy will not be with the end of trying to ostracize some people, trying to make some people feel like, okay, we're getting everything you got in Lagos, your property, we're acquiring back from you. We're going to give it back to the indigenous or the re-indigenous, the re-indigenous of Lagos. Now, the question is, who are these re-indigenous? Are they going to count themselves as indigenous and not count me as indigenous? Because the same way Tinubu Waka coming to Lagos, that's the same way my papa Waka coming to Lagos. The same way, what's his name? Sanwo-Olu and all of the rest of them came to Lagos. That's the same way my own father also came to Lagos. So if they are also classified as indigenous, they can acquire other peoples who are non-Yorubas or indigenous of Lagos and give it to their own self. Also, I should be able to get some part of it too. But we know how this is going to play out. We're just going to have to watch and keep our fingers crossed and see how this is going to play out. But we all will come back here in a few years' time, or maybe in a few months' time. We're going to talk about this again and see how far this is policy, how it's going to end up.
All right, Brennan. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a 5-minute monologue for everybody to speak their thoughts on this topic. We kick it off with Mike to land it on Ajande Koko. So Mike, you're up because you couldn't contain yourself. So you have the floor now, Mike. So the word indigenship should not be conflated with ethnicity. That's the one thing. And I think it is within that conflation that the confusion is coming. But this proposal now by the Speaker of the House of Lagos Assembly, Mudashiru Obasa, that both in property and business ownership and everything vested within Lagos State, that they are going to indigenize the state, that the indigents of the state will get superior favor from the state, and they are going to reverse all reversible laws that is already enacted to facilitate that. A lot of people feel that these are the offshoots of what transpired in March. Mike.
Yeah. So, this is something that should have been in place in the first place from the beginning. And in fact, that was what it was. Even Rational Man refers to the beginning and the starting. It's common sense. And I don't understand how, look around the world. Even the whole Yugoslavia, when they were one country, within the ethnic enclaves, they had preference towards the indigenous nationalities. You understand? Because that's an identity right there. So, in someone's territory, of course, there has to be preference towards you. It's like even in England there. In the United Kingdom there. Scotland, you go to Scottish land. Yeah, there's preference for the Scottish indigents. You understand? There's Nigeria. It's a clear case that this is. In fact, if we wanted to prevent all these ethnic issues in the first place, that should be something in place. Like, listen, hey, the indigents have the autonomous power over their territory. And when someone goes there, you know that's a fact. You get there, you understand that in your mind. So there won't be no ethnic issues. That's common. That's something that should have been the case from the beginning. That should have been the case. But some people, because some Yorubas, unfortunately, somehow other Nigerians get it. If we go to Benin today, go there, go to Esala, go to Benin. Let's go to Igbo land, or even go to. It's always the case. Only Yoruba that decide to be which is great. There's advantage to doing that because when people feel welcome in your place, they'll be willing to invest and feel, trust putting their money there. Like in the case of Dangote.
Let me ask you a question now, Mike. If they promulgate this law in Abuja, would your sentiments still be the same?
Yes. However,
that the indigenes of Abuja should get priority over that are vastly expensive, one of the most expensive luxurious spaces in the world.
Yes. Capital or no capital, yes. Unfortunately, that's what happened to Lagos in the past, where we just, because it was a capital. Do we still recognize traditional institution? Do we still recognize traditional rulers? Yeah, we do. What's the essence of it? If you really want to go against it, there, you might as well eliminate the traditional institution. Then say, okay, I want to get rid of it. Let's see how far we'll go. How far I can succeed with that. We still recognize Obas. We still recognize emirs. We still recognize traditional institutions, even though you took power from them, whatever. They're still there, and those are the people's heritage, people's tradition is still in place. It's still intact. The only way you can establish this whole unitary rubbish that some people will use one mouth to preach and the other mouth against is if you say, okay, Nigeria, we are banned ethnicity and we are just these new people, wherever it is, English or whatever you want to call ourselves, this new British fake British people or something like that, or fake English men and women. But we are not. I don't want to be no goddamn English. I'm a Yoruba for life. You understand? My generation will be. I'll be forever connected to my ancestral ways of life.
But you are a Lagosian, so are you speaking from selfish interest? You are a Lagosian.
No. It's not from selfish interest. I'm just speaking fact, reality, and also, I'll speak there as a Lagosian. I'm a Lagosian. No, my dad is from Ikorodu. I'm Ikorodu. If I tell you my last name, go there. They'll know you. Even my relatives is a counselor there. My dad is from Ikorodu. My mom is from Ibadan. So, the fact of the matter is, the reality, we have to sit and face reality of what it is. I lost my train of thought, but anyway. So, in Lagos, for example, keep what I want to make. Let's look at the dynamic of the society. Everywhere you go in Nigeria, people do their ethnic union, ethnic organization, ethnic this, particularly Southeasterners. In Lagos there, when they come there, they do things as Igbo Union, Igbo Trading Union, Igbo Congress. People still do it. So now, you see the situation of them doing their union thing and took over, find a way to strategize, to use their union strategy and kick people out of one market and occupy it for themselves. Ladipo, for example. Okay, cool. Which is already happening. So it is playing now. I don't know why people like to deny the fact that ethnicity exists. It's a reality. It exists. Now, how do you make sure that the existence of these things doesn't conflict the existence of other people that come around or whatever, visitors and things like that? Look at the situation in Lagos, for example. Some people will say Oba is an idiot. You saw the Oba of Lagos. He's still the Oba of Lagos. He's the king of Lagos. We have tradition there. Somebody will say, Oro, this, because you don't understand it. If you're not from there, you definitely can't respect the system there. If I go to the east or if I go to Benin, for example, they have the Oba there. You understand? It's the tradition, it's the ancient ways. The people are emotionally connected and heavily connected to their tradition, their Obas. If I go there and start saying, because this is Nigeria, there's no indigenous, anything, and say because where I come from, which of course we are come from, we respect Oba. Let's say I know some people where they come from, they don't have Oba there. They get to your place and start saying to hell with Oba, Oba is this. This is the way some people are insulting Oba of Lagos. Like it's the king. You understand? Tradition. This is going to lead to. It's still going to lead to more disaster in the future if we don't address it. If we don't put it in place, And these people that speak from both sides of their mouth. On one hand, you're agitating for secession. You want to break away. We all know the agenda. Everybody, when we pay attention to them, they have two agendas. One is to break away from the country. The other agenda is, we have to we have animosity towards other ethnic groups, and we must carry out revenge for whatever they believe.
Dude, don't throw shade at people that you.
Oh boy, you told me not to interrupt you, so
but you
shut the hell
interject
up,
me
man.
now. I will interject you.
Okay, I'll stop interjecting. So shut up. Let me talk. Okay.
What you say?
People that make it clear.
No, don't tell him. Oh no, Mike.
It's not an insult now. It's not an insult. Telling someone to keep quiet is not an insult.
All right, but just be mindful of the
Okay,
language.
okay. He told me not to interrupt me, so tell him not to interrupt me.
All right, carry on. Apologies, National Mind. Carry on. Yeah.
Okay, my apology to him. My apology. People that constantly express their agenda that we have agenda, so one day we want to leave the country, break away, and two, some people will have animosity towards them because they did us wrong or something, they must pay. And now you're coming to people's space and you're making it so obvious that you have an agenda against them. And you are telling me that the government of that area shouldn't do something to protect their territory. We saw an instance where during NSAS, where the supreme leader of a people were calling their people to go and burn down the city, burn down Tinubu's hotel, burn down this, destroy the place. And an indigene from that particular place want to light 36 buses on fire, 36 BRT buses on fire. You know, all these things are going on. We all know, everybody, there's ethnicity that exists in Nigeria. I'm not saying this to be anti-ethnic group or anything, but it's a reality. We have to face it in Nigeria. So the solution is you give each ethnic nationality the autonomy towards over their space. That's the solution to Nigeria's problem. Until maybe one day we decide to split. Hey, it won't be easier that hey, we know who's from where, so we go to your place and go and establish there. But this idea of only Yoruba people be the everybody come there, you're free, you're one of our own because we are you. Which if everybody is doing the same thing, I wouldn't even have too much argument against it. But no one else is doing it except the Southwest. There's no other place going in Nigeria. You can't go to Kano and be telling them Kano is no man's land. You can't go to Benin and open your mind and say Benin is no man's land. You won't wake up the next day. That's just a fact. You can't even go to anywhere in Igbo land. Look what they're doing to Fulani people now. The moment they are supreme leaders say, oh, okay, the rumor came out, Fulani is invading something for something. They don't care if they don't investigate whether you're Fulani is, man. Once you're Fulani in South, you're in trouble. You walk around with a car, they'll shoot your car. They say, move out of here. So we all see going on. Why is it that when the Yorubas decide, okay, hey, this is what's going on in Nigeria, and everybody is looking out for themselves, they are, putting their ethnic group interest first. And we have been the one carrying everybody along, and despite that, we're the most disrespected. If you go to any space where they are talking, the South people, the only people that will confidently insult are Yorubas, So it's very obvious. Like we all know the nature of Nigerians. If you are nice, you are a coward. If you are gentle, you are a coward. So if you are a coward, cowards will be insulted. That's just a mentality, which is a very primitive mentality. The Yorubas have been the most welcoming, the most, give everyone freedom. People born, like even National Maya attest. It's been generation family that have been living there, no problem. But when it comes on the internet, the only people we challenge is the Yorubas. Even though a Biafran will come here and insult Yorubas, you won't say anything back to them to say don't do that. Once Yorubas decide to push back, you stand there and start attacking us. So the fact of the matter is the reality is there. We all know the agenda.
I'm here.
Can I have the right of reply to this guy?
Yeah, you have the right of reply, but gentlemen, don't spiral it though. Just you can have your exchange, but we are fussy about language here, but you can have
when people are in other spaces, even someone else come here and be spilling anti-Yoruba, this thing. Oh, he keeps quiet because I was there when what's his name? That guy with Morris and them were here just throwing anti-Yoruba stuff. He was here, he didn't say anything. Those are his brothers. But once me or we come here and we are just only discussing how we want to look out for Yoruba people, our interests. Oh, we are the tribalists, we are the bigots, we are that. Quickly jump on us. Oh, we are this, we are that. But when his Biafran brothers are doing it, it's okay. I mean, it's so pathetic, man. Like Yoruba at this point, we have to get to a point where we need to start doing like everybody else, looking out for ourselves, looking out for our best interests, just like everybody else is doing. And we'll see who can advance further than anyone. I mean, let's learn from the Igbos now. They only look out for their own ethnic interests. They make it obvious. They make it open. Indigbo only. When you go to any Igbo business, Indigbo, we're Igbos only. You understand? They do everything themselves. They will Igbo Congress, Igbo everything. How come you don't have Yoruba Congress? Yoruba, let's do the same thing and let's focus on our own land and let's make sure everything, the progress in our land is Lagos, for example, is in Luaje. The Orisha Ajé is in Lagos. Orisha Ajé is Omo Ebini, but it was in Lagos. So that land will always be prosperous. Anywhere Ajé is, that place will always be prosperous. The prosperity of Lagos, let the indigenous of Lagos enjoy it most. They are the one that have to feed Orisha Ajé. Yala Ajé have to feed Orisha Ajé every day to keep that prosperity going. So why not the children of Ajé, the children of Lagos, enjoy the wealth that Ajé is giving to Lagos? Why has to be some foreigners that even hate Lagos, that hate the children of Ajé? You understand?
All right. Thank you, Mike. So thank you, Mike. Mike, stay there because there's still we probably still do the rounds on this topic, and there are other bigger topics that I still want to focus on. But Rational Mind right to reply, and then we hear from Alexander
somebody
Gomez.
saying that you already spent more than 15 minutes talking.
Yes, I thought so.
Let's move on. I will give him my own when I'm talking.
All right. Let's have a quick pit stop with a proper Lagos man, and that goes by the name Alexander Gomez. So Alexander comes in to take the first dibs of this new law. He wants to reclaim Tafawa Balewa Square, which is family gifted to the Nigerian state. So I hope you caught me a flat.
No, point of correction. It's still family property. It's just leased out, and I get my royalty every year. So we're not reclaiming anything. It still belongs to us. We have the proper documentation to prove that my great-grandfather owns it.
You're still getting royalty on Tafawa Balewa Square?
Yes, we get royalty on Tafawa Balewa Square. Yes, we do. Every year. We get royalty on a lot of property, a lot of lands and properties in Lagos. Yes, we do. We do. So,
all right. So this new law being proposed by Lagos State, surely you must then be in favor.
Not necessarily. I'm not actually. Look, one of the conversations I remember very well on this platform, apart from the OB narrative, and Aja can bear me witness to this, was when what's his name now? Baba T. No, Baba T came and said that he has a problem with Alexander Gomez because I say that Yoruba being nice, being accommodating is in our DNA as Yoruba people. And he's of the opinion, and I respect that. I really do. He was of the opinion that people take advantage of that. Look, from my great-grandfather's days, Lagos has always been a cosmopolitan city. It's never going to change. The land is a very friendly land. Yoruba people are extremely friendly people. I have dealt with the length of breadth of Nigeria, and I can say without fear or favor, Yorubas are the most friendly people in Nigeria. They're the most accommodating people in Nigeria. I think hospitality is our middle name. It's the middle name that fits us properly. Because
Alexander, there's a sentiment that accommodation and hospitality being taken for
was
granted.
what Baba T was saying. That's what Baba T was saying, that they're taking advantage of that generosity and hospitality. But listen, we can't change who we are. This new law, Enigmatic said it to me in a conversation about 2 months ago. I don't know how he guesses. I thought I was connected, but that man talks about something that I get speechless when he says things, because he's not supposed to know these things that he's saying, but he does know, and he says it with authority. He told me to my face that once the new government comes into play, they're going to change the law to favor Yorubas essentially, and discourage people from using this obnoxious expression, Lagos belongs to no one. That's exactly what this is all about. It's targeted to I'm not going to mention names because I have to be very careful now how I talk. It's
Mr.
not targeted
Alexander.
to.
Alexander,
Let me finish. Let me finish, please. It's not target. It's targeted to a particular set of people who think that because they are landowners in Lagos, they have the right to do and say whatever they want to say. That's out of order. That's not unacceptable. Like Mike said, I can't go to Benin because I have a property in Benin and tell someone like the guy in Japan, tell him off. He's going to tell me to F off because he knows they are the owners of the land. I can't even go to Igbo land and say to them that because I own a property, I could say that's not even going to be allowed. So I think this new law is to curb these excesses of non-Yoruba and essentially non-Lagosians who come to Lagos, and because they have a huge investment, they have the effrontery to say Lagos belongs to no one. I must be very honest, as sophisticated and as enlightened as I am, it rubs me the wrong way when people say that, because that's just a stupid comment. Lagos belongs to a set of people, and that's why they have a king to represent the people of that place called Lagos. So that is my position. And like Ajah would say, if you go to Lagos, and when you say Lagos, Lagos is from Soja Dumota. Lagos is from once you ascend Kata Bridge. I don't know whether Kata, I've been there since 78 or something like that. Once you ascend Kata Bridge and you get to Lagos, that's where Lagos starts. And you go inwards and you see that's where Lagos starts. That's Lagos. That's essentially Lagos. All these areas we call Lagos right now are just satellite towns that fall under Lagos State. So this law, I can understand why they want to enact it, but we have to understand that Lagos is like New York, is like London, it's a cosmopolitan city, you know. But
all
I
right,
can't.
Alexander, take an interjection from Rational Mind. I think he wants to push you on your thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Gomez.
Yes, sir.
You see, you said something now that kind of like makes me ask a question.
Yes.
You say people say Lagos is no man's land. I don't even know how many of
Yes.
these people you people are even talking about that they said.
No,
Lagos,
a lot of people say that.
hold on, Mr. Gomez. Usually when I ask one man here and some other people, they'll play me that narrative of some faceless people whom we don't even know who they are, if they are Yorubas pretending to be Igbos, or if they are truly Igbos, or some other person who are not even non-Igbos, not Yoruba. Maybe they're just some other people from other ethnic group, other other tribe within Nigeria.
They
Because
said it to my
hold
face, so I
on,
know
please,
who said it to my face.
let me land, please. Let me land, please. And we will play it here and make it sound like, oh, the Igbo people or these people. I mean, come on. And then when we ask the question, why is the need for this policy? APC has been having Lagos to themselves right from Tinubu days. I mean, I remember back in Fashola time when the Oba of Lagos said that he would drown certain people into the lagoon there because they would not vote his people, and because Jonathan was their own person. And so we saw all of that, how it all played out. They did not make that law back then, no, to indigenize. Now, when they saw the heat in this past election that made Tinubu to lose Lagos in the presidential election, they saw the handwriting on the wall. And now suddenly they remember that there is this group of people.
Is there a question you want to ask me, right?
Yeah, it's a question. I'm just trying to build my question, please.
You're spinning. Ask the question, man.
Because these are preambles. So just
You
get to the
cannot
root.
even be asking questions and be telling things that are not true.
What is
This is not the first time. This is not the first time Tinubu is losing Lagos. This is not the first time. So don't state things that are right. If you want to do, you can't be lying to us and thinking that we don't be watching you.
All right, land the question. Let Alexander address it because I think people are keen to speak on this. But land the question.
So, Mr. Gomez, now I heard you say that this policy is with the intention of trying to settle that issue of Lagos is not no man's land. Nobody's no man's land. But the question I'm asking you is this: why now? That's the question. And do you think that's what you just said now does really answer that question, or do you think there's some ulterior motive behind it?
No, I think like I said, I think that it's to curb this excesses of people who claim Lagos belongs to no one, because it's become an obnoxious statement, and the people, the indigenes of Lagos, are a little bit perturbed by it. And like I said to you when I started the conversation, I said to the platform where I had a conversation with Enigmatic about 3 weeks ago, and he told me definitely, unequivocally, that they were going to do this. So when this story broke, I knew that he told me, and I knew what he said the reason was. And I can only summarize by saying it's to curb the excesses of some people who think because they have huge investments in Lagos and they paid 50 million naira for a land that is 1 million naira, and they've developed a neighborhood. They own the neighborhood, and Lagos belongs to no one. Look, let me say this. I gotta go because I don't usually want to stay long. Let me say this. I recall having a conversation with a Princess Kosoko, and everybody on this platform, if you're a Lagosian, you obviously know who Kosoko is. This is a direct descendant of Princess Kosoko. About 2 years ago, she called me and said, Gomez, I said, yes. I said, why? Said, I wanted to say something, I hold it back. At that time, what she was saying didn't mean a lot. It didn't mean anything to me, because as a Lagosian, I'm used to seeing people from different parts of Nigeria own places and own roads. But when I was younger, I never heard this expression, Lagos belongs to no one. This is a new thing that started about 5-10 years ago. It was never like that. You had a lot of investments from non-Yorubas, non-Lagosians. Like I said, Lagos is a cosmopolitan city. It was like that during my father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather. So it's not going to change. The only difference now is that people are emboldened to say everyone belongs to Lagos so long as you own a property and they can do whatever they want to do. That's out of order. That's not right. You have to, in as much as you have been accepted into a community, you still have to respect the people that actually are the original owners and settlers of the land. So let's just address that issue. I'm not saying I would have done it, but I can understand the reason why it's been done. So, one man, let me let you go. Okay.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So, thank you, Alexander. We're going to do it in this order. Just we go next to so we're still doing the 5-minute monologue. So we go next to Enigmatic to have a 5-minute monologue on this topic, and then we go after Enigmatic to Collins just to break it up. Because I suspect Collins has a different perspective, and then we continue to move it around. So Enigmatic Honde. So Enigmatic Honde joins us. So Enigmatic. So to it then, the first thing I want you to identify, Enigmatic, is the distinction between indigenship and ethnicity. Because I think in the course of the conversations around this topic, there's going to be a conflation of those two terms in terms of how people want to point their political leanings. But what they're talking about is indigenship, not ethnicity, which of course, it captures you and I, who are not indigenes of Lagos, even though we're of Yoruba stock. But even with that, there's still an undercurrent of this being somewhat something to do with the narrative of Lagos being no man's land, which we know was wrapped around the Rhodes Vivo narrative around the governorship election. A lot of people, they find some sort of ethnic pushback in all of this legislation. But unpick all of that for us, 5-minute monologue, enigmatic Hondi.
Thank you, Oman. Hi, everyone. I salute everyone and all the folks shunning out their ideas. Before I proceed, I would just want to say, I think it will be quite ingenious, Oman, of you, and then I believe it's quite repugnant to the sensibilities of a couple of people from the core Yoruba states, right, to allow or probably give, let me say, gratification to or validation about the pontification of Yoruba as a person or as a whole, as a group, as a race, as a region, to people who do not actually identify properly with Yoruba and who are basically probably confused about their, affiliation with that space. That could actually, cause a couple, as we've seen, conflicting sentiments. I think you should take note of that. But to start with what you asked, the indigenship.
You can mention rational mind by name rather than all this Bolishoinka grammar, but carry on.
Maradona.
Maradona, look at that. Carry on.
Yeah. So in a brief summary, indigenship or indigent, to actually say it, the way I understand it, and I believe under the law and even international law itself, it refers to to some people or someone who happens or who is a native or born in a specific location, region, or somewhere, right? While ethnicity refers to people, persons, or a group of individuals who with cultural or right who with identical cultural and racial background, basically. This is often associated with, it could be associated with shared traditions, language, and heritage. But indigene itself, it emphasizes local origin, and then while ethnicity relates to, broader cultural identity. So if you look at these two, you understand what Lagos is doing. And then you understand why we had the issue of Shinedu during the election and why the Lagos state as a state now has taken up the gauntlet now to do what is needful. There's nothing that is happening in Lagos today that is alien or that should be alien to any reasonably unbiased and then people of less myopic mindset. They should understand that this will happen at the time. Papa say, Papa Gomez. Of course, we had a long conversation, but just let me put it forward to everybody. Pointedly, this is just a tip of an iceberg. If people are so concerned about what is happening in Lagos, they should be ready for what is going to happen in the whole of the Southwest. I know a lot of states in Southwest that they are going to do worse than what Lagos is going to shun out, because of even the liberal and the cosmopolitan nature of Lagos. It should be a tip of an iceberg from what they should be expecting from other states in the Southwest. I know that for a fact. So we Yoruba by culture, Omoluabi, we are accommodating, we give room for a lot of things. But one thing you cannot do against people from the Southwest is when you tell them they are Omoali, or they don't have sense, or they are not deserving to. Give me a second, please. Sorry. Okay, they are not deserving of accommodating you, and you want to probably rub it on their faces, and they see what they experience, or what the situation is, or what the situations are, quote unquote, in other areas, especially from other divide. I will be very guided, and I will be very, very conservative not to use some certain languages, but people can see basically. So what is happening in Lagos, like I said, is just what is expected. Sanwo-Olu, except maybe last minute changes. Let me just put something here now. Except there are some last minute changes, what used to be a norm in Lagos where you will see non-indigenous in cabinet, right? SSAs and stuff like that. The Sanwo-Olu you are seeing now is the different version of the Sanwo-Olu that came 4 years ago, because like they've gone to the back, they've gone to the back to think about what actually almost happened. We almost had a Shinedu who would have handed Lagos over, to people that never loved Lagos ab initio, right? So the Joe Igbekwe, Ben Akabweze, and lots of folks that you saw in the administration then, this is probably going to stop by what I think is going on now. And that's why you see it's delaying the cabinet now. So they are really going deep to have core people that they believe has the agenda of not only Lagos, but Yoruba as a whole. Because take it or leave it, like Ashwaju said in his comment, regardless of how you skin it, one man, it's still about politics, and it's still about it's still about preserving your culture, right? It's still about that preservation, that cultural preservation, and then having that identity. We've all lived out of Southwest. I am a very good example. I did not school in the Southwest for my college degree. So I was out of Southwest as an adult. I knew what I went through. I saw a lot, and I see what will never happen, right? What will never happen in the Southwest, I see it where I schooled, and I've lived in the North. I can compare the accommodating nature of the Northerners and the Southwest, and that's why you see they have this kind of symbiotic relationship easily, apart from the few religious differences. Look, it has this election. I told you this election will come with so many consequences. This is one of the consequences of the election that you are seeing now. The other consequence is what is going to be what will happen after the tribunal proper and everything, and then the whole status quo, stays. Some people will suffer year long of political, year long of political consequence as a matter of this. So we've had Dangote. Look at Dangote. Look at Seyu Dantata. Look at Indimi Brothers. Look at the Tom Peppus and all of them, right? These are well-known industrialists, well-known Nigerians, prominent, with unprecedented, staggering investment in billions of dollars in Lagos. Recently, Dangote launched a $22 billion of investment in Lagos. But these folks and this group of individuals, right, where they come from, because at the end of the day, it signals to the optics of what you are bringing to the table, right? You cannot tell me I offer you everything that will make your life better, and you tell me I'm nobody. At a point, I will tell you I am somebody. But when I come to tell you I'm somebody, do not cry by whatever action or whatever ways I actually want to achieve that. So, like I was saying, these folks, they've exhibited, a respectable attitude, and they've employed a lot of people, Lagosians, non-Lagosians, Nigerians, and non-Nigerians. And one man, irrespective of these monumental achievements of these folks, of these individuals, of this group of people from where they come from their region, right? They've never for once claimed that they are responsible for creating Lagos, or they will tell a Lagosian that Lagos is no man's land, right? And then in addition to that, they recognize...
all right, bring it up, though, but carry on. Yeah.
Okay. They recognize the power of Lagosians to, do their politics within their state government, to pass their laws for the good citizens of Lagos, and by extension of the Yoruba folks. But of course, Lagos offers, and it affords a certain degree of autonomy, sovereignty, and independence to visitors, to people generally. But these chances have been taken too far. But, with the present stake now, in Lagos, do not forget, scholarships are offered to non-Lagosians in Lagos State. Non-indigenous, right, persons and Lagosians, they practice their businesses, they are hired in the civil service in Lagos State, they are offered chances, to exhibit their output to everything they want. They've had it, but now Obasa almost lost his re-election as speaker. One of the conditions was he needs to actually go back and pull out all those bills. They've had all these bills. These bills are not just new bills, one man. They've had these bills, gathering dust for years, for over 20 years. But because of politics, because of what people will say, they step back. But now they are pulling all the bills out to actually assent all these bills and make them law. So I wish people we be guided going forward. Where they find themselves, they should understand that there are policies. They should respect their policies. They should respect their government. They should respect their politics. You cannot go to the north and tell the north or dictate to them how they do their things. We cannot go to the southeast and tell them how to do their things. Like I said, a lot of us, we've lived in the southeast, right? What you cannot dare to do in the southeast, you cannot come to Lagos or southwest and do it. But when they give you the latitude and the opportunity to do it, do not overstep your boundary. This is just the message, basically.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Well put. So stay there. I still want to expand you on that topic and one other topic as well. I want to focus on now, but just for the balancing of it, I suspect Posh Collins, he joins us. We must be feeling privileged twice in a week, the company of Collins. But Collins, so this law now will be disingenuous if we don't form an association between this law and what transpired in March. A lot of the language wrapped around Lagos no man's land, and that Lagos no man's land wrapped around the language of ethnicity the back and forth between Rose Vivo and Sanwo-Olu. So now, Sanwo-Olu takes the victory in March, and then he has sat that victory now by the promulgation now of this indigenous rule. New properties, business ownership laws are favoring only indigenes. This is what the speaker says, and he says they will retrospect on those laws to change all laws that are reversible to assert now the ownership of Lagos State. So what are you making then of this pronouncement by the Lagos State body, the speaker, Obasa?
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Yeah, I will soon be leaving as well. Just after I chip in wherever I have to say, I'll go to bed because it's already morning. It's an interesting one. I just like I was actually speaking with a friend of mine that stays in Lagos. Immediately after the election, he kind of I think this was already out in the open, to be honest, because if I won't say his name, but if he would know about this, he's from Delta. If he would know about this, that means that there was already a lot of talk going around, circulating in some quarters regarding these laws. But I suppose at that time I just took it as a mail rumor or something like that. But clearly he heard right, so. Is connected. Election have consequences, like the man that just finished speaking said, and this is just one of the consequences of the election. It's just that I personally find it hard to see what people did, particularly, especially people that were prevented from voting, what they did that was out of order, that has that consequence. But let me talk about the law anyway.
I think Lagos felt threatened by what happened in March because there was almost before the Chinedu before the Gbadebo space. It was almost a shoe-in that Sanwo-Olu would just casually stroll to his second mandate. But when all of that narrative came, and then the Labour Party and the obedience wrapped around it, and especially what happened in February, Lagos felt threatened. And then when that language of Lagos is no man's land came in, people were starting then to have concerns. So I think post the elections, they're looking to address it so it doesn't recur. And this is what we're seeing now in this new bill being proposed.
Yeah, the thing about the law is that it's being proposed right now. We actually don't know exactly what will be in the law, because like some other people that spoke before me said, there are some constitution gray areas as well that they have to, while crafting the law, they have to make sure that it doesn't really it doesn't it doesn't go against the constitution as well. So if they makes a law that even though we know where it might be going, but if they makes it in a way that that it passes all checks and everything and it becomes law, it's not a bad thing if people want to defend their space. I'm not going to query that. The only thing that is actually a good thing, and the way I say it, because throughout today, whenever I see that on Twitter today, I say it in two ways, because as much as it might be protecting and giving Yoruba Lagosians more rights on their land, it will actually probably force some people. There are no Lagosians, and I'm speaking in general term now, because as much as I know where everybody would want certain conversation to be landing, the distance is already too polluted, so I'm not going to take the bet. So what I would say is it will actually force some people to start probably looking back and probably moving to their own side of the country, and it will probably, we might just probably be moving into a stronger, building our state or our region, making it stronger by becoming more like southeast, south, those kind of thing. But we have common purpose as a big umbrella, or this could actually be beginning of the end project Nigeria, because it depends on how the law goes and how it's accepted, and other states that they're crafting something similar.
Collins, one of the things that struck me when I was reading through was that he said they are going to reverse all reversible laws for this indigent shapes thing that they want to do. So if he's saying that they are going to reverse all reversible laws, that tells you that they want to retrospect. So if they retrospect, this could well be withdrawing people's C of O's or putting new conditions in already existing legal standings. So do you see that? Because why would they seek to reverse or rather than superimpose a new law on an existing one? So if they are going to reverse all reversible laws, that means they want to backdate, and that portends danger.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, because it depends on how the law is crafted, and if he's able to skate through all the hurdles that will be that it needs to skate through, and if it goes through, and it could just be it could potentially be a good thing. It could potentially be a good thing, because um those the people that makes people uncomfortable on their land as well have a land that they came from, that they can as well go back and do whatever they're doing in there. So it's not so bad. Maybe it will make people to look back in. If there's anything that needs fixing, they will start working on it back home and start fixing things and stuff like that. So this is really not, for me, I'm not really seeing it like I don't want to personalize it, because it's not just Igbo people. Let me use the word. It's not just Igbo people that own properties or own businesses in Lagos. There are other people that are not Yorubas that own properties and businesses in Lagos. So why some might say that are in percentage terms that a lot more Igbo people have things, but that's not to say that it's just Igbo people. But At least it helps any other person who is trying to buy land. As a matter of fact, I sent someone they see of I sent someone they joke about not even they see of a land that I wanted to sell. That person never got back to me. I suppose the law is actually taking effect.
Do you think Lagos will play a price of regret with this aggressive stance that they are adopting? Because of course, like you said, if they are starting to squeeze the joy out of people in the state, people can just sell up and go somewhere else. And then of course all that investment then it goes to some other places. Do you think they might pay a regret price in this aggressive stance that they are adopting?
I will not say that. It will be left to be seen, but I'm definitely sure that other side will benefit from it. Because, for instance, if I'm not a Lagosian and I'm planning to invest in property right now, clearly I will not be thinking Lagos if I'm not a Lagosian. So that's a clear answer for me. To whether there will be a regret or not, I'm genuinely not in a position to say that, because I wouldn't like to say something that might touch some nerves, so it will look like would you think you are kind of statement. So yeah, it is. They're making laws that benefit them. Other people will benefit from it. Other places that people are neglecting or overlooking or something like that, people might start seeing opportunities why they should move back there and stuff like that. The only problem in selling up is that selling up is not easy, because the person you're supposed to sell to are the same people. It's the same people that we know that are likely to want to buy. So if they're not going to buy, any person that have anything that thought it was of value, it suddenly becomes it suddenly be you sit on it and just pray that maybe somebody comes and for some reason and sees that place and like it. For somebody like me that don't live in Nigeria, I would want to ask myself, okay, why then would I want to? Because Lagos had that thing about, you can buy things and they will appreciate and stuff like that. But when there will not be nobody will be willing to buy, then I might as well go to my Enugu, where it's calm and quiet, where the traffic is not as hectic, and just buy my thing. Yeah.
So, for what a woman was asking you, if you remember what happened in Zimbabwe when they were trying to nationalize, they were giving back those white farmers their lands to indigenous Zimbabweans, black Zimbabweans. And we saw how that played out. There was a mass exodus of white farmers, and we know how that ended. What's its name? Zimbabwe, where it is today. So do you see that happening to Lagos if they have to force people to give up their properties and their businesses, so that some so-called indigenous people, whom we're yet to find out how they're going to define that, who are those people? So do you see that happening? That if people pull out, because I tell you, Igbos, they have let's just say Igbos alone, just Igbos and non-Igbos and those who are non-Yorubas, they have, I can tell you, like more than 40% of the economy of Lagos. So would that not impact heavily on Lagos if they try to start doing that?
Also, add to that, do you think they'll be taking the refinery of Dangote with this new indigenous law?
Of course not, but that's the mistake that people usually make, because people usually think there is the big business. Strength of every economy is always the small businesses. It's actually not the big one can only employ so much. Dangote at a full capacity with all the things, all the people that will be working there and all the whatever, that 1 million job. That is me being funny now, but that is really not enough. So if you have you probably would need to have like 100 Dangotes or something like that to make Lagos, to keep Lagos going at that pace. If I have a business in Lagos and it's being prioritized over an indigene, and I'm not an indigene, which means that maybe my profit or how I do business is being affected, I'm going to move. I mean, it's common sense. I don't even think that there's any of us who don't know that. Everybody knows that I'm going to move. But me moving, I'm not saying that there will not be any other person willing to take up my space. There might still be an indigenous person or any other person who might feel like the law is okay for him, that he's comfortable to work under this law, and stays. But definitely a lot of people will move, Even when I started making attempts of wanting to sell some parts of land was after having a conversation. That was even before the law, funny enough. After having a conversation with someone that I know that had a land around where I had one, I was asking him why he wasn't developing. He told me that, after everything. The thing is that Lagos State is making this law, but people were already also, after the election, people were also making certain business moves that maybe this is no longer a conducive place for them, and that
You said it might well be a southwest wide thing. If we were to go by what Enigmatic was saying earlier, because somebody has been on this platform and told us anecdotally that the people of the southwest, they were so enraged that even to rent out properties now, so they're so somewhat indigenizing it. So it's a space probably that Tinubu has to address from his seat.
yeah, so yeah, people are moving, those who can sell, unfortunately or fortunately, it's the same people that usually will come and buy. So if they're not buying, people will just sit on their properties and for until your CFO expires. Maybe you have maybe 70 more years lease left on it. Maybe after that, Lagos State will tell you that they won't even renew it. Or you have 30 more years or whatever. So you just
You know what, because if it's saying they are going to reverse all reversibles, and that's the of space, the lifespan of it can be reduced.
Okay, yeah. So those, yeah, I think if it's 100, they probably cut them. They cut them into bit, maybe cut them 50 years, and if it's already 50 years, it's basically for your lifetime, for you, the owner. It's not for your children to inherit it, so they can do it like having that in mind, like maybe you have like 50 years to live. After 50 years, maybe your children will not be able to inherit it and stuff like that. So if people sees that, would they still be investing on the level they are doing? But that's not to say that other people will not do that. Foreign Lagos will always be attracting businesses. Let me know. We are not. That is not what I'm here to preach. I mean, Lagos is strategically located. It's a blessed land. It has everything it needs to go beyond Nigeria. It will always be that, but it was so potentially. Let's see the law first. Let's see the law, because the law potentially might help my own state. It might help people coming down to my state looking for, it's not all lose. Somebody will lose, somebody will gain. I might be part of the people that will lose. Some other person who is planning to make any purchase now, that is lucky enough to still have his money, might gain from it. And people that bought in the East far back, before now, might be the people that end up enjoying and be like, I told you so kind of thing. Because to be honest, I talk with Igbo people because that's my cycle, just like a lot of people here that are Yoruba talk with a lot of Yoruba people. And they will always ask you, why Lagos? You don't live in Lagos. You don't do business in Lagos. Why Lagos? And this question that will come up, and I never really had answer for it. you know. But I told them that this is where I know, you know, even though I don't like the traffic and everything, but I just feel like I should be there. I don't know why.
You're a Lagosian now. In fact, you are an indigene in some way, so you're not even caught in all of that.
So that's because that question, maybe that it comes to a point where you now start asking that question: do you even need a property in? Because even if I'm coming back to Nigeria, am I coming to hustle like that? You know, I should be looking for a quieter place to live. If I have a business, I should be looking for easier business to do, maybe farming or stuff like that. So do I even need to be in a city like Lagos and stuff like that? Yeah. So if anyone here won a property in Nigeria, holla at me. I have one to sell.
What about your vast estates in Victoria Island and Lekki and what all over the place? Your vast estates, eh? Look at
Me. I'm not dragging Lagos, so and I can also, just to keep some nerves here, a lot of Igbo people also will be willing to go, so it's not a fight. The funny thing is that aside from politics, because when we now make I've tried, as I was listening to a lot of people speak, I kept trying to find out this, when Yorubas and Igbos are having this problem, that it seems like there's a lot of hate going both ways. You know, obviously, aside from whatever happened in Civil War, whatever, I really cannot even think of any other time.
I think it's this. The Civil War is the backdrop, but I think it's this election that we just.
Election, so
It was too ethnic. This
so
election, it was too ethnic.
It's always election. So when people speak the way they do, almost like, you know, a drunken talk, beer parlor talk is what we are now raising to a point, as if there was actually like what happened in Oyo during what market was that the Fulani, and you know, as if something like that has actually happened between the Igbos and Yorubas, or it kept happening. That's the, like, if an outsider is listening to a lot of people speak, that's the kind of image that you'll be having. You think that is the kind of people that Igbos and Yorubas are, but it's just some random people on Twitter, because internet have become so, anybody with data can go on internet and say anything. And usually they are faceless. They can be anybody. I'm not saying that Igbo people don't say that Lagos is no man's land. I'm not saying that they don't say that, and it does infuriate me. But that's beside the point anyway, because that's not what we are here to talk about. Who supports it or who doesn't support it? Because everything that has been done is already done. You know, this is the reality, and I think it will benefit. People will lose. People will benefit. So it's not that deep. Let's see the law, and we see what we do after we've seen it.
All right, brilliant. We'll put Collins. So we'll put Collins. So that's Posh Collins putting so a more steady view on matter. So let's go from Collins to Ajanle Koko, who hopefully is there to carry on. So Ajanle Koko, you're up next.
Yeah.
So Ajanle Koko, you're up next. So in Yoruba land, they say turning takisa nite ton. So this is a turning sort of I'm not even sure if this is not just posturing, because I think these are sort of a move that Lagos State is about to make. It runs in conflict with the Nigerian constitution. So this may well just turn out to be feather flapping. But feather flapping or not, certainly agitating people. Reno Omokri came out very quickly to back it. Rose Vivo, he is saying that it's a somewhat of a divisive sort of tone. But Tinubu telling us now that as soon as the elections were over, he took off the garb of partisanship and became a national figure. So his home base, which is Lagos State, certainly not getting those signals from the central space. They want to indigenize Lagos State. Is that the language of progress, Ajanle Koko?
Thank you, one man. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. One man, this appear to me as indigenization law, and as such, it's not against the law. I mean, it's not illegal. It's not illegal at all. This is not the first time that we have indigenization law in Nigeria. I could remember that Chief Obafemi Awolowo during the time he was the vice head of state and the commissioner of finance and economic manager of Nigeria. He introduced such policy to protect our economic space from foreign dominance. We were a young nation then, and foreign companies dominated everything. But they have to make that law in order to protect the economic interests of Nigerian people. So, if Lagos State is trying to introduce this law in order to protect the economic interests and maybe political interests of indigenous people of Lagos State, I don't think they are crossing the line of the law at all, because they can easily make reference to what the Nigerian state did to protect Nigeria from foreign dominance of our economic.
You are sounding as though you approve of this. Do you approve of this?
Look, it's long overdue. It's long overdue. There is no society in the whole world, every progressive society in the world, even in this country that we live, protect the economic interests of indigenous people. The economic interests of our people have been neglected for a long time in Lagos State, and it's becoming eroded to the point of they don't even have.
Well, the example you cited is not consistent now. When you cited about Awolowo, the indigenization he talked about was not other people from other parts of Nigeria cannot.
I'm saying look, law is very dynamic. Indigenization is that law is meant to protect the economic interests.
The local economy of who? Who participate in that local economy?
Hold on, rational mind.
All right, hold on.
Is to protect the economic interests of Nigerian people in Nigerian state. All right. Now, Lagos State, within that entity called Nigeria, the indigenous people of Lagos State are pushing their government to act. Because remember, these elective representatives are representing the political interest, economic interest, whatsoever interest you want to talk about of the people of Lagos. Now that the people of Lagos sees that it is time to act, their representative must stand up and act in accordance to what their people want. So this is long overdue. Any society that does not protect the interests of the indigenous people will turn out to be a society that will lost her history. And when a society does not have history to fall back on, that society will lose everything in entirety. It's going to be a society that, you know, that we have no history at all in the future to fall back on. So if Lagos State is trying to protect the interests of their indigenous people now by trying to roll out a law to protect them, it's not to win shunt. They don't say they want to win shunt anybody. They are not even rolling out. They are just saying, okay, this is what we are planning to do. So people should just wait and let us see it. If I mean, they can be sued. They can be sued. If I mean, they can be sued. That law can be challenged. So why are we trying to worry our head?
We should worry our head. Can I answer that question? I know it's a rhetorical question.
Yes.
We can worry our head because these people, they control the power right now. And I'm worried. I'm scared. When I say scared, don't get me wrong. I'm not there, but I have people there. I'm scared for them. I'm scared for my nephew. I'm scared for people. We just had somebody who just came here with his bigoted mind and spewing crap. Because some people, some seems to have an ancestry that is not like his. I don't even know if he has his own ancestry, perhaps. And then for that, they want to ostracize me. And yeah, I'm scared for them. So yeah, so my point is this to you, Jagoko, is that these people you see on your Bible wants to play any baba dash of when Tara Lamako, Torun, to Toba Sara Lamako. They only dash of me. Only guy, only one shot to bad for me. Tara Makoko. Now, these people you're talking about, the Lagos State, Lasu, they've had series of so many VCs there. There is no one time since Tinubu has ever hold that country, hold that state. There's never been one time that you see one indigenous professor within any faculty there, which is indigenous of Lagos, a real indigenous of Lagos that has ever headed that university that is owned by the state.
And is that not a matter of education? Is that not a matter of education?
They do. There's some location there's some negotiations that are well read. Don't say that. I mean, you're insulting people like Mr. Gomez. Gomez is one of them now. Is well read. We have so many of those. Apart from the Gomez, we have the kind of the Fernandez and the rest of them. I mean, these are real socialites. I mean, the one you call somebody just called Chukudi. I mean, the other time is a U.S. trained architect. So what are we talking about? There's so many of them. You know, I mean, I think the Hastrop too. I think the Hastrop family too. They also, yeah. So the point is this: let's not go there. So what I'm trying to say is that within last today, there are anybody can then in conversation can tell us differently. They've never had a VC that is, and some of them they've been clamoring within them there that please. I think there was a bone of contention some few months ago, like a year ago. One lady, I think from Ondo State or from where, Adefudire, so I don't know what that name was. They were trying to make her. I don't know, maybe she's the current VC of LASU. So the point is this: you are preaching indigenous. I mean, you're indigenizing. You want to make Lagos indigenous people first, and then the main thing you're supposed to have started from, like the political positions, like even like LASU there, or like some of the PAMSEC. I mean, how many of them are Lagos negotiations? And you're telling me that you're preaching to me that you want to truly engineer. My goodness, guys. I mean, and some of the things are using to justify it.
Is there a question embedded, or is it just that
taking the wrong reference now?
It's not a wrong reference. So I gotta go. My point is to you is this: that I mean, you're talking about indigenization. How about the LASU? How many of the PAMSEC that are Lagos indigents that are headed some of the Lagos corporation?
Yeah, but that will come into play under this new rule, wouldn't it?
But then somebody that wants to tell you that he wants to do something, you have to look at his antecedent, what he has done to tell you that he wants to do it. These guys, they are just criminals. They're not doing anything. They're just preaching something just to propagate some kind of one moment. When we get back to that, I'll be able to talk more on that. Let me just leave it that. So I gotta go. My question is this to you: any Baba Dash of any Now, what is the antecedent of these people that you're talking about them wanting to indigenize the whole thing for the Lagosians, then proper Lagosians? That's the question I want to ask. I'm asking you.
All right, to that question, Ajale Koko, and also to my surprise, I thought you would be against this, Ajale Koko, but apparently not. But Ajale Koko, back to you.
One man, one sec, please, if you don't mind, please. Rational mind, please, because of way that we don't understand Yoruba, when you make your proverb, try to interpret it in English so that people will understand. Thank you.
All right, back to you. I think because Mikey was trying to strip him of his Yoruba-ness, I think he's now trying to reclaim it. But back to you, Ajale Koko.
One man, rational mind. One man just answered the question for me that everything will come under this law. This is the law that will straighten up everything. So let us wait and see what is going to happen. But I don't know why you are saying you are scared, you are this, you are that. For what? I mean, look, indigenization law is never an illegal law anywhere in the world. You know how the this country, United States, favor the Indians more than any other person, any other ethnic or nationality in America. There are certain things, even on everything. If they walk into the car lot to buy car dealership to buy car, they will give them better interest rate than you. It is the law against white man, against black, against any other nationality in America.
I don't know that. Where is that? Where is the fact for
that? Go.
I don't know of that.
Go
what did you read?
There are so many benefits they get from this country that you cannot even get.
But then, I mean, where is this? I don't know how. I'm hearing it for the first
time. All right, let Ajale Koko land just for time. Yeah.
So, look, one man, this is long overdue. Lagos State is a very small land. You can't have people trooping from so many parts of Nigeria coming to grab land in Lagos and they are selling it. These local indigenous people that doesn't know the value of land, they don't know the importance of land, the future that land owned for their great and descendant and stuff. They don't know it. They just want to sell. Oh, they just see that, oh, this is a big place. What is it doing? Let us just sell it and make money and eat and enjoy. No. A stop must be put to it. There must be regulation on how to sell land. There must be regulation on a lot of things so that the ancestral heritage of people that own Lagos can be kept for future generation. So this is we have to praise the courage of these people for trying to protect indigenous people. Indigenous people in Lagos are wiping out. When I was growing up, just like Brother Alexander Gomez said, Mushi wasn't part of Lagos. Mushi was part of Ogun State. And the people that own Mushi are Egbas. The Shomolu was not part of Lagos. The people that own Shomolu are Ijebus. The people that own, where you call it, Agerige, they are Egba people. They are Awori or Ota people. I mean, Awori or Ota or Amon Ota. Where are they today? They've been wiped away. So what is the coming generation? I mean, the future generation come. What are we building for them to see, to know as their history? We are gradually wiping out the history.
Ajale Koko, this indigenship thing, this new entrance into Lagos State. Now you are saying Mushin was not
no,
part of Lagos State. Babati is telling us that Ebute Metta is Egba land, Shomolu is Ijebu. So under this indigenship, are they now considered Lagosians or not? Or do they go by historical antecedents? Or how does this work? How would you like to see this work? Do you think they should narrow it to people that were historically, traditionally, century deep Lagosians? Or how does this work?
Well, I think they have representatives from all those parts of Lagos State that will present their history before their committees in the House. They will extray it together, and from that history, they'll be able to fashion out that indigenous policy and law they're trying to make. They have to make it. The indigenous people have been wiped out. It was when they have this.
So you don't see this as an anti-Igbo law? Do you not? Let's just go straight into the matter. Is this not an anti-Igbo law?
People that are regarded as anti-Igbo law, they don't know what they are talking about. That article you are referring to that is mentioning that it's written by that nonsense Okechukwu, or what is his name, that was saying is an anti-Igbo. He doesn't know what he's talking about. So people, history must be wiped out. What kind of countries are we living? Must be wiped out. You go to everywhere. It's like junk. People everywhere. When are we going to regulate this and protect the interests of indigenous people? No, the government must act responsibly to protect the right of indigenous people. Look, Ikorodu was part of Shagamu land. It was Shagamu people that owned Ikorodu. And most of the houses in Ikorodu used to be like a village to Shagamu. It's Shagamu people that own Ikorodu, but it's part of Lagos now.
Don't rewrite history now. I mean, don't come here and rewrite history now. These people moved. They moved there. Hold on. By reason of proximity. Hold on. By reason of proximity, the Egbas, the Jebus, they share border with Lagos. So they extended in the 1800s. They came down there. The main the main indigenous people of Yoruba, where the Kosokos, all those Obas of we read in these histories, that Lagos Island you see, that Lagos Island, when you're in the mainland, when you cross that bridge, that island, that is the whole of where the Oba of Lagos, they were governing. But anything outside there, they have bales. And these bales are the trading Yoruba tribes that are coming down to the coast to buy stuff. So they started settling in these areas. The only place you can say that are very indigenous people that are the only is the Badagry people, the Eguns. So those places you are mentioning, Idioro, Mushin, Shomolu, those areas, I can understand Ikorodu, because by proximity of the Jebus, you can say maybe it's properly your Jebu, but those areas were resettled by people because it was close to them. The Egbas, close to Ota area, they moved down southward. They were coming down to the business. So the way you're saying it, make it sound like it's as if they originally owned that land. No, they did not originally own it.
All right, but let's navigate it back to where the topic actually is. So Ajale Koko, bring it back to this indigenship thing, and then I bring it home, and then after you, I'll go Simba, then Uptown, then Prince Daddy, then Saki Father, just to have a balancing of the conversation. But back to you, Ajale Koko.
Look, one man, as I was saying, the interest, the history of the indigenous people must be protected. So this law or this proposed law or policy, or how do we describe it, is not anti-anybody. It's for the common good of the indigenous people that have sacrificed so much. They've lost so much. They've given us so much. Do you know how many? Do you know how long they've been putting pressure on the Lagos state to make this law for their protection? You know, responsible government must listen to the people. Lagosians, indigenous people, have been putting pressure on this assemblyman for a long time. So if this time they want to act, I don't think they're doing anything wrong. So it's not anti any ethnic group. It's meant to protect the indigenous people of Lagos, and the indigenous people across that country must be protected. Everywhere in the country, they must be protected. Not only Lagos alone, everywhere in that country. Their government must protect them. They must not allow others to dominate them.
Can I have something to that point real quick? You see,
all right. Add it and then go on. It's
you
getting a bit
in Nigeria, they give governors power over traditional rulers, where a governor can dethrone a king. So now, imagine a situation where we create where someone like Vivo Chinedu become governor of Lagos and say, because he doesn't like Oru, he will dethrone the king and, impose whoever he likes to be the king of Lagos and begin to tell him what to do. Like, okay, ban traditional, ban your festival, ban this one. So, we got to put all this thing into perspective, So, come on, let's just think about that. Okay.
One man, let me round up. Look, and I want to recommend to them.
Ajale Koko, can I enter it?
Okay.
Yeah, Ajale Koko, I'm quite surprised that you are taking this view about that very intended policy. Make no mistake, there is no way you can equate this policy we are talking about with the indigenization decree of 1972. I think you are trying to make mistake of trying to equate it.
All right, expand on that, Saki, when I come to you. But I'm just mindful that the interjection is swing the
Okay,
flow.
No
So I don't
no
back to you. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Carry on.
Oh, okay. So
yes, can you hear me? Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
I want to recommend to them that they must start it. They must include in that law that whoever that is representing the people must be able to speak the indigenous language of that people in any part of Lagos State. It must be able to speak the language of the people. That is very, very important. Can a Spanish man contest an election in Lagos? In America, any part of America that cannot speak English? Would it be voted for? No. That is how we can protect our language. That is how we can protect our history. That is how we can protect our indigenous heritage. They have to include it in that law. So the case we have in the past or in the last election, where somebody that cannot speak Yoruba language wanted to be governor, should not happen again. It is important. That is where language, the culture and the heritage of people start from the language they speak. Imagine some people sued Lagos State over, what do you call it? Over this speaking Yoruba to conduct their legislative session on every Friday. Some people sue them to court. What kind of nonsense is that?
That's what they call see me finish. See me finish.
I mean, where is that nonsense coming from? Why must we continue to tolerate nonsense? That is nonsense. Indigenous people cannot conduct legislative proceedings just only one day, every Friday. They took them to court. That is illegal. Look, it is time to start acting right. And acting right now will prepare a better future for coming generation. That is what I stand for. They should make that law so that we can protect our indigenous society in Lagos, so that they will not wipe out. That matters to me as a Yoruba man. I am a Yoruba first before
America first, Abi. America first.
I am a Yoruba first before Nigeria. I am a Yoruba first.
Hold
on. And the Constitution of Nigeria recognizes that too. That is why we have to be elected from our local places to any elective offices in that country. If your local people must vote for you. And how do you conduct yourself? How do you carry out campaign to your local people? Is it not in the local language that you speak to them, for them to speak for you? I mean, to vote for you? That is your heritage. The language is your heritage. So our language, every part of Nigeria, they have to pass this law to protect and save the indigenous heritage in every state of that federation. We are losing it fast. Our language is wiping out. Our heritage, we are wiping it out. Indigenous heritage, we are wiping it out. Why? What kind of people are we? What are we going to be in the future? We all want to be speaking English? What is English got to do with our originality? We are not English people. Yoruba people are Yoruba people. Igbos are Igbo people. Hausa are Hausa people. What are we trying to do to save our originality? So this law is very, very important, and they must include in that law that whoever must be the leader at any level must speak the language of the people, the indigenous language of that society. Thank you, woman. Let me leave it to that.
All right, brilliant. There are a few questions I want to push you on, but I'll wait till we go around, and then because I saw certain things you said that I'm not 100% on board with you on. Certainly, a lot of things that Simba will say, I will not be on board with him, because I think he may well be of that Yoruba first talk as well. So are you delighting then in this indigenous law that Obasa is proposing to turn Lagos into some sort of a flower or something, where if you don't speak Badagry, then you're not allowed in? So is this a retrograde step by the Lagos State Assembly wanting to indigenize the state, much to the disadvantage, a lot of people will say, of the commercial advantage that it has at the moment? Your thoughts on that space, Simba?
Yeah, good morning, woman. Good morning, everybody on the platform. Yeah, good morning, our listeners all over the world. Woman, I want to start by saying that one of the responsibility of the government is to actually provide security and welfare for its people and to protect their interest. You know, there is no country in the world or anywhere you live in the world that the government doesn't protect its people and doesn't protect their interest. This thing is long overdue. And if we look back, when you have the only thing I don't agree with is that people are saying that it's targeted at a certain. But if it is like if they believe that is the way it should be, because when you are living in a space, you have to respect the law and the people that your host. And if you don't have respect for your host, then whatever you get.
Hold on. Hold on. Did I hear you suggest that you don't think this law is targeted at an ethnic group? Is that what you said?
In whatever, there's no way Nigeria is a multi-ethnic society. And
yeah, but this law is targeted at the Southeasterners. You know that.
Let me tell you, one man, you are in Nigeria, and you know the perception that people have about Nigeria because of the misbehavior or the bad attitude of some elements among us, and then everybody is suffering the consequence, and that is what you get. So you are suffering because some people they have tainted the image of Nigeria, and when people see you as a Nigeria, they profile you as if everybody in Nigeria is bad, and that is the consequence. So to me, is long overdue, and if you look back into our history, these so-called people that we said is targeted at, they have been poking and poking and poking even before independence into our eyes in the southwestern region. And so if they make any law to protect the people,
can I ask him a question?
I don't think there's anything wrong in that. And then if some people are saying that most of the things that we're even saying now is we are just being speculative. We don't even know what this law will bring out. So why can't we wait and see? And because all these things that we are talking about, reversal of CO4 or whatever, nobody can change that. That one is in our constitution. Once you get a CO4, you have a right to own that land for 99 years. After that, it's negotiable. So all these things that we are just speculating, it's uncalled for. And when you say it is going to affect business, woman, let me tell you, there are certain countries in the world that you can't see any outsider to come out. You can't come and own business there. If you want a business, you want to do a business there, it has to be owned. You do it jointly with an indigenous person. And that is the way you empower your people, and that is the way you liberate your people. Some people cannot just come and buy land in a place and they will be saying that we bought land from you, we're giving you money, use the money to drink alcohol. There's so many things that is going on that is very appalling. And to me, if they want to protect their indigenous people, it's their right, it's their duty to do that. So I don't think there's anything wrong in this indigenization policy, law that they want to make. Woman.
All right, brilliant, excellently put. So excellently put. So like Ajan Lekoko, I disagree with quite a few things that you said, but I'm conscious of people waiting, so I'll run through them and then we'll open it up.
I don't waste your time, woman. I'm a very brief person.
Yeah, straight to the point. That's it. Is that medical training, isn't it? But Uptown, I say I disagree with what you said, but I think Uptown might well disagree with the totality of everything. So Uptown joins us from Lagos now, and he owns vast estates in Lagos, so this may well impact on him directly. So Uptown, on mute. So this now new position of Lagos State wanting to preference indigents. Is this something that is making the news in Lagos? Are people forming thoughts? Are conversations being had? And where is the balancing? How is this being digested locally, Uptown?
Okay. Thank you very much, one man. I'm glad to be here, and thanks to every panelist for holding down the space, especially, of course, the star panelist as far as I'm concerned. He knows himself. Man of prestige. So quickly, let me just begin with throwing a question to a rhetorical question rather to the I think Bishop spoke last also.
No, that was Simba.
Simba. I wonder what the guys in the creek will be thinking about your mindset if they had your mindset about us calling their oil Nigerian oil, and we have been feeding fat out of their oil in the last 60-something years. Maybe they might start thinking about regionalizing their oil and let us find our feet from whatever else God gave to us. But then,
can I answer that question real quickly?
It's a rhetorical question.
I have a very good answer to it if you want, but it's up to you.
Okay, interject briefly and then I'll carry on.
Okay, woman, if you put together, I've done a calculation, the quantity of oil taken out of Ondo states and Lagos states, and also if you had the internally generated revenue from Lagos state and the entire Yoruba and put it together, it's way 10 times more than the allocation will get from the federal government to Yoruba land. So when people are saying it's Niger Delta oil that's filling the southwest, that's a lie. That's a complete lie. And to answer his question, if Niger Delta people wants to stop their oil being flowing to Nigeria, they need to fight. First of all, if they want to blame somebody, they need to blame the Southeast, because it was the Southeast man that created the law for their oil to be being shared among everybody. It was Agui Rossi that created that law. So if Niger Delta people want to be angry at anybody over their oil being shared across the nation, they need to be mad at the Southeast, not the Yorubas. And the Yorubas only in the Niger Delta oil to survive. Yes, go and calculate it. The amount of oil coming out of Southwest per day, the amount they pump. If you put the numbers together, the amount, the wealth together, alone is more than the amount of allocation coming to the Southwest. Now, not to even talk about the internal generated revenue from this, because the highest 60% of the internal generated revenue of Nigeria goes to the federal government, come from the Southwest. So the Southwest is good to go.
Where are you getting these figures from?
Go and do your calculation and stop asking me questions.
You're on the platform. You're telling us you did this. Tell us, where did you get it?
Go and look it up. Don't be asking me. It's there. It's on record. Go and look it up. It's on record. It's on record. Go and do the calculation. This is not something hidden. I've done my calculation. I'm someone that.
Where are you getting this figure from?
No, what do you mean? Which figure are you talking? Which figure?
Let me just
rational mind. That's besides the point, anyway. That's besides the point. You're making a
it's a factual. It's a factual figure. I looked it up. I've done my calculation.
Let's assume it's a factual figure. Okay, let's give you that. Let's assume it is. That point you just made. Okay, Ondo State, Lagos State have enough revenue to sustain the Southwest. Okay. Majority of the oil and gas in Nigeria comes from the Niger Delta.
Absolutely,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if, as my brother said, that stance is taken as well, do you know what the repercussions would be for the entire country?
Not for the Southwest.
No part of the country will pull themselves.
Just think about what you're saying.
The Southeast will suffer. The Southeast and maybe other places will suffer, but not
we have one economy in the country.
Last I checked, all Nigerians are not
in a federation.
I don't understand this logic, this thinking, and then someone else is making the argument using an analogy of countries that are protected, their indigenes, and comparing that to indigenous people in Lagos being protected. You don't understand the consequences of if this gets passed and other people follow suit.
Please, may I ask what are the consequences? Because now you see, I think we are actually misplacing some, and we're actually comparing some things that are not comparable. You are trying to compare land.
ASAP. Hold on.
Please. You know,
Rational mind. Let me talk now.
Rational mind. I have kept quiet for a very long time.
Let this guy have the floor. Let him continue.
But rational mind, you the host. Let people talk now. I don't want to be the one to direct.
Rational mind. People were interjecting rational mind. You have interjected here alone. and you have had the floor for a very long time.
My goodness.
That's why I can't stand the guy, man.
Hold on. Can anyone hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
you're back. Yeah, we can hear you. I tried to even bring you back.
Yeah, sorry, I lost connection for a moment. So back to your Uptown. Were you being crowded Uptown?
One man, you know, anytime when I drop my first statement,
Uptown,
is usually fire and
Uptown.
brimstone. Yes, my friend.
Uptown. Sorry. Let me back Mike with some facts. I'm not going the same direction with him, but the fact remains that if we want to look at the contribution of each geopolitical zone to the GDP of Nigeria, Southwest comes on top. Southwest is number one, followed by South-South, and Southeast come last. Check the fact. Yeah. Thank you, one.
Please provide your source, Ajala Gogo. I want to hear the source of this.
All right.
That's all I want to know.
One man, I would like to add.
No. Hold on. Sorry, it's just you know when somebody is talking, we're welcome interjections, but if you chop them up too much, they lose their flow. So in a 5-minute monologue, and condense it as succinctly as you can. We know you have the language skills, Uptown. Bring it home for us. This Lagos State position, a lot of people feel that this is a carryover from March, when we had all of that narrative. Gbadebo, who transmuted into Chinedu and then muted back into Gbadebo, and then the language of Lagos is no man's land. All of that agitated the space and has now landed us on this headline. That is how some people see it. Do you, Uptown? Condense it in a 5-minute monologue.
Yeah, one man. So my 5 minutes is yet to start because I don't know. I think you stepped out a minute. So what happened is that
I lost connection, but
So what happened is that I didn't even speak for 5 seconds. Like I just dropped one rhetorical question, and then it was fire everywhere. But then let me just start my.
Yeah, we know you come here to make mischief. We know you, but yeah.
But I speak the truth always. That's what everybody knows. But then, one man, yes, to answer your question directly. It is a spillover of the election, and it's quite unfortunate. First of all, the timing is very wrong, and I heard somebody, I can't remember who, arguing from the legal perspective. I don't think anybody is arguing if it is legally right or not. I think most of the arguments is coming from the political angle. So, is it politically correct? We just came out from a very highly divisive electoral process, and we have for now a commander-in-chief that's postured himself and says election is over, now I am the father of the nation, and now I want to unite the country. And then what we are hearing from his political base is a complete different thing. It seems the political base has not moved on. Now, coming to say this, and I think Man of Prestige, I think, made this point earlier where he said the APC has been in control of Lagos for how many years? 23, 24, and not for 1 year have they bothered to care about the indigenous Lagosians. And funny enough, I made this submission when the whole Chinedu narrative was flying around. I said that Lagos should, as a matter of urgency, start integrating the actual indigenes of Lagos because I feel they're being marginalized majorly by people coming from other Yoruba states coming to Lagos to be more Pope or be more Catholic than the Pope. And GRV made this point during the elections that everybody that is telling him that is not qualified, that is not Lagosian enough, that they are not even Lagosians. But they come to his Lagos and point fingers at him in his father's land. So for me, I feel if at all there is a law to be made, a law should be made where no indigenous of Lagos, like GRV, should be discriminated on any ground. And I mean ANY capital letter, on any ground. Not, especially not by people that are not indigenous Lagosians who feel they have political power. Those are the kind of laws I want to hear under this.
Can I also interject real quick on that point?
No way. Sorry, I don't want to.
You know, with debunk all your points. Okay, it's okay, sir.
I'm sorry. Pardon me, please. That is the kind of points I want to hear under that law. So I support the law, one man. But what do I want to see under the law? These are the kind of things I want to see. Protect the rights of the indigenous Lagosians. Like Man of Prestige said, start reserving positions, juicy positions for them. Make them feel that this is their land. And you had 23 years to do it. But you didn't do it. But suddenly, Bayo Ononuga comes and says, Igbo people do not have a place in Lagos politics. This be the last final time and the last time. And 3 weeks later, APC government that have been in power in 23 years remembers indigenous law. So politically, wrong timing is going to cause unnecessary tension. Because everybody that hears this, who is not a Lagosian by indigene, or who is even not Yoruba, feels
is this making
sorry,
Uptown, is this making the news in Lagos? Is it making the news?
It is on the streets of Lagos. I mean, this is fairly new, a new news. So I've not really heard of it on the street of, but on the streets of Twitter, I mean, it's already everywhere. Maybe by tomorrow next, perhaps you could hear the conversations on the streets. But for now, not today, no, not really. Not really. But then on the internet, yes. And what is the narrative? The narrative is that, see, let me tell you, we can spin this anyhow we want to spin it. This is a law that will only benefit APC and their politics. This law, anybody can, what I'm saying now, put it in your freezer, and when this law is done and being implemented, bring it out from your freezer and tell you that Uptown said it. This law is an APC law to protect the politics of APC and sustain it in Lagos. It has nothing to do with care for the indigenous people of Lagos. If they cared for them, 23 years was enough to show them that care. This APC playing their politics of division and conquer.
They were busy caring for everybody. That's why. Yeah.
And that is why Lagos is
are they ethnicizing?
So what
are they ethnicizing it on the streets of Twitter?
Yes, clearly. I mean, what do you expect?
Are they
ethnicizing
it on Twitter?
They are ethnicizing it. And actually, that is the intent. Okay, one man. Look at what the man said, the speaker said. He made a comment. He said, Lagos belongs to Yoruba. So people telling me that this is about indigenous Lagosians. It's not true. That's not what the man said. This is an ethnic thing. You are making, you said you want to do an indigenous law, and then you make a categorical statement and say Lagos belongs to Yorubas. He already told us what
Lagos is going on. Is that not a statement of fact? Is Lagos not part of Yoruba land?
No, I'm not saying it does not belong to Yorubas.
So
you are trying. No. Get what I'm trying to say. And anybody
Lagos belong to Yoruba. Lagos is part of Yoruba. What is the difference between the two of them?
No.
And one thing you also have to understand is in Yoruba land, every Yoruba is indigenous to Yoruba land. Any part of Yoruba land. That's the way Yoruba operates. Every Yoruba is indigenous to Yoruba, the entire Yoruba land.
Let me make my point.
We all come from Ile-Ife. Yeah.
Hold on for you, Mike. Yeah, sorry. Carry on.
Let me make my point clear again. During when Man of Prestige was speaking, I think Baba Jalikoko spoke.
Who is man of prestige, by the way?
Sorry,
Rational mind.
Rational mind. Sorry, sorry,
His
rational mind.
is
Oh
saying.
God, what am I
Yes.
saying? Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Sorry, my friend. When rational mind was speaking, and Baba also spoke, I saw people clearly trying to be smart or to exonerate APC and say no, this is not about. I think one man also did that. This is not about. Even I know one man knows it's actually about ethnicity, but this is not about ethnicity. It's just about the indigenous Lagosians. I'm like, okay, so it is that argument that I'm puncturing hole into. I'm saying that this is not about indigenous Lagosians. This is about Lagos is for Yorubas, and this is against people that are not Yorubas in Lagos, directly to the fallout of the election. Because if you are talking about the indigenous Lagosians, you cannot be using the phrases like Lagos is the Yoruba land in announcing an indigenous law. So, one man, when you say that this law also discriminates against people like you and others that are not indigenous to Lagos, it's not true. It didn't. The speaker made it clear. It accommodates you. You are Yoruba. This is against people that are not Yoruba in Lagos. And for me, my point clearly is, number one, this is a further breaking of that, a further pushing of that tribal politics of APC in Lagos. And this is unnecessary. They could wait for maybe the next 1 year to probably do this. Not now, but they intentionally did it now, as they hot, so that the point will be driven home, so that you won't forget, this is what I feel, this I'm threatened about you, and I want to do this against you, and all of that. And watch people during the implementation of this law. Watch them abuse it. We know Nigeria, and we know APC. Watch them abuse it, just like my friend said. So, one man, let me just round off with some of the things. Also, Baba Alexander, I think I heard him say, where people say, and Lagos is no man's land. The last time I checked, the first person that said it was I think Baba Latif Jakonde during his inauguration speech in 1979. I think that's where the phrase came from. And
sorry, can I
people
interject?
always
no. Let him learn, please. Yeah.
I can't keep letting you get away with a bunch of
No. It's just
people will forget to debunk what he said. Somebody else might believe.
No. It's getting a bit muddled up. It's getting a bit muddled up. Yeah.
One man.
Yes.
We're telling him to round it up, man.
The statement was first made in 1970 by an Igbo politician in Lagos. So it's Igbo people that started this.
Who namely?
I will pull out the name. I can't remember
the name. Baba.
Even as Zikwe said it
the
too.
name is
what
name is
name?
Jaja Wachuku.
Even as Zikwe said it, I have the recording.
1948. It's even 1948 by Jaja Wachuku.
But
so the name is not correct. That's not really correct.
The question is,
this lie.
No. The question is, did Baba Latif Jakonde say it in his inauguration speech in 1979?
My brother, that is beside the point. First of all,
I don't remember hearing me say it, but we'll check. But we know you guys know to lie a lot. So we're going to check it. But I don't remember him saying it.
You said Jakonde was the one that first made that statement. That is what we are trying.
Okay, I retrieve the fact that is the first, because now you've provided that. You provided that somebody said it.
That started this.
Okay, fine. You
and
said that somebody
to the face of Yoruba people.
Okay, I've accepted. And for the person that said I'm a liar, the last time I checked, when you provided a counterfeit right now, which I'm not aware of, I could have just dismissed it as a lie. I didn't say it was a lie. I said okay, which I'm going to go check later. But then you call my own a liar, even when you don't check whether it's lie or true.
No. So are you referring to me or someone else?
But then,
are you referring to me or someone else? Because I know what I said. I don't remember him saying it, but I'll go check.
So I don't know.
I said I'll go check because people from you guys are known to tell lies.
You say we
So I'll
lie
go
a
and check.
lot
That's
now,
what I
so
said.
that's the point. That's the point
So
you made already.
I
So
say you are known to lie, and that's a factual statement.
you say we are known for lies. That's no difference now.
Mike is the language now, but
What's
sorry,
the what language did
carry
I
on.
use that's wrong now?
All right, carry on.
Ṣé ká má.
wọ́n jákàndé mọ́ bàbá tó pé ó wà lọ́wọ́ ọ̀tún Ọlọ́run wọ́n tún purọ́ mọ́ láyé.
All right, beautiful language. So when my conclusion, I want to cite what I think is a new voice on the platform. I think I'm meeting him for the first time on the platform as well. I'm struggling to remember the name. One might help me. The brilliant guy that spoke before.
What was that? Collins.
Collins, yes.
Yes, the posh Collins, as we call him.
Yes,
yeah.
Very, very, very articulate, and nice to meet you. So he made a point where he said, actually, you can also see this from the brighter side, because if the APC, which clearly we know they're not doing this for the Yorubas or for the indigenous Lagosians, they're doing it just to sustain power anyways. But then, even if they push it as hard as whatever they want to do, it might just be on the interest of other regions and other states. Let's even take off Southeast out of the radar. We can have just equipped Port Harcourt City with infrastructures and what have you. I mean, if Fubara liberalizes that space, put some setups and whatever it is, people might just want to go there and pick investments. And we will see the agendas of the Southeast governors, especially the new crops of Southeast governors, except from Anambra State, where what is called Akuruno policy in the Southeast is already gaining grounds. Akuruno means bring your wealth home. So it's a government agenda that started with Anambra under Governor Obi, sustained by Obi, and I think Soludo is right now really putting it at the center of his administration. I think this is almost like enhancing what they are doing, because if they make it uncomfortable in Lagos, then they are making the jobs of the other governors that's trying to push and draw these investments to their spaces easier. So that they're indirectly working for other states, which is actually what we want in Nigeria. We want everybody to develop. So that's on the argument of Collins, I think, which I think I also share in one man.
Well, all right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Uptown. So that's why he's missed when he doesn't turn up. So thank you, Uptown. So I'll probably just take a couple more commentaries on this topic, because I think it's dragged on for quite a bit. So I'll go next to Prince Daddy, and then probably land on I use on well, maybe three more I use on, and then Saki Fathers. But Prince Daddy, you're up next. So the indigenous laws of Lagos State. All right, we don't appear to have Prince for the moment. So let's go then to Saki Father. So Saki, I know you especially came in for this topic. Saki Father.
Hello, Walma, can you hear me?
Oh, we can now, yes. Sorry, yeah, to you. Yeah, Prince, we can hear you.
And woman.
Prince.
Sorry, excuse me. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, yeah. Cool. Hello, Walma. Hello, everyone. 1 second here. Yeah, so about the law, right? The law they just passed in, or they're about to pass in Lagos, right?
Oh yeah, they're about to. They're in discussions of it. So they've reconstituted the Lagos State Assembly for now this round of session. And one of the first, and Obasa, he has been re-elected as the speaker for the third time. And is in his inaugural speech, this was the bombshell that he landed. Lagos belongs to Yorubas. Lawmakers will pass new property business ownership laws favoring only indigenes. So this is it. Now, a lot of people feel it's a retrograde and an ethnic stance.
Yeah, I guess. It all. I guess the fallout from the election that was so ethnicized in a lot of ways. So But I think I heard earlier that this law somewhat has been in the making for a long time. So, um, is this the right time to pass the law? I guess, yeah, at the height of it, um, maybe it's going to help correct the perception about Lagos. But I'm not sure how the scope of the definition of who is indigenous to Lagos or who is a Lagosian. I'm not sure about that. So what about an Igbo man that has children born in Lagos? Do they qualify to be Lagosians or indigenous Lagosians? Maybe, maybe not.
I think what people are saying is you have to have historical antecedents in the space rather than a birthright to indigenship.
Mm. Okay. Well, if they feel the need to, I guess they have to. I mean, I guess Lagos State is the smallest geographical space in Nigeria, and is densely populated. Um, I mean, I think it was Rational Mind was alluding to the fact that what happened in Zimbabwe, but I don't think it's the same thing because in Zimbabwe, the white farmers were the the breadwinner, so to speak, of the country. The black farmers were non-existent. So it's not the issue like, okay, well, the people from the southeast, they depart Lagos and Lagos is going to go into ruin. That's not the case. In fact, perhaps Lagos needs to be depopulated by 5 million people or more, quite frankly. So we're not going to have a problem of transfer of wealth or issue or job creation. We're not going to have that problem. What is the essence of the law? Is it selfish reason? Yeah, like most things that man does. The fallout from the election, I think the last speaker was alluding to selfishness from the point of the APC doing all this. Yeah, it's part of the whole game. There's nothing new about it. And there's been law passed, just like people mentioned earlier, from what Thomas said, the Aborigines in Australia, the Native American in America, and other places. So it's nothing new. It's nothing new. For whatever reason, they need to protect certain group of people. Government do that. So if it's well deserved right now, maybe so. But I did well. I have, of course, born in Lagos. I don't. I have this, I guess, special affiliation with Lagos when it comes to other ethnic groups. Because growing up in Lagos, I grew up with everybody. So it's kind of hard for me to separate Lagos from the Igbos or the people from Calabar or other people. Quite frankly, even the Hausa people. But this is what it has come to. I've always said, no, if we all are good neighbors, maybe it wouldn't come to this. But this is life. Politicians, people in power, leaders will always use whatever's available to them to their own advantage. So that's what it has come to. I don't know if I favor the law. I don't know what to really make of it. But I definitely think, though, the people that were indigenous to the place, if they feel displaced, I think it's the right of the politicians or the people in power to make sure their space is well carved out or established, and everybody knows that. For that reason, I support the law if it's passed, but that it shouldn't be a punitive law to punish people from the southeast or other people from owning property or being part of the community in Lagos. It's to that draconian degree. I don't support.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So that's as succinctly as we just like to hear it, delivered in excellent pitch perfect English. So even more pitch perfect English with a soupçon of Latin, Saki Fada. So Saki Fada, the topic, your thoughts.
One man, are you a clairvoyant?
How do you mean? You wanted to start off with Latin, Abi?
No. Are you a clairvoyant? I just want to know.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah. I think this is the first time I feel I'm taking the same position as one man. I think you are quite right at it to have taken sort of a different view from what the majority here seems to be taking. like I said, it is very important to. Meanwhile, on this issue, I think I would recommend people to go and read a very classic article written by an American author in 1960. Well, I think his name is Ronald Kuas. You know, he titled the article "The Problem of Social Cost." So, in that very article, he wrote quite extensively on the issues of property rights. So, I think it will be a model to help us establish certain things in this narrative. But then I want to make it clear that we shouldn't mistake in this indigenization policy of 1972, you know, to what the Lagos state government or the Lagos lawmakers want to do in Lagos. I quite follow the narrative of Jenle Koko when he was saying that Lagos has the highest internally generated revenue in Nigeria. So, in terms of economic base, looking at GDP, that Lagos is the highest. But I had wanted him to, tell me whether the GDP of Lagos is more attributable to their natural resource endowments, or whether it is more attributed to human ingenuity, that is born out of diversity, that has characterized Lagos for years.
Thank you for that question, Saki.
Yeah, so if it is born out of human ingenuity, in my view, that is what I think. I think that GDP is more attributed to human ingenuity, occasioned by diversity that has characterized Lagos for long. So I think making this very policy, I think is going to be more somehow very strict, stringent, and I think it is not a friendly policy in my view. So what you now see is that you are going to see some level of
But
demigration.
Zaki Vada, can I interject a little?
Yes, you can interject.
Okay.
Wait, do you know the policy?
I know what the policy is saying from what the man said, like the view.
Who?
The lawmakers, the Obasa, is it Obasa, Speaker Obasa, something like that.
Okay, let me put it to you now. So if the policy just says, okay, if you want to employ, this is the certain quota that we give to our indigenous people. Maybe we give them 60% or 70%, then we give 30% to non-indigenous. And it's okay, if you want to come to institution in Lagos State, our indigenous will pay certain amount and the non-indigenous will pay this. And that's nothing to do with property. What will you say?
No. I don't think it is only the issue of employment, because already
That is why when I talk, I say we are just being speculative, and we are just being driven by fear of unknown.
Let me finish. You understand what I mean? Remember that before now, there are some miscreants that started saying something like Lagos job for Lagosian, something like that. There was a time some miscreants, started pushing a narrative.
Yeah, we covered this. We covered this
Yeah,
here.
yeah. They printed some things. That's
Yes,
what I mean.
poster.
So
Yeah.
on the issue of saying, okay, this company is coming to Lagos to establish. Please, these are the conditions. We are going to give you land free. Then establish your company. But the condition is that in every employment, employ more of Lagosians. This one is normal. Like many states have been doing this. Even in Anambra State, when Interfat came, Hero, something like that. I think the governor encouraged the company to employ the ratio of employee, let them employ more of Anambrians. So this is normal thing. We have many states in Nigeria doing it. But when it has to do with property rights, saying things like, if you are from this part of Nigeria, this is the amount of money you are going to pay to acquire property. That is when you are making it in such a way that it becomes almost increasingly costly, to do business in Lagos. I think it will have some negative consequences on the Lagos economy because you might want to see.
You know they have that in the Philippines, Sake Father. You know in the Philippines you cannot own land if you are not an indigene.
No. Philippines is a country. That's the mistake we are making. I have never seen a country, Okay, let me give an instance. Like in Europe, I've never seen countries in Europe where they will tell you you are a citizen of this country, but because you are not from this, how do they call it? Is it county, something like that? Maybe because you are not from this province, you can't get this, you can't get land. It's just like in Canada today. A proper Canadian goes to
It
another
was
province.
like that in Yugoslavia. I mean, any country where it's multi-ethnic, they do that. It's just normal. Even United Kingdom. I mean, the Scottish land. I mean, they get the preference. I mean, over the English and the Wales. I mean, it's normal. It's just normal in any multi-ethnic.
No. Okay, now have you seen it like in federal states? In federal states that talk about unity and diversity. I don't know. I don't know whether you've seen such things in federal states. But if you are telling me that somebody from another country is coming to Nigeria,
Are you taking into consideration the indigenous nature of our different ethnic group in Nigeria? Are you putting that into consideration at all?
I don't understand what you mean by indigenous nature of our various ethnic groups.
Oh, okay. Igbo people, are they the same people as Yoruba people? Do they not have their own culture and tradition?
What is the Nigerian law?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Hold on. Nigerian law recognizes state of origin.
No, what did Nigerian law say about
Nigerian law recognize ethnic groups?
No, what did Nigerian law say about no?
State of origin, your place of origin. That is what Nigerian law
No,
recognizes.
what did Nigerian no, you don't want me to finish. What did Nigerian law say about right to ownership of property in Nigeria?
The ownership of property belongs, it is the state.
No. Let me tell you again. Let me tell you what the law says.
Hold on.
Let me tell you what the law says now.
Nigerian state.
Let me tell you what the law says.
Hold on now. Let me tell you.
Just like when the state denied Fulani land in the southeast, so that kind of situation.
No. Let me tell you what the law says.
One voice. Let Ajanle Koko make that point and then you pick it up. Ajanle Koko,
federal government does not own state.
Okay.
Does not own land.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
That government does not own land in any state of the federation.
Yes.
Every state of the federation is owned by that state and is under the management of the state governor.
Yeah.
So that is where the indigenousness of that state comes from. So you can't say that what is federal government or Nigerian law? Which law? Which Nigerian law that want to rubbish my culture and tradition as a Yoruba?
Okay. Have you finished?
All right, Ajanle Koko. Let him address that. So back to you, Saki.
Is there anything in Nigerian constitution that says this? I'm quoting, but I'm just phrasing it in my way. It says every Nigerian, any citizen of Nigeria is free to own immovable property, conduct business anywhere in Nigeria. Is there any law like this?
No, it didn't say you. That is not what Nigerian law says.
No.
Is that hold on? What it says is that you can live in any part of Nigeria without any fear or of anything or whatsoever. You can live in any part of Nigeria. That's what it doesn't say you can own immovable. It does not specifically.
So there is no place Nigerian law says every Nigerian has right to own immovable property anywhere in Nigeria.
I mean, people own immovable property. What is that? When you move to, as long as the law allow you to live in any part of Nigeria, the law cannot stop you from owning property. So what is that?
So what I'm trying to say is that this thing,
when the federal government does not even own land, the only land that federal government can claim is when they want to use it for the public use. That is where that Land Act will be effective. If they want to use a particular part of land in any state, maybe to construct road or bridges or for public interest,
all right,
yes, they can apply that and they can take over that land, but they don't own land.
Well,
all right, back to Saki, yeah.
My view is that you are still mistaking what I'm trying to explain.
No, don't get locked in that space. Otherwise, you won't be able to get out of it. Yeah. Carry on.
I think what do we call it? Ajale Koko, you are focusing on the land use decree of 1976. I think you're focusing on that land use act. That's not where I'm focusing.
Land ownership is vested in the hands of our state governors to hold it in trust.
I'm talking about property rights generally. It's not only land that is the property we are talking about. The right to
what is found on the land belongs to the land. What is found on the land belongs to the land.
Zaki Father.
Sorry, let him carry on. Carry on. No. When I say what is found on the land belongs to the land, so any property that is above surface of a land belongs to the land, and the land belongs to the state, which holds it in trust for the people. So the property rights that Saki Father is saying is still vested very much in the hands of the state. It is at the largesse of the states that you own property, not as a matter of right.
Oh, well, in my view, I think that this law, I think it's not, it's going to, spur up certain kind of reactions. And I feel that people are going to react, if not now, but in the long run, you might begin to experience some kind of, negative, like demigration from Lagos. And it might affect the economic base of Lagos. That's my story.
That would be so beautiful. Wait, one man. Let me ask you a question based on what you just said. So, what if that land has minerals that is under the exclusive list?
It belongs to the
government.
It
belongs to the federal government, right?
Yeah. Yes, that's a special portal now for the federal space.
It's a special portal, but it is a key point in all of this, right? Because when you start this, other people will finish it. Make no mistake about it. When you start this, other people will finish it, and it will go across the country. I'll let Saki Father finish, and then I'll put my points together. Sorry, Saki Father, go ahead.
All right, carry on.
Sorry, one more. Sorry, before Saki go ahead, please. Let me just. I don't want to lose the. I think just at the backdrop of what the projector said, I think.
Eyes on.
Like he said, yeah, eyes on. Like he said, if you start this, other people will finish it for you. But guess what? The last person that wants to start it is the person that his economy is largely dependent on human ingenuity, because it is not permanent. Once people disperse, it start going down. If you're an oil producer like River States, you know that even if you take that stand, you still have your oil. If people vex for you, your oil will not leave. But people that depend on a cosmopolitancy, if there's a word like that, and the ingenuity of a gathering of people to make that kind of move, something that it can easily go away, it can disperse.
Hold on. Do you know the advantages?
Then you are the last person that want to make that kind of move.
Do you know the advantages that Lagos has? It has the advantage of that coastline, which has been developed for years. And Lagos also has oil, by the way. And the financial institutions of Nigeria are legislated into the Lagos space. So I don't think any migration will significantly affect the commerce in Lagos.
Most of the things you say most of the things you say, most of the things you say, like what you're talking about, financial, whatever this, those things are not cast in stone. They might take long to disperse, but they're not cast in stone. And then we all know also that because the federal government
that international investment, it automatically gravitates to Lagos.
We know all of these things. That's what we're talking about, the geographical advantage here. But let me tell you what solidifies that geographical advantage. The refusal over the years of the federal government of Nigeria to open up the economic space of the entire nation. So if, like what we're talking about, like devolving powers and all of that, if you really open up the nation, you find out that space will not hold that much power again in terms of attraction and whatever. So for us, like, we are trying to move now to in Nigeria that is more open up all our ports everywhere and this and that and that. Lagos State, and I'm talking as a lover of Lagos State. If I'm a governor of Lagos State, what I want to be doing now is to make Lagos even more cosmopolitan, even more attractive, because I know a lot of other parts of Nigeria will start opening up now if really we are interested in going forward as a country. But now I want to maintain that base of Lagos, so I want to make Lagos even more accommodating, even more of a home to everybody, more than it was before.
All right. Bring it to Masaki, Father, and then later Aizon landed for us. Back to you, Saki.
Yeah. So I heard you one more where you said that migration is not going to affect anything in Lagos. I'm just laughing, it's when it's
Lagos could do with depopulation. It's a very small. Yeah.
No, don't say that, one man.
You don't think so?
No, don't think it's gonna do. When there is that kind of upsurge in migration away from Lagos, I think you are going to see, of course, you are going to experience a lot of capital flights, and I think it's gonna affect Lagos somehow. Lagos is a cosmopolitan state, so it really depends very much on this diversity it is enjoying, So, and if anything happens to diversity in Lagos, I think it might have some negative economic consequences. That's my view.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Sorry, Mike, I stopped you, but let's hear from Aizon, and then we want to be moving away from that space. So, Aizon, you couldn't hold back. So, Aizon, get your dictionaries ready. Big grammar coming. Aizon.
No, one man, how far? No, it's this thing defies, common sense and business logic, one man. If you just think about it, Lagos has set the model for tax collection. Brilliant job, all right? Initiated by our new president when he was in office in Lagos. All right, they've generated significant amount of revenue through that process. They've set essentially the benchmark for how tax should be collected in Nigeria. Why were they able to successfully do that? They were able to do that because of all the people that come to Lagos to do business, and they generated revenue. That revenue has benefited the people of Lagos, including the indigents. Now, you have Dangote's refinery, you have Lekki Deep Sea Port, you have all these things coming in. You're going to have more people come to Lagos. Given, I agree, the city is way overcrowded and is a major issue. But that gives the city additional tax revenue from Nigerians from all over. If they really want to do this, and they're smart, they'll do it in such a way where the revenue...
Quick question. Can I ask a quick question real quick?
Just a second, my brother. They'll do it in such a way where the revenue generated from all the people coming around from all around Nigeria is directly benefiting the identified indigents of the state. But to do this is draconian. This announcement and the way the guy even announced it, you start a domino effect that would just go across the country. And it will end up, I know people are saying, oh yeah, we have oil in Southwest. Yeah, well, Southwest is part of Nigeria right now. Unless the advocates of Yoruba nation decide to become successful overnight and they break away, which is not going to happen, right? But you start a chain reaction across the country. You have a new president who is trying to unite the country. And these people who happen to belong to his home ground are starting this, which is just going to be politically disadvantageous. And by the way, it's going to cost them money if it does indeed get passed, which I doubt it will. I think this guy is playing politics. I think he's feeding raw meat to the piranhas in Lagos that have been going crazy, foaming at the mouth ever since Roadvival ran for office.
Yeah, exactly, Aizon. So I was taking you there. Do you not see an inevitability to it with the sort of politics that played out in March, when people almost tried to snatch Lagos from the indigents? Did you know? Was this not predictable, the way Lagos was almost snatched from the indigents?
Yeah, it's clearly what it is. This is I don't want to use the word tribal, but this is kind of, there's a phrase they use in the United States to describe this sort of politics. This is politics of, this is us, we're in danger. These other people are coming to eat from our plate. So I'm going to come in here and be your champion. I'm going to pass laws to favor you. And then that way I create a base that continues to feed me. That's what he's doing. So, but in the process of doing that, he's creating a totally new problem, right? A totally new problem that, because no one knows where this is going to go. If it does pass, I seriously doubt it will. And if it doesn't pass, he'll say, hey, look, I tried. Don't worry. We're going to protect our people. But if these guys, my point of view is, if they were really interested in protecting the indigenes of Lagos, providing them with education, healthcare, proper facilities, they would use the revenue they've generated in Lagos from all these other people coming into the state to be able to make sure those indigenes are really taken care of. But they don't do that, right? They don't do that. They don't do that at all. You don't see them giving small business loans. You don't see them creating healthcare infrastructure that benefits the indigenes over anyone else. They don't do that. You don't see them saying, oh, by the way, education for health for indigenes can go to any school. And by the way, we're creating scholarship for university students that are indigenes of Lagos. They don't do that. That's why you know this is BS. Absolute and total nonsense. And what they're going to do is create problem in a country that doesn't need problems right now. It just create a totally set of different problems, and all of a sudden you have
people. I'm sorry for coming in. Yeah, how are you? This is Thomas on the line. I think what you're talking about, they can do that. Infrastructure is for everybody living in the state. So far, you are a resident of the state, so that is quite different. What we are talking is quite different with the direction you are going.
Well, Thomas, this is what I'm saying. Right? You're right. Infrastructure is for everyone in the state, right? But if they feel, because the argument they're making is that the Lagos indigenes are disadvantaged, right? Unless I'm missing the argument, that's the argument they're making, right? The translation of legislation to Yoruba, that's cosmetic at the end of the day. If that's the only thing you're doing, it's going, okay, you translate it to Yoruba. Okay, fine. It should be translated into Yoruba. Lagos is a, predominantly Yoruba space. Indigenously Yoruba, right? So it should be translated to Yoruba. No one has a problem with that. If you go to Plateau and the language in a particular area is translated to Birom, no one will be angry. Birom and English. I'm from Delta State. I think Ijaw communities in Delta State should have signs in Ijaw and English. That's my belief. It doesn't happen, but that's what I think should happen. Now, in Lagos, if that's what they do, by all means, do it. Yeah, Yoruba, you should be proud of your heritage, proud of your culture, proud of your language, and you should promote it, 100%. But the other piece, if you're saying that the indigenes of Lagos are suffering because of these other people, whomever they may be, are coming into your space and are taking advantages and are buying land. And on top of that, like the argument Enigmatic made, that they are now disrespecting the indigenes. They're saying Lagos is no man's land. So because certain people, by the way, not people across the board, certain idiots were saying
in the ocean.
Yeah, it's exactly. Certain idiots were saying, oh, it's no man's land. Some loudmouth, drunk idiot was mouthing off, and he pissed off some Yoruba people. So now,
I think you are playing it down a bit. That Lagos is no man's land. It was the heavy backdrop of March 18 that was the build-up, that was the tonality of it wasn't just some rogue element speaking.
One month. Sorry, let me answer that, because I'm in Lagos and I took part in the elections, and I think somebody has already answered this on this platform before. My friend, I think Ekene, yes, who is from Lagos too. Let me tell you, that thing was being magnified by the APC guys for them to take advantage of it. Ask everybody that is in Lagos. I'm going around, I'm campaigning everywhere. I'm looking for the people saying Lagos is no man's land. Where are they? Are they hidden in one local government? Where are the Igbo guys? I'm asking the Igbo guys, is Lagos? No, he said no. This Lagos, who is saying Lagos? Everybody's asking who is saying it. But these guys, what they do is during election, they bring their magnifying glass and they go and they do it every election. This election, they just try to eat times 10. They now magnify it and say that imaginary people are saying Lagos is no man, just to provocate people. Now, why is that pointing to them? How many? Like 500,000 people, like 100,000 people marching on the street, any inscriptions anywhere. The people
Woman, let me give you a perfect. Sorry, I'm back. Let me give you a perfect example.
Yeah.
Let me give you a perfect example, right? So this guy has come in and has made this comment, right? I was born and raised in Lagos, right? I have friends that are Lagosians from Isaleko, from Ikorodu, right? Especially the Isaleko people. Those ones will tell you that they are the original Lagosians. Forget all these other people, right? I have a couple of friends, very good friends of mine from Ikorodu. Those ones will tell you they are real Lagosians, right? What this guy said, those people I know will never say. You understand what I'm saying? But I cannot, given the fact that I was born and raised in Lagos, I spent part of my school in Ilorin, so I understand Southwesterners very well. I won't come to the conclusion that Southwesterners have said they don't want people that are non-Yoruba in Lagos. But there are people from South and Southeast that will come to that conclusion if they hear this, right? And people like me will tell them, no, that is not true. But you have to understand, the same way that happens, that's the same way what was happening in Lagos. Some loud mouth person will say, oh, Lagos is no man's land, and nobody else built Lagos. And then they will say it, but there are a lot of Igbos that will never say that because they understand and they respect the owners of the land. And so we have to be careful when we hear this kind of stuff to not interpret it to mean that, oh, Igbos are saying this. That broad brush is a very dangerous thing. And we have to be very careful when we do it. So Igbos didn't say it. Some idiots that happen to be Igbos said it. And that is the difference.
But Aizon, sorry for coming in again. I'm very sorry, brother. Please. Have you heard the narrative of we are going to take Lagos from some southeastern? Hang on, please. We have to take Lagos. We have to take Lagos. So why is that narrative coming from? Is it not coming from the direction of there is Lagos is no man's land? Can anybody go? Can any Hausa go to east and say we have to take east? We have to take the east. Can any Yoruba walk up to Anambra and say we have to take the east?
Yeah. Here's what I would say, Thomas. First of all, that's disrespectful. In Nigeria, we're a respectful culture first. You understand? You don't go to another region that's dominated by a particular ethnicity and disrespect them. You're in another man's land. You show respect first, right? Okay. Let me put that. And that, by the way, also applies in the southeast because I know Igbos very well. You are not going to go to Enugu and disrespect them in Enugu. It will never happen. Okay? So likewise, the people that are saying that are disrespecting the indigenous people in that land, right? And those people are not the majority, Thomas. In fact, you know what they say, the empty barrels make the loudest noise. So empty minority, by the way. So they make all this noise. Meanwhile, the majority of people are saying, what's wrong with this idiot? They're making life difficult for us because we have to live here. We have to do business here. And we have to deal with the people that are indigenous here. But those ones are making noise because maybe they happen to have made small money. They're riding around in their Mercedes. Nobody else built Lagos. Now let's get this down. You don't own anything, right? And this is what happens. So those people don't represent the majority. And that was that, and I think that's the most important point, because even this legislator is now coming out trying to pass a law based on people that don't represent the majority of. It's not just Igbos, by the way. So let's even assume this is being directed at Igbos. Let's just assume that Igbos were the ones that said it, which I don't believe. But let's assume that's the case. This is being directed across the board, right? Regardless of whether you're Igbo, you're Izon, you're Birom, you're Nupe, it doesn't matter. If you're in Lagos and you're not indigenous, bam. Right? So that's why I said it's a very, very, it doesn't make any sense at all. None. At a point where we're trying to build our economy, we have a new president.
Sorry,
go ahead. Sorry.
I think it even affected Yorubas during the election, because when they waged war against people perceived to be against APC, they forget that a lot of Yorubas was also against APC. And before my eye in Lagos, my friend, Yorubas were profiling Yorubas. If you see a fair Yoruba, they say you are Igbo. You are Igbo, don't vote. And you have to start showing your identity. No, my name is Femio. And I've never seen anything like that before. Since they bombed me, I've never seen anything like that before.
I want to draw some observation. I want to make some observation.
Now be this.
Sorry?
Now be this.
ASAP.
Oh, ASAP. Okay, you sound like Pato.
Okay. Nice to meet you.
Pato is more forceful now. He's always fighting. Even when he says hello, it's a fight. You know.
One man, Pato is enemy number one of Ajanle Koko. He can't wait.
Yes.
If Ajanle Koko even
says reading, I don't know. So you've noticed too, have you?
I've noticed.
So yeah. Anyway, nice to meet you. And
nice to meet you.
Now I want to just point your attention to some things that, to me, it sounds like you are making your point, right? And from that same point you are making, the other people also make similar points, and then they also draw on the same method in which you are making your point. For example, Uptown just made an observation about what he saw. That's perfectly anecdotal. You can agree with me. But then when, on the other hand, somebody comes and makes a similar statement on the other side that is anecdotal, then it becomes, who are these people? You know, sometimes have you considered that may come across as kind of like gaslighting? If he said he has seen people that even Yorubas were actually also disenfranchised during the election, right? Now that is his experience, but he's telling us from the point of view that we should be able to understand and empathize and see that what he said is true and is happening. Now, when somebody else comes again and says, okay, there are people that have also said to our hearing, Lagos is no man's land, then we are now questioned. We are now told, who are those people? Those people are invisible. Those people are in the minority. Okay, if they are in the minority, I have a question to ask you. What has you mentioned that these people are actually disturbing us. Okay, what has the silent majority done to push back that you people that are in the minority, you are actually disturbing us? I don't think they've done anything. Now, I can tell you for a fact that the issue of Lagos is no man's land. Babanja Koko is very right. It did not start recently, as people have been making it out to seem. You know, our good uncle here, Mr. Alexandra, he said that it was maybe just 5 years ago. You know, I believe it's more than that. From the time I started, I knew my left from right from secondary school. I've been plagued. I have been plagued with issues of Lagos is no man's land. Even when I even take a bus from my house to another part of town, in the bus, when we have a discussion, we have this. So these people have faces. They are human beings. We don't just want to mention their name because of the way it sound. So if somebody comes and now says that, okay, I've heard it before. Lagos they've said it not once, not twice. And somebody was saying, who is the person? Right here, even the issue of Lagos is no man's land actually began. The genesis of how it actually began was by a former senator of during the 1950s who gave a lecture and a speech in Lagos. And in that his speech, he mentioned that Lagos is no man's land, and that thing sent the entire nation into a frenzy. So it has not, and from that point onward, it has not been the same. You can check in the history books. So there's a genesis for this thing. And if Yoruba have been a people that have been too accommodating to a fault, I mean, you live in the United States, I guess. Am I correct? There are certain things.
Go ahead, yeah.
Yeah, there are certain things that we cannot do. You know, even in the United States, we know that our hands are tied, that we cannot do. So if something has happened, let's even say something has happened, it still sparked a reaction since 1948. We are in what? We're in 2023. Are you telling me that Lagos has not been patient enough?
So my brother, you said a number of woman. Should I respond, or do you have enough time?
No, respond as part of you bringing it home, and then we move on.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, my brother, you said a number of different things, and before I respond, I'm just going to recap a few of what you said. You mentioned historically the senator that mentioned that Lagos is no man's land. That was one of the key points you made. To buttress your point that this is an actual statement that may not represent the minority, but instead the majority, right? You also said
no. I didn't say.
Sorry. Let him. Sorry. Let him just follow through because I'm keen to get on the.
I said that
I want to come off this topic.
The majority, when the minorities are making this statement,
sorry.
Majority have been passive.
All right.
That's what I said.
I think it gets broadly, but let him just because sorry,
okay.
sir, but I want to come off this topic.
Yeah. So I'll just focus. There were 3 key points you made there, and I wanted to recap them before responding. But I'll just focus on the last one you just made, which is that the majority have been silent while the minority were making the noise, right? So I'll say this to that, right? The majority of people that are not making these sounds, that are not saying Lagos is no man's land, that are actually working in Lagos to work closely with the indigenes and do the right things, they're not seen as outside of the norm. So people don't highlight them. You do have to understand this, right? If I go into a space of majority people and I say something inflammatory, they will point me out. Meanwhile, if someone else goes into the space and is just getting along and saying everything, that person doesn't stick out. So no one is going to highlight what that person has been saying. Right? We know for a fact Yorubas and Igbos get married. I'm not Yoruba. My wife is. I know other people that are not Yoruba, but their wife or their husband are. What does that tell you? And we know that to be a fact. So essentially, we are close enough to even intermarry, yet some idiots are making us look at each other with suspicion. You see my point? So
solely for politics. Solely for politics.
So you can even, and I'll give you one final analogy. So I know Northerners well, certain Northerners, not too many, because I went to school in Ilorin. But I will say this, and in Ilorin I met Fulanis, right? What El Rufai said does not represent a lot of the Northerners I met. You see my point? But El Rufai saying that, all the media outlets picked it up. It got carried all over the country. We talked about it for days. It was talked about on this platform, right? It's probably going to be talked about this weekend on Dr. Damages. But guess what? El Rufai does not represent the majority of what Northerners think, or Fulanis for that matter. So it's a point that we have to be careful. As educated people that can think objectively, we have to be careful to draw that line, to separate it, and this legislator did not. And that's why he's putting this forward, because he's trying to get political points the wrong way. And he can end up creating division in his own country. One man, I rest my case.
All right, brilliant. Excellently put.
Can I make one quick point real quick? You see,
carry on.
See, people keep emphasizing on just that statement, no man's land, no man's land. I don't think it's more of a words, spoken words. I think the reaction is more to action. You understand? It's nature, law of physics say for every action is always a equal and opposite, some type of reaction. Now, you will notice during NSAS when someone like Nnamdi Kanu was announcing, go and burn down Lagos, go and attack the Bulls Hotel, kill some, buy some, do this. And aftermath, they discovered it was one Southeastern boy that went and set 36 BRT buses on fire. So sudden behavior that come out of the Southeast, and the response we see from that space is that their leadership or even their people we either keep quiet or when they even ask them about it, they will somehow jump behind the perpetrator. Like, for example, when they invite Ohaneze on TV, rather than condemning them, they can't for that kind of thing, they will jump behind him. Or either they dismiss it or they jump behind him. And you have Igbos, Southeasterners in Lagos that has benefiting and things like that. Rather than come out to condemn it, they will all, it's almost like they're supporting it. And then the only response you get will be something like, Nnamdi Kanu is another savior, like you are healing, and then it's almost like, okay, what is this? People, that kind of people, of course, yeah, and if they go look at it like, it seems like you're troublemakers, you don't condemn them, and when we see you actually do anything, you worship them or support them, support their act, support their actions. So you gotta put this thing to, don't now say when you push the other group and the others are responding, you begin to tell us, oh, it's none of us, oh, me, I'm not like that, oh, me, no, that's not the way it works. That's not the way war works. It's kind of like war. When war starts, you understand? There's not going to be, this one is a good one, that one is a bad one. When it becomes two sides, you understand? War. There's no innocent people sustain. You have innocent casualties, things like that. So what we have here is energy that's coming from that southeastern space. It's been so negative for years. So very negative. So the anti-Yoruba kind of energy that comes from that space for so long, it's been going on that the Yorubas are feeling it and they complain about it over and over and over again, and no leadership of that southeast or even powerful figures come out to say, okay, we are against this and we're against our people that are behaving like that. So that's what it is. That's the elephant in the room here. So let's not come and trying to defend the indefensible. Wasting your time,
Please, give me 1 minute. Let me respond to him, please. 1 minute.
One man, please. I
1
want to
minute.
respond to Osman.
Just 1 minute. Hold on. So let's hear from AY, who is a new voice. AY, come in.
Right. So good morning, everyone. Or good
but be succinct with it, though, because I was about to bail out and hand over to Thomas, but I wanted to line up a topic first. Yeah.
Okay. So I came in to actually talk about something often talked about when people move away from Lagos because Lagos does not have resources, the economy of Lagos will go down. It's not true. Developmental economics gives us the impression that human ingenuity comes from human capital development. And if you notice, Lagos economy is solely based on human capital development. And when there is human capital development, there will always be ingenuity, which leads to innovation, which leads to expansion of the economy. So what you are thinking about when people move away from Lagos, if Lagos is depopulated today, what it means is the quality of people that Lagos will attract. Lagos will attract more quality than quantity. So I can tell you, if Lagos is depopulated today, there will still be business. The economy will still will still increase. And Lagos, because of the resourcefulness of Lagos. So your proposal of people going back to
you are wrong.
No. Let's not get into an academic debate just yet.
No, you are wrong. One man, let me recommend the paper he's going to read again on that topic.
Who are the people? Assignments.
No, I want to refer you to a paper you should read. Read a paper called "Limits to Growth" by Westman. 1970.
I know you let me give you an example of countries that have low population with high human capital development and the economy is growing. Singapore is an example. Kuwait is an example.
Israel.
Luxembourg is an example.
Yes, there are examples of low population, high quality people, high quality education, and they are expanding in leaps and bounds. So resources. And
don't forget Israel. Israel won also.
Exactly. So we have countries like that. So you can't say because if some people move away from Lagos or is depopulated, Lagos will lose its stature. No, it's not going to happen. So then on the fact of the feelings of Southeasterners or some people, now the law is about to be passed. Somebody make a pronunciation. Only a particular ethnic group is reacting. It gives us an impression that is only a particular ethnic group that is uncomfortable with this based on their.
Hold on. Why? Let's not pretend as though we don't know what we do. No, that law is targeted at the Southeasterners.
I don't agree with that. No. The law has not been passed. The law is just been at its exemption.
Yeah,
part of the country is carrying out. Any
There was a precedence now. There was a governorship
yes. So the thing
election
is,
that just happened. There was a
it's like a
precedence.
bad child. You know,
So
he committed an
it
offense.
didn't just happen on its own.
Yes,
People
often
feel
you
that
know
way. So you
any.
won't
Let
say
me
people
tell you,
just
right?
feel that way.
Any right thinking, Yoruba, Southwestern will have told you that after elections there were going to be consequences, and for me, I think this is the beginning of the consequences, not the end
Consequences
of the
for what
consequences.
exactly? For people
Listen, this
executing
is the
their
beginning of the
constitutional rights.
consequences. No, look at it. Tinubu has made it in one of his videos that we watch on this. We said, you people come from your region, you enjoy free healthcare, free education, we develop you, you make money, you expand your business. Tinubu, there was the other, and he now said,
Free healthcare where?
I think I've got that clip actually.
He didn't mention name of any ethnic
He
group.
didn't mention ethnic group. Just say people that come from other places. When you throw stone, na people wey the stone touch, na them know themselves. But you don't even know mention any group. You know, talk
He
say
didn't mention
you throw
he
stone.
didn't mention any coup, but he said etoku ODN. That means there will be some privileges and that will not be total, that were totally free, that will not be free anymore. And if you know in that country as of today, they go out still as one of the best healthcare facilities.
My friend, wait, let me
That's
tell
the
you something.
grassroots
Let me tell you something. My sister schooled in Ghana, in Accra. When you go to Accra, when you're schooling in a school in Accra, as a Nigerian, you pay almost 4 times the school fees of the Ghanaian sitting next to your seat in your lecture room.
Okay.
Offering the same course.
Yes.
So, and no Nigerian in Accra has had cause to say we are being marginalized. Why should we be paying far higher than the Accra, the Ghanaian? Why is he paying cheap? And nobody has ever asked that question.
But
So it's all over the world. The international student pay more.
Often you are mixing some things.
Because they understand.
Let me give you some statistics.
Let me tell you something.
Anybody that is coming into Lagos, listen, anybody that is coming into Lagos is a little, statistically, they are more economically disadvantaged to be able to purchase some things in Lagos. If you are coming from Anambra, coming from a boy, with your physical reality, your financial reality, is that you cannot afford your purchasing power is low. You are coming
Why? Wait, how? Establish on that.
Statistically, if you pick 9 out of 10 people migrating to Lagos,
because they are coming from a lower
with better slippers now. They don't have anything when they come. You know.
Oh God, Mike, listen, Mike,
are you being serious?
So
most of them, well, not all of them, but
Mike, settle down now. Mike, settle down.
It's always the Yoruba person that we take them in, you know, that we give them job, elevate them, and then later on they will turn. They will remember Biafra.
One voice. Hold on. Let's not have voices cascading over each other. Bring it on very quickly, though.
Look at it. We are comparing moving from Nigeria down to Nigeria. Before you travel out or go for international education, at least you have some level of means, or you have a means to get a loan to achieve something to get a start to life. But if you are moving within the country, oftentimes they are more economically disadvantaged. So when they come in, things like education for their kids, things like healthcare, free healthcare, there are things they wouldn't have access to that whether they don't really pay for. And every statistic.
Quickly on that point, and earlier we were talking about quickly.
Hold on, everyone. Let Prince come in.
Yeah, just a few seconds. To the point of the revenue generation in Lagos, the person speaking earlier forgot to mention also that there's a huge burden on the Lagos state government to provide basic amenities to these people, to the immigrants or the people coming to Lagos, from healthcare to education to the roads. I mean, so in other words, I'm trying to say, I'm not sure the contribution of these people paying taxes coming into Lagos, I'm not sure if it's more than expenses itself. So that needs to be factored in.
So oftentimes it is the people that live in Lagos that are more caring more for people that are immigrating into Lagos. They tax them more to be able to take care of people that are immigrating into Lagos because of the failures of their governors of their region. And if they are saying no, we don't want to carry the burden of the country,
there are indices I'll present to you now, and you probably go to bed on what you just said though.
See, the thing is now we have a digital economy, right? Everybody can work from anywhere. There's no disadvantage anymore because the internet is a leveler. So if you feel you don't want to stay in Lagos again, at least you've seen people migrating out of Lagos because they already have their ways and means. They go back to their regions, probably to start up a small companies. Maybe they can work from home from there. So nobody's telling anybody not to develop their economy. So the thing is, if Lagos is saying now we want to start focusing on ourselves more than having to accommodate everybody because we have a very good leadership at the top, you don't need to criticize them. All you need to do is look back to your grassroots, look at your governor, what's he doing, how fast can he rebuild the economy in your region and take advantage of it. And even if I'm ashamed, because if there is a region that everybody should be trooping into, it should be the South, the Niger Delta. It should be there, the creeks and all those places everybody in Nigeria should be trooping into because they have
Those will not welcome anybody there.
One man,
Even Port Harcourt, they don't sell land to them.
One man,
So.
please, can I chime in and have the floor? I've been very patient for.
All right, chime in and have the floor. But thank you, AY. But before you chime in and have the floor, let me just do a bit of administrative stuff. Super chats coming in. Prince Daddy comes in just as we were speaking now and rattles off in the fashion of Ayo. So super sticker followed by another one and then a third one. So thank you for all that, Prince Daddy. Kulata joining the conversation via super chat instead. So that's Kulata twice. So thank you, Kulata. Alexander Gomez, both on screen and in super chat, he joins in. So Ken, otherwise known as Wall Peace, he comes in to poke at Rational Mind. So, and Ayo, as I already mentioned, rattled off the super stickers as he often does. So that's Ayo, and that's Ayo again, and that's Ayo again, and that's Ayo again. And the progressives, also known as Akim, he opened up that space. So thank you for all that. Keep them coming. So as you take the floor, ASAP, let me take a bow out and substitute myself for Thomas, as Thomas continues to guide the rest of the.
Thank you, Woman. Thank you.
Yeah. So Tom, let me just bring him up and see if he's ready. So Thomas, knock, Thomas. Thomas, I like Bago. Thomas, you're on screen, on mute. All right, carry on ASAP as Thomas, as wait for Thomas to join us. ASAP to you. Yeah.
Thank you, Woman. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. So a lot of people have said a lot of things, but I would just like to comment from this point and just say that the law itself, which has not even been passed yet, number one, I don't see why people would have a problem with it. And here's the reason. Okay, let's say Lagos passes this law. There's nothing stopping the other 36 states to pass similar laws. That's number one. It can be done. Number two, there's a misconception that Lagos is passing this law. They should have this is not the first time Lagos will pass this law. In fact, Lagos is only building on an existing law already. There's the law of I think there's a law a bill that has been passed called what's it called again? It's Yoruba Language Preservation and Promotion Law. That was passed by the Ambode administration. People saying, "Oh, this is Tinubu's orchestration, this and that." We all know here Tinubu and Ambode's relationship, and this law was passed around the time Ambode was already packing and getting ready to go. So there's been a pre-existing law in Lagos State on the Yoruba Preservation and Promotion Law. Now, it's so unfortunate that Obasa worded his language that way, and it's understandable. On the other hand, these have been the people that they did not expect what happened and transpired during the last election. So I'm sure that is what trickled into the mannerism in which he delivered his speech. But be that as and that mannerism is what I feel a lot of people are capitalizing on and using and coming with different nuances So, but in the real sense of it, the law itself has already been in place. And we all know that when a law is in place, there's opportunity for one to revise the law, to amend the law, to repeal the law. All of these things can happen. It's given, it's a given, and then it's acceptable. So it's not as though, so that's why you see that he said, because there's been a language that has been recurring, you know, that one man was saying that we will reverse the reversibles. It's not, it is, I know it is open to interpretation, but the way it has been interpreted in this on today's platform has been that they will go back and reverse the laws, even if it's the constitution. No, what they are trying to say is that they are going to reverse, they are going to review even the exempt laws in the states already. They are going to review it. They are going to review the appointment policies. They are going to review the royalty, the way they give you royalties. They are going to review a lot of things. They are going to review the Land Use Act, and they are going to review things that have to do with promotion of Yoruba land. And that is why you see that in the previous law that was passed in 2018 by Ambode, it had to do with the Yoruba preservation, Yoruba language preservation and promotion. So so you can see why the coinage of Obasa had the element of Yoruba in it, because he knew what he was addressing primarily. They knew what they were targeting, and they knew what they were going to build up upon. So it has nothing to, so it's just unfortunate that it happened at this time, and then it carries a political undertone, and they've left their job to be done for a long time ago. Now let me now digress and move to the other side, because we keep making reference to, some what some people may call false equivalence. We keep making reference and saying, okay, this is happening in
Please,
Zimbabwe.
before you digress, can I ask a question on what you said before? Just a straightforward question.
Okay, no wala.
Okay. Do you think that this law these guys are proposing, do you think this law is really for the love of indigenous Lagosians, to protect them, or do you think this law is just for APC to protect their party because of the threats they got in the last election, just to protect their party to remain in power?
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Please let me interject. On your question of time, you cannot justify an action, the reason for an action now, because you've not seen the result or the consequence of the action that is being proposed. So you don't want to. You can't say.
We have
listen.
Hold on now. Oh God, please.
So if I say they want to do something now, you cannot just strictly connect it to the experience that happened in the election or what happened to the election. Have you been following the legislative proceedings? No. So even if the legislation is meant for the good, it has been in pipeline for a while and it's being brought out to the surface now. You can't just, it's just a lazy analysis of trying to connect the experience of the election to the proposal now, as if the legislation, as if the all 40 House of Rep members they don't have an agenda that each of them brought to the house to do. That's the only thing they will come and focus on. No, there are other things.
I would like to buttress what you just said. Now, see, Uptown. Here's the thing: we keep repeating the same thing over and over. You said that the laws they are bringing now. No, Uptown, they are not bringing any law now. They are reviewing. Like I explained earlier, there's an already existing law, and that is why you see he used the language.
But my brother, why are people scared of? Because
that's the thing.
There's no law that has been enacted for now. Let me say this. One man said in his presentation, if even covered some Yoruba, like me now, I'm from Oyo Alaafin. I am not indigenous to Lagos State. It could be affecting me as well. So where's the scare? Where are people scared of? Why are they feeling on their fans? Even the law has not been enacted.
Now,
to
answer that question,
Thomas, just 1 minute, please. Thomas, even for Southwesterners, I think we other Southwesterners from other states understands your limit in Lagos, no matter who you are. If you're from Osun State, from Oyo State, from Ondo State, if you come into Lagos space, there are things you also won't even want to try. Even though you understand that, okay, we are all Yorubas, but you're not an indigenous of Lagos. And no, I don't think every Southwesterner that is from Oyo, Oshun, they will easily tell you, I'm from Oshun State. This is my hometown.
And they won't come and insult the Oba of Lagos. They will respect the Oba of Lagos.
And you know. So there is, even though we are Yorubas, we know the boundaries, and even though we know we are all Yorubas and we still have some rights and all of that, but we know that okay, when shoes comes to shove, you go back to your indigene and you go back to your Ogumosho or anywhere.
Exactly. A Yoruba man from Oyo will come to Lagos and respect the Oba of Lagos. All right, man from Onitsha will come and he be insulting Oba of Lagos, calling him.
Let me answer.
Come on,
Uptown. Let me answer Uptown at another angle. Uptown. Now, let me give you an analogy. Now, in the United States, they've had these issues before in the past. They've had cases where, and they still don't today, where the white Caucasian, the European Americans, will say statements like this: "This is the land that our fathers have fought for." Is that really true? Yes, your fathers have fought for it, but are your fathers not also immigrants? So those kind of rhetorics actually have inflamed the original settlers in the United States, the Choctaw Nation, the Cherokee clan. These guys are actually the original settlers in the United States. Now, how do you think they will feel when they hear statements like that, that the original founding fathers, they will hear statements like that? Those are also inflammatory statements. And so to address these issues, now I'm bringing it back, I'm trying to make an analogy, and you know how this thing is analogous to Lagos. Lagos also has its own indigents, people that were original settlers there, original dwellers there. They hear statements like, this Lagos is no man's land, or they see actions that threaten their own self-existence. It's normal for them to feel threatened. You cannot beat a child and expect the child not to cry. And so how did the United States government address it? So in other words, they identified these people. They till today, somebody said it has never seen where they gave them this thing. I've gone to school with these people. I see them every day. I still saw one of them last spring. So how somebody can come and say that these people don't exist? I see them. They have the privileges they have is different from even the white Americans. They have federal government grants that they receive. They have bursaries that they receive. They have what's it called? They have scholarships that they receive. When it comes to appointments, they receive. Now, if somebody says, why is it that they've not been in government? That's why I wanted to interject from the very beginning. That's not correct. That is not actually true. Now, the former vice president of the United States is actually from the Cherokee tribe, and he was under President? I've forgotten his name, President Hilbert. So we've had people now. The question is this:
I'm sorry, let me interject real quick. Which president was that?
Okay, give me 1 minute.
Or which vice president?
But at least the Native Americans, we understand they are not in control of America. We get that. But the Yoruba
I'm not sure who's talking, but there are a number of holes in your argument. Starting with that vice president. Yeah, okay. Starting with that vice president one. But then the other point you're making, this is
irrelevant.
Wait. By the way, this is a sovereign nation. Wait. This is a sovereign nation that has people that were almost wiped off the map of the earth, right? They have to put them in reservations just to keep them alive, right? You're comparing that, using this as an analogy to make your case for why this was passed in Lagos. There's no case to be made there.
No, I don't think we should join parallel.
How is there no case to be made there? I want to know how.
What is the case you're making? You're using Native Americans as an analogy for
hold on.
Indigenous
Native
Yorubas in Lagos.
Yes.
What is the case? I'm waiting for you to land your point, but I don't see a case here at all.
Okay, problem. Just give me 1 moment to try to bring.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, I don't think that point is. It's relevant to be comparing Yorubas with Native Americans and all that. I don't think that's relevant.
I'm not comparing Yorubas. Hold on, I'm not comparing Yorubas to Native Americans.
The case is completely different.
I'm comparing the reasons why we can have government intervention in terms of indigenousship. I'm comparing the indigenous.
But I don't. You see, this whole thing, man. I don't even think it's. See, we don't have to be going as far as explaining these things to this extent. First of all, in Nigeria today, every other state, every other region, it's already in play that they put the indigenous people first, with the exception of maybe Abuja. Everywhere you go to the southeast. It's the case. The governor of Abia, Imo, Abia was what is it called? Chasing, pushing the Imo people away from the civil servants. He said they are not indigenous. That happened there in the southeast. Am I lying? Yeah. If you go to Bini, it's active. Even right there in Rivers, even Wike said it. The indigenous don't give land to the southeasterners. In Rivers, right there. It's anywhere you go in Nigeria except southwest, where you have the wait. The only place in Nigeria where you have the luxury of freedom to just buy land, be free, be equal to the indigenous is southwest. And we are trying to stop it now because no one appreciates us. We get disrespected.
Can I clarify? Now you notice that when I was explaining, it was a direct response. I said that somebody made the statement and said the indigenes of a particular land that have been oppressed have not gotten to the post of leadership in that particular country. Now, and that was why I was making that statement is not correct. So it was a direct response.
So we get it. No, I don't think are you talking about Native Americans?
To answer your question, to answer the question of the other person who said that there are holes in what I said. Please try and the vice president to the president at this time, Herbert Hoover. The vice president was Charles Curtis, and he was a Native American.
He's mixed. He's mixed with Native American.
Yes, he's mixed. But okay, hold on. Is what's his name? Badibo not a native Lagosian? Is not mixed.
What is your point?
No, I'm responding to the other, not you. I'm responding to the other person who said he asked me what is the name of the person I was referring to. And I'm
no. You told him that a Native American, so he's assuming he's a full-blooded Native American, became vice president. But I'm hearing for the first time.
Even if he's not a full-blooded,
it's possible, but it's not really.
Yeah, but he's still Native American. He is.
Obama became president now of America. So what's your point here? I mean, like, what is the? I mean, we don't see why this is related to the one we are discussing about Nigeria.
Okay, this is the reason why it relates. Like I've explained to you, it was a direct answer to a question that was raised by Rational Mind. That the people that even Native Americans have not even risen to post of power.
They have not.
How are they not? How are they not, please?
They've never. No. It's still the Caucasians. Listen. Today,
you can say they've not dominated, but to say that they've not is not actually true.
They've never been head of states. They've never been president.
Hold on. It's not a question of whether they've been head of state. It's a question of their reason to leadership. It's a question of
they have not risen to leadership. Even
so is your definition of your definition of leadership is that until they get to head of state? Is that your definition of leadership?
They don't run any region, they don't run any state in America. Like dominate the entire.
That's not true.
Or even the government. Is it parliament? Is it Congress?
My definition of leadership.
I think for me, from what I'm getting from the two of you, I think the difference is I think this my ASAP acknowledges the fact that, of course, if there is a mixture, of course, there's a coming together. If you're not full-blooded, at least you are still qualified and you're still regarded as native.
No, you're always called. American law allows anyone to become anything.
If you say then that still brings back to my same position that he is still Native American.
Yeah, no one can dispute that Native American cannot become
vice president. Just the same way nobody will say Badigo is not from Lagos. Is it?
Yes, nobody will say Badigo is not from Lagos.
So, but the thing is,
I'm sorry.
There is a minimum qualification, right?
Mike.
This argument now.
There was a misconception. What I'm answering is that there was a misconception that was raised. There was a speculation that was raised by Rational Mind that as though these people have been marginalized and have never gotten there. And I'm telling him that is not actually the truth. Number two, they've not even they've been given benefits. They receive benefits.
Yeah, we agree now. We know. Yeah.
So bring it.
The era of
before you hijack.
Bros, let's not drag this argument. Listen, let's keep it simple. The era of when people being oppressed in America, like the Native American, the blacks, and all that, is gone. It's a new America now.
That's not true.
The American law. Yeah, I'm saying individuals may oppress. Wait. I live in America.
Do you live in the United States?
Yes, I live in the United States. I've been living here for many years.
Okay, anyway.
Hold on, please.
Okay.
Hold on, please. Yeah, no, don't let us go to American politics, please.
Exactly.
Please.
Let's go back to
I've been trying to push you back to
let
Nigeria, but you keep on dragging us
Thomas.
there.
no.
Thomas.
Let's redirect ourselves.
Let's focus back on Nigeria, Ben. Let's focus on Nigeria. Let's.
Yeah,
Please,
so
Thomas,
according to what I
I want
was
to
saying,
sign out. Let me just drop my last listen and sign out. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. Let's hear from Uptown.
Duty calls. Yeah. So yeah, basically what I'm saying is, and again, let me state in unequivocally that Lagos is not no man's land. Lagos is
Thank you for that.
in the southwest of Nigeria. Whether you want to check it through Google or you want to check Nigeria map or whichever way, structurally you want to calculate it, you want to measure with tape, is in the southwest of Nigeria, and southwest is predominantly, and I think totally, perhaps, Yoruba. So it's a Yoruba land.
Thank you.
That is
Uptown, I have a
point
question
made clear.
I have a question to ask you.
Yeah.
Me too. I have one question for Uptown before you leave, please.
If you meet someone on the
Same
way,
here.
right, and is not from the southwest at all, and if that individual happens to say Lagos is no man's land, please tell us today what will be your response.
Okay, come again with your question. Say if I meet someone
that is not from the southwest,
okay, that is not a Yoruba, is that what you mean?
It's not from, I repeat again, it's not from the southwest, and you encounter that person, and the person makes the statement that Lagos is no man's land, please, what will be your response?
I'll tell the person exactly what I just said a couple of seconds ago. I'll tell the person that Lagos is not a no man's land, unless you have a different interpretation of what a no man's land is. And why I added this is because of me. Some 10 years ago, when I hear Lagos no man's land, I think I heard it in a Nollywood movie, some of the old Nollywood movies they were acting. I think a guy said something like that. But the context of which the guy said it, was the context, it has always been in my head until this whole political angle of it started coming in, was when people say maybe someone is in the village and then the child wants to go to the city, which obviously in traditional Nigerian movies, when you want to go to the city is always Lagos. They say so and so person, you know, where you're going is Lagos. You know Lagos is no man's land. Your father is not there. Your mother is not there. There's nobody. It's your hustle and your struggle and all of that. So in that context, so when I hear it, I used to hear it in that, when you enter where there's no mom, there's no dad, it's whatever you walk that you eat and all of that stuff. So in that context, till this political angle of it started coming in now. Now, in that context, fine. In this political angle of assuming there is not Yoruba land, totally wrong. It is Southwest, it is Yoruba land, and it's a very good, it's one of the gifts God gave us as a country. And that is why when people like me, my granddad lived in Lagos, my dad was born in Lagos, I was born in Lagos. When people like myself talk about Lagos and we fight, I'm not going to pocket Lagos and take it to Newi, which is where I come from. I've not been there for even like 7 years.
Innocent is there.
So when I say it, it's basically because of the passion. There is a love that comes in the Lagos, what I call our Lagos, which is something I want Nigeria to look like, because I feel Lagos is like a microcosm of the macrocosm Nigeria. So that Lagos spirit that tells you this is center of excellence, this is center of civility, this is where we all unite. It's almost like a football match, because when you're watching a Nigeria team play, nobody sees ethnicity, nobody sees tribe. You begin to feel and touch and feel the fabrics of that green, white, green. You feel it, Lagos. I have a Yoruba friend, fantastic guys. I have Akwa Ibom friends. I have guys from Benue. I'm working in my studio. I worked with a guy for almost 7 years in my studio. I never knew where he came from. Recently,
Would you agree with this statement?
I
grew up in Lagos too. I grew up in Lagos too. Would you agree with this statement that in Lagos you will never feel ethnic tension between ethnic group? The only time you see it
is during politics.
Usually and the Igbo. No.
What do you mean?
Like my entire life growing up in Lagos, the only people that bring up spark or any kind of ethnic issue division, it's usually Igbo people. I never see from Calabar, Ijos, even Northerners. The only time where I knew there was issue where Northerners were being attacked was when Abiola situation happened. That was the only time. But in Lagos, it's like Calabar person, Ijo, Benin, it's like I don't feel any kind of. But it's
again,
only
Mike.
And I would say this: usually not. It doesn't usually come from something that grew up in Lagos, born and raised there. It's usually the one that migrated there.
Okay.
It's usually the one that migrated there. The one that grew up there usually don't even think like that. Like
exactly.
majorly they don't think like that. But the ones that migrate there,
yes,
I mean,
exactly.
God
I
knows.
understand you. The point I'm making is there is never what we are going through now. It happens during elections, and these politicians.
I don't believe it's election. I don't believe it. I don't think
it's fine for you not to believe now.
I don't believe it's election. It's just
it's not only during election. For example, we could have
exaggerated and
tensions
used
like
for political
communal
purposes.
clashes
It's,
where we
yeah,
have
no,
like a market, going into
no,
flames.
those are skirmishes. When you want to
No,
talk
you can't
about
call them, my
real,
brother. Hold on, my brother. You
no,
cannot call those.
when you want to talk
Would you let
about,
me speak?
have you
This
gone
was
to
my
the
flaw.
north and seen people clash? When you want to talk about clashes, tribal clashes, and communal clashes, you go to the north and see people actually clash. People are cutting off their heads. So when this market and this market say, hey, Igbo, this one, and then you say it's clashes.
Okay,
these things are bound to happen.
I witnessed clash
These
between
things are supposed to be here.
Igbos and Yorubas several times in Lagos. I witnessed it, and usually start with some group of Igbos. They will call themselves some trade organization or something. And they will begin to disrespect either the Valley or some leadership in that area, and begin to cause problem, and they will get warnings. Even wait. Remember during the hold up before this Oba. Wait. Let me say this, man. Let me say this.
Okay.
The one clash that went crazy, where even this guy African China made a song about it. With a song about OPC in Lagos, the old Oba before this Oba Yekon, he had issue with the Igbos in Lagos during his time, where he trying to really talk like he was constantly being disrespected, being until he called OPC, so I has to go and deal with them. He called OPC just to show that listen, Yoruba people have some things under our sleeves that you don't know about. They always come. They will form this group. They form this organization. They always form some kind of organization, group, and what they do, they have this agenda. I don't know if this bitterness of Biafran war that they always bring in their hearts when they are coming to Lagos. The moment they get there, they start to just cause problem.
Okay.
Now, like I said, the ones that are raised in Lagos, that grew up with everybody, they usually don't behave like that. They don't have that kind of mind. But those ones that will migrate from that east, they come with this Nnamdi Kanu mentality straight to Lagos. And they will just start disrespecting the place.
Uptown. If there's any indictment at all on the Southeasterners, the burning of Lagos buses is one. It's a clear evidence.
You're very wrong. You're very wrong.
Listen,
and I wanted to address that.
Let me finish.
I wanted to address that area.
Let me finish.
No, I'm coming. You said it before, and I wanted to address, and I skipped it. So maybe because now you raised it, and the reason why
it's an indictment that will forever live in our hearts.
Wait,
I'm coming. I'm telling you as a Southwesterner that it will not go away.
You spoke.
It will not go away.
My friend, you can take it to wherever you want to take it, but the truth remains the truth. And the fact is that when people come to people like us in Lagos who took part in ENSAS from scratch to the end, witnessed, did situation reports, and they want to bring in stories that didn't exist to paint a narrative. People like me will be doing Nigeria injustice.
The guy is in prison.
Listen.
Right?
People like me will be doing my country injustice if I don't speak out. Now, did I partake in ENSAS? Yes. I was an integral part of it. Now, people assuming that because, let me tell you, when there was a crisis, the money crisis that under Buhari during the election. And then some protests broke out in places like Edo and some other places. And then people thought Nigeria was going to go on fire because people are hungry. And then they're going to start burning things. Immediately, Simon Ekpa saw that, What did he start doing in his page? He then saying, go and burn central bank, go and burn this, go and burn. Why? What do these agitators do? Agitators that are agitating in the
Samuel
country.
Lepa was not there
Wait,
during
let me
Samuel
make my
Lepa
point.
never called to go and bomb Benin. The only place
Simon Ekpa was making videos saying
he
that
will
this is
never.
the end
One
of
thing I've
Nigeria.
noticed is
Nigeria
this.
will born.
Uptown. Let me give you
Wait
clear
now.
facts. Let me give you hold on, just give me
Allow
1
me
minute.
to
Let me
land.
give you clear facts. Let me give you clear facts.
Allow me
One,
to land.
you know why? Because you don't even know what I wanted to say, and I wanted to say
No, I was
facts.
addressing what you said already. So maybe might allow me. Then maybe you say another.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Then go ahead.
So
Uptown, please, can you said you're going to round off, and
now I was
I've been
running off
waiting
now
for.
in a very sweet round off before somebody decided to bring
I don't even ask
toxicity
my
to it
question.
again.
Please, can you
But
be
then
mindful that somebody, maybe I'm waiting.
Round up, but have this respond to this to it. One thing I noticed is the agitators, whenever they call their people to go and burn down, they don't ask them to go and burn down Kanu, Bini, Port Harcourt. It's only Lagos, both
And
Epa and
for a
Kanu. That's
fact,
it.
they've been burning down their own region
It's
too.
only Lagos they will tell them to go and burn. Only Lagos. They will never pick on Bini, Warri, any other city. Only Lagos.
Mike, the reason why it will be very difficult for me to have a conversation with you or people that have your mindset is that we are not heading to the same direction. That's the problem.
It's not about direction. It's about laying out facts.
Mike,
No.
let's
Okay, finish. Let her finish. Yeah, finish.
What you're doing is heckling me. What you're doing is it's almost like when somebody fights with their wife at home, they come on and meet somebody's wife outside and start heckling the person as if because the person looks like their wife. But the issue is if you can drop the emotions a little bit, maybe you might want to listen to me. The point I'm making is these agitators, they always want to take advantage. If there is anything violence that has absolutely nothing to do with them, what do? They make videos and make it look like they're instigating it so that later they will take credit and say, yeah, you see, I'm the one that started it. Just like the way Showore also wanted to come and claim NSAS. Yeah, I started it. No, you didn't. So the thing is, the destructions in NSAS started after people came
What are you talking about?
after military people
Who
came
started
to
the NSAS?
shoot
Who
at the
called for the
We know
NSAS?
what happened. No,
Who
don't give
called
us
for the
that. Don't give
NSAS?
us that. Don't give us what I was even
Who
expecting was
called
an
for the
apology.
NSAS?
No.
What I was even expecting was an
Madam
apology.
Blessing.
Please, what I was expecting was the
No,
least I
no,
was
no,
expecting
no,
from
no,
you
no,
was an
no.
apology on behalf of people because
Wait,
agitators we don't know what they
apology on behalf of who?
on behalf of your
Mr.
Southeasterners.
Southeasterners did what to you?
Okay, the guy that burnt all the buses, BRT buses in Lagos.
Who?
Like, is he not a Southeasterner?
A
Was he not
guy,
linked
but
to
what?
Kanu?
Okay,
Is
you
he
know
not in
what?
prison now?
Let's talk fact now. Now, this is me versus you. Me versus you now. Very simple. You claim a Southeasterner, and you said there's only one
I did not
Southeasterner.
claim the judgment. There was a judgment.
That's
The guy was
wait
charged, but the guy
now.
is in prison.
We are saying the same thing now. It's a claim you claimed now.
So I
You want
didn't
me to
claim.
say
The law has already taken its course, and the guy is
okay?
in
You don't
prison.
like the
And
word
the guy is
claim.
a Southeasterner, and
Okay, you
he's
don't like
linked
the
to
word
Nnamdi
claim.
Kanu.
Okay, let me use you said. So you said that it's a Southeasterner. You even said it's one Southeasterner that burnt the entire BRT bus in
That the
Lagos.
law took and the law jailed. It's not
One
that I'm claiming
Southeasterner.
now.
One
What is it?
Southeasterner burnt it, right? Okay. Now, I claimed, now this is my claim now. And your claim, you're going to have to back it up. And I'm also going to provide the counter claim to your claim, providing videos of people that burnt BRT bus. That is on one side. On the second side, I'm going to provide videos from the Arise TV on YouTube.
What are you
On
saying?
that
What
day.
are
Wait,
you
now let me
saying?
finish
What
now.
I'm not agreeing to
No,
that.
now,
The law,
wait, let me finish now. Let's talk facts now.
Lockdown.
Let's not
The law
talk
has taken
conjecture
its
again.
course. The law has taken its course. The guy is in
No,
prison. He has been
listen to
jailed.
me.
So you are telling me to claim again that provide videos for what evidence? After
Wait
the guy has been charged to court,
now.
after the
The
guy has been
whole
jailed,
Ensa saga was covered on tape. It's not secret. It's not done
he
hidden.
was covered. No, not covering on
Wait,
tape. Somebody was arrested. The culprit was arrested. He
wait.
was
So
jailed.
out
He's
of the
in
entire
prison.
thing
You
that
still want me
happened
to
in
claim?
the entire Lagos, one person was the culprit of it.
at least I'm sure of one couple that was picked up.
So,
He
so
was
out
jailed.
of
He had a fight
everybody,
with his
everything that
lawyer.
happened in Lagos, you are sure of one Southeasterner.
Hello, Uptown, please.
But see the point I wanted to make.
Uptown,
See the point.
Uptown, you've been talking all day, man. Let other people talk, man. You're not
I'm
even
coming.
all you
See the
talk
point.
This is
just
actually even
defend.
my flaw.
See
It's
the point
actually
I'm
my
Thomas, I
trying to
flaw.
beg,
make.
take over, man. Just let someone else
I
talk,
think I've
man.
been very patient.
Hold on.
Thomas, you can't hear me sorrow, man.
If no. See,
Let him round
All
up.
you do is
He
just
said he's
manipulate
leaving.
conversation. That's all you do, man.
Uptown, please,
You're
can
just
you
trying to
round up in
create
just
wait,
1
calm
minute?
down,
Let him.
calm down.
Let him. Hold on.
Thomas,
Let him
thank
round
you
up.
very much.
Let him
Thank you
He's
round
not
very
up.
going
much.
to round up now. You
They
keep on
don't know.
twisting
They
and
don't know how to
dancing around.
apologize.
No,
That's another thing.
no.
They don't know how to apologize when they see that
Hold
somebody is
AY.
still
on.
killing people.
Hold on.
Thomas, let someone else talk.
Hold on. You guys are the one asking him question.
Exactly.
Don't
Thank you, my
interject
brother.
him. Let him round up. Simple.
Thomas, thank you very much. When I picked the mic, I said, let me round off. And I was talking about what's the reason why I'm making suggestions, what I feel, how we should do in Lagos and in Nigeria, the kind of life we should live. This is me, my wishful thinking and my dream and my suggestions of the way to go forward. Whereas immediately I was painting the wonderful narrative, the people that always have bitterness in their hearts start throwing hammers into it as well. And then they also claiming that I'm taking too much time, whereas they are the one taking the time. But then let me just abandon that space. It's very simple. Anybody that's listening to us, go to YouTube, watch the over 1 hour video of Arise TV coverage of Arise TV of this thing. Then check the
So
whole
you
thing of
are telling us, Upton, you are telling us that said disaster was covered by Arise TV. You call them along as they are
in
burning
so
those
many parts
CCTVs.
of Lagos. In so
Okay, you
many
know
parts of
sometimes the
Lagos.
way you talk, how
The
can you
same
say
the
Arise
channel.
TV covered disaster and they cover the people that did it?
Listen to me now. Listen to me.
irọ́ ló ń pa àpẹṣọ máa parọ́ nìyẹn irọ́
Timber.
ká máa ń sọ̀rọ̀ báyìí irọ́ ló máa jáde lẹ́nu.
Mr. Thomas,
Listen to
Uptown,
me.
Mike, you know
Uptown,
something?
Uptown. Hold on,
Somebody
please.
was jailed. An
AY.
investigation was done. The culprit was arrested.
One
He
person was
was
jailed in the
jailed.
entire
And you're
Lagos.
telling me Arise TV did this and that.
Wait
What?
now.
That's the
Was
same way
one
we
person
defending
jailed
Nnamdi
in the
Kanu
entire
too.
Lagos? Thank you. So
Uptown,
can
round
I now
up.
round off in
Then you
peace?
can move on.
In peace.
Yes,
Goodness.
yes.
So please, my brothers and my fellow Nigerians, it's very simple. We can easily just go to Arise TV or Channels TV.
Don't
Check
refer
their
us to
coverage.
Arise TV anymore.
Oh goodness me.
That's their television now. That's their television now. Why?
Okay.
Uptown, please round up. Then we can
Thank
move
you.
on.
Thank you, Thomas. So you can easily I'm actually addressing our listeners. I'm sure they're listening to me. You can easily move to Arise and scroll down on their page, look for the NSAS period. They had a very long coverage of it. Even while some of the the Lagos reporter was reporting why some of the boys we are wrecking the damage. We are just there at the background. A lot of them, most of them are even northerners, just looking for where to go and open a shop and steal from it and take advantage of the chaos. You know what I'm saying? But that's by the way. So the point I'm trying to make, my friends, are is a new era. We have a president right now, at least on seat. It's called President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And he has said that now that elections are over, he wants to assume the role of the father of the country, which I applaud him for. And I have been following him. I've been following his policies. I'm following his meetings. Let me see how he's going. The same way I'm following the tribunals. So that's posture. I would like you to reflect in our Lagos. And Sanwo-Olu, I voted for him, and I said I was going to vote for him, and I did that. So Sanwo-Olu must not allow himself to be, influenced by the political rascals of APC in Lagos. He must stand his ground, continue being the gentleman he is, the great guy. I respected that guy when he walked up to us in the toll gate. I was there live with Small Doctor. I hosted Small Doctor. We were there, hosted him that day. So someone who came to us, collected our charter of demand. That day he flew to Abuja. That I respected him. Proactive governor, young, energetic, and all of that. things went out of his hands, the military messed up and all of that, not his fault. So he should not let these guys to allow him, use him to ruin the beautiful Lagos that we all are enjoying, and we want Nigeria to also be like that. And people that are extremists, people that are bitter about some people, I too, if I talk about Nnamdi Kanu today, you'll find out that I'm a bigger opposition of Nnamdi Kanu than you think you are. Because the kind of languages I use, anybody that have heard me talk about Nnamdi Kanu on iPop Space, they know how the kind of languages I use when I'm talking about it. So don't think
do it now. Do it now.
More than me. Well, if that's going to make you sleep better at night, so I go down to one man's page, you'll find other videos where I did it. So thank you. Good night, everybody.
Uptown.
Hold on.
Before you go, I would like to make an observation. Uptown.
No. Hold on. You can't hold on, please. I'm sorry for putting you guys in the background. You cannot win Uptown. Just let him have his say. Let
But you give him forever to talk now. You only go go round up. Our lane go to round up.
What I was expecting was just
Mr. Thomas, can I talk?
Wala easy for you. Wala go easy for you. Yes, go on.
First of all, I was the one that actually gave Uptown the floor. I allowed him to
I know.
And Uptown, when
I know you know sometimes I have to behave like Abasha sometimes. So that is my Abashaness.
Thomas.
And at the end of the day, this guy took over,
Let me address Thomas. You see, I was watching everybody at the background. What you have done today with that Uptown thing is unjust and it's not fair. Forget about trying to make it.
But Patrick, don't walk now. I just want Uptown to talk and let's move on. We will not move on. We'll just be back and forth.
Wait. Forget about making a joke of it. Decide that you decide to put all of them at the background because you want Uptown to talk. That's very insulting. That's the truth.
No. You guys, they understand. They understand.
No, I'm upset. I'm really upset because that was very disrespectful.
Mike, I said
we understand.
You understand now.
Suddenly, I just discovered people disappear. I didn't know that the general.
Mr. Mike, next time.
Now, what did you say?
Mr. Mike,
Patrick, wọ́n ní ẹ̀jẹ̀ ká fún kinní kan ní kinní kan jẹ́ kó ṣe kinní kan.
Mr. Thomas, next time mi ní fún Uptown ní floor more. Next time I will not
forget about that. Uptown is our brother. We love him. We love him. Let's move on. Who hasn't spoken on the? Who hasn't? Hold on, please. Who hasn't spoken on the? Oh yes, yeah. You go on there. We need to check. You guys hold on. We are 5 hours 6 minutes. Only one topic. So we have to move on. So yeah, 5 hours.
I supported the motion. Let's discuss another.
Let's move. Yeah, let's AY just land it and let's just move on. 5 hours. 5 good hours on just this Lagos something.
Anyway, let me just round off. So I will not go back. I will not be going back and forth with anybody on this point. Okay, so here's my own submission. My own submission is this: the number one, the law already has is already pre-existing before. They want to modify it. Number two, there's nothing stopping any other state from embarking on similar laws to protect its own indigenes. There's nothing stopping. There's nothing bad in that. Self-protection is not a crime. Number three, for those people that have been saying that it is the minority that has been causing inflammatory statements, okay, here's my suggestion to them. When next there's all those statements are being made in their presence, they should please stop being the silent majority. They should also push back. Number four, the issue of the law. That's the indigene itself. The indigene is very normal for people, for the government, because the state itself, the Land Use Act itself, already has given vested power on the state governor to be able to make this kind of change, to be able to make laws that will favor his own people. That's my own position, and I don't think anything. All this political undertone that we are trying to attribute to it is not actually necessary. If the law comes out and then we find that some people are feeling that this law is actually segregating another place.
Why now?
Go to court.
Why now?
Go to court. Okay, go to court
Why
and challenge
now?
it. Okay, so
Why now? Why now?
The question is this: why not even before now? Because if we're going to if this should have even been done before now, if they were not sleeping, it should have been done long before now. So this is one of the reasons why I said is even regrettable, because the timing that they have done this now, if they had done it before, if they had put all these round pegs in round holes, the question of why now will not even be arising. So I still blame our leaders. However, it's not too late for them to begin to correct these things that have given room for inflammatory statements. And then there's nothing wrong in what they are trying to do if it is towards the promotion of the culture. And then I want to add to what Baba Anjali Koko said.
AY, quick question for you, please. I'm trying to understand
But
something.
I said earlier we want to move on.
No, sorry, Thomas.
Before you pass the question, let me quickly
So
add.
let me just ask you this: are you supporting the law because you want to correct some kind of economic injustice, or are you supporting the law because of the inflammatory statements that were made by certain people?
None of your options that you gave is actually.
So why are you supporting the law?
I mentioned it already. For the cultural reasons, is there now any culture?
Wait, you're supporting an economic law for cultural reasons?
It's not an economic law. That's
it is economic. If you're denying,
how you say it's economic? The law itself. Hold on.
It is economic. If it is economic, if you're denying people the ability to if you're denying fellow Nigerians the ability to be able to benefit from. Wait.
Prescribed. You are just.
Okay, I'm just saying.
Who is talking? Who is talking? Do you even know the policy? Why are you making conclusive statements?
You gave a question. Hold on.
Don't tell me do I even know the policy.
You asked me a question. And you asked me a question, and then you are not preventing me from responding to your question. Your question is very clear. I understand the question. You don't need to interject me again. Give me time. Now, you are saying that this is economic. Where in the law, where in the press release was it ever stated or even suggested as an economic law? Well, I just told you that there has been a pre-existing law to this, which is called Yoruba Language Promotion and Preservation and Promotion Law. It's in 2018. Now, what in that statement suggests economic?
Wait. So you're saying that this law is solely for the reason of promoting Yoruba language? Is that what you're saying?
You can, if you read. Yes,
no. I'm going off what the legislator said.
Yes, I am saying it.
You're making the argument. Okay, so I guess when he actually puts it on paper, puts forward the actual law, and it has to be voted on, we'll see exactly what he has to put.
So
but based on what he said, that's what we're having this debate on now.
Please, and I'm asking you now. You are saying that you said that is so based on I'm now putting the question back to you. I'm putting your question back to you. You said it's based on economic reasons. I'm not saying where. Tell me, point out in the press release where it suggests that it's economic reasons. Where did he say that? Where did Obasa say that?
He was talking about.
Hold on, sir. Please don't go around.
Wait, no.
That is how they behave. Don't mind him. He was creating what the law
Thank you. No question anymore.
Let me round off with what I was saying.
No. Please. I don't want back and front. 5 hours. Let's move on, please.
Yeah, so
finish your thought. Finish your thought, without interjection, please.
Like I was saying,
in 1 minute, please.
Like I was saying, Baba Anjali Koko had already said, and I want to add to what Baba said. Baba said that he will want that law to contain the phrase about promotion of Yoruba language by those who will want to be the leaders of the people of that land. Not only that, apart from the language itself, whoever is going to take up leadership position in Lagos State should also be able to have cultural appreciation, not only just understanding the language, but appreciating the culture. This is done everywhere in the world. There's no place in the world where the leaders of that land don't appreciate the language and don't appreciate the culture. If you remove culture and language from the people, they are nothing. And that's so there's nothing wrong with that. That's my own submission. Thank you very much, Mr. Thomas.
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry. To be fair to everybody who hasn't spoken on this topic, I think Patoski, am I right? Who hasn't spoken on this topic, so we can move on. So that because I know this is a key topic. So everybody has had their own go. Yes. I think we have to move on. We have good topic.
I don't have anything to say on the topic. I don't have
Why?
anything to say on the topic. No, the
Why?
topic it's been overflogged. So
Overstretched. Yes, you are right. It's been overstretched. I don't even I even told one man in the background, said I don't know if that this topic you even take this long, almost 6 hours now. So let's just move on. I have another topic. Yes, I will start with Patrick with that. Uh what's the topic? Yes, Enugu State Governor is seeking for the release of Nnamdi Kanu. Um, I don't know what concern Nnamdi Kanu about Enugu State. The last time I checked, it's not from Enugu State, but I can understand Enugu State is one of the southeast states. So, Pat, what do you think about releasing Nnamdi Kanu, Enugu State Governor, asking for its release from Jagaban of Lagos? Thank you.
yeah, actually, I would also have loved them to release it. But if they have proof and there are substantial evidence that he has a hand in all the things, either directly or indirectly, the killings and everything that is happening or has happened in the southeast, then it should be thoroughly investigated, put on trial, and then let the court take his let justice take his course. Now releasing him maybe on bail or whatever. What they are saying now is that he's not even supposed to be held or something. This was the man who jumped bail now. He was not held, he was on bail. He was the man who jumped bail, not minding the consequence on the person that stood guilty for him. How selfish can you be? Not minding the consequence of that person. You did not only jump bail, you went ahead and making trouble. Now, assuming Abaribe was not in the Senate and he was arrested, how would that be? You understand? They have a right to hold Abaribe until Nnamdi Kanu presents himself. So I don't know. I don't know why they want it. If they feel that he's not behind those killings, then they can start agitating for him to be released. But all of
But
us,
from your own perspective, can Nnamdi Kanu be free of anything?
yeah, I might not be in a position to say that, but
He was accused of treason and felony.
if I'm to terrorism, IPOB was proscribed a terrorist group. Do you know what it means to be a
terrorist group?
I want them to
So it's treason and felony, please.
No.
He was accused of treason and felony.
You see, this is what we're telling.
IPOB. I said his organization IPOB has been described as a terrorist group.
Thomas, you see what we're telling Uptown? Like they have a man. Kanu, I was calling for the attack on Tinubu to go and burn his hotel and to go and destroy Lagos. His own leaders, his own governor, his own leaders in the southeast. They never condemn what he did. They never caution him. But what are they doing? Telling Tinubu to release him. They didn't even apologize to Tinubu for what he did. They just say release him. And this is the attitude we are talking about when Uptown is coming here to defend.
All the leaders are calling for his release now. Where were they when he was doing that? Now,
they didn't even condemn his action or even apologize to Tinubu.
Thomas, let me say this. When you have people that have they have a kind of double loyalty. They have loyalty. They want to pretend they have loyalty to the Nigerian nation, and they want to pretend as if they have loyalty. And the actual loyalty is not actually to Nigeria. What Kanu is doing in the southeast is like he has formed another government, and he was giving instructions to the people of the southeast, and they are obeying. You know the implication of that. They even obey Kanu more than their state governments, more than even Nigerian states, and that is why they obey this sit at home. Then the same governor that is not saying that thing is rubbish, and you are using at the same time you are asking the government to release the perpetrator of this. You can see the double standard that we are talking about.
There's no double
So it
standard.
doesn't make
There's no double
it
standard.
doesn't make
We
sense in the sense that
live in
there
a
is a
democracy.
a guy that rose against
We
the
live in a
government
democracy.
of
And in a
a government of a
democracy,
nation.
you release the guy
Let me
if the
finish.
court
Let me
asks
finish.
for you.
Let me finish. That is the way you people behave.
Right?
That's the way you behave.
We live in a democracy. And in a
Hello,
democracy,
hello. Can you please hold on? Somebody is talking, you are talking over him. You can't do that. You are talking both times. Simba is talking, let him finish, then you can interject him. I don't even, Simba, I don't hear what you're saying. Can you finish your assertion, then you can interject him?
What I'm saying is that if you have a guy, a person that rose against a state and was giving counter instruction to the constitution and the government of a state, that is treason and felony. And this same governor that is now talking from both sides of his mouth, he was the one that said, no, this thing should not stand. People come out, I will provide security for you. At the same time, the person that perpetrated this problem, you are also saying they should release him. So what does that one mean? And that is the way all of them are behaving. And that is why there's no peace in that land. And that is why they will be just be causing problem all over this place. So that's the way I feel about
I have
it.
a question. I have a question I want to ask.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hold
As
on. I think Ezra wants to come in. Let him come in first.
yeah,
Let's
Thomas.
hear from
So
Ezra. Yeah.
everything my friend just said is all his opinion. What we know as a fact is
That's
this.
good.
It's no opinion.
Yeah,
It's
it's
fact.
his opinion. Yeah, and you know what they say
No,
about
no,
opinion.
no. Mike, opinion. That is his opinion. Let's take
His
his
opinion.
opinion.
There's a
Yeah.
difference between opinion and fact.
No,
If I say 1 plus 1 is
now.
2, if I say 1
and
plus 1
that's
is
your
2, it's not
opinion too.
opinion, it's a fact.
What is
Mike,
fact?
can we just leave that as that? Yeah.
Yeah,
His opinion. Fine. Let's move on.
Mike has a lot of love for Igbos. So, but the fact of the matter is, under any circumstances, however you want to spin it, narrate it, is that the courts have asked to release the man. We live in a democracy.
On what ground?
The judiciary,
On what ground?
because he should have never been abducted in the first place. He was renditioned and brought to Nigeria.
Okay.
That should have never happened. That was a violation of his rights under any law you can find. And the court has asked.
Did he commit the crime?
That is irrelevant at
He
this
did
point.
commit the crime.
Let me explain something to you.
Thomas, wait. Let me
explain something to you, Thomas.
I own the floor.
Let me explain something to you. Do you know? Let me explain something to you.
Everybody, hold on. Please, I said hold on. Hold on. Please, you guys know me. We can't be talking on each other. No, I will not take it. Please let him land. Can I interject? And then you can come in. 3 people, 4 voices.
Thomas,
at
sorry,
the time.
I own the floor, right? Once he finish, I want to ask him.
No. I want to interject once you make that point.
I'm still the one talking. I was my
turn. Make all of an account.
I'll just make one statement after I talk. I won't go. Yeah.
All of you make an account.
Yes, Patrick has the floor. Patrick has the floor.
Let him finish. I want to ask
make
him
your assumption.
Yeah, he's not land that statement.
Finish. Yeah.
No.
Land what he was talking about without interjection, please.
So the man was rendered and brought to Nigeria out of another nation that Nigeria has no jurisdiction in to render anyone to bring to Nigeria. He was brought there. The judge has ruled at the moment that our past government has ignored that he should be released. It is that simple. So based on that, the man should be released. All this one you're saying, the court could have judged it, but here's the thing: the point that people are making is he not guilty? Did he not do this? Let me explain something to you. There are people that have been guilty. No. When people have been guilty and you violate their rights in the process of arresting them,
hold on. Now let the host interject. Hold on. Go ahead.
Hold on now. We are not fighting here, my brother. This is not a monologue. It's a dialogue. If you make a comment, people want to put you back. you have to allow them to come in. The rendition, that's what they rule on. But if offense, the crime is committed, and court, that one still succeed. The radiation, the court said they should leave him on the radiation, not his case, not the criminal they charged him for in the first place.
But Thomas, the point that is the point.
No, Thomas, furthermore, wait, there's furthermore to it. Wait. The ground that is being please. The ground that is being held on right now, it was the same court that gave the government the grant to hold him. Because
of national security reasons.
Thank you. The court that gave his lawyer present that's what I'm saying. When the kind of lawyer present the case that okay, they can't go to trial because the ground which they brought him into the country was not legal. Okay, they say okay, the court say okay, that's fine. They can't go to trial. They can release him. Then the government now went to the same court to give
if you are not talking, can you meet yourself? Where this not coming from?
So I'm not sure if you're aware of that. That the ground that the government are holding is also illegal ground. It was the same court that ground the government. Maybe you are not aware of it. So just to let you know. So the same court is now the one that gave the government the ground to now hold on to him. You know, and also another point you need to realize is this. Another point you need to realize is this: that in any nation, national security supersedes the rule of law. That's a fact. Even the United States, when they found out Bin Laden was in Pakistan, they didn't go through any process. They just went straight there because that's a national security case. It wasn't they went straight into Pakistan, violated Pakistani law to get Osama Bin Laden. So let's forget this. Let's release him.
Well, I wouldn't even use that example because that was a violation of international law. United States committed a crime there, but that's a whole other topic.
Let me interject before you round up, please. Izon. So, on Nnamdi Kanu's case, let me tell you the truth. That guy is going to go to jail. Nobody's releasing any on any ground.
I beg to differ. I think they're going to release him.
Let me tell you. The person that committed the crime of abducting me illegally was the past government. This is a new government. They've charged him on another ground. So it depends on, the last attorney general. Sorry, today he was not so smart. Malami was not the smart guy. But I can tell you, whoever will become the attorney general would make sure he ends up behind bars, and not only he went up behind bars, because as each day progresses, new crimes are committed and is linked to him directly or indirectly. So
linked to him how? Don't just say that. Explain it. How is it linked to him?
All right. Linked to him directly or indirectly. Don't tell me
how. You can see how people are defending criminal. You can see how he's defending the criminal.
No, you can't just make an assertion. You have to base it on something.
These are the people that want Yoruba people to allow everyone to be.
How are those crimes linked to him?
Let me finish. Okay,
you're talking like you know it as a definitive fact. You don't.
Let me give you how. So there is IPOB, right? It was founded by him. IPOB.
He created ESN live on TV.
It was by him. Now IPOB is being headed by, I don't know whoever is it, but we know Nnamdi Kanu, Samuel Ekpa, and Samuel Ekpa openly confesses that he's his supreme leader, right? And there's an attempt to even make it more better, create more fancy government outside the territory, outside the country. They are planning to bring it in the country. And we know that IPOB's commanders and ESN commanders have been arrested by security officers every day, almost every week. If you are not kidnapping people, they are committing mayhems. If you are not committing mayhems, the last one that they attacked this US embassy bosses, officials, we know, like, they were not armed, but we know what happened. And police gave a report of 4 of their commanders have been arrested. And all those things are accumulating, making his cases complicated because they are getting documentary statements, getting their they're getting close to unraveling the investigations, because those guys are giving statements.
My brother, you haven't told me how this is connected to him, but you're giving me incidents.
Who gave what?
But that's what he's been telling you now.
No. You're giving me incidents. You're not telling me how it's connected to him.
His arrested followers have confessed.
There's no connection. There is no connection. The man is in prison. You're telling me that this man is controlling
So
IPOB
you're
from
telling me
prison.
that
That's what
I
you're
started
saying.
something
He
and they are
created
creating
it.
hype and you're telling me they are my followers.
Brother, come on now.
I
If you're making an argument, make the argument. There's no evidence connecting it to him.
Here is how it's connected
So
to him.
listen.
Somebody that is dangerous in the prison. So you release
How's he
somebody that
dangerous
is
in the
dangerous
prison?
in the prison.
Is he sending letters through his SAN to
Boko
IPOB
Haram
so they
guy,
can
that
commit
Boko Haram
crimes?
commander, and
What are you talking about?
Boko
Are you
Haram
what about the
Is
ones that
he,
happened before he went to
he's
prison?
like he's like Nino Brown in prison, Abi, controlling the drug trade from prison, or Pablo Escobar. What are you talking about? You're just making up stuff. You're making up stuff.
Hold on. What of the pronouncement Nnamdi Kanu has pronounced before he went to court, before he went to jail?
To kill soldiers, attack police, all of them.
Yeah.
You know, he created ESN
Burn them down, burn them down,
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. You guys are demonizing
No,
ESN.
don't ask me.
The guy is a terrorist, man. Why you defending terrorists, man? Stop it now. And you wonder why Lagos government wants to give you guys second-class citizens, because we can't allow you guys to be full citizens. You're too dangerous.
But let me ask you this: why was ESN created?
Hold on, please. I want please everybody. Let me have a conversation with Aizon one-on-one. I asked you before. What of the crime and the incitement Nnamdi Kanu had done before he was arrested and put in jail? So do we sweep that under the carpet?
Thomas, this is the point I was making to you that you didn't let me finish.
Can you answer?
Wait.
This question?
That's what I'm attempting to do. Okay, this is the point that I was making that you didn't let me finish. He made incitements, yes, on public broadcast. That I would say, yes, I listened to him. He made incitements. His incitements, people can say that he's connected the violence that happened prior to him going to prison. They can try and connect that to him. But here's the problem. He made incitements, but the way the Nigerian government went around bringing him in, they have violated whatever.
That's not the question I asked you. He's not asking about what the Nigerian government did wrong. He's asking you what the crime that he committed.
That is why he should be released. You have to
no, he can't be released. No, he cannot be released.
The point I was trying to make to you. The point I was trying to make to you.
We are not asking whether he should be released or not. We are asking whether he committed crime.
Earlier is this: if you look at situations.
Wait. No, if you are not ready to answer my question, let's just move on.
I just did. I just answered.
You didn't answer his question.
You're trying to charge him for crimes, but the manner in which he was arrested has
forget the manner. He asked you whether I commit crime or not. He didn't ask you the manner of arrest. He asked you whether I commit crime or not.
You made a statement that's actually not. You made a statement that's actually not true.
Which was what?
Let's go back to no. We are not getting anything from Aizon. Let's just.
I'm giving you people facts. You don't want to accept facts. Prejudicial view of this man, and you're basing your conclusions on that prejudicial view. That is not how you logically evaluate the situation. You're saying that this man, you're telling me that this man is controlling this IPOB from prison, from Kuje or wherever he is.
Did Abubakar Shekau commit crime? Abubakar Shekau, has he commit crime?
Abubakar Shekau.
Yeah. Well, Jacko answer. Jacko answer. Abubakar Shekau, the commander of Boko Haram, has he committed any crime?
Shekau was a mass murderer now. What's
He's a mass murderer. Okay, now you're asking us. Okay, now we can argue the same thing you're arguing with Nnamdi Kanu. Like, is there
Nnamdi Kanu carry gun and shoot anybody?
Do you have connection? Do you have a connection that can present to us that
Nnamdi Kanu carry gun and shoot anybody?
Hello, Aizon, let's use the argument you just made. You just called this man a mass deleter, right? Okay, now by using your own argument, your own logic, can you tie the deletions directly to Shekarau?
I don't need to. Shekarau tied it to himself.
So now, hold on.
When it comes to
Shekarau tied it to himself.
Let me land. I'm the one.
Shekarau tied on himself.
I'm the one.
I don't need to tie to Shekarau. Shekarau went on TV and said that he did it. He claimed responsibility. You know what claim responsibility means? Good. No, Nnamdi Kanu didn't claim responsibility for any murders.
Hold on.
I don't want to use that word. For any deletions.
Calm down.
Okay? Shekarau said it on TV himself. So you want to now compare the two. That's why you can't compare the two.
Aizon, calm down. Hold on. You said now.
Okay.
You said you not now. You said that. Please don't let me land. You said that you cannot tie it to him, and you said okay, he went on public broadcast. Now this man Nnamdi Kanu went on radio broadcast, and he went on radio broadcast, and you said that he incited. He didn't only incite. He gave instructions that ESN ended up carrying out. So there's a direct correlation between what he said and what they did. But now you are not telling me that it's just incitement. That's not incitement. He also gave instructions. Number two, this same man that you have just been saying we should release him, There's been precedents. In July 2021, the same federal government also released him on good faith basis. And they released him because one man said somewhere that they should hand him over to him. He's going to take care of him. Abaribe. Yes. Now, when they handed him over to Abaribe, what happened? He absconded. When Abaribe will now respond, he now started gaslighting the whole Nigeria, thinking that we don't know what we are saying, telling us that a man jumped for his life is different from a man jumped bail, that he ran for his life. So he's now using semantics. Now, if based on the precedents that has happened, Aizon, the things that have happened, it's not if something has not even happened before, we can now speculate and say, and give the man a chance. But we have precedents of something that's actually happened similar to before. You now are saying again that we should also do that same thing. Now, if you beat me once, shame on me. You beat me twice, shame on you. You're asking government now to go back and do this, repeat the same mistake it made initially. Is that possible?
See, your argument will be valid if you are neglecting some important points. You're neglecting some very important points. Your argument is biased. You're making a biased argument.
Guys, let's
the reason why your argument is biased is because...
hold on. I said, hold on, please now. We are talking on each other. Maybe we just shut down the section. Please now, let's help ourselves. Please, please listen back to what we are saying now. You will not like it. People listen to what they don't like it. So Aizon, just land it. I want to go back to Patrick. Patrick has the floor. Yeah, thank you.
I wanted to ask you a question, Thomas.
Hold on. I just said something now.
Let me just make this final point, and then I'll hand it over. See, he gave a narrative, and he totally just based it on his biased perception and translated that narrative, which is a very, very dubious argument. You don't do that. We all know they made an attempt on the man's life. We know that for a fact.
My argument is
wait. No. I let you talk. Please.
I'll take note of that.
I let you talk. Don't interrupt me.
I'm not saying
don't interrupt me. I let you talk.
Can you please let him land?
Take control of this.
Where I used choice.
Take control of this, please. Take control of this, please.
Aizon, I just said it. Let him land. Simple instruction. We are adults here now. Please now.
Yes.
Land it, Aizon.
I'm going to make this very brief. He made a biased argument based on his own subjective perception. Here are the facts. Nnamdi Kanu had an attempt made on his life. This is a fact. Ask anyone.
You have proof?
The assault.
You have proof?
By who? By who? Who made the attempt on his life?
Let me say this something you understand. Benue Adake, be quiet.
Who made the attempt on his life? Tell us now. I can't. You can't tell people to keep quiet. Benue Adake. Come on, Aizon now. What is going on here? What is going on here? That is disrespectful now. We are adults. Come on now.
Thomas,
I don't understand you guys though.
Thomas, this is the reason why Lagos State government really they have to really do that indigenous rule, because all these Southeast Southside, they have this mentality.
You can see somebody who's on culture. That's the way they behave.
No, now you don't talk to people like that now.
It takes one to know one. I'm the one that's on culture, but you're the one that can't keep quiet when someone is talking. Who's on culture, me or you? Anyway, like I was saying, the fact of the matter is the man was assaulted. His life was in danger, so he had to flee. That's why he bailed. The Nigerian government.
How do you know?
The state made an attempt on his life. Ask anyone.
How do you know?
Thank you.
Did the state make an attempt on Igbo's life?
That's enough.
Did they make an attempt on Igbo's life? Okay,
that we
then.
are not talking of Igboho. Yes, let's
So
move
if you
on,
can
please.
accept Igbo, why can you not accept Nnamdi Kanu?
No, nobody said they
It's
I
the
don't
same
care about
situation.
I don't care about Igboho
They
now.
made an
And
attempt.
do I
Listen,
care about
they
Igboho?
made an attempt to
nobody
kill
is
her.
anything
The
about
man had to
Igbo
flee.
here. He's on.
And then the
Come
other
on,
point
nobody.
is
Come on, can I interject?
ESN was created because their communities were being
Ah,
assaulted.
Was it
It was
legal? Wait,
created
was
so
it
you.
many.
legal?
It was
Aizon,
created because they
thank
were
you,
being
thank
Was it
you,
legal to
attacked.
create
thank
ESN?
you,
Aizon?
thank you.
That's
Can we
treasonable
just
act.
move on, please?
Can I
Oh, if
Thomas,
they're,
let me
if
say
they're,
this
if
real
they're,
quick.
if they're attacking you and killing you,
Aizon,
you
hold
shouldn't
on.
create a group to defend
No,
you.
no, 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 no,
Aizon,
Mike,
it's a
no, no,
treasonable
I'm
no,
act
sorry,
Mike,
the
to
man
please.
did
create.
what he had to do to defend
Thomas,
his
hold on.
people.
Thomas,
There's
you're
nothing wrong with
talking
that.
very important. Aizon, cool down, calm down.
No, 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 no,
It's
no,
a
no, no.
treasonable
Mike,
statement. First,
no,
no,
Mike,
carry on. I'm not going.
Mike, no, no, I'm not doing that. I just stopped somebody. I can't let you talk. I will be biased, please. No, let's just move on. Patrick, ask the floor, please. Please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Are you there, Patrick? Yeah,
I'm here.
yeah,
Can you hear me?
yeah, go on, yeah.
I like I was talking about Nnamdi Kanu. If they want him to be released, they should uh, meet the right people and they get the right commitment. I will not say that Nnamdi Kanu is guilty because maybe the court has not found him guilty. But I was going to ask my brother if he lived in the United States, and I'm happy that Mike put the right statement. That thing Mike said was what I wanted to say. The United States did not only go to Pakistan to pick Osama bin Laden to bring him to Nigeria, to America. They killed him. There are so many prisoners, terrorist prisoners in Iraq that are in prison, that were in prison in the United States. They took them from their country and took them to Guantanamo Bay, in prison there. So, but the point is, whether they are right or wrong, I don't know. But I want to see them through the lens of those who have died in the Southeast. I want to see Nnamdi Kanu interpret this thing through the lens of a soldier who took her husband to go and show her family in the Southeast that was killed. I want to see through the lens of a young a cadet graduate that just graduated from NDA, dressed in his second lieutenant uniform, going home to go salute her mother and celebrate with her mother that was held, raped, and was videoed by these people. I want to see it through the lens of traditional rulers who were attacked, killed. I want to see it. We are saying, let us help you so that you stop killing yourselves. That people has not gone to kill anybody in the north. They can't even try it. They have not come to Lagos. We are saying you are killing yourself. How can you be spiting your? They say you are. Is it spiting because you want to spite your face? You are harming your nose or something. How can you be doing that? We are saying, look, let us help you with this guy. This guy is responsible for causing this trouble. He's not the one directly, but he has created a platform that has been hijacked. And we are saying, can you please stand out from this platform and say this is not your work? They should stop the sit at home. They should stop so that people will know that you are really not
Patrick,
for
do
the.
you people are saying earlier on that Nnamdi Kanu doesn't have the power to give rights, to give directive. Do you know that
They have
Nnamdi Kanu
hijacked it.
speak to his lawyer from the court, tell Southeasterner to stop, sit at home? Am I right or wrong?
They have hijacked it from him now.
He
Yeah.
They have
just
hijacked the
says,
process from him.
They said he sent a
So they
message
have
out
hijacked the
that they should stop,
process.
sit at home. Yeah.
Yeah, they have hijacked the process, and that's what happens with all those. If you look at Nnamdi Kanu, the way he went about everything, so childish and so reckless. All those reckless statements. That's not how to agitate now. That's not how to agitate. When Ojukwu was fighting, was he going about saying all those kind of things? We are going to burn down. We are going to do. If you want to
Ojuku did
burn down,
worse.
go
He
and
did the
burn
same thing,
down.
man. Ojuku did the same
If you
thing.
want to bomb it, if you want to bomb a place, go and bomb it. It's not by shouting and everything. And look at what he has done to his people now. Look at how many economy. Do you know how much has been lost in terms of economy in the southeast? If you put naira value into the productivity of he entertained
but Patrick, they said
Patrick,
they
why are you crying for them? Why are you crying for them?
they said they
You
said
don't
it's their
mind?
problem.
You don't
They said
mind?
it's their
You don't
problem.
mind?
Yeah, that's what I want to say. I listened to many of their speech. They said if they are sitting down,
No, they think they are
what
they
concerns
think they are
Nigeria?
hurting and
Let me
they think
just
they are
Patrick.
Let's hear from hold on, Mike. Zaki Father wants to come in since. Zaki Father, let's hear from Zaki Father.
Yeah, so just thank you, Thomas, for giving me this opportunity to talk.
You're welcome.
Yeah, allow me to like make comment on 3 areas.
Very quick, please. We are the deep hours now. Yeah, thank you.
I'll be very quick. So on the issue of Nnamdi Kanu, there was a question I think Mike was asking. About I'm not holding brief for him. I do not believe in most of the things he said. I think he has said a lot of things that have incited people into doing certain things. But on the issue of whether he uh, he jumped bail or not, I wouldn't say he jumped bail. So I would say he was actually granted bail. Maybe he violated the bail conditions.
He did that. He violated the
Yeah,
bail
yeah,
conditions.
he violated the bail conditions while he was enjoying the bail. But what I think is that if you violate bail conditions, the federal forces or the state forces are not allowed to go and invade your house and forcefully, get you and arrest you for violating bail conditions. I think there is a
They should
procedure.
go back to court, Abi. They should go back to court.
I think the procedure is to go back to courts, tell the courts,
Mm-hmm.
see courts, this person that
But
you
Zaki Father, hold on, please. Do you know there are some things the federal government, this your US you are living, America you are living, there are some things they will not wait to go for the court if they see this person is putting a threat to the life of the country.
no.
The president let me finish, please.
Yeah.
The president or any chief of staff, they can use their veto power to do that. If they see somebody is constituting an instance and it can be they can be a problem to a nation.
Yeah. So, but you can get what is called ex parte order, right? Which is very fast track.
Yes.
You
So are
can
we
get
sure that they did not get that ex parte order
no,
because
no,
it's
no, no,
high
no, no,
security jail?
no. They didn't get the ex parte order to go and
Okay.
arrest him.
Okay.
And how do I know that? I know that because based on the judgment of a high court in Umuahia, there was a judgment of a high court in Umuahia that told the military that they were actually wrong in how they went about forcefully trying to push threat on Nnamdi Kanu's life, and even went ahead to fine the military for doing that. So that very judgment alone showed that the state forces, actually erred, in trying to.
Are you sure was the judgment implemented? Was it paid? Did the
No,
military
no,
pay
no. I'm not.
to
No, I'm not.
Nnamdi Kanu? Because
I'm
I'm
not.
not sure. Because
I'm
that
not
the first judgment was that,
no,
but I'm
no,
not
no,
sure
no,
whether when they went back to court they got another judgment against that.
no, no.
Because
They
I'm not
didn't.
sure they
No,
paid
no,
the
no,
money to Nnamdi Kanu.
no. They didn't get another judgment against that.
But did they pay the money, the damages? Because the damages was quite high and the fees was at high.
Implementing, paying the money, obeying court orders, is another different thing on the part of Nigerian state. You understand what I mean? But I'm trying to tell you that that judgment alone is a proof that what the military did was actually wrong. So
Let me
that's
let, let me let me interject real quick. First of all, the in legal terms, like in a military term, military, first of all, the way they operate is different. They operate by something called Uniform Code of Military Justice. They don't operate by the civilian constitution laws, rules.
yeah.
Now, when militaries are attacked, they have right to attack back. Even police, when they attack, they don't when you attack them, They don't go to court to say, we attack. They don't want to court say, hey, we attack. Can we go and attack back? And wherever the attack is coming from, whoever is suspected, they don't go to court to say, okay, that house is there. In the midst of the action, they have to carry out
No.
a reaction. Wait. We all know for a fact that during that time, during that Python dance era, whenever the army were walking by, the Nnamdi Kanu boys were always attacking their convoy, either with stones, with things. So now, what we saw on the internet was a video of clash, which was usually something happening often we see on TV. So now none of us know the fact of what happened that day, as far as the attack in his house, to his house, and things like that.
No.
We don't have the fact. But wait. But what everybody will claim is that they came to his house to attack him and he ran away and escaped. We don't know that fact. No one has presented that fact. So we can't go by that conclusion that reason why he left the country, Jumpy, was because he came to attack his house. No one knows. That fact hasn't been presented to us. So we can't conclude on that.
No. In the court proceeding in Omaya court, the military was part of the respondents. They had the
They were there. The military
they
there.
can be part of the respondent, but the thing is, military has a court. You cannot take the military to a civilian court.
I'm not talking
you know
about.
that, right?
I know they were not there now. That's why the judgment was even against the government because the people went to court without. I mean, come on, man. The government didn't even. It wasn't like a case where they went to trial and anything like that.
No, what I'm trying to say,
you cannot take a military guy to a civilian court. They have their own military court.
No.
You can't take them to a civilian court.
This is different from taking a particular soldier to court. This is
taking the military to court in itself. You can't take a military to a civilian court.
No. The military as a body is an institution of the states, right? Just like the DSS as an institution of the states.
Yeah, the thing is,
we are not talking about.
No, Father, you sue the federal government the way you sue. You will not be able to.
You can't sue the military. You can sue the government for the action, for any action of the military.
For the action, not the
military. Well, what I'm trying to say in effect, who was sued is not the material substance. The material substance is that Nnamdi Kanu's legal team, they were able to prove beyond reasonable doubt before the courts, that the action of the Nigerian military in Afaruku Ibeku in Abia State, was a violation of fundamental human rights of Nnamdi Kanu, and therefore he should be compensated.
Yes. Okay. Let's move away from that. Go to the next phase of the conversation. So when he went outside the country, looking at the surrounding situation in which he left the country, then why was he talking from outside the country in that manner, knowing fully well that he has jumped whale and there is an attempt on his life? Knowing that, why did he go outside the country and start behaving like that, knowing that he jumped bail?
No. Again, I've been able to prove that you can't say he jumped bail based on what happened.
But Zaki father, no, you can't fool us here. You are telling me he did not jump bail.
What is jump? Let me ask you. If a court, imagine somebody like Showere, court granted him bail and gave him conditions. One of the conditions is that you must remain in Abuja. That was one of the conditions they gave Showere. Imagine a scenario where
no, don't go to Zaki father. You always try to corner us to one. Forget about Showore.
Yeah.
Let's hold on now. We are in the middle of conversation now. Please.
Yeah.
I just asked him a question. Let him answer that first before you cut me off, please.
So, what I'm trying to say is that the fact of jumping bail has to be a voluntary action. You understand what I mean? It has to be an action that is voluntary for it to be considered jumping bail. But if it is something that is involuntary, you can't characterize it as jumping bail. One can say, I'm running.
So what do you characterize it to?
No, you can't say it's jumping. You can say because.
What do you characterize it to? That's the question I'm asking you.
Okay, remember what he did. When he entered Israel, the first thing he did was to submit himself before a competent court in Israel, and he swore an affidavit and make statements under oath and said,
Zaki father, please, he didn't jump bail. What did he do? Just give us answer.
he
Yeah.
was just running after his life. Let me just use it that way.
He didn't jump bail, Abi.
Yes, I wouldn't say he jumped
Oh,
bail.
yes, thank you. Let's just move on. Yeah.
So let me ask you. So let's say he didn't jump bail. According to you, the circumstance allowed him to leave the country, right?
Yes, forcefully.
Forcefully. Now, you know that there is a next hearing, and whatever the circumstances happen, you are expected to be at the next hearing, knowing fully well, right? Now, he left the country. The next hearing, he didn't appear, right? He didn't give the court any reasons for his disappearance.
Yeah, that is what I'm telling you now.
No. It didn't only happen once, twice. It happens like 3 times because they keep adjourning the case.
It means you've not been following the case.
Right?
It means you've not been following the case. This is what happened. He forcefully flew away and entered Israel. And when he entered Israel, he went to a court in Israel to swear an affidavit and make oaths. This is what happened. I need to be protected. The people are, people are going after my life, and I have to flee away. And he now tendered the document to his lawyers in Nigeria. Then the lawyer quickly went to the court again and said, the person you granted bail, he was seen last in his house, shortly before the military invaded, like after the military invaded and shot 28 people. Please, can you like ask the federal government whereabouts of this very person? Because he was last seen after they went to his house to
that has been cynical. Somebody that
that you had a case to know. Zaki father, look at it. You have made an attempt on my life. Hold on. It's what you are saying. It defeats logic.
No, it doesn't.
He's running away from his life. Yes. He has a case in course. Yes. He didn't get it, so he's still trying to tell his lawyers went to court to ask federal government from where I am, knowing fully well that I've gotten a document that secures my protection where I am. So he looks cynical. He defeats logic. There's a part I'm going to. Okay, he has secured protection for his life. Why did he kept inciting his people against the federal government from where he is?
Yes, the fact of incitation, whether he was doing it in Nigeria or outside Nigeria, is highly condemnable. I condemn it totally. Whether he was doing it, whether it's in Nigeria or outside Nigeria.
So looking at all these cases, does it deserve to go scot-free? Looking at all this scenario, do you think the federal government should release him?
Look at the issue. Ordinarily, federal government is not supposed to release him. But then the argument now is that, federal government, you violated a fundamental law in trying to get this guy back.
No,
for us to continue with this, look at what the court is saying. For us to continue with this case, you must return this guy to his exact original position before
let's look at it this way.
He was rendered.
Looking at
this is
laughable. This is laughable.
I'm telling you what the law says.
Yeah, let him land.
Thomas, are you surprised?
This is laughable. This is laughable.
I'm telling you what the law says. When you rendition somebody extraordinarily,
I don't think
Saki,
we should continue with this conversation. You cannot win this. You cannot win this conversation. Just leave all of them.
You can't win. That's what I told you about.
When you illegally rendition someone, you violated a right, and that person will go free.
Let me ask one last question. Let's say my last question is this. Let's say, what punishment do you think the court will have given him if he was not arrested? If there were no infractions on his arrest, what do you think the punishment will have been?
If he was not kidnapped, you mean?
Yes.
No, they will. No. Let's just take it as a rhetorical question. No. They will free him. Let's just move on. My brother, let's move on.
If he was not extraordinarily renditioned, then the federal government should do whatever the law says they should do. They should do it.
You people are. What about those that have died? They should just imprison the guy.
No, I don't know why people are so concerned about what is happening in Southeast. Just they said they are comfortable, and you people are crying for you are using Panadol for another month.
Exactly. When did you guys start caring about Southeastern lives?
Let's focus on
All of a
Lagos
sudden,
State
you
government.
want this guy to pay for Southeastern lives.
Let's hear from the Remy, please. Let's hear from Remy, please.
But there was a question I wanted to ask Mike.
I've been listening.
Hold on, please. He wants to interject, please.
Good morning, everyone. I've been listening to everybody. I've been talking about the Lagos State and also recently about Kano. Every state in Nigeria have this kind of law that they give opportunity to the
Remy, if you don't mind, with your permission, can you speak on Nnamdi Kanu? I don't want to go back to that Lagos, please.
The status quo of Nnamdi Kanu now, as of today, is that his case has been adjourned for the next 6 months, and that means DSA will still keep in custody till that time. Whatever the previous pronouncement about his case is, to me, is still, it cannot be factored in now.
Correct.
At present now, is now in DSS custody, and the next adjourning date for his case is 6 months' time. So the law must take its course. Actually, I do not really care too much about Nnamdi Kanu. I only care about the Eastern people that are moving around Nigeria because their home state is not convenient for them to stay anymore for business or for any other kind of thing. And this is also inconveniencing the other part of the country. Because when people move in large into different states in Nigeria,
but Remy, they have right. They have the right.
I know they have their right, but remember, they are also stretching the resources of this state. So remember, because those of them, their children have to go,
their governors richer.
Their children have to go to the hospital, and instead for their state providing this service for them, the state they went to will now provide this service for them from their own resources. So we have to look at this from that angle. Of course, we pity our brothers being killed. And some people are still supporting this agitation, which is their right. I don't blame anybody for doing that. But when you look at it in the whole entirety, you will see that this particular agitation they have been doing for the past few years, automatically it's not good for the people there. They cannot do their business. They cannot live in their place. They are moving all around, all over the country, looking for where they can stay. They should not be.
They are becoming herdsmen, moving nomadic.
Cannot be just like that in their own
Simba, come on now.
Wait. I have a question for Remy. I have a question for Remy.
But wherever
let him land, please. Let Remy land. Let Remy land, please.
Okay, I have a question. Let me finish.
Whatever the case of Nnamdi Kanu, I would blame the federal government for bundling the case initially. But now, with the status quo now, is there till September. Anything they pronounce after September, whether they are going to release it. But mind you, if we release him, it will still go back to his vomit again. And the reason why all these Southeast governors are agitating for his release is that their space become ungovernable. The people are not going to work on every Monday, and people are so afraid. People are moving en masse to other places. That is their own. They are afraid that things are not going on right in their state. So they are appealing that if they release Nnamdi Kanu, but they forgot that this same Nnamdi Kanu, you guys cannot talk to him. This guy does not respect you. The people in that place, they respect Nnamdi Kanu more than you state governors. So who is truly the leaders there? So everybody knows the truth, unless you are just trying to play around it. Everybody knows that this agitation has caused a lot of damage and a lot of destruction to the southeastern region, and it indirectly also affecting the rest of the country, one way or the other. Because if you have a bunch and part of the bunch is unhealthy, then the whole bunch is also unhealthy. So that's what we are a new generation. This is the new world. The idea of I want to go out from one country is already a cake. Nobody is doing that. It's immaterial. Look at the recent situation in the other part of Africa. What happened to South Sudan? If you go to everywhere in Europe, you see them taking asylum and everything. So when you want to even go out, you have to look at, actually, to be frank with you, in Nigeria, the Southeastern are the luckiest one, because they can go to anywhere, because they like businesses and they can go anywhere to do their business. Nobody's molesting them from staying or building or buying a land or do what kind of business they really want. And they have been excelling. So the people gave them opportunity. But recent political dispensation have given a lot of this state to rethink, why should we do this? So you can't blame them, because If you are now thinking you are better or you are more than the landowners or the indigenous people, they will fight back. And when they push back, some of their law might be a little bit archaic, but you ask for it. So
yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Remy. I have this question that been just in my mind. Zaki Father make a comment, then when I ask this question, Zaki Father, you can respond first, please. I have this question. You said they went to his house, they killed 28 persons. I can't ascertain that, but you said that. But when the police, when the military got there, do they just start killing people? People that doesn't have arms, people that doesn't attack them, they are just killing people randomly. So I want you to address that. So because I've been asking this, I've been hearing this narrative lately that they just went to the house, start shooting people. There was no counter attack from the Nnamdi Kanu side. If you can tell me that is what happened, then I can know the next question I'm going to ask you. That is to Zaki Family, please.
I don't know whether there was any counter attack or no counter attack. The only thing I know is that.
But hold on, please.
Yeah.
With reason, do you think military will just enter the apartment and they will start shooting? Let me reference this in Igboho as well. When Igboho, yeah. That when they got to Igboho's house, they knocked the door. A lady called, I forgot his name now. I forgot her name rather. Lady K. God bless you, my brother. Lady K was on live. I watched it. It's not that they told me. Lady K was on live saying the warriors are attacking Nigerian police. She said it with his own mouth, live on TV. So when Igbo boys attack Nigerian government, so you want Nigerian government to fold their arms and not attack back. So just related to Nnamdi Kanu's side, so there was no counter attack. They just entered the compound and they start killing. Thank you. That is to Zaki Father, please.
Yeah, Thomas, the only thing I'm saying is what the court established, that Nnamdi Kanu's right was violated.
You are not answering the question. No. Zaki Father, I know you very well. You always like to go on some tangents. No.
If you don't have an answer for your question, you move on, man. I mean, he doesn't want to answer your question. Just move on.
Technicalities, right?
Mr. Thomas, can I say?
Yeah, let him finish, please. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what happened, so I can't answer. I don't have any answer.
So you don't know what happened now. Thank you for saying that. Anybody have any response?
Thomas,
let me but Thomas, Zaki Father was talking as if he knows everything.
Thomas,
so now he's now giving up.
I don't know whether there was counter attack or no counter attack.
Yeah, let's Remy respond.
No,
then we
go
to
Ekene from Ekene. Ekene wants to respond to us.
Yeah,
let's Remy comment first. Then we go to Ekene.
Let's be factual here. Before the army went there, Nnamdi Kanu has been uttering some utterances that don't sit well with the federal government, even with the rest of the people in Nigeria. And I don't think the soldier will just go there and start shooting and killing people.
They were even attacking army convoy now.
So you can see that even you made mention of Igbo. Igbo is a Yoruba guy. And when they went to his house, they were pushed back even before they entered. They were pushed back from the Igbo boys, and that's why they started shooting. And Igbo escaped. Let's be factual. There must be an accident.
No Yoruba person is defending Igbo on that case. No Yoruba person I know.
Remy, do you think, Zaki Father, let me answer this question. Do you think if the government wanted to kill Nnamdi Kanu, they would have killed him?
Of course, look at 8 years. They will kill him. Who has he killed?
No.
8 years of his rulership.
They'll kill him.
Mike, please let me tell you.
If they want to kill him, they would have killed him.
Zaki Father, you are not ready to answer my question. Let's go to Ekene. No. I'm going to Ekene. Ekene hasn't spoken. Please.
I just want to tell you that I'm not.
No. I said please. Please.
You should
Ekene
just know that
hasn't
I'm not
spoken.
supporting anybody.
Please. I said, please.
I'm only
I
saying that
said,
the rule of law
please.
should be followed.
I said,
But
please.
Thomas allowed to make a statement now.
No. I said, please.
Zaki Father make his point now.
No, one.
Oh,
No,
Thomas,
not
please,
now.
me too. I'm begging for Zaki Father. Let Zaki Father stop. Let's
Let
try
him
please,
talk
Thomas.
now. Thomas. Let him talk.
No, give him that privilege, please. Ekene will talk after. Ekene will talk
Thomas
after
is
Zaki
upset because he
Father.
didn't answer Thomas' question.
You are not answering my question. I don't want to hear
Well, he
from you
doesn't have to answer
anymore.
your question. He said he doesn't
You
have
don't
an
have
answer
to
for
answer
it.
to my question.
Thomas,
That's mine.
Thomas,
please,
he
let me make
doesn't
something
have to
clear.
answer your question. Let him express.
Then we can move on.
Yeah,
let
let
me
him
make
express.
let me
Let him
something
express
clear.
his
Let
own.
me make something
Doesn't
clear.
have to answer your question directly the way.
Yeah. Let me make it clear so that everybody understand what I'm saying. You know, I don't support any activity that tends to incite people. I don't support it at all. I condemn it, highly condemnable. You know, I don't support anybody for doing something wrong. But what I'm saying is that rule of law should always be followed.
Rule of law does not invalidate that federal government should be punished, the damages should be paid. If Nnamdi Kanu's rights were
But he made a valid point. Rule of law should always be followed. We should all agree on that, at least.
You
We
should
should all agree
always
on that.
follow rule of law. Do you understand what I mean? That is what I'm trying to say. I'm a
Yes.
man of law. I'm a man of law,
Yes,
so I like
but the law
I
said
like rule of law.
omnibus.
Can you let him land, please?
No,
Let
just one thing.
him
I just
land.
want he will land. The law said they should pay the damages. I support that the federal government should pay the damages. But moving beyond the damages, let's face the fact. The payment for infracting his right is money. They will pay the damages. That's one is cleared away.
Well, AY, but Saki Father wasn't talking about that, man. All he said is one rule of law to be followed. That's it. He didn't
So
emphasize
the rule, I totally
anything
agree
else.
that the rule of law must be followed. All those damages that Nnamdi Kanu instigated people to go and burn down. At the end of the day,
he must also pay for it.
He must also pay for it. All those people that lost their life because innocent life, that they were not involved in anything, they are just involved in their only businesses. Their house burned down. Their children got raped. They were killed. They must also. It must be accounted for a lot of things. Let's be factual here. Whether you are from Eastern or West or wherever you are from in Nigeria, what this guy has done to this region is not good. Why he continue to wear Gucci and all of those things, using your money to just
Their leaders are worshiping him too.
It's so
another
terrible.
savior.
I feel for my people there because these are just innocent people. They just want to live their normal life. Now they cannot live normal life anymore. They are afraid every time. They cannot do business. They cannot go out on weekends.
Before they were afraid of Fulani herdsmen. Now they are afraid of their own people.
Their own people because of what? The same set of people you are
people are keeping quiet.
Why are you Yoruba people lamenting? Did they say that they are not living good over there?
They are causing us inconvenience.
Yoruba always want to carry people problem in their head.
Lamenting. You don't live in the east. You don't.
Yoruba people like to carry other people's problem.
You are crying over other people's problem. They even tell you that they have problem.
We have Yoruba people living in the southeast now. They are also suffering the same thing.
If that place is so bad, why will Yoruba people be living there? If it's
they have put their lives there. No, these are people who have invested their lives there.
Why are Yoruba people living there?
When there was genocide in Rwanda, every world condemned it. So let's condemn what is not good.
They condemn. You are Islam from the south side. It's not condemned. It's even supporting.
They are moving in droves to the southwest.
Why are you taking Panadol for another person's head?
Even Northerners are not complaining. Southerners are not complaining. It's only Yoruba.
Okay, I understand
even South is gone. They're not complaining.
Any problem go? Thomas, any Yoruba? Any problem go?
We understand.
I want to hear you talk.
The rest are sure.
Ọ̀lẹ ni wọ́n máa bẹ̀rù kú ni bàbá ẹ̀rù ń pa wọn ni ẹ má dá wọn lọ.
Àwọn ọmọ ọdẹ wọn máa ná pápá bora.
Let's hear from Ekene. Yes, the next voice want to hear from Ekene. Ekene, coming. How are you?
Yeah. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, everyone on the platform. Yeah, this issue of Nnamdi Kanu, everybody know that For me, this issue, I'm not a Biafra supporter or IPOB supporter or anything. But the only thing I want in the South is whatever the government will do to bring peace in that region, at least.
Do you guys want peace? Do you guys want peace?
One man, Mr. Thomas, you cannot say how can you ask me if I want peace? Who doesn't want peace?
No. Ask me why do if I ask you a question, I have reason why. So ask me why do I say that? If you guys want peace, everybody from the southeast, from the top to the bottom, as Buhari call it, should be condemning this act. I am not seeing it in you guys.
See, you have never seen me. You have never seen me.
No, I don't. I'm not directing to you.
I can testify.
I know, Patrick. I know. Ekene has been condemning it, but the majority of the Southeast.
My issue is this. There are many people like us that want peace, and there are few people that believe in Biafra. You understand? So what I believe what federal government should do is to use the influence of the people that want the peace of the country from the southeast to engage the ones that don't want that Biafra. That's my issue. That's what I'm expecting the federal government to do, and that is why we have a Democrat now. Tinubu is not a
Don't you think it's the job of the state government?
You say?
Don't you think it's the job of the state government to engage the agitators?
It's the job of the state government. It's not my job. I can be talking. There is nothing I can do.
The state governments are inconsequential. They are not. They are nothing. They are just young.
No, Thomas. What I'm saying is the state government and the sociocultural, the traditional leaders or whatever they have in it is who are their leadership space.
They don't have power over them.
But wait, now wait. Some of them say their land. You got me, so you understand what I'm saying?
They don't listen to
the reason why I say that is because people like him, they always run straight to the federal government. And federal government should engage Kanu. And I'm saying that no, that's not the process. It should be the leadership in that space to engage Kanu and all those people, and then whatever they come in agreement with, and then that leadership of that space, which is the state government and the traditional ruler, will not be the one to engage the federal government on behalf.
No, you cannot remove federal government out of the
No. That's what I'm. You didn't listen to me.
You cannot remove federal government.
Let me listen. You don't get my point. The representative, the people that have the mandate of their people, right, are their traditional leaders and their political leaders. So those are the ones that have the mandate to engage the federal government on behalf of their people. So what we are saying is the federal government cannot come and be engaging.
Like, are you saying Soludo has the mandate of the people?
But bro, now let me land. Guys, then land. Like if the federal government cannot come and engage me, Mike, as a Yoruba man on behalf of in the issue of Yoruba people, because I'm just a regular, I'm inconsequential. They have to engage either the governors, the political leaders of the Southwest, or the traditional leaders of the Southwest on the issue of the Southwest. Now in the Southeast, the people, they have the mandate of the Southeast will be their political and the cultural traditional leaders. So now what I'm saying is the issue with Kanu, whatever grievance was in Nigeria, is something has to go settle with the leadership of the Southeast, and then whatever they come to, whether it's Biafra that they want, or it's whatever it is, or what territory Biafra is, now the leadership will not be the one to engage the federal government. Like, okay, we of the Southeast, we have concluded that this is what we want. You understand? But when you guys come here and saying the federal government should engage Kanu, it's really no, it's not just the federal government. Who the hell is Kanu? Why should we sitting down one non-entity like that from London?
If you want to bring, you don't bring it with a biased mind. Let's just keep it calm. It's not, don't just jump in and conclude like that. See, the reason why federal government should engage everybody in this matter is because they are the head. And another thing is this.
Who's everybody?
The government. I know the state government, especially the Southeast governors. They are not doing it. They have not been doing enough, and I'm saying it here.
It's their fault.
I've been saying it here in this platform. They are not. They have not
They
been
should
doing
be the one agitating for Biafra.
They have not
The
been.
governors,
They have not.
the governors, the Oanese, they should be the one raising Biafra flag.
The only thing now, the only reason why they are coming out now to engage the federal government is that they now see that the issue is now beyond their control. If not, they wouldn't have been going there to.
Was the issue in their control before? It was never in their control.
No, before now they thought that it is something that they can just come up and put somebody let me bring my suggestion now. Let me finish now. Like this state governor that just came out and got meet Tinubu now. You just assume office and you start shouting no sit at home, no sit at home. You understand? Without following the proper direction or trying to know what to do to solve the issue. Then when you now give the order and you see that people cannot just risk their life because you gave an order. It's not that people want to sit at home. It's just that I cannot just come out and risk my life. That is now you now know you should get me the federal government.
I have a question for you, please.
Yeah.
Can I ask you?
Yeah, go on, let me hear.
Okay, my question is this. All these people killing your people in your region, do you guys know them or you don't know them?
Well, for me, I don't know anybody. I don't know. They call them unknown government. For me, I've never seen them before.
That is to Ekene. That is to Ekene. Yeah, Ekene.
I've not seen them before, but there is an incident that happened the last time I traveled, the last time I traveled to East. That day there was supposed to be, I was supposed to travel back to Lagos the following day. So they said there is a seat at home. So my driver was supposed to pick me at a particular junction. So when we get to that, when my driver was if we cross, we try to move early to cross to Asaba, then maybe we'll be able to escape them. But that day was a very shock. That is the shockest. As I was shocked that day. As in what happened to me that day, I just thank God, because when I came out, everywhere was so. They drove me to junction. Everywhere was so calm. It was just touch going around everywhere. So one feel like about two bike came. They covered themselves. I couldn't even see their face. These two guys were well covered. They met me at that junction where I was standing with the person that they drove me. They said, "You better go back. If you don't want to risk your life, you better go back." I was like, and I have already called my driver. My driver is already on the way. So that incident got me very shocked. That day was the luckiest day of my life. Even when I went back, the guy was telling me, "You are lucky. You are lucky. You are lucky. We would have wasted you. We would have wasted you."
So don't let us have a lot of story here. So
what I'm trying to say is this. What I'm trying to say is there is limited.
We understand your story. Just want to get one.
No. Let him tell his story now.
Let him
tell his story. Let us.
But the story doesn't corroborate with the question now. Did you know them?
I want to
let him land. Let him land. Now
what I'm trying to establish is that there is something like that going on. Yeah. There is something like that going on, and I've experienced it. Okay. You understand? And I don't know.
But you don't know them.
I don't know them. And the people that I saw that day.
But are they Fulani or Yoruba people?
No, they are information. Of course, they are not Fulani.
Okay,
Yoruba people.
Now Yoruba people.
But what I'm trying, the point I'm trying, that is the reason I told you I'm not in support of all this.
No. Where I'm going now?
That's not where we're going. Where I'm going. The person I want to ask is.
Let's Remy. Let's Remy speak, please. Yeah.
We can deduce that majority of your people, unfortunately, they are also supporting this movement. Because if majority are not supporting this movement, people will go out to do their normal business because they knew those people that are committing this atrocity because they live within the region. Everybody know one another in their region.
Remy, they know them. They
So
know
now, what
them.
I
Remy,
is that,
Remy,
okay,
I
I
want to
tell the
corroborate the
thing.
fact. Obi said it emphatically. I
Please,
know
I beg,
these
please, can
people.
you not talk about Mr. Obi, please?
No. A political leader is
Don't
supposed
talk about
no,
him. Don't talk
no.
about
Listen.
him.
I want to corroborate a fact. Hold on. I want to corroborate a fact. Mike was saying their
Our
political
future
leaders.
president, Obi.
No, their political leaders and their future traditional leaders ought to engage the government. But unfortunately, from the political class, we are getting the vibe that they know these people, they live with these people, and they don't have control over these people. So negotiation will be difficult. So long that negotiation is difficult, Nnamdi Kanu will still continue to stay there. So imagine the case. What do you think will happen if that guy is sent to prison, long-term imprisonment by the court?
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. Let me say something. Let me finish my talk. See, the reason why I think Nnamdi Kanu should be released is this. It's not that I'm in support of what he's doing. The reason why is because many people has hijacked that platform and been using it to commit a lot of crime. So when the state government is now saying release him, we will now stand as a shorty or something like that. Why I think that Tinubu should listen is that they will now find a reason.
So he can jump bail again.
Mr. Thomas, it's not everything you treat like that.
But I said so he can jump bail again.
Let me land my point. Let me land my point.
Let him land.
Let's
see
where he's trying to land.
Let's see where he's trying to
Let
land.
me land my point. Let me land my point.
Yeah.
My reason is this. These people say they are sitting at home because they are holding in Nnamdi Kanu, and a lot of effort has been made, and there is no security. So the point I'm trying to make is this: if they should release him, maybe on some certain condition, then it will not give the federal government room or the state government to now fish out.
Can you give us like two conditions?
It's left for them. I'm not the one to they can.
No, you can.
I'm trying to find out what he's trying to say. Come on, they're trying to have to land here. I'm trying to see what he's trying to land. You say you give government what? I'm trying to get what that last point.
Let me finish. See, the issue is they have said I will stand, like somebody like Soludo said, I will stand as a shorty. This one said I will stand as a shorty. And now that this is the state government. This is the state government.
No, what will the problem solve at the end? What will the problem solve at the end? What will you solve at the end? That's what I'm trying to get. Yeah?
It's now left for the federal government to give the state government. This is the condition.
No. What will that solve? What will that solve if they release it? What will it solve?
What it will solve? What it will solve now is this. If anybody now say let there be a sit at home on Monday, and now the federal government now can now come out boldly to invite either military or police to begin to arrest anybody.
So why can't they do that now? Why can't they do that now?
Because now their wish has been granted. You understand? And if such thing continue to happen, then they will
they don't have to grant wish before they start arresting.
You now know that you are dealing with criminals. You now know you are dealing with criminals. Then you have to do them.
But they are criminals already now. We know they are criminals now. We don't need to wait till then before we know they are criminals. This kind of before we know that they are criminals.
Can I interrupt, please?
Mike, sorry, let me quickly push in this thing. When you have a fire in your house, your first intuition is to put out the fire by yourself. If you can, put out the fire. If you cannot, then you call for help. Now,
let him finish.
Okay. Now you have a big problem in your hand. Since Nnamdi Kanu has been in GSCC facility.
Remy, it's not a big problem. You are the one that the problem is big too.
They have. It's a big problem for them. Now they have another guy talking now all over the space. It still continue to instigate them to go and maim and kill.
Yes,
so no matter what you do to this one, another person will come out. But if you, as a bunch, the people there as a bunch, say, let's put a stop to this. Your elite, everybody come together. You will put a stop to it by yourself. But if you people are not ready to put that stop by it
Mr. Remy, let me say this. The issue of, when you talk about IPOB, I must up or anything. These are issue of Biafra. You understand? The issue of Biafra is not a personal, it's a national issue. You know that. It's a national issue.
No,
We
it's
cannot
not.
deny that fact.
It's a sectional
Not national
issue.
issue.
It's
It's
a
a
national
national
issue. Not every
issue.
It's
country
the
wants
Igbo
to.
issue. It's not national issue, I beg.
There is nothing like this. No. That is where we are getting it wrong. And we are not doing our government. The best thing for the government to come and they sit down on a table and they reach an agreement.
Which
Nationally.
agreement?
Sit down with
People
who?
that will do it are there. People that will do it's not us that is talking here. The people that will do it, they are there.
They should
Yeah.
come around the table to
With
speak
who?
with
Yeah.
terrorists. Which come not do here? Which
Who's
government?
government going to sit down with?
I'm talking about the issue of Biafra. That resulted that brought about
Hold on.
IPOB, and all these organizations.
Hold on, please. Let me break a news to you today. Go and write today's date down. Today is on the 9th of the June, 2023. Nobody is going to give you any Biafra.
Thomas,
Nigerian
please.
government.
Mr. Thomas,
Let me finish.
Nobody's talking about giving a Biafra.
No,
You should understand my point. You should allow me talk so that you understand me. You should allow me. I'm not talking about giving
Can I let Thomas land real quick? Let Thomas land.
Let me land it. You said they should sit. Yeah. Nobody is going to give anybody Yoruba nation and Biafra. It's not going to happen.
Thomas, let me have what you just said.
Nobody's going to give you, and nobody's going to stop it in a forceful way. It still calls on a national dialogue.
Do you know that he said to sit down with them to discuss Biafra? Do you know that the government sat with Ojukwu when Ojukwu wanted to come back to Nigeria? They sat down to iron out the issue of Biafra before he came to Nigeria, and he agreed that Biafra system exists. That's a condition. So this thing you are talking about is you come and sit down with Kanu. They've already done
How far has it been met?
Don't manipulate this thing. This is
Mike,
the fact.
Mike, just give me a minute.
Wait, please. Ojukwu, after the war, left Nigeria, exile, and he was engaging the government. Even the Igbo leaders were the one even immediately on his behalf engaging the government that they need to bring him back to Nigeria. And it was the condition, that's what they discussed, that no more Biafra. This is something Ojukwu, the man that created Biafra, already sat with the government as a condition why he will come back to Nigeria to become Nigeria again. So the issue of Biafra was already ironed out.
So, Mike, let me just say something. I think you people, a lot of people are being.
But Mike, that was Ojukwu Biafra now. That was
let's.
So how many Biafra we have to sit down to discuss?
This is not the kind
So we have to sit down with Kanu again and negotiate, and another Biafra will come later.
Mike, Babajale Kuku, I think there has to be a reorientation in your space because I think it's a lot of misinformation. When you talk about Biafra, the South is not with you. So all those talk is within your space of Southeast space. And the thing is, like Thomas said...
Well, AY, they already said they are migrating to Port Harcourt. That's what they said this morning. They said they are leaving Lagos for Port Harcourt. They said they are leaving Lagos for Port Harcourt.
Let me say this. Let me put out this point. Let me put out this point. If there is anyone that believe in one Nigeria, it's an Igbo man.
No, that's
really. It's true.
Forget about what is going on.
That is true. It is true.
I can begin to give you my facts about that.
Let's just move on. No. Thank you so much.
When you are talking as
Thank you, Ekene. Thank you. You can't fool us, please. Thank you. We are not.
There is nothing like fooling body. There is nothing like fooling anybody. I can give you my facts.
Who then believe in Biafra then?
Igbo people believe in Nigeria.
That is what I'm trying to tell you.
Igbo people believe in Nigeria.
Yorubas believe in Biafra.
That is another story.
The one Nigeria most is an Igbo man.
Oh my God.
It
is true.
Everybody, hold on. Are we sure we are in one man program, not be Radio Biafra?
What am I hearing here?
Thomas, if you can give me 2 minutes, I can make out the
You've
point
been
to you.
asking for
Everybody, please hold on. Everybody, without interjection. Ekene, if you don't confuse me in 2 minutes, I will be annoyed with you. Without interjection.
No, it will pay fine. It will pay fine, Thomas.
Let's give Ekene. Let's give without. I will mute myself as well. I will give you 2 minutes. Just convince me. But what this statement you just made now? Thank you.
Okay. The reason why I say this is number one. Igbo man doesn't only believe in his religion. He doesn't believe in developing Southeast alone. He can travel to anywhere, and within the next few months, he can develop that land. He can even if it is 2 rooms. Let me finish now. I said no interjection.
I said without interjection. No picking, no pecking. I'll meet everybody. I want to hear story today. Oluwagbami.
So,
yeah, go on.
Igbo
I'll
man
meet myself as well.
This Igbo man can easily do that without even thinking of what will happen tomorrow or whether the house will get burned or anything. But he can easily develop that environment that he's living. And just check other regions of every part of the nation who have ever traveled to another part of the state and just do the same thing. Just you can just, after my suggestion, you can just tell me whether Igbo, Hausa, or Yoruba who have been able to freely go to another region and put up maybe 2 rooms apartment or so, saying this, I come here, I realize this is Nigeria and this is why I'm doing this. There is nothing, I'm not fearing that anybody will burn my house tomorrow or anything. So apart from that, Igbo man can develop business in any part of this country. A very large business in any part of this country. So tell me any other state, any other part of the country that has come to anywhere to develop a very large business more than Igbo man, without any fear, without fearing that the people living around that area or the indigenous of that community will fight him back. You understand? So, and another thing is this.
Another
thing is this. You don't expect all these things that have happened, and there is no way you can go in any part of this country. No community, no local government. You will not see an Igbo man. So after all these things that have happened, you now tell that every or 100% of Igbo man wants to leave Nigeria. Then you are not telling yourself the truth. When Igbo man has done all these things, then you are now coming here to say that Igbo man doesn't believe in one Nigeria, that everything they're talking about is Biafra, that they don't know what they're saying. When Igbo man tell you that he believes in one Nigeria, you now say that he's lying, that everything that he believes is Biafra. Then if he has already believed in Biafra for a very long time, why going out, putting all those structures, putting all those things, doing all those things that they're doing, setting up business in every part of the country?
Ekene, thank you.
Doing for your pocket doesn't mean you're doing for Nigeria. Do it for your pocket.
Yeah.
Can I interject?
Let me respond, please. Then you can respond.
Something, Thomas.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on. Everything for me by Don Lua.
Yes. What if somebody tell you that the reason why Igbo are moving out from their own place, the reason why they abandoned their state, the reason why they didn't develop their state to go and develop other places, as you claim, is because there is no opportunity in Igbo land. There is no economic activities that can better their life.
There's no space.
There's no,
Ajari Coco, do you know that Onitsha market is one of the biggest markets in Africa?
Let Ajali Coco finish, please. Let Ajali Coco finish. Yeah, Ajali Coco finish.
Those in Onitsha market that constitute the whole of.
We stay in Onitsha market.
Do you know that Nnewi is one of the biggest peppers market in Africa?
Is that Onitsha market
within that small colony?
Yeah. You can check it. You can Google it.
Okay, hold on. You see, when you make this point, people will just shake their head and what? It sounds good, though. The point you make. But you know, people.
I think we need to start looking at the way they compare things. If they say Onitsha is the biggest market, probably the biggest market they have seen, looking at their own experience, market experience, not the whole Nigeria. You know, when you say
land on your pot,
when they say my father's farm is big,
let's
let
Ajali Coco land on.
Ajali Coco, let Ajali Coco land. But I like the one you say that though. It sounds good though.
It sounds good. But we know why people are moving out from that part of Nigeria in their millions to other part of Nigeria, because other part of Nigeria, there are more opportunity for them, you know, to succeed than to remain in that eastern part of Nigeria. And
God bless you.
And the data, look, there are data to that effect. When we look at the GDP figure in that country, the East contribute the lowest. The eastern part of Nigeria come last. Of the contribution.
Come last or what? Explain yourself well, Ajalico. I didn't understand what your point. I didn't understand your point very well.
I'm talking of the GDP, the gross product contribution of every of Nigeria to
the sixth geopolitical zone. Southeast contribute the lowest.
They contribute the lowest. Even as of today, maybe it's just 1% or 1.5% to the contribution to their contribution to the GDP of that country.
Southwest is still leading.
Southwest is the number one, about maybe 44 or 48%, even more than the South side that they talk about oil. We have oil, we have oil. And Lagos alone contribute more than 25 or 26% from the 44% that, you know, the from 48% that from the West. So
this is a fact. So this is a fact. So not thinking of.
When we look at the GDP figures that come from each, that is last. Unbelievable. But you want to tell us that, oh, we make this, we make that.
Did I say that I made Nigeria? I'm talking about accepting Nigeria. I'm not talking about making Nigeria. You are the one taking
going somewhere to go and make money for your pocket. Doesn't translate to accepting.
I'm saying personally, the people assessing the Igbo space of accepting Nigeria.
No, that's not accepting Nigeria. That's accepting opportunity. No.
I'm not saying who made Nigeria.
They are taking opportunity. They are taking opportunity of Nigeria. That's not acceptance of Nigeria.
The Igbos in Burkina Faso.
My point is very clear. I'm not saying who made Nigeria. I'm saying in terms of region by region, who settles most in other part of
it doesn't translate to patriotism or acceptance. It translates to there's no opportunity in your place, so you run to other place.
People contribute.
It's not contribution. You are making money for your pocket. It's not contribution. That's not contribution. And when you go to somebody's land to build out for yourself, you are not developing the place. You are only developing your own life.
But at least I'm trying to build out my points very well. I do have my point very well.
Ask the question.
Let me ask this question, then I will leave.
Mr. Thomas.
Okay, you said that if we want to look for the person that loves Nigeria more than any other is an Igbo man.
That's my point, yeah.
Okay. So telling us today that if we have referendum in Igbo land today, that should Nigeria let Igbo have their Biafra? Yes or no? What do you think? I mean, which side is good? Is it yes that we win or no?
I think the no will win.
No.
What?
Yeah. For all these reasons I have given to you.
Oh.
Yes.
So all these things that's going on don't really so it's for nothing.
Oh, okay. So because they
we know we win.
Yes, because they like themselves more than individually, more than their region. Because you like opportunities, you want to make money for yourself, like Mike said. So you think no.
Everybody wants to make money for himself now. Are you not there to make money for yourself? Are you there to make money for me?
So why are you supporting?
Are you putting money in my account?
If you know, don't you think Kanu should be in prison then?
Let me get you correctly. Let me get you correctly. Did you just say that no, that they will not opt to leave Nigeria? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, that's what he said.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Okay. So let me just say this. First of all, Mr. Thomas, I don't know what I did though that you booted me out, because
no, I didn't do that. Hold on, please. Anybody that didn't hear any response from, if anybody comes in, I will just shut to you because you didn't say anything since.
I was actually so I thought maybe you left us. When you actually moved me, because I was even responding to someone calling what I said dubious.
I'm sorry. Yeah, let's hear from you.
Now, Ekene, what I wanted to say is this. Okay, now you know what Baba Njale Koko is trying to point your attention to is what people can consider as contradiction. On the one hand, you are saying that the Southeasterners don't want to leave Nigeria. On the other hand, there's been agitation from different quarters. Even the same Nnamdi Kanu that is the subject of discussion has been agitating and pushing for the Southeasterners to secede. We all know this. Okay, now if you're now saying that the South is actually in love with Nigeria and the Nigerian project, okay, are you not aware of Southeastern leaders that have come out openly to say that the Southeast has been marginalized? Inwanyawu was talking the other day when he made his very inflammatory statement, and he said it in his speech that the region has been marginalized. But then you are also saying that the region now, you are also saying on the one hand again that the region has everything that it needs, that they are only going out because they love the other regions. They want to develop the other regions. But on the other hand again, the other people in that land are saying it's marginal. And then you're pointing at, in a way, you're pointing at Onisha market. So should we say the region, who do we believe? Do we believe the people that are saying it is marginalized? Or do we believe you that are saying the region is okay and that the only reason they are going is because they want to develop? It's a contradiction.
Let me put out this point. Let me put out this point. You are talking to me, Abi. You are talking to me, Abi. Let me make this point.
Let me. Sorry, Ken. Sorry. First thing we must realize is trading or heart of commerce is different from being a big business where you have a big facility, where you have a lot of production.
Realization.
Let's be frank here. We cannot say your region, like Nigeria, more than the other region. But we can admit that your region has moved or settled most in all parts of Nigeria because of business or because
they made the place conducive for them. That's the reason. Why are you being economical with the word?
Yes. So I understand. I said because of business or because of marriage or other reasons. You guys move out en masse because the space where you are is not enough. Now let's give an example. I don't know how many people are understudying you. I don't know the kind of business you do, but from
He's a millionaire. Ekene is a
no,
millionaire.
I'm not going to that level. What I'm trying to say is this: if you have 20 or 10 apprentices learning the trade, you are whatever you are doing, or so some of the Igbo guys are doing. When they graduate, not all the 10 apprentices will like to stay in Lagos. Maybe some would like to move to Ogun, some would like to move to Oyo, some would like to move to Kano. So because they want to carve a niche for everybody wants to carve a niche for one another. So that is why they move all around, all over the country to settle.
Remy, they don't move anywhere. They stay in Lagos. Move where?
No, I've never been to. They are everywhere. To be frank,
they are actually in Kano. They are
even African
Kano,
countries, not even only in Lagos, not even only in Lagos itself, not even only in Nigeria.
So I can
A lot
you
of-
cannot say
yeah.
you cannot say you love your people is the one that most love Nigeria. No, if you are the one that most love Nigeria, why are you agitating? Why do you want to leave the country?
I mean, it's contradiction. It's a contradiction.
Okay, let me put out my point. Let me put out my let me put out let me put out my point. Let me put out my
You have
point.
another topic you want to introduce. Let's just move ahead.
Yes,
No, you just asked me that I can put my. It's not contradiction. Let me
I
make it
am
clear.
not asking you any question. I'm just trying to lay everything.
Okay, let me respond. I have a right. I have the right to reply. Yeah.
Reply, but don't
Almost,
give
thanks
us
for having me on.
My reply is this. My reply is
kumbayaism. Please give
no,
us
it's not
facts.
kumbaya. It's could not kumbaya. We call ourselves one Nigeria, and that is what we are trying to build in every aspect. So what I'm trying to say is this: there are things you can do for yourself as an individual. There are things that you are expecting government to do for you, particularly. You cannot deny that fact. There are things I can build for myself personally, and there are things that I'm expecting government to put in place for me to do more. So when you're talking about marginalization, I'm not talking about what I can do for myself, how far I can develop my space.
So what is
You
the
understand?
marginalization? Because it won't allow you
So
to
when
become
you're
president.
when people are talking, that is why I said in the first instance that what the government needs now to put the country together is to sit with everybody, find out the reason for that agitation. If they can begin to solve it,
Well,
for
we
me,
already
it's
know the
not.
reason for it now.
I don't think we need
Let
that.
me finish. Let me finish now. Let me finish now. Let me finish.
You still haven't answered my question. You cannot be saying.
Let
See, let me try.
let me finish
Let me
now.
rephrase.
Let me finish now. Let me
Okay.
finish. Let me
You
finish.
know, I've given you. You've actually said some other
You
things.
know when you come to every part of this country, there are things that belongs to federal and there are things that belongs to state. Go and ask them. Put out those things. The only thing I can say that the Southeast has benefited federally for the past years is the second Niger bridge, which I commend the last administration for putting it out there.
So
I cannot build second. I
Name
cannot
any
build
part of
bridge.
the region where they're benefiting federally.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. When people are every region have the right to agitate. It's not even only Southeast. It depends on how you agitate. Other part of the nation agitate.
So you support the agitation?
Mr. Ekenegi, can you address
the Niger Delta agitate. Every part of the nation agitate. You understand?
Okay.
So it is now the work of the
that
federal
makes sense.
government.
Not the one that don't make any sense.
Whatever agitation that comes up in any region, as a democratic elected government, you are supposed to call that region to order.
No.
By listening to them.
No.
No, you cannot say no. You cannot say because you are not the one. You are not the one. You are not the one in the. You are not the one controlling.
No, the Biafran one that cost millions of lives. That was a disaster.
Even if it has cost millions of lives, it
You
can still be.
You don't bring it back. Anyone that bring that back comes that's you treasonable. There's no negotiation.
That Biafra of a thing. That Biafra of a thing can still be put out.
I don't still. If let's say you are telling me this now, right? Personally, right? I'm not. Hold on, please hold on. I'm not convinced with with the explanation you have given, because you see, you are telling me now. Okay, let's use Kano as an example. You are saying that there's nobody that loves Nigeria more than the Igbo man. Let's take Kano for example now. Do we want to say that Kanu loves, yes, you agree. Let me agree with that. Kanu is a Igbo man, right? Therefore, Kanu loves Nigeria more than any other. Okay, good. But then you love Nigeria, and then you are also instigating and making inflammatory statements that can also threaten the security.
Don't let
Hold
us
on,
go
let me
back
land.
there.
That will threaten the security of that same place you love. I mean, I don't. How does it make sense? I don't understand.
Ekene, before you answer that, Ekene, answer that. I'm getting tired. I have one more topic. Everybody speak 3 minutes, and we close it. It's getting tiring. I'm not hearing what I'm supposed to be hearing.
What I would just suggest, Ekene, is that Ekene,
what I say.
what I would just suggest is that I think let us not deceive ourselves. The Southeast, you see, if the people themselves want to stop this thing, you don't have to wait for one man to come from jail and come and then say stop, sit at home. This is number one. The sit at home itself. Do you know how many Southeasterners have complained that it's also affecting the economy in terms of revenue? You sit down at home every Monday.
Let's forget it at home. If they
Let
want
me
to
tell
sit
you
at home,
something.
I don't know why it bothers us.
Let me tell you this. Nobody, so people like me, I'm telling you that I'm not happy with what is happening in the Southeast. I've already made up my
So
stand.
do you need to wait for? Do you need to wait for one man? Do you need to wait for one man before you?
Let me finish. Let me finish. If you don't even want to understand it in that direction, you can leave it. But that is my belief. That is my belief as a Southeasterner. You understand? Nobody don't want to be part of any government as a Nigerian. You
Kenneth, do you
understand?
think Kanu should
When
go
you're
to
talking
jail
about
for his
federal
crime?
issue. So what I'm trying to say, the point I'm trying to make is this. The point I'm trying to make is this, which I still
Hold on.
believe is that
Hold on.
there are people you cannot. There are people that have been brainwashed in that area. Yeah.
Ekene, please hold on. Mike, can you guess who is in the background? Just guess. Guess now. Southeasterner guy. Guess. It will scatter everywhere. It will scatter everywhere.
I'm
Guessing
leaving.
now. Guys, guessing now. Please now.
It's rational mind. Don't worry. I think I've ended the session. Mr. Thomas, I will see you later.
What happened? What happened?
No, nothing. Nothing happened. I will see you later.
Somebody is at the background. Guess, Mikey. Mikey, guess. Is Southeasterner, strong voice. Southeasterner.
Yes.
Mikey,
Madam
come
Zita.
on now.
Madam Zita.
No, Southeasterner, a man. Guess. It will scatter everywhere.
Okay. I am leaving. Bye-bye.
I'm not bringing him in. I'm not bringing him in now. It will scatter everywhere. Continue, Ekene.
So what I would my last submission is this. Everybody wants to belong to the system of government you say you are practicing in every country. So it's not a denying fact that some people have been brainwashed about anything concerning IPOB also. But there is still a point that a lot of people still don't believe that there is need for Biafra. So what I want the federal government to do, if my own submission, is that they should use the advantage of the people that are not believing in that separation to encourage the ones that are believing in it by putting more.
Okay, no problem. Okay, I rest my
that
case.
is my final. That is my final submission, and that is what I think should be done. So if you want to twist it, then it means that we don't want the
So
country.
no. So you say you love Nigeria. You the one that want Nigeria, right? Now you need the federal government to now tell you to go and deal with those ones that are agitating. If you really love Nigeria, you want Nigeria. Do you need the government to come and tell you before you go and challenge those ones that are
exactly?
You are waiting for government to come and tell you to go and challenge your.
Everybody mindset cannot be the same. Even in Yoruba land.
No. That's not the point.
Even
So
in Yoruba
you need
land,
federal government.
Even in Hausa land, the same thing in the southeast.
The fact of the matter is, we agree on that, but federal government don't have to come and challenge.
You cannot tell me that you as a Yoruba man, that every Yoruba man have the same
No,
thinking.
no, Mike is an
It's
Igbo
not
man. It's not
possible.
a Yoruba. It's not a Yoruba man. Mike is a
I
Igbo
don't
man.
know whether it's an Igbo or Yoruba, but whether any Yoruba person here, you cannot tell me that all the Yorubas believe in the same thing with every Yoruba that is here.
No, but the
It's not
moment we
possible.
start having someone that's ridiculous, such as the
You cannot throw away your child. You cannot bring your child when you born a child. When you have three kids,
if you have a Yoruba man that begin to carry act of terrorism in Yoruba land,
when you have three
wait,
kids, when you have three kids,
the moment we have a Yoruba man that begins to carry act of terrorism in Yoruba land, we will say, oh, because he has his own view, and we all don't have. No, we deal with
whether
him.
Yoruba
No,
believe, whether
we will
Yoruba
not wait for
believes in
the
your
wait now.
idea or not.
We will not wait for the federal government to come and tell us to deal with him.
You cannot
deal with that.
You cannot kill him.
No, we will deal
There is
with
no way
him.
you will kill your
Trust me.
stubborn child.
No,
There is
if
no
a Yoruba
way.
man does what Kanu
There
is
is no
doing,
way you will kill your
start
stubborn child.
creating terrorist organization in Yoruba land, the Yoruba people will deal with him quick.
I said there is no way you will kill your stubborn child, even
We
when your
will
child
deal
is
with
16.
him. Trust me, we know ourselves. We will deal with that
No,
person.
you will deal with him, but you will not kill him.
We will take
You
him out.
must
We will take him. We will trust me.
You must
Yorubas will
mentor
take
him.
him out.
Mike, we will pursue him and his family. We
We
will
will send him to
pursue him
Igbo
and his
land.
family.
Ekene, during the time of Sunday Igboho, right? After the siege on his house and he was arrested and everything. Remember there was agitations.
He wasn't arrested. He wasn't arrested.
I mean the people sorry, I meant to say pardon me. I meant to say that his people were arrested and Lady K and the rest, right? And he absconded. Now, you know, he was arrested later in Benin Republic, right? Okay, so I remember that Afenifere came out and some other Yoruba leaders came out and made statement. And one of the things they did was that they calmed frayed nerves and they spoke to people that had intentions of agitating. Now, in the southeast, you have leaders. You have Ohaneze in the Igbo. And if something is actually
Are you sure? Are you sure they have leader?
But you have seen me. But you have seen me blame these leaders, especially our governors.
Ekene, hold on now. Okay.
Yeah.
Now you have Ohaneze in the Igbo. You have Iwanyawo. I think Iwanyawo is the leader of Ohaneze, right? Okay, good. Now, this is a thing that you know is affecting the people. Economic wise, it's affecting them. Security wise, it's affecting them. It doesn't pay them. Do you look at what happened with the UN envoy? Look at what happened with the US embassy envoy too. That happened. All of these things all point to one thing: that there's a need for change, right? Okay. Now, what is then this stopping the leaders from calling the people and saying this thing is not going to? Who is actually the leader? Is it Nnamdi Kanu or the one
do you guys believe
calling
in
these
foreign
people
direct
and saying that?
investments?
Hold on, let me land. Calling these people and saying that this is happening. This is so. Let's everybody calm their frayed nerves. We don't have to heat up the system. Is there anything stopping them from doing that? Do you need to wait for federal government before that can be done?
Well, I can tell the fact that our leaders are just coming out lately. That's a fact. You understand?
They
are just there before.
All they know how to do is tell government release Kanu, release Kanu.
Especially all this. Let me finish. Especially all these our state governors. I've never seen any of them speak about even when the last time they arrested this Nnamdi Kanu. It was only some senators. The governors that were supposed to speak that then or supposed to get involved, especially the first time that he was released, and they make sure that things didn't get out of hand again. They just left everything the way. But I'm happy that things are happening like this now so that they will know and they should wake up to their responsibility. Because before they left it as if it was nothing. Now everything has escalated and they're now running to the federal government. You understand? So the issue of our leaders has been a problem before, which I've been saying here on this platform that we never had, even all our state governors. I can commend the people of Southwest, especially the Southwest governors. I know their unity. I cannot deny that fact. The unity of the Southwest governors in short, is one of the best in the country. You understand? Especially, when all this issue of ESN and something happened, it was the issue of Fulanis and all these things, which also happened in the Southwest. But the Southwest governors were able to come together, put out a security, and that was why somebody like Igbo couldn't have a say again, because the Southwest has done what Igboho was planning to do in their own constitutional way, which is acceptable to everybody, and the whole place is calm. Everybody is now moving freely. The same thing happened to the Southeast. What did the leaders do? They left everything to adjust the way they want to live it. Then they kind of have to come in to begin to mount up a non-state actor in the Southeast, which is now backfiring. Which if they have all of it, no, they didn't. That Ebubago is not strong. It's not. Even some of them are using it for their political. Well, where have you seen? Where have you seen this operating as a government official? Have you seen them operating as a government? This is a Southwest security. That is, I know how they operate, and they are effective. You cannot talk about that about Ebubago. Somebody like Dave Umar using Ebubago to perpetrate his political ambition and all that. That is not security. You understand? So you see, all these things I know how it happened and how it is happening in our region. Our leaders have been so much biased. They believe in their own, as in they never care about what is happening in the region. So, but now they are going, now they can
most of the governors, I don't think they reside fully in your region. I think they move.
They don't stay in the region. Most of them stay in Abuja. Somebody like Hope Uzodinma now.
David Mayo stays in Abuja.
All of them, they stay in Abuja. All of them. Somebody like Hope Uzodinma don't stay in Imo State. Tell me how many Southwest governors that stay in Abuja.
The reason why you guys always speak on Uzodinma is because he's the one that stood up against ESN at one point. That's why everybody hate the guy.
No, it's not that he stood up. He didn't stood up.
Hopeless Uzodinma.
Sometimes I can't blame these their leaders because whenever they come to do the right thing, the people will rush them.
The leaders is not. It's just that maybe let's say for the last few months they have speaking the language that I wanted.
If a region doesn't have a leader they listen to, how would they move on in life? Everybody's just doing what they like.
Exactly.
That is why people tend to believe in Nnamdi Kanu more than all these governors, and that is the problem.
Nnamdi Kanu is a Yamed.
And that's the thing. Always want to follow the wrong guy. The thing about the South is they will follow the worst guy among them.
Because the people
Ekene, it gets me annoyed every time. What can Nnamdi Kanu offer you guys?
Exactly.
What did he got to offer you?
The people the governors did not play their role very well.
So out of all the Igbo people in this world, all the great Igbo men you have, Nnamdi Kanu is who you guys choose to follow.
You understand? The governors, Mr. Tamo, see what I'm saying? I said the governors did not play their roles very well. Nnamdi Kanu now have the opportunity to come and feed them with his own narrative. And they believe him more.
So you guys believe in Nnamdi Kanu's way?
That is the fact. And that is the fact. See, what I'm saying now is this.
So for the terrorism that created
they are speaking the language they are supposed to speak. And that is what I want the federal government to.
Mike, I think one of the problems they have is they wash their dirty line outside for their leaders. I mean, that's one of the things why they don't respect their governors. Look at the way they will talk to Soludo anyhow on press. They will talk to David Umahi anyhow. Even if Southwest guys are having disagreements, they do it. They will say you are an elder. You people should go inside and settle your differences. So I think that's one of the problems. Because of their vocal nature, they just explode anyhow.
What can Nnamdi Kanu offer the Southeast?
No, it's because they are not, most of them, sorry, I think their human capital development in that region is really
Thomas, if you don't believe in something, you fall for everything. That's just
so I made an argument yesterday that when you put most of your productive youth into trading, not letting them have this formal education to at least
they cannot decide
up to secondary school level. When you continue to pick them out to come and learn this trade, and that is what will happen. Because
no. I agree with you. They are very educated. It's not so. They are very educated.
Simba, listen. In the last 20 years, more youth are been to like, I want to learn this trade because they see their brothers making it big in the city where they go. So a lot of them, they opt out of school and they go to trading. I'm not saying it's not bad, it's good, but
They are no. I don't still
But other
agree with you.
regions
They
have
are going to
uneducated youth too
school.
now. It's not only them.
They are
Other
going to
regions we have
school.
youth that
In
they go to
fact,
school.
they are more educated than most other regions in Nigeria, except Southwest. So what are you talking?
Simba, what I think is, even if you look at most of the educated youths, they reside in the West or in Abuja more. They don't reside in their region more. They just go to their region to just, because most times most of their people that are
That's true.
educated
That's
and
true.
highly enlightened, they don't like to stay in their mistake.
No,
Because they get some
I
brain like
think
this, they make that
problem is not education. It's
they
not
make it
about
out of the
education.
hood.
It's about cultural belief. It's about culture
No,
There are more
and
millionaires
values.
residing in the southeast
It's
than you
about
think.
culture and it's about culture and value. It's not
No.
about education. I think it's
No,
about culture and value.
Apart from
There are
culture
more
and
millionaires
value,
residing in the southeast than you think. Do you
apart from
believe that?
culture,
One
in
voice,
addition,
please.
Okay,
One
you
voice,
can
please.
see Ekene is talking now, and it's the only answer is giving me that there are more millionaires. There are more billionaires.
Residing in
You
the
can
southeast,
see. You can
yes.
see where I'm going now.
Simba. I think
You get my argument. No, she has given you the answer. He said there are more millionaires. No,
see
that
what
is
is
value. That is the value that I'm talking
Residing in
about.
the southeast. Yeah.
Simba.
it's not only
When you say they
millionaires.
have more
Apart from the
millionaires,
things that
millionaires in
One
Simba,
terms
voice
of,
now. Everybody, hold on, please. Oh, hold on, please. One voice, please. Yeah. Who
hello,
is talking? I think AY. Yeah.
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 when you say, when he's saying they have more millionaires, when we look at wealth
No, I say
from the
more
south.
millionaires residing in the southeast
Yes,
than any other part of the yes. That's what I said.
listen. When we look at Southwest, when we look at wealth, you can see a Southwesterner that is a millionaire, but he doesn't have all those properties to show for it, and he's investing more in education, spending big on education. He's a millionaire, but he does not taking the way our own perspective of being a millionaire is different from their own perspective of being a millionaire. If you go to the Southeast, I can tell you, being a millionaire is having big shop, having a big house, having a big car, having a very beautiful wife. In Southwest,
No, I'm not talking about differentiating millionaires. I'm saying when you are talking about people living outside the southeast, I'm saying there are more millionaires residing in the southeast.
But it doesn't reflect
That is what
there.
the point I'm saying. I'm not talking about measuring wealth or all this. I'm not talking about measuring wealth or measuring riches or that. I'm saying more millionaires residing in the southeast.
Yes, I'm still saying, I'm saying the same thing because the statistics we have from regions, according to the number of millionaires, Southwest is still the first when it comes to standard of living, multi-dimensionally poor people.
That is not what I'm saying. I'm not trying to measure millionaires within the southeast and southwest. That is not what I'm saying. I'm not measuring millionaires who is have the biggest millionaires.
He's saying the Igbo millionaires are more residing in the southeast than
residing in
outside.
the southeast. Yeah, it is the southeast millionaires. There are
Okay,
more of them.
How that one answer the question that how that one answer the question that we put out?
No, when I said that is when you are trying to say that how they are millionaires, most of them live in Abuja and something like that.
They are educated elites.
Most of the educated ones lives in Abuja. So that is why I put that suggestion.
You see,
that there are many millionaires are living in the southeast.
Can I this might take
they build house there, but they don't live there.
Mr. Mike, can I just quickly before you sorry, you see, you cannot, despite all the resources that you have, you may have human resources, and natural resources and financial resources. It doesn't translate into the solution that is on ground. The solution that is on ground you need a leader that can galvanize the people, just like you saw in other regions, maybe northeast, northern area, the north central, and the southwest. Someone that is a unifying voice who can speak, and the people will. Someone that is a different voice from the one that Nnamdi Kanu is touting. As it stands right now,
they have two persons that can speak: Nnamdi Kanu and Peter Obi. The rest of their leaders, they are
so that is why I said you should not talk about Mr. Obi at all, because it's not showing leadership.
We're not talking about Mr. Obi here. Obi is not an
leadership by example.
Forget about Obi.
The people they like to follow, these people don't have any kind of leadership quality at all.
You cannot say that.
Nnamdi Kanu, These guys don't have leadership quality.
You are talking about. We move up in the.
No. These guys, you guys like to pick leadership people to lead you. People that have no leadership quality, have no business leading anybody.
If you pick somebody that you want
people
to
like
lead you,
someone like Obi,
nothing now.
Ojukwu, Nnamdi Kanu. These guys are not leaders. They are not leaders.
Did Obi tell
They
you?
can't lead. They can't even lead cow. They can't lead sheep. They can't lead.
Mike,
they don't have leadership quality.
Mike, the problem we have here is that there is a big rivalry between a lot of big men in the Southeast. It's like, I am better than you. I am better than you. So it's like this is a like competition among all the big men. I'm talking about even their leaders. They will never be coordinated. If they are coordinated, they can bring this crisis to a stop. How can a simple man coming from nowhere just come and be telling all the people?
Even the Oanes, if you look at those guys, they don't have leadership quality. They're not leaders.
And fold their hands, and things are degenerating every day, and they continue to say, okay. And then later, when they now say, okay, we don't want IPOB again, as Obi is a good candidate, let us support him, maybe we can get the presidency. So I see a confused state here. I see confused people here. What do we really want? Do we want Biafra, or do we want Nigerian presidency? They don't know what they want now. But the point I'm talking about, let them look at their own people. These are our people. If we continue to kill our people every day, and our people continue to move everywhere, not only in Nigeria, go to all West African countries. They are just going there to do trading. They are just going anywhere they can find themselves. They are leaving their home in droves, and somebody is telling us that they are more millionaires. That does not have to do with what we are.
They always select head of traders as leaders.
They must come together, governors, coordinated, come together, put a stop to this once and for all. You don't need the federal government to help you.
We've dealt with this enough. Let's just move on. Last talking point. No, we already Southeast. We that's fine. That's fine. And I'm even happy we have a Southeasterner on the platform. Sometimes when we are talking about the Southeast, we are only Let's move on, please. Let's move on. Okay. The last one, I'll give everybody 3 minutes, no interjection. So because I have a meeting to catch up with, we have to finish by 8 hours sharp. So we have like 45 minutes to go. So I'll just give people the yes. Finally, the G5 met with Tinubu. All these Ula Banu, we are supporting Peter Obi. They are divided. They are blah blah. They are blue. Finally, they met with Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the president, your president. It's not my president. So they met with him. What do you guys think the meeting can be? Do they want to align with Tinubu politically? Are they looking for a post? So what do you guys think?
Can I go first? Because I have something to do. First,
no worries, sir.
Everybody must know that politics is about personal interest. What is in need for me? That is number one for everybody, even if it's a world-class leader. Then, after I get what is in need for me, then I think about my people. These people have played their game. They played their game very well. They know what they are doing. They split their value among all the 3 political parties. Between Obi and Tinubu. Some of them came up on top. Some of them lost. Now, all of them, the 5 of them went to meet Tinubu. They must have tabled something in front of Tinubu too. And Tinubu also need their help, maybe for this National Assembly election. Play your part well, then I will reward you this way. So that is about what I think is about interest. So they are still intact, no matter what happened. In short, everybody has moved on. They have a new sheriff in town, and if you play by the balls, you will still be relevant.
Obedience has never moved on.
And you are out. That's it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's good. I love that. Very simple and succinct. Yeah, AY, what do you think?
I think the thing is, there's a time to, politics is over. It's time for governance. But I think Wiki is trying to lobby and is trying to do an inclusive lobbying by putting Otom and these guys on the fray for Tinubu. But I don't think Tinubu will buy into that. Someone like Otom, probably they are trying to negotiate that it should not be probed by EFCC, which is highly unlikely. Tinubu would let the law take its course and allow them to go for you. and probably Wike is trying to, repair the image of his allies, Iguain in Enugu, and also do a buy-in for Umba, because Umba's case is very, 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 very critical. He may end up losing his seat because of that certificate saga, that NYC stuff. So the thing is, they have more to lose than having holding the end of the bag with Tinubu, because at this stage, imagine if Enugu goes the way of Labour, and it's almost over for PDP, and Wike may not be able to, revive the party the way he would like to revive the party when Atiku leaves the party. So I think Wike is just trying to use his goodwill for his friends, which is a good thing, but I don't think Tinubu will really buy into that, because the way I see Tinubu is looking, everybody's
But
looking.
AY, they work for him, isn't it?
No, Autumn did not work for him. Ugwani did not work for him because of
I said they. I mean the majority of them. 4 of them they work for him.
not 4. Only 2 people.
Makinde did. Wike did.
But do you know that Shei's
only Wike and Sheyi Makinde now?
No, even I doubt it, because Sheyi
even Makinde didn't work for him, man.
Makinde
I mean, just because Tinubu won or the other doesn't mean it work for him.
No, Makinde did not work for him. The agreement was the political leaders and the traditional leaders in Oyo State told him that they will support him for his second term while he allows for Tinubu to go through. So it was the decisive in-house agreement. It was not as if
no.
had the political
I don't think Makinde had any role to play with or young people voting for Tinubu.
Yes.
The Southwest.
Makinde does not have that political capital.
Whether political or not political, the Yorubas wouldn't have, you wouldn't have voted for anybody else except Tinubu. They wouldn't have voted for Atiku or Obi. The only reason they went PDP was because the situation that was going on between the governor and the APC and PDP, they had almost a civil war. This
influence.
They had a war violent going on in Osun State during that. So that's why it happened that way. But Oyo and every other part of Yoruba land, there's no way they were going to vote for
person I can think that really worked for him was Wike, and even the result is being contested in court. Even if Wike had lost previously, he would still have won the election. So it's not as if Wike has he's just trying to put a media show that he has a stake in Tinubu's win. Wike didn't. Rivers was the last electoral stuff to be called, and we all know Tinubu had really won before they brought in Rivers results. So it's not as if they can G5 has a stake in the governance structure. Not really, not so much. Because Tinubu will still win his election with next election without.
But you still have to show appreciation, I can't say because
Yes, Tinubu will not reward you more than he owes you. That's one thing we can look at that.
He shouldn't go out of his way, but he should just go out of his way.
Exactly. So he's not going to kill himself and say Autumn should not be approved by EFCC, or if this guy's certificate is fake, and they should not boot him out of office. That's not true. Tinubu will be like, okay, let the law take his course. So that's it.
That's good. Yeah. Mike, what's your response?
So regarding what exactly were they? I need detail because I didn't follow.
No, they just show them with photos. No, there was no any briefing about what they discussed, but they met with each other. That is it.
So the G5 came together, basically trying to.
I think they tried to toast Tinubu now. Waiting they are trying to.
Why are they coming as G5? It's not even making sense. Why are they coming as G5? Because the role of G5.
They come to state their position to Tinubu, what they believe in, equity, fairness, and all this nonsense talk.
That's nonsense.
So they need so Tinubu need them to know that
that is the statement in the statement after the meeting.
So the G5, they are all PDP, right? So which is Wike, Makinde, Autumn. Who are the other two, sir? The last two. I thought Piazza already lost the election, Abia.
Yes, now he lost the elections.
So what's he coming for? Is he coming for appointment?
I don't know.
And that guy was not the persistent governor.
All of them lost the election except Wike now. And they want him there.
Yes, that's the thing.
All of them lost the election.
Yeah, Wike is out. And who's the fifth one who... Who's the fifth one?
Ugwuanyi,
Why?
Of Enugu State, Abi.
yes,
Yeah.
yes.
These guys, man,
He lost his Senate now. His Senate bid now to level.
they are looking for appointment, man. They are looking. I mean, what's next for them? They are looking for something.
Tinubu will dare not give them appointment.
Yeah, I bet they know. I don't think Tinubu is too serious for all those kind of paddy government kind of stuff. This guy is too serious. If you look at even most people don't even know this story. How Fashola became governor. When Tinubu was governor of Lagos, it was, I forgot the name of this other politician, paddy politician. They were there. They thought they would be next, right? They are the Fashola was not a politician back then. It was just a, pretty much a parastatal.
Very serious guy.
Exactly, very serious guy, but was not a politician. But when Tinubu was leaving, Tinubu said, "You know what? The guy that I want to take over for me is that guy there." And the politicians among them were like, "What? Why would you just pick this? This guy's not a politician, So Tinubu is about who is he that can do a job. That's one thing about him. Well, that's a great attribute. It would people that know him told me, they say this guy will never just appoint someone that's not competent to go and do a job or hold any position. So that's one thing I know for a fact that Tinubu will do.
So
Mike, if he's going to be picking,
Mike, sorry just to support your opinion. Just look at the way he appointed Akume as the secretary to the federal government of Nigeria. Everybody was talking is El-Rufai or any other person. They did not even know that it's another person entirely.
Yeah, he will just pick name that you don't even know. Look, when he picked what's his vice president, when he picked Yemi Osinbajo, who knew who Yemi Osinbajo was? We were all expecting that he was going to pick somebody we all know. You understand? Huh? So the guy
Akume is a silent achiever. No talk, nothing. Silent.
Exactly.
I think Tinubu knows who his friends are. If I want to enjoy, I know to want to call. If it's serious business,
people that know Tinubu well, they told me about him. They say he is a person. When it's time for business. He doesn't mix business with pleasure. He's not a person that will start appointing people because you kiss my ass or you're my guy or you come to me and say I want this appointment. No. They say the guy can help you in other fashion as a friend or something, but when it comes to business, it's not doing that. The guy does everything based strictly on merits. Who can get this thing done? Who can get the job done in this area? I'll put you there. Who can? That's the way Tinubu operates, and that's what I was telling people. I say, listen, this guy leadership is about the ability to select your cabinet and who you utilize the resources around you, especially particularly human resources. And I said the reason why Tinubu is better than this other candidate, Obi and them, is we know him for that. You can't, and some people argue with me. I said, listen, Obi doesn't look like he has people. It doesn't look like he knows people. You become president of Nigeria, you may have the intention, good intention, but does he know how to?
But Mikey, all the commissioners that serve under Peter Obi, where are they?
Exactly. Where are the names?
Where are they?
But Tinubu, you can look at, you begin to see names, see people, highly competent people. You find out they all served under him when he was a governor.
For Peter Obi, nobody can pay for him.
The chief of staff is campaigning for him now. I know she's a woman.
How many are they? How many are
Obasa is there now.
What have they achieved after they left office? What did they achieve after they left office?
How do you mean? You will say you don't know them. You will say you don't know them, but I know them. I see them following him. I see them campaigning for him now.
Ekene, sorry, thank you. Don't let us go there again. Let's just on this G5. We have 15 minutes. We have how many minutes? We have 30 minutes to go. Yeah.
So one thing that give me the optimism about Tinubu's administration is you guys will see a lot of guys that will be performing because Tinubu himself may not perform as an individual, but you will see people in his cabinet performing. And if you look at Tinubu, at Buhari's governance, you see that those guys that were performing were people that Tinubu gave to him. Yes, you will see ministers doing job because there's no single minister that is going to appoint that won't know what he's doing, that won't be competent. That's one thing you have to expect for Tinubu's government. So all these,
Mike, and I would like if you are not performing, you hire, you fire.
You will fire, man. You get rid of you fast.
You can fire.
You get, yeah. So those G5 governors, the only one among those G5 governors that may want appointments, they may get something is weak here because and then we know that Wiki showed that he performed, he did some work in Rivers, he performed. There's no one that can deny that. But those other ones, like, yes, that guy did nothing. If you think it's Tinubu will come and give him something, he's wasting his time, man. He's not that guy, forget it, man. Wiki is probably the only one. And something, if Wiki is going to get something, probably won't get the Niger Delta development, the NDDC.
No, he's not going to get that. Maybe Minister of Works. You know, Wiki likes works a lot. Projects.
Yeah, he may get something in that manner, something that shows,
or
you know, that relates to something he has done. He has done performance.
He will be building railway. Give it to Wiki. He will be
But
doing
I'm very sure Tinubu already has people that can do that. I'm telling you that this guy already got people that can do those things. I'm even more competent, like lyrics. Like what? I won't be shocked if he give Wiki, but I think he will give Wiki something relating to the Niger Delta. That's what I think.
And to me, I don't want it to look very obvious. You know, people have been claiming Wike rig election for him. It should just be Wike can still enjoy from his government, but I don't think, in my opinion, I don't think he's supposed to give Wike any political appointment. In my opinion, that is just my opinion.
No, I wouldn't say you should give him because Wike did him a favor. I would say
relevance if he doesn't give him appointments, because if, let's say Wike is a minister of works now and is working to build roads in Niger Delta, Wike will still have that political base on his side. But if
don't you think that Tinubu needs to be very far from Wike due to the type of character he is?
No, not necessarily, because Tinubu still needs the vote of Rivers. If Wike does not get any political appointment, let me tell you, that small boy Fubara will get his political base, and Wike will not be able to do anything. Because
the only reason at one point,
you understand what I mean. That Wike character is not
a character, exactly. That's one thing that
you will associate anyhow. You need to be very careful with that guy.
Where I agree with Kennedy is the character of Wike. Wike is not someone you want to put too close. You got to dine with it with a long spoon. It's not loyal to anybody. So the Tinubu shouldn't want to. I won't advise Tinubu to take him and put him in a critical part of the government. You can put him in the Niger Delta area. You understand? Because he has a lot of reason to. Wike is popular in our Niger Delta area.
Just say to him, let him be very far from the government house. You don't even need to be coming there.
No, the only. I'm telling you that the only area where I know that if Tinubu put him, listen, that he won't have reason but to want to perform, not to kill his reputation. It's in the Niger Delta area because he already built a reputation in that area as a guy that built things like construct. So now, if Tinubu make him Niger Delta NDDC champ head, he has no choice because he's working for those Niger Delta people.
What happens to Asari Dokubana?
Actually, to be frank with you, I see Wike to become the next minister of NDDC.
Exactly.
You have to read between the line. There was a time Tinubu is meeting Akpabio, who is the current NDDC chairman. So I think he had that position before. With Wike the other time, you have to solid base and you have to cement your base. You want South vote in the next 4 years. Wike has done a good job in Rivers State. I don't know why people are saying that it's a different character. Apart from the fight he fought with Atiku, telling that the power must shift to the south, I don't see any big deal about him. He's a workaholic, although he can talk anyhow. Just put him at the NDDC. Show your work.
Talking anyhow.
Do your work. If he die, he's working. We need people like this.
Yeah, the guy we perform in that area because he's already people in that area already has known him to perform, so they'll be expecting him to perform.
12 overbridge in 4 years. What do they do in Delta? What about Edo? What about
exactly?
Are they not from NDDC? What do they do with the derivation money they are collecting? Let's be factual here. He has tried, and his word is also his bond. That's the people who want. He told you, I will fight you, PGP, and he fought them to the standstill. If not because of him, let's say he supported Atiku, would Tinubu have won this election? No. Everybody knows that Obi cannot win the election from day one because he does not have that base in the northern part of Nigeria. But if not for people like people like Wike, at least they split the vote in the South very well for him. They try for him. So why not? If you participate and contribute, and so you should be adequately rewarded too. So don't blame him. If he rewarded with NDDC, that's fine with him. He's still young. If he plays his game very well, maybe in future,
If he gets that, he'll be able to expand his base to the south, then probably
Exactly, he's going to expand his business outside. That's true. If there's anyone for IDDC position, I think it's Wiki. Like, if the guy can do it in Nigeria, he will do very well.
If you look at the handwriting on the wall, even the so-called Boala that has been going all around talking rubbish about APC and Tinubu, he's coming back to APC soon. So that is politics for you. I'm done with you. I move ahead to where my oil will be grease or whatever they always like.
If we can head NDC, we continue to work for Rivers. For Rivers State. You understand?
And if PDP continue to push Wiki and Israel, they continue to push them aside. At the end of the day, they will join APC. Everyone will not fall. What will happen? That means APC is consolidating.
I even prefer him to join APC, sir. So that it's better he join APC.
What has PDP done? In fact, their party is supposed to die. Really, to be frank. Because
he won't join APC because he needs that base, PDP base, to contest for presidential elections next time power comes to the south.
So, it's not going to be easy for him because those Atiku and the rest, they are still trying to Atiku.
No, it's not about easy. If you have the political power, political base, that
is why if they gave him, if he is given the NDDC minister, then he's going to be powerful and more relevant, especially in South. Because he will continue to do contract and he will continue to go there. And he will
what if we can come out to contest in the next election?
He cannot win.
No, he cannot win.
But it
will be a fight now. You know it will be a fight.
No, be a fight. You win him hands down because he already lent credence to Tinubu on live.
Yes. And moreover, part of the northern state, they don't like him now. He has to start to build his base. Maybe he can prepare himself for the next 14
but I would say one thing, Tinubu needs to be careful because we maybe strategizing to run in 2020.
They don't even know we get very well. That is why I'm laughing.
Against Tinubu. Wait. Under PDP. So now, if Tinubu given position and he allowed to remain a PDP guy, right? Mm-hmm. The guy might go there, which will be good for every one of us. Go there and perform very well. You understand? Mm-hmm. And then.
But do you know
campaign against Tinubu and go and campaign against Tinubu, and then you use that to campaign against Tinubu.
Mike, any performance but if Wiki has under Tinubu's government is a credit to Tinubu's government, just like the way Fashola is a credit to Buhari's government. So there's no way, even if he says I performed, I did this and all of that, under whose presidency?
Another thing that you guys are not really factor is that if Tinubu rule for 4 years, do you think the northern people will allow another Satana to now rule after Tinubu for another 4 years?
No, like contest for second term. No.
Yeah, that's true.
No, but in the second term, any Satana can still contest now. As far as the power remains in the
south. They just contest. They will not let them win because they are not stupid. So you will now rule for 12 years consecutively, and they will just fold their hands like that.
No, that's PDP now. Remember the last election between Atiku and
they won't want what happened during Jonathan happen to them again.
Wait. Remember the election between Atiku and Buhari, the last election. I mean, it was the Saturn that brought Atiku now to run against Buhari now. So the North man look at it like, okay, the Northern PDP might say, okay.
Because they knew that categorically that Atiku will not win 2019. It's easy because the South is not ready to vote for Atiku. And
but Atiku did very well in 2019. Now he did. That is his best outing. That was Atiku's best out in his political career. That 2019.
Look at the margin of defeat. Over 3 million votes. He did very well, but because you guys voted for him in the Southeast. Look at the margin.
He didn't do well in the North. He didn't do well in the North. He did well in the South.
So they know what they are doing because they know that come rain or shine, Buhari will win that second time, and he won, and it's over. And this next 4 years, do you not think you want to vote for another Saturn and they will now fold their hands and you guys do for 12 years of non-stop? It's not done that way, And Bola Tinubu, no matter what, he has to perform, and I think he will try his best to perform. So Wike can only be planning for the next 16 years.
Yeah,
50 now.
Wike can only get vice, bro. I think, which you know that.
The person that will get vice is that Humaye is playing a good politics. and I can foresee that in the next 8 years, he might be the vice president of Nigeria.
How old all these people that you're talking about would be 60
is
years
50
time?
something years now, 50 something, but it will be like 64 then now. He's still
16. You don't know arithmetic, AY.
64.
Even if you add 16, if you add 16 to 50,
I'm not saying
that
16.
is
I'm saying 8 years.
66.
When power goes back to the north, Umai can be the vice president. But the caveat
We are
is
talking
that
about when he will come back to the south. That's what we are talking about.
when he comes back
16 years to this time.
See, let me tell you one reality. One reality is the truth is the benchmark for presidency will go for age-wise will go lower because Tinubu will start picking people that are very young. See, and one thing is let's be honest with ourselves. All these young guys coming up board now. If you look at the age range of new governors, they are 50 something. So all of them will also have a political base where people like Wiki, if they are not careful, maybe they are
They are not AY, don't make me say they are not younger than the people that have been governor before. They are not younger than, in fact, they are older. They are older self.
No, check Northwest. No, check Northwest. Look at the number. They are fresh governors. All of them are almost fresh governors. All the governors in the Northwest. They are fresh.
How old is Shekau now? How old is Shekau? How old is Kwakwaso now?
Yes.
Kwakwaso is not a governor.
Is about 62 or 63.
Ghana is not a governor. I'm talking about the governors.
No, I'm talking. No, I want to tell you how old he was when he was a governor. I'm telling you that people now they were younger. They were younger then. They were younger. How old was Fashola when Fashola became governor in Lagos State?
Now it's about 60.
So now we are now 50s. And you are not saying they are younger.
No, I'm saying that you don't know what. Let me rephrase what I said. I said this current crop of governors that are 40 something, 50 something, in the next 8 years, they will have sufficient political base and political power to decide more than this.
What I'm saying that the people that have done it, the people that have been governor before. No, AY, the people that have been governor before, they even came at a younger age. So what became of them? That's what I'm saying.
So what I just know that for you to become the president of that country, you must have some achievement, either as a senator or probably as a governor. If a governor is more better, because the people now try to benchmark you. What have you done?
Are you saying that somebody like Sowolu cannot be the president?
No, forget it. No, capital no. He cannot. He can never.
Because everybody now is what did you do when you were governor? When you look at your last credentials and they will use it to judge you, and you can use
so that is the problem all of these guys have, like Shawore, Mogalu, and the rest. They might be good candidates, but no experience. They have not held any public position.
So because
in Nigeria, people want to judge you. What did you do?
What have you done before? Yes. If you look at it, that's what if Obido is not president now, I don't think Obi will be president again, because at that point in time, like I said yesterday, that
Obi is just fighting. That is the last stuff for Obi already. He knew that is why he's fighting tooth and nail, but he can never become Nigerian. It's so difficult.
Even Alex Oti still has chance, maybe.
Because if he perform, he, Soludo, and the rest. I don't know how old
Alex Oti is not young, bro. Alex Oti is not young. I wish he's young, but he's not young.
But even Soludo still has
I think he's even older than Obi self, that Alex Oti.
Soludo still has a better political career future than Obi, because Soludo
is older than Obi. Soludo is older than Obi.
Well, are you sure?
Very sure.
It's just like a year or 2 years.
Older than Obi.
Like a year or two, something like that.
Yeah. Soludo is 2 years older than Obi.
Because I'm looking at who can be the next president.
Soludo just has a good stature.
Well,
but in terms of age.
If Soludo also, let's factor it in the next 16 years, how old will he be? Is he already 76?
No, Soludo will be gone now.
Soludo can only be vice president now. They can't be
Soludo can only be vice president. Soludo can only be vice.
He cannot be president. Unless he cross packet to the major political party. You cannot stay in the Labour Party or ABGA and think you want to be vice president. You are just deceiving yourself. He has to cross carpet. He has to change party. You cannot be in Labour Party or ABGA or Accord Party or Zenith Labour Party and you are thinking of vice president or presidency. Forget it. It's not going to happen.
That's why I feel that it's very difficult for someone like Kwankwaso to be president. If you're not in a major party now, If you're not in either APC or PDP now, because you need to start working your way to get the ticket. So if you're not in any of those parties, it's very difficult for you to...
But the next power going to the north, I see Kwankwaso in that
Kwankwaso will
position.
not win.
No, it's not going to win. It's not so easy as what you think, because APC have a lot of people. Even the so-called El-Rufai you are castigating, it might also be a good candidate in the next 8 years.
Do you know that if El-Rufai decides
many candidates,
no, forget that El-Rufai. APC can choose from, but that El-Rufai.
APC cannot. APC probably will. Maybe they will not choose.
APC will not even think of that position.
No, APC will think of someone like Zulum.
Yes.
Yeah. Now you are coming. Now you are coming.
They will also look at and to shock you. If this Benue governor performed very well in 8 years, look at that.
Yeah, that's true.
That Zulum will be a nice candidate, and that guy is positioning himself very well.
Now
even though the guy is in APC, a lot of opposition love that guy very well. So and that guy is not there.
He did very well. Look at his bond. Look at what the structure just put in. I just checked on YouTube the other day. Come and see their schools.
He's a very silent achiever. The guy attitude in terms of policies and everything is what a governor should be.
So that is the reason why I also doff my hat for Umayu.
No, they can pair Umayi and Zulum. They pair Umayi and Zulum. So
these two guys will be a very wonderful combination in the next 80 years. If APC would, because the only problem I have with all these APC parties, when that time comes, they know what the people want. They will still want to do otherwise.
This is politics. You cannot say what
you look at their numbers now. How much numbers can Umayi compete? How much numbers can the Zulu
even with all what Tinubu have done for APC, is it very easy for him to win the primaries? Look at what he did. So if you want to become a president, you have to work for it. It's not given to you on a platter of good like that.
And I don't think that somebody like Zulum will be that desperate to fight for that primary.
Who told you? Let the time come. Then you will see.
You will see. You see that anybody that has interest to contest will start. Someone like Zulum now. I expect that from now you should start using a lot of media coming on board talking about national politics. You have to start getting vocal so that people from all nooks and crannies of Nigeria can start knowing you. Your name will start resounding in the national politics.
You think that after this 8 years that somebody like Shetima will not come up to say I want to be president?
No, forget it. It's not going.
No.
All these are politicians. They're very greedy. That is why I hate them so much.
It's not easy for
That is why Oshibajo came third in the primary. Even Amechi, even one person. So you can see
so APC are just forgetting Amechi like that. What happened? So Amechi is nowhere to be found.
Amechi also is the bad loser.
He's
not comfort himself very well, and I think generally he lost to his arch enemy in Rivers, Wiki, and the other guy, Magnus Habi. Magnus Habi has been party to Tinubu from day one. Okay, so he lost.
And what Wiki is doing now for Rivers, Amechi should have been the one doing it. When Amechi was Minister of Transport, if he had built a railway from that Port Harcourt to Enugu, if he had even started it the same time he started this Lagos Ibadan, you know that he will have political base to be able to oppose Wiki, but was not doing anything. Was just following Buhari around.
Amechi wants to become to Labour Party.
Apart from that, Amechi to me is an arrogant politician.
Yeah,
and the way he talks. You want to rule a country and you just talk down on people anyhow. You want to, if not because of him, if he wouldn't have.
He was thinking Buhari was on his side because they did all this.
Yeah.
They gave him title and he went to build a university in Daura.
He played bitter policies, and he also believed in the old age policy that if I kowtow to Buhari, then Buhari will just unpick him to be his next successor. Things have passed that stage now because there are so many power brokers, there are so many stakeholders. You can even see with Tinubu's money and everything, everybody has put in different position in APC. It's not easy for him to even win the
next primaries. This now everybody's there's no
what is
power broker anymore in the country.
So what is happening in Nigeria is good for the people, because at the end of the day, you get more better people with good credentials to come and contest, and then people will scrutinize you more. Look at the last election we just did. It was highly competitive. Highly competitive. Everybody just
the only thing I know is that after Tinubu administration, I don't see older men getting close to power again.
No, you are wrong. I guess you guys, you are wrong. When you talk about older men, for you to rule that country, you must be in the range of 60 years old. 60
yeah, 60 is okay. 60 is okay. 60 something is okay. But I'm talking about
60 is not old. You are just kidding yourself. 60 is a small boy.
You don't know. It's not about age. It's about your political strength and depth. You
understand? We'll see more competitive people that are capable. It's no longer electing a leader because you want to be president. Something like that. Because you see what will happen to Tinubu now? What will happen to Tinubu now is this. What will happen to Tinubu in this administration is this. Even if the man never wanted to perform, he must perform. This time around.
He has to do
it's a must. He has to do it.
I think the reason why he won is because a lot of people still believe in his past achievement, and they think he has tried for Lagos State.
And a lot of argument has gone in that direction.
The only problem that majority of some people have against him is just one thing: age.
It's just age.
So in terms of performance, nobody can say he has not performed. And unfortunately for him, now he has to perform as a president.
So I can if you now see that if you're a state government before, if you governor before, if you now want to contest for presidency, you always have to refer back to your state. How well, so everybody will start looking at how well the state you governed is doing. So you understand?
No, I'm not disputing that far, but I put out that before because I know that I made that argument that somebody like Showole he might be a good activist and all that. I said that let him go back and they contest, even if it is for Senate. At least I know he will get it if he contests for that position.
Even
Senate itself, he will not get.
I don't know why. I don't know why he's too.
I don't understand them too.
I don't understand. Just go for Senate. Go for.
Even if he goes for Senate, he will not get it because elections now are local. You start from your local roots, from your ward. They must know your ward, your polling unit, your ward, your local government.
He would have gone back. The time he started contesting for presidency, he would have finished Senate now, talking about the governorship position.
It's not so. His policies is not so easy as what you guys portray. Where is Showore based? Is it people online?
Where is political base?
Yeah, thank you. That's what I'm trying to say. Is it people online? Or even we don't even know where does it come from? Is it from Kwara? Is it from Oyo? We are not sure. Is it from Delta? We are not sure. So he has not even penetrated the whole of Southwest. He has not even penetrated Southeast. Nigeria is such a big country.
Even his state is not penetrated.
You guys are not seeing this from one angle. Listen, they say the line where you stand behind. That's the line where you get to the front the quickest, right? If you are telling this guy to come, he's standing behind in the line of governorship, you understand? He go. So if you don't stand behind the line of the presidency,
is it not laboring in vain?
My friend, but no. People will say the same thing about people like the Buhari and the articles where they all standing behind the line for presidency.
No,
it took them.
But Atiku has been fighting.
Even to do all of them. My brother, to be president of Nigeria, you have to be in line for a while. You understand?
That's what you're saying.
My brother, listen. If Sowore stay persistent, see, I tend to look at it differently. You guys remain in that line. Make it again.
Can I make you guys laugh a little bit?
Let me laugh. If I say this, you guys will see where I'm coming from. When Buhari was standing in line to be president, he kept on losing. People keep saying, "Oh boy, give up now. You can never win." But wait now. By the time they formed that coalition, right? Within that party, everybody had to pick Buhari to be the guy to go because he's the one that been in line the longest. You understand? And he's persistent. So people are like, okay, this guy don't do line since. Okay, we can't just say the rest of all we just come. So what I'm saying is. What I'm trying to say is this: if Showore remain in line like that, keep on, being, stay miserable. But brother, make a land. A time will come where we say some group of people won't form coalition, one big coalition, the way APC will form. And when they have to pick one among them, I ain't gonna get the case to present the most. They come. Now me don't stay line since now. So you guys have to pick
He's forming coalition within Nande Kanu. So
no,
I think
you guys don't know. Like at one point, all these politicians, these big men that we know, they will all grow very old and they will move on. They will leave politics. So the new generation of politicians will start taking over. And when that time comes, when they start forming coalitions of new party and things like that, sure already we have the biggest mouth to say, "Come, guys, I've been the one in line the longest, so I have the best case." To be the
But
to be
that is
the
if he has changed his way of operating. If he's no
of
longer
course,
acting
eventually
like
it's going to change now. It's going to change. The right time when time comes, the guy will change. You go switch. You go switch in this thing. So you guys don't stay from that angle. The guy himself knows. Say the become president of Nigeria, you have to be persistent. And you have to wait. You have to be patient. You can't come like that. You
and that is
understand?
one funny thing about the guy, he's the chairman. He's the chairman of the party every time, and he will also be the candidate every time. I don't even
My guy knows
understand
everything
that.
they do. My guy knows they
Eh?
got to be president of Nigeria. You
You
have to be in
become the
line.
chairman
You
of
have to be in
you
line.
be the chairman of the and still be the presidential candidate. Eh?
It is spokesperson.
He's the spokesperson.
My guy, they go line up. You see how the people were there today do them now. You gotta go line up. So when they look future, they look. Maybe he plan to be president of Nigeria in the next 20 years. That's why he go stay, he start today. So now strategy. Now you have to think beyond your nose. You can't say what you have to start from to become president. You have to wait in line. You have to plan. It's a long-term plan. It's a 10, 20, 20 years plan. I'm telling you. So that's what the guy is doing.
Can I speak a little bit about these G5 people? I posted something to the comment section. You guys look at it and laugh about it. Wiki is trending on social media that he was hustling so much that he forgot he put his button in a different way. You see the picture, you will laugh. The guy is
I saw
really
the picture.
yeah, he's actually really hustling for real. But I think what they are doing is they are seeking for soft landing because some of them probably will not escape EFCC. Somebody like what is this called? Nguyen.
Autumn. Autumn.
No, even Autumn as well too, because there was no. It seems there's no love lost between him and that Reverend Father. So, but what I think they are going to do, I think also Tinubu is trying to consolidate on the relationship that he has built with, especially the southern governor per se. I'm talking about Shiri Makinde and the and Wiki, because he's still going to need them in the next 4 years. And it seems Wiki is trying to establish himself in the river as a godfather as well, because he practically installed this governor, this Fubara of a guy. He installed him. I don't think it's the choice of any, even all the PDP members in the River State. But I think he's trying to build that bridge and trying to consolidate on the relationship that they already established with them, so that it would need them as well. It's possible that it will probably feature maybe one or two of them in his administration, or they will second somebody to his administration, not necessarily trying to be the minister. But I also look at the fact that does Autumn still have political capital to spend? Because it seems
No.
that, sorry?
No, Akume is the guy in charge. That SGF is the guy
I
is from
mean,
Benue.
he didn't support him from the get go. He didn't
Yeah.
actually come out to go against Tinubu, but for the fact that he publicly declared for Obi, that won't sit well with some APC members. So, and also, if you also look at the other two governors from the southeast, uh, they were all for Obi. I mean, those people were actually caught in the middle of the Red Sea. If they go against their kinsmen, they were actually voted out in the first place anyway. But at the same time, their contribution to Tinubu's victory is very minimal, or should I say even zero. So I don't know what those people are trying to bring forward as a leverage, to the table for whatever uh, uh, discussion they are having or so, because it seems somebody that has the upper hand most is Wiki. So Shiri Makinde. Somebody said earlier, I think it was Mike, that Shiri Makinde didn't actually contributed to Tinubu's victory.
Yeah.
I want to say that is not totally correct, because whatever arrangement they've made among themselves. I mean, Sheyi Makinde sent his deputy to Akure during his Tinubu's visit to Baba. What is it called? This Afenifere man. So his deputy was there. He was present. Fashoranti. So and I mean, Sheyi Makinde never really come. I mean, when Atiku came to Oyo State, he didn't go to the stadium to welcome him. He didn't feature in their political campaign. So he was probably working underground, and that was the reason why he could win that election and win it successfully. And of course, Oyo State is known to be having a one-time governor until what is it called? Was it this Obama Shoma? Then followed by Ajumabi. So I think they are also trying to look for soft landing. Those who are running from EFCC or one thing or the other, will try to seek for the federal might to help them. But Wiki has escaped everything. But with this public uptick with the APC now, I don't think his place in PDP is going to be solid anymore. And that is if PDP is able to be revived. But if the PDP is
but is I want to ask you, but his godson, political son, who is the governor of Rivers, is the vice chairman of PDP governors forum now.
Yeah, but how do we know that in the future that his godson will not betray him?
And that's what I'm saying. That's why I was saying that
this man, all this thing they're doing, I have they not practically killed PDP? Because I'm not seeing PDP anywhere
don't never say never say never. See, PDP
can wake up anytime.
PDP is a
who is going to trust PDP again?
Look,
who is going
listen,
to
there's
trust
a
PDP?
way they rebrand. Look, listen, it's all about their calculations and their political tactics. If they feature someone that people will easily accept, for example, now the Southeast, the Southwest probably would not go with the PDP per se, but how they're able to revive that party in the Southeast and in the North, perhaps in the Northwest, Northeast is dead on arrival because they have their
where do you
son.
put Labour Party? Where do you put Labour Party in
Labour
acceptance?
Party is going to go into oblivion, and I'll tell you the reason why. You see, this momentum cannot be sustained. The moment the Court of Appeal make the pronouncement against Labour Party and its candidate, that will be the end of Labour Party in terms of the limelight they enjoy. Because at the end of the day, to sustain the momentum, to bring that party to the front, I understand that they are trying to, be the voice as an opposition now. But for how long can that be sustained? And I know Asleep TV also will be trying everything possible to bring them to relevance. Maybe
no,
try
but
to feature
Asleep
them.
TV also want to revive PDP. So
Asleep TV is not for PDP. No.
Really?
No, they are not for PDP. I'm not even saying any of their programming that actually reflected that they are in support of PDP. No, PDP has been away from government for a very long time. So APC was the government in town. So they make sure that they concentrate all their arsenal against APC. So, but most of the time, you always see their soft spot for Labour Party candidate, not necessarily Obi. Most of the people that feature for Labour Party, they always have this soft spot for them. So, and that is if Asleep TV is still continuing in that trend. But if they do continue, they might help them to, remain relevant for a very long time.
What if this PDP guy in Enugu is sacked for this LP guy, and Labour Party has 2 governors? What do you think the future of?
You mean if the court sacked the
Umba? Yes, because it's looking like that.
His case is a little bit funny because we never can tell. See, even the worst case scenario, we've seen it being sustained before in the court. So we never can say that
that guy will lose that. That guy will lose that position. There is no
NYS is already
we've forgotten. See, wait now. This same president, Bola Tinubu, all of a sudden, up to this moment, he's still the president, right? And we all knew his primary school certificate or whatever was not. Even Buhari himself, they took him to court and all that, and yet
but
he
it's not a
did 8
case
years.
of forgery. Like, Tinubu's case is different.
It's about how
this one is different. This one is just that. This one If you don't have it, you shouldn't have put it there now. That is the issue now. His own
able
is
to.
about forgery.
No,
And
no.
another thing is this.
His own is the institution itself that gives license the document is saying it is fake. That's the problem. So it's not about if you don't have NYSC.
And he's not contesting. He's only contesting 3,000 votes, which is
wasn't the only
which is easy for Labour Party to produce. He's only contesting 3,000 votes.
But if the court sack him, what would that throw it open, or they will conduct another election?
No, it goes to the next person in line.
He gets to the next person now. And you know, and it's only one local government. That local government that just like the same thing that happened in Abia State. The same thing that happened in Abia, that local government.
All in all,
so it's
Enugu is a small state, but I think the PDP is gradually losing its grip on the southeast. But if Labour Party is able to sustain their popularity in the southeast, I don't know where they're going to place APGA, because APGA in Anambra seems to be, in a loghead with the Labour Party. And somebody said earlier that Soludo look a little bit more, his future is a little bit brighter in terms of politicking and all that. And it's possible it's just 62 or 63, I believe.
But can't there be a merger? There can be a merger within Soludo.
Of APGA, I don't see Soludo merging with Labour Party. And I don't. If anybody is going to merge with Labour Party to come out, that person will be,
I mean, is Labour Party merging with Soludo? Because Labour Party does not.
So who will now be, if they merge? Who will now be the candidate? That one's going to be tough.
Because the thing is, Obi does not have the funds to actually sustain the
Let's
party.
even assume that there's fund coming out outside the country. All right, but there's a way. Yoruba will say, doing your mom. After some time, you see, it takes political dexterity for someone like Tinubu to sustain his popularity in the southwest, even the entire nation, to sustain it.
But do you know that Tinubu's popularity has to do with him winning elections for his
not just that. There's a strategy to this thing. You don't necessarily have to even contest for office or be,
Tinubu has been here now. Even when he was not in office now, we have been hearing about it.
No.
For instance, look at it. For instance, he won election. He helped this guy in governor of Kwara to win election. He helped the governor of Osun to win election. He helped Ogun State governor to win election. He helped Ekiti State governor to win election. Sponsoring, spending funds and all of that to help them win election. Not to talk of people in the North Central.
I think that's the reason why he was rewarded by some of these politicians by trying to align with him and support him, because probably must have helped him at one time or the other.
Yes.
But you can only criticize for too long. After some time, it become a little bit boring, and you can't continue to remain opposition for too long. At the end of the day, you will lose that relevance. So that's why I'm kind of thinking that Labour Party is not going to be probably relevant. I think the southeast there seems
but what of people like us have
hold.
already registered as a member of Labour Party?
There's nothing wrong in being a member. It depends on the leadership of the party, and you can see that the leadership of that party is not stable.
We being a member now, we have already believed that the party is doing fine now. So that is why we get to be their member now. And most of our members now are just like new politicians. You understand?
Yes, you people will have to understand.
Don't worry now. Obi can go back to PDP and you can follow him back to PDP.
See, that's what I wanted to say, that you registered as a Labour Party member because of Obi. You believe in his ideology. That's why you follow him not necessarily that you are in love with the Labour Party. But another thing is that party itself, if care is not taken, will destroy itself from within. And that will affect Obi.
But Adewale, is it not better to believe in the ideology of a party more than the person? Because if you look at Tinubu's APC progressive mantra, it's more in the party. He invested more in the party.
No, it's about it's about identity politics. It's about what you like. See, I've seen people voting for somebody because that person look ugly or look somehow or stuck somehow. people just people have this sentiment and this sentimental
What
attachment
about
to.
PDP? Is PDP more of PDP is more of the brand?
I see
Not the
PDP reviving itself. I see it coming out strong against Tinubu's
APC.
yes candidacy in 2027. The reason why I said that is because that party, no matter what any weapon thrown at it, is still standing. But
Exactly.
depends on
But how would they come together with the way Melaye, all of that? They are insulting each
sometimes
other. I mean,
there's sometimes losers have something in common.
The only way
and that will
they
become the
can
force.
come back is if they continue to use Delta State money. That's where they can get most of the fund. Now,
But for how long?
that's the problem.
For how
And
long?
if
The
you see,
people
if
that
you
will
see, if you
sustain
see
that party,
PDP,
the people that will sustain that, people like Wike, I don't see that party.
Wike is pandering to Tinubu right now. That's how would they go together?
Wike will not spend that kind of money for PDP anymore. He is not stupid.
Especially if he knows it's
And
not
that
going
is the
to
thing.
yield anything for
Yes,
him.
yeah. Rivers will
And
not
that is
spend their
even
money.
the article of a guy. People don't believe him in PDP. Atiku is not the PD. I don't see him as a politician.
I see Soludo going. I see Soludo going to APC.
That would be a little bit dicey.
That is the best move he can do.
Wait. I see that a little bit dicey because no matter what you do, you still need to have the backing of your people. Now,
if Soludo does that, Soludo will only move after he becomes the governor. But if he moves now, I can tell you that he don't have any chance at all.
If he
Once
moves
he
now,
wins his second time, he will move.
But that is if it's guaranteed that he will be made the vice president.
But the thing is, it's not like that. You know that Dave Umahi
he has to contend with all the others.
He moved. Look at Dave Umahi. He moved from PDP to APC in hoping to get this thing, but he didn't get it because there are always people in line. It's a party thing. There are people in line that have sat longer than you, that have been loyal to the party more than you.
And apart from that, Umahi is playing the policy of the future, and he plays the game very well.
He's
playing
really
a very good game.
very foresight politician. Even though, and also he's a very humble politician. He knows.
Yes.
I mean, it seems that he listens to Tinubu every time he's been told to do something. He will go, that direction. And I think it's about loyalty. If after some times you've been given, then you'll be rewarded, no matter what. And people will always remember what you do, and that's why he's paining Wike. But because his mouth, his temperament would not let him be. That is the reason why he lost that.
See, Wike character. Wike cannot come to APC and begin to contest like people like Umahi. That is why I talk about this Wike character. That is character I always refer to it because he's somebody that wants to stand alone and fight. That is his own. The only thing that will happen to Wike now, if he is able to take up PDP now and begin to fight in that party and become an opposition.
Wike cannot become an opposition. Like Wike cannot become an opposition to this government because he will lose his credibility. Now
that is the thing. Now he cannot do that because he has already spoiled that opposition of 18 right from the beginning. You understand? So the best thing now is for him to decamp, which I'm not seeing him. I'm not seeing loyalty in that guy at all.
Do you know that? And sometimes we need to know the kind of politician. Wike does not look like somebody that wants to serve under somebody. He wants to be on his own and be.
No, he's trying to do it, but he can't do it. See, you can't compare Lagos State to Rivers State. No, you can't. Lagos State is strategically located in this area that always favor whoever candidate emerges from that region.
Yeah.
Rivers State is a little bit more, how would I put it now? Because it seems that most of the time, how many times have you seen somebody from the, South playing a big role in the national politics? It's always very rare. And it's always probably always behind somebody. And if you look at it, Tinubu has always been that person at the center of the entire Southwest since 1999. And since PDP took over the entire Southwest, and he wrestled it from there. So Wike as a politician, I don't see him, playing that big.
Wike does not have acceptance in Delta State. He doesn't have acceptance in Rivers State, in Edo State. So it will very
it's only Rivers now.
You know what
Yes.
amazes me the most? When they all went to Aso Rock and every single one of them bowing down to Tinubu. That was where I look at, wow, this life is something. And I watched Otom bowing down to Tinubu, even though he's senior than him in age. This is somebody that he never really supported, and it was kind of like
But he
short of.
never criticized him now.
He never
Autumn did not,
did, but
even though he didn't support him, but he
but
didn't criticize him.
it's about optic.
Just
See, you don't
so
have to say a
Autumn,
word
Autumn
about me.
pushing over to Tinubu to be loyal to Tinubu, I don't see it as anything because I never see him use foul language against Tinubu or
Yeah,
anything.
but look at
Just
it.
like
But look at
it's
it.
just like
None of this,
I did not
none of
support you.
none of this G5 governor actually openly campaign or endorse Tinubu. Not even Wiki. Not even Wiki. None of them. Not even Sheyi Makinde. None of them openly say, you know what, this is the person I'm
Adewale, it
voting
goes
for.
back to what I was saying about Sheyi Makinde. The conversation on this Sheyi Makinde stuff was between political leaders and traditional leaders of that state, elder statesmen. They came together and they had an agreement with him that his second time is assured, but this for this presidency purpose, he has to allow this thing. And that
I
was what
mean,
he agreed to. So it was
he
not
had no
necessarily
choice
his
though.
political base.
Yeah,
No.
but you see, if I'm a politician and I see a very good opportunity for me, won't I embrace it? Of course I will. I mean, if you
See,
among the G5, he was the most reluctant among them when
AY,
it comes to
AY,
this, their
AY,
Yeah.
separation from the proper.
before Thomas close this show, I want you to explain something to me because
Okay.
that Land Use Act of Lagos State. I just want you to explain the content. I don't want to argue. Just explain. I don't understand that they are this thing before the term was closed. I just want to understand the
So
content and everything that want to go on there
okay. So
before.
the land use act, let me just give you the land use act empowers states. States owns land in Nigeria, not federal government. All lands belong to states except some few spaces that belong to the federal government. And those few spaces are where there are resources, maybe there are somewhere like oil wells where we have resources like gold and all of that. Then spaces like maybe airports, reserved airport areas. There are some specialized maybe railway corridors. So those are where that belongs to the federal government. All of that
Federal.
belongs to the state. Yes. So even when they want to, for instance, when Fashola wanted to build housing units, housing estates, he was saying that they will meet the state governors to give them land so that they can build housing estates for people. So basically, land belongs to states, and states have the right to revoke, give C of O and or revoke C of O. So whatever anybody has, whether business that is on any of the land, if the states need the land, they can revoke it and pay you compensation if legally, and if there is a change of laws or you acquired it illegally, they won't pay you any compensation. But in this Lagos state thing, I think they are trying to protect some.
Sorry, AY. Sorry,
Yeah,
AY. Does that mean
yeah.
people that lives in the Bejuleki area should be afraid?
Should be what? No, no, no. They are not afraid. What
No,
the
no, I'm
guy is
just
saying,
saying.
no, no,
I'm
no.
not.
What the guy is just saying is they want to put more inclusivity
No, no,
into
no. I'm
preserving
talking
the
about
culture.
revocation of all those deed of
No,
land.
no,
Can
no, no,
should
no, no,
those
no.
people be?
No. The revocation of those things of C of O, government cannot just come to you and revoke C of O. For instance, it has to go through a legal process. If you feel cheated, you take them to court. If you take them to court, they can pay you. You have to pay you compensation. They can not just because a governor does not like you does not mean you just come and revoke your C of O. You must have done something, or there is a need for
But you
something.
remember what happens in say Okota Ajao Estate area,
Okay.
where some houses were built on the pipeline,
Yes,
and
but those places will belong to the federal government in the first place, not the state. They were airport areas. They were designated as federal. Is for the federal government, not so the people encroach into that land to build
okay.
their houses. That's what happened. So and
So
sometimes
now,
when you see Wike revoke, like the Dokwesi AIT station that he revoked this, he said they built the why they gave them the land was not the reason why they were using the land, and it demolished. Wike did a lot of demolition like Aerofy too. So if you acquired it legally, they will pay you compensation. But if you don't acquire it legally, they can take it from you and do whatever they want with it.
So,
But
does
it also apply to your, maybe somebody like me now? If I have land in Lagos now, so how does that affect my property personally?
So, you have a CFO of it.
For instance, if you buy a land in Lagos,
no, maybe you buy in an estate, in the
so if you're buying an estate, and through your estate agent, you should get a CFO. If you have a CFO, that land belongs to you for 99 years. If you don't have a CFO, then you need to make sure that maybe the estate agent has a CFO. By extension, if they don't have, you should try to apply for it.
Did you say 99 years?
Yes, 99 years.
So that means can't be bequeathed to
I think some
generation.
estate company will give they'll give you some documents.
Documents, so most times estates collect the CFO as one document. They collect it as
they
one
give
document.
you a document, and if
So
you
they will
want
not give you deed of
yes, thank you.
deed or something.
Deed of
but
AY.
Yeah. You see, among all the places in Yoruba land, I think Lagos State is like more of we call Akotileta people.
Yes. Yes. No, all because of money. Most of them are sold their cultural land.
They love money a lot.
And now they're coming out. It's coming back to bite them.
If you go back to Ibadan, if you move from Lagos and start moving to Ogun State to Ibadan, you see there are some of those cultural places, family house, they will never sell.
Yeah,
they will never sell.
They will hold it to. That's why I was.
But you see what I want you to explain to me now. You see, but this thing you are saying, is it applying to? So this thing now is applying to everybody that owns a land in Lagos State.
Everybody, like you said, you have a property in that estate. Go to the estate company.
Go to estate company and
collect. If they don't
give
your deed of document, sometimes this your deed they give you, you can take it to the state ministry. So I learned that some people can also get CFO for your own land.
From your own land.
But you have to pay the CFO by yourself. So you can also do that if you don't want any trouble in future.
You know, Ajawa Estate in Lagos State used to be.
But to get that CO, and then I can tell you this for free, that almost all the people that owns land, especially those that don't have an estate, almost 90% of them don't have CO. So what now?
That's the problem. Many people are.
And getting that CFO is not a small thing, to get in this level.
It's not easy, but you can
get
it.
They make it very difficult.
So that's to tell you that Lagos State is full of 419. Both for the
some of them are 419 now.
They are all 419.
They will not give you the CFO. It's not that people don't want to have it, a lot of people are going. So they're not giving them.
They make it very difficult because
before you buy the land, didn't you make your research to make sure that all those vital documents are going to be available as soon as you make your payment? Because I won't take any.
No, Adewale. The thing is, most times they will tell you, "Oh, pay it. It will be ready in 2 weeks." Before you know it, 2 weeks.
You see what I want to say. Most of this land are not sold by government. They are sold by individuals, families.
The family.
You understand? So government coming now to say maybe they can take back land. Does it mean that those family, their hands are off the land? It's not government that now have the right to come and take it back.
Sometimes some of those lands they belong to the way those lands were under traditional rulers. Maybe they have families, so each family has an acre. So sometimes the families will decide that, okay, since we are the owner, we can sign receipts and give you, and because we in trust. But in trust, you need to go and verify that they are the owner of the land in the ministry. So when you go to the ministry and you want to apply for your CFO, you tender all the documents you got from the original landowner owners, the family and all of that. So, but sometimes when people don't collect all these documents, especially the CFO, the land, sometimes I remember one land I bought some 2-3 years ago. I had bought the land, though I didn't do anything on it. Before you know it, about a year later, they came again and said, "No, we didn't sell. The person that sold the land to you was 419. Is our brother, younger brother, is just a drunkard. He didn't share the money with us."
Same Lagos siblings.
I was just upset. I was really upset. I was like, "What? Something I bought from you and all of that." So those are some of the That's why some people don't prefer to buy land in Lagos. Really, some people try
the funniest thing, why? If
But
outside
this,
Lagos,
that this thing now, like what I'm experiencing in Lagos now, like many estates now that has land now, a lot of people are not buying again. It has
Yes.
become a bad market to them. As in
No, because
recently,
even me, I decided that sometimes like if I don't have control so much and I don't have so much, even though I'm a Yoruba person, I don't have so much influence in Lagos. I think I will go and invest real estate where I have influence.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, especially in Lagos. You must be very, very
no.
cautious.
The thing is, Lagos, you don't
very cautious. And I would advise you to take the deed if you have the deed. Take it to the Lagos Ministry of Land.
And get your phone. I prefer to go to Abuja to get a land acquisition in Abuja is easier. You can get more with your CFO and all of that. It's more documented and more easy than Lagos. Lagos has been fraudulent since.
Everything about Lagos is fraud. Everything.
People are buying land.
Any city like that is always like that. Maybe
look at the land they are selling around the refinery. And ordinarily, if not because I heard in an interview from an expert that said about 30 kilometers to the refinery, nobody should be staying there. That it should be free. And everybody is buying refinery and going there. Oh, refinery is coming soon. You people, the land will be expensive. Whereas
that's true.
Because in Nigeria they never do their homework. They just believe in whatever people tell them.
That is true. You know why I believe that? Here in Texas, refineries are not closer to residential. They are very far away from.
No, exactly. Now look at it. So if environmental laws,
you mute your mic, AY. Unmute your mic.
Maybe he didn't know.
Oh wow.
What another advantage that might be there if Dangote want to expand and if you have a landed property there, maybe you can sell for a kill in future. Who knows?
You know,
but living close to that place, like 20 kilometers, I don't know.
This thing will backfire. This thing will backfire. I'm already
seeing only in Lagos. People will be selling land under bridge.
I don't know, and people will buying it.
What are we talking about?
I have somebody that is close
to Estate. Yeah, Ajao Estate used to be residential. That was what even surprised me the most when this topic came up today, and I was, on the comment section, and I was trying to, chip in. Ajao Estate used to be residential. I mean, in the 80s, in the 90s, Ajao area used to be middle class, upper middle class, and before you know it, my brother Ekene, every single the entire Ajao is no longer residential. They've taken over. It's not about business, one shop or the other.
What about those Festac areas too? Were they not supposed to be residential?
Festac used to be resident, exactly.
They've turned them to
Festac, have you?
Yes.
When I was in Lagos,
supposed to be residential.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Initially residential.
In fact,
the reason is not far-fetched because everybody think in Nigeria that you can only achieve your Nigerian dream only in Lagos. So everybody
but how many people can Lagos State take? That place is choked.
So that's the problem because people continue to
funny enough,
nobody, and then
most people that are wealthy in Lagos that had their business in Lagos are moving to Abuja now. They prefer to live in the come back, fly to Lagos,
in 1999.
Most big men that I know that have money in Lagos, most of them don't stay in Lagos. So
you don't stay exactly.
Most of them, even you don't see them in Lagos for 3 years, 5 years. The people that I know,
surprised. People stay in Lagos. See, that city has a way. That city has a way of bringing people in. It will suck you in. See, we will travel from abroad. We will go to Nigeria. How come? Till today, I still wonder why do I still stay in Lagos during my stay in Nigeria? Because Lagos State is like this Bole Kaja thing, like too much of crap.
But the fact is this: Lagos is attractive. You cannot deny that.
You remember in the 1990s?
It has ever been.
Once it is public holiday or festive season, Abuja will be so dry. People will leave Abuja and come back home. I don't know if it's still the same. It's still the same now. Abuja was like
I think people flow more into Lagos because if you look at I don't like most times. I don't like the way When I like the weather when I'm in Lagos. When I'm moving towards Ibadan, I feel somehow because I think the way Lagos is really active, Ibadan and all others, they are not really active.
If
Abuja
you are
was
not
like
so
a ghost
active,
town.
then you will not love
Yes,
Oyo State at
if
all.
you travel
Yeah,
in the
you're
morning,
right.
let's say you leave by 5 a.m. in Lagos and you are traveling. If you are entering Ibadan by 6:30, you see that the town is still sleepy and
Yeah,
like Lagos
very
is still
not
bubbling
clean,
and all
not
of that.
tidy, not organized, and you are coming from organized Lagos. You can
So,
say, I
why
used
are
to,
you saying that you can only own land for 99 years in Lagos now? Is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
when you have your
yes,
C of
now.
O year,
My 10
it's
years is not
99
enough for
years.
you. You want to live 150 years.
Are you living
But
150 years?
what if you transfer it to your
No.
children?
So I think it's subject to renewal when you transfer ownership to your son or your just like
Oh,
in
wow.
business. So when you always continue to renew it, nobody owns land for life except some
And you cannot
traditional
even have the
places.
land for life because
Like
people will pass away. So,
unless the
But
only ones that are life.
I don't see the law is not bad, but my problem is the implementation. Just like this C of
no,
18 now,
I can look at it
getting
this
it
way.
is a very hard. It's like a hard nut to crack.
I can
Yeah.
look at it this way. If you are 30 years old now and you bought the land maybe last year, that's 99 plus your 30. You already 120 plus.
It's
So you're
already
already
gone.
gone.
It's already gone. So you can pass it to your next gen. So you don't need to worry about that.
And oftentimes, one thing about land, people do about land housing is people don't own land for many years. Sometimes you might have cost to sell it and buy another
Yes.
one in
Yes.
another more
Yes.
better place and all
Not
of
be
that.
like Lagos. So you see these people that built houses in Ajao, Bagada area. I mean, when I was living in Bagada Estate in the 90s, those places, especially those Charlie Boy area, I heard that Charlie Boy is now the kidnapping bus stop now, kidnapping people up and down. If I could not even recognize that place when I went home, these were where upper middle class people stay, educated people, professors,
No, they
rich
already put
people.
to other
All of a
places.
sudden, banks started springing up and down. Some
No,
were forced.
that's the way it happens. That is the way it
Some
happens.
some were forced to put their property
So you can
in the
see
market.
that before Victoria Land was where the rich are living. Now it's Banana
Yeah.
Republic. In the next 10 years, it will be a co-Atlantic city.
Eco-Atlantic,
If you are
exactly.
living there, then we know you are
Probably
wealthy.
taking over the Atlantic Ocean, just be living on the water. Because Lagos State is very small in terms
Yes.
of landmass.
Look at
Very,
what
very
they
small.
are putting up in the co-Atlantic city. So if you are living there, then I would doubt my heart that you are a rich man.
Oh
If you
no!
want to say you are
Apart from that, you are a wealthy person, not just rich. You
yes,
are very, very wealthy.
wealthy.
But the
And
funniest thing is that most of the wealthy people would not live on the water. I
they
bet
are
most of the property there will be meant for commercial purposes. Maybe
yes.
rent it out for people that will live there and all that. Because if I have my money, I won't be living on. What if this thing cracks?
No, you see, you're thinking like that.
No, it's not going to crack that way.
Yeah, that's what they said last time. All those houses were
But
collapsing
have you
left
ever
and
been to Dubai?
left
Have
and
you ever
right.
been to Dubai?
See, Dubai is not Lagos, my brother. If it's Dubai, I will be rest assured. But in
No,
Lagos State, anything is
nothing is
is,
going
is
to happen to you.
No.
destroyable.
So
See,
I think Adewale, I think it's perception.
oh
Once they
yeah.
Yes.
do, once they finish that Lekki airport, that they proposed
Don't I
Lekki
don't even
airport.
trust anything coming.
No,
You
once they
see,
finish
if
that
it is
proposed
not
Lekki airport,
all those old buildings being built in the 80s, I won't trust it because the way they are constructing now these days, no, especially in that Lagos, forget it.
then I don't know why they are not moving. People are moving closer to the
If the
lagoon
rich
and water.
people
Why
are,
they not moving towards Ogun, like spreading towards Ogun State? If you
Hey,
look at
why you
this,
are deceiving you? They're already there. Let me give you an example. A friend of mine
Auguste already there.
he bought a land near a very famous church. I forgot the name of the church, just along the Lagos Ibadan Express. He bought one plot of land that I think it's around maybe 20 years, 15 years ago for $500,000 naira. 4 years later, he sold that land for 4 million naira.
What?
From 500,000 to cool 4 million, and he bought two. So you make from 1 million, you make 7 million. So you can see it's very expensive
Lagos
for
State
even
is like a New York,
Highland. It's
where
very expensive.
everybody is trying to work, but
And
there's no
I don't know
space
why
to put
Lagos
down.
is not building upwards. They are building.
But the land itself, the land itself.
Their land is restricted. Once you get away from that Kara Bridge, you're already in Ogun State already.
Yeah. But people want to live in the island. They don't want to live in the mainland.
Unless
mainland
you
is
are
already
to Ikorodu, and if there is a fast train that can bring
there's
people.
no land in the mainland anymore to build.
These places you people are calling. I think those places are few. We are talking about Alaba side now.
Yes, I want to talk about Alaba side towards the border, towards that semi-border.
No land anymore. It's already taken. Where is the land?
Even those areas, land no there. If you come to Alaba now, land no there.
Most people now, some people are
in
like
the days back.
The
Lasso used to be in the middle of nowhere. Go and
exactly, that's what I'm thinking. Lasso used to be in
all this Iju Shagai area that used to be Iju side now it's already highly populated. Mowe that people used to think it's okay. It's already more.
Mowe is almost full now. Mowe is almost full.
I'm just trying to.
There is land in Yanakwaja. There's land in Yanakwaja.
Where in Yanakwaja?
Along the Obasanjo.
You'll be traveling 50 miles up to Yanakwaja bus stop before you get to where the land is, right? 50 miles.
No. I remember they carved it under Ogun State.
Oh, see, if it is now
no land in Lagos.
Thomas,
the only land,
I thought you said something else to.
I can tell you this for free. There is no land. There is no land in Lagos. You can only buy from. You can only buy from somebody that's already bought.
My brother lives close to Yanakwaja. Every time I'm visiting him, I always say, "Well, I will come and visit you in your state next week," because that place is like Ogun State. I took Uber from Ifakobagada all the way to what do you call this place in Yanakwaja? The Uber driver had to turn off the Uber meter because the GPS won't get to where we were going. So I told the guy, "Look, see you next time. I'll take another Uber." The guy said, "Look, this place, this area, you can't find any Uber if you're just trying to come back to this to the city today." So this guy waited for 3 hours for me to finish what I went there to do and took me back. The guy said, "If I leave now, he probably will not even get another customer in the next couple of hours. That it's better he will take me back so that he will be able to recoup his money back." The guy waited. I think I ended up paying him like maybe 15,000 there or 20. My wife gave her a very good amount of money. The guy even promised, "Look, anywhere you want to go, I'll be driving you around." I said, "Only basic, you enter my cover." No.
What I want to say is that if Lagos State can start to build that 4th mainland bridge along
I think the plan is ready.
Along the corridor, there's going to be a lot of Chinese property. They are going to build a lot of property there. If you have money,
a lot of demolition.
maybe you can invest in such property.
I also think that the federal government and states should collaborate and start, mitigating against this rural-urban migration, because what is attracting people to the city? There's not economical viability in all those rural areas. That's why people move to the city with the hope that they will get that opportunity. But Lagos State is already choked, and people keep coming every day. But you see, Ogun State will be the best bet, where it can develop and at the same time have a means of
Ogun State is not catching
up.
Just like when you are in
already choked up already.
Ogun State is already people are already trooping in.
They can extend. They can extend. The people living at the bank of
you know what makes these things attract? Why people buy this land anyhow? Like that Ogun State, that Oyedipo side, living face. That time, as of last 2 years, they were selling that side 250.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying like all those
people will be buying 20 plot, 30 plot, 100 as in acres. But if you go there now, as of now, this is I'm telling you is of last 2 years, but now you cannot get land there 1.5, 2 million there now. If you get 1.5 million.
I read that the southwest governors government are trying to build what you call it, train system that will link all the states.
There is a plan. There was a plan by Olo. I think railway corridor
that
across.
will ease off some of these, overpopulated problem that we have in Lagos. That will ease it up. If you can have a train system that will run from Oyo Ogun State, on a daily basis or every hours, the transportation is free flowing, then people won't bother staying and paying exorbitant price
You can
or
as well
rent.
live in Ogun State and work in
Exactly.
Lagos.
And work in
Yeah.
Lagos, and your train is gonna get there at so time, just like you have it in the advanced cities, where although those things has been planned in their 60s and 70s, but I don't see reason why Lagos State, or let me say our state government, cannot start building that now. It's not something that is gonna be for immediate
No, even if it is
result.
stretching
But
across
There's
I
still
think
land in Lagos. If you
no,
can buy the
my
Lekki
brother,
one, the one
everybody
they
is
stand
trying to
field.
be closer. They don't want to see. There was a time I went to Lakue in the year 2005, either 4 or 5. I went. One of my brother's friend, who actually was like a builder, built his house in Lakue. My brother, from the main road to where that property was erected, you have to travel like a miles. In my heart, I was like, wonder why is this brother building a house in the middle of jungle? Why? You must have, I think you must have a weapon, because I mean, I can't imagine living in that place. So, but Lakuwe now, it's not just part of Lagos. Lakuwe is now houses everywhere. I was shocked. Those
So
places that
that
used
that
to
like
stay,
where you are talking about, now, if you want to buy a 2-bedroom bungalow that is already completed, they're asking you 20 million.
Jesus Christ.
Yes. If you want to buy now, 20
Then
story.
if you live in
You have to
Abraham,
pay interest.
you are like, if you live in Abraham, this one is like you are traveling to Lagos. That was
It's far.
how far it is. Now it's no longer a big deal.
No, I'm just thinking like this Apapa Oshodi Expressway. Then they call it Expressway. I just imagine what they call Expressway then. Well, it's just a normal route.
Good evening, everybody. I went home recently, and as somebody that we have houses, on my other side of my family, we have in Mowe and all this Songo for. I went to Songo, and my God, it's like Lagos has pretty much spilled into Ogun State up to the Ifo area. They just it's not the same old Ifo near the Iwekoro or those areas. They've built into from once you start eating that bully egg into once you are heading towards that Songo area, it's pretty much that there's no, you can't tell when you even entered Ogun State. It just continues like that. I'm like, when did
As at 90s, they've been building, getting to that after Agbado going to.
Dude, I grew up in that area. I know now.
Yeah, they've been building houses, has been going just like it's just a matter of time. So you can imagine from 90s to 2000 now, 2023.
By the way,
I haven't been there in a very long time. But
Adewale Babati, just on a lighter note. So when I also go home, I always ask myself, Nigerian people, they don't have money. How come that this place developed like this under 2 or 3 years? I just lying, man. They have money and they will be buying new set of cars.
Let me make you laugh. My uncle, when I went home last, I got it to it. Do you know I stayed in the second hotel that it was building. In front, in America, yet and if I low for me $200, and in front of me, they delivered a Nissan SUV. Yaroba, with all the plastic in front. I said, and he was asking me for money, and I'm in his hotel. I'm telling you, they have money, man. Don't let anybody fool you. People are rich in that country.
It is the way the money is supposed to flow. There's no equal distribution of wealth.
Right.
It's concentrated in the hand of few, and those people, trade among themselves. They try as much as possible to take that money. In the years past,
Nigeria. Let me tell you this: Nigeria is the rich
used to build houses, used to sponsor kids in school.
Abule Wolo, what village is after Ifo? There's an Abule after Ifo. I've forgotten the name. Where OBJ has this is Abba. So that red line that is it was supposed to end in Abule Egba that they are building. So they are going to extend it up to that village in Ifo, behind Ifo. that we can live in Ifo and work and live
and come to Lagos.
So that's the plan. You can live in Ifo, take a train into Lagos, do whatever
my niece told me that she lives very close to that Ifo area. Now I was like, you no longer live in Lagos. You're now. He said, no, sir, I'm still in Lagos. I was like, but you are no. He said, no, I'm still in Lagos. I was like, wow.
I'm telling you, like,
because in my head I was like, next time I go home, I'm still gonna visit her. Like, oh my God, that traffic
you know that usually that there should be a gateway hotel on that border area, that border what you are going towards
Sango.
Then you can tell that, oh yeah, I'm going. Now, if you drive, there's no difference between coming from Lagos and going. It just continues up to it like that.
You know what you know what I'm thinking in my head now, Babati. You know the way there's so much concentration on the island of Lagos that the people now encroaching into the ocean. I think a time will come that part of the state that is being neglected. I'm talking about the Yanakwaja Osho, Sango area, all the way to Ogun State. People will now start focusing on that area. Exactly.
They will move
up. I think people are also having doubts. Some people are already having doubts on that.
How can you go and build us in the Atlantic? Are you mad?
When you have money, you can build a palace.
That was why I said that I want Atlantic. If I have that money.
State. But they still continue to build more in Eco Atlantic now.
I think it's for more governmental like US Embassy. Like what I've heard, US Embassy.
That one makes sense. But how can you buy a 3-bedroom apartment for 2.5 million?
They are buying.
When I can spend $500,000 and go to mainland and build some crazy mansion.
Is it a cost of building the structure itself that makes it so exorbitantly expensive? What is the yardstick of putting these prices?
Do you know what happened?
If you see those people, they are not even attractive. They look a little bit like
wait. This is what happened. This is the mistake they made. In most developing countries like Dubai, when they are building something similar, they only sell to build. So if I say Adewale wants to buy my land, I would just say, but you have time that you must build. The mistake that they made it with that one is that somebody will buy the land. You know, they even sold that land before they even built the Atlantic. They already sold
so
the
plot. You can now resell the land for.
So that's the reason why the money kept going up, because it was just reselling. So right now, the person that owns the land might be the 7th person that owns the land, not the original person that bought the plot. So it should have been, if you buy, you must build. That should have been so you keep the price
lower
because you want them to build it up. Remember, you already have your 6 billion investment to build the place anyway. But now, even the people that are building Eco Atlantic, the resale value is not benefiting them. They're not making money from the resale.
When New York was built, the railway system in New York was constructed. How much did they even spend constructing all those buildings? But they were consolidated.
You know, Nigeria love copy.
We wanted something like Marina in Dubai and stuff like that.
No. Why are you proud? No, listen. Why? Okay, you have an apartment in that Pearl Towers. You say it's 2.5. Yeah, it is 2.5. Yeah, when the whole city is done. But you are pricing it like it's already done. I can't tell you that, okay, this is 2.5 million apartments, and through my window there's no building to my left, right, center, and it's all grass, and there's no value. It's about selling the value. It's not just the building alone. What is behind the building? What is over there? So what will I invest my money in that kind of project?
And I think cultural reasons also is part of it. I think some people want to live modestly, to interact with some fellow people. You know, I think if you go to all those kind of places, you are a little bit isolated.
Why you are missing the point. In those kind of cities, when you start, you don't start with
high-end
buildings.
Places, yeah.
You start with supermarket shopping. No. You know, they have plants now, so you don't attract plants that are for living. You attract for working and entertainment, like shopping malls, offices.
I'm looking at Lagos. I think it's more difficult. I'm not sure that it was well planned from the beginning. So I think it's more difficult to plan Lagos now.
Tell me a reason why you want to go to Atlantic right now. There's no reason. There's no unless you're going there to just stay. There's no hospital. There are no banks. There are no. That's like been the first focus of.
Do you know that they are still doing land reclamation? Do you know when you are about entering, that Morocco side, when you're about over side, when you want to move into Third Milan, when you want to climb that Third Milan bridge, they are doing land reclamation there. When I read it,
I know.
How many land can they reclaim
No.
from this?
No.
Why?
Guys, you don't know. I know about this project so much. I know people that work. That do.
Yeah, but how many?
They are doing the fourth phase right now. So it's actually 7 phases. So they've done 3 already. Fourth one is going to get, that landmark beach is going to clear it up. They're going to, so once they are done reclaiming that land, landmark beach is done because it's going to cover that. Then it goes way back. So it's 7 phases for that actual Eco-Atlantic. So that's the plan they have. But I hope they don't make the same mistake by selling the land even before completion. You must buy to build. That's the plan.
I just think Akwa Ibom should not fall in this because that state is also developing. They won't fall into this kind of
I watched a documentary on YouTube. This Tayo Aina documentary about the Obudukatu Ranch, and
wow, that was a beautiful. What happened, man?
I almost cried. Man, it was a night. I was at the Koba Minale people. I was supposed to have gone to bed, and here I am still running my mouth. Anyway, I was watching that documentary. I was about to sleep. Then I started watching it. I was like, what happens to us in Nigeria? Who do us like this? We can't keep good thing. You see, good thing is
maintain good things.
We admire good things far away from us, but to even maintain the one we have is a wahala.
Do you know what the issue is? This issue, Lagos has one thing that people don't appreciate. Continuity of government within the same circle of people. It matters.
It's a big deal.
It matters.
Really a big deal.
That thing is quite. I think what happened was because there was a change of governments from different parts of another.
But this APC Buhari completed Jonathan's project. Jonathan did not complete well. They all started, but I think Obasanjo has some project, and being PDP to PDP, not all the PDP project that Jonathan completed when he was the president. But Buhari completed most of the PDP projects. But it's just about, continuity. If that project is, I mean,
and
I saw that documentary, I almost cried.
Let me add one thing. So you should know how much I know about the Eco-Atlantic project. What also screwed them up was that Lagos did not maintain the law on the island. Remember, if you notice now in that Ikoyi area now, they have a new plan now.
If you notice, so many people have encroached that places, so many selling wares, illegal structures.
But do you know what's going on? Those high tall buildings you see on Ikoyi were meant to be built in Eco-Atlantic. But what they do, they will buy a small, those expensive areas in the Eco-Atlantic, those 1-bedroom apartment, they will buy that property, they will destroy the building and build high, because even at that, it's still cheaper to build than Eco-Atlantic. So there was no law to say, okay, Ikoyi now, you can't build all these tall buildings because look at Ikoyi now, you see all these tall and you see all these small houses. It's not equal. It looks terrible.
I think they need to drop the price on that Eco-Atlantic so that people can come in.
It is ridiculously overpriced. That's the issue. People now, like you have. I have a friend that was involved in number 4 Boulevard on Bodyland. That 28, the one behind it, all those buildings that you see that they're building, 28, 30, all those even Dangote stuff, our farm building. They were supposed to be all be on Atlanta, but they were giving them rules. You must be 50-story built tall. You must have this. You must have that. And they went into Ikoyi, bought one house over there, destroyed the house and built their property there, and it was cheaper than building in the Atlantic. So they didn't make enough laws to say, okay, you can't build all this stuff in Ikoyi. That way, it forces you to go and buy or give them discount. Find a way. But by now, that business district, that is the only that is the only thing that the owners of the land, that is the only thing they own. in that 3 phases. Is the first is that business, because that one they want it to be at least 60 floors high. So that is reserved for banks. So if you notice at the beginning of the project, they have this building for First Bank. If AY,
Yeah,
it was supposed to
that's
be,
true.
it was a 57-story building tall. It was supposed to be the first bank to build on that stuff, but they had the issue. I don't know what happened, but that one is the only thing they own. But look at what they are building now. Disappointing structures. I know look 50, it doesn't fit.
Yeah, they are giving discounts. People will have developed it.
Easy.
Corporations will have developed that place a lot, and the
Just,
value will have gone high.
they messed the whole thing up. You're not building A&E Tower. We want 14. What is all this? Even the one that they have in that marina, the I don't even, very disappointing structure. And I told them, so the way I'm talking, you should know I know something.
Yeah.
I said, listen, if you're gonna have a marina district, it should look like the one they have in Dubai. That's where they got the design from. You should have 60 around. You can't have the different, because planning here, 1/3 is only owned by one company. You can't have three different companies owning the same things. It overlook different now. It must be even and only that. But look at where we are now. Look at where we are. So
Even if they can maybe get credit, and for those guys to come down and build it and spread it over some years. So I don't know. They just need to find a way to find, because the truth is, rather than even upcoming startups in Nigeria that I'm even talking to, they are already making with like Flutterwave. They are already thinking of other places outside.
They messed. Do you know behind that Pure Towers, once you go two lanes backward, there was supposed to be a shopping mall there. It's supposed to be a shopping mall.
Right?
No, in Eco Atlantic.
Yeah.
It's supposed to be a shopping mall and a hospital. In that was the original plan. It was supposed to be a hospital, shopping mall. And to your left, it was supposed to be, that is the one that had Atiku owing, where you have that ugly looking stuff. It was supposed to be for companies that were into energy. They were supposed to have their offices there. They already had all these plans.
Because the way I'm thinking about it, even, do you know, I'm thinking about that Lagos Ibadan corridor down to Ogun State. I'm just looking at the effect of Dangote refinery moving into all the, oh man,
bro, those companies they're going to forget. I'm telling you, they're going to move their stuff, because remember, they're also building an airport. Once they have their airport in Lekki, forget mainland though.
That's what I'm saying. Once they have that airport in Lekki,
that's it.
Airport, forget mainland.
That's it. Everybody's going to Beijing now. That's it. Forget you people from.
My own concern is just this health and safety. I think they should just expand to Ogun State, expand with Fort Mainland Bridge. Then, I think they should start planning well, because a lot of people, migration will still happen because of the attraction of jobs that this Dangote will attract, businesses and all of that.
At this point, Ogun cannot afford not to do anything. At this point, we must, as people from Ogun State, we have no choice than to show that the burden that's going to come from Lagos in the next 10 years.
Unfortunately, we have a sleeping governor.
Remy, let's just move on. Don't get me angry tonight.
No, because I'm looking at who's the local government chairman. You should start building correct roads, district roads with drainages. They need to start planning the water. Everybody cannot be building boreholes. Community, I don't know how they need to just go and plan it. They can't be waiting.
Look at Mowena. I remember when we said Mowena to see my late grandfather's. He has some.
I remember that Mowe then. Do you know? I remember that one before Mowe was when people were going to that redeem camp.
Yes, now we and it was they are big. Uncle, why are you doing it? They are big. It's all developed now. It's all building. I'm like, within 20 years, this is crazy.
That's where I'm talking about. You want to buy a bungalow, 2-bedroom already finished. They are asking you to.
Banks are even moving there. Bank branches are going there, and I'm like,
more people are moving there.
This is ridiculous, but it's a good thing. But I'm now looking at who are the people. Where are the people moving from? Is it like people from the internet are producing more
You
children?
are telling yourself, you think Nigerian people don't have money. You think they don't
No,
have money.
you see, why the demand for if you want to know how crazy Nigeria will get, if I am Lagos, do you know why we invest my money to? That green, they have all this red line, blue line. I'll put my money into the green line. That one guy that goes from Marina to Ipejuleki, that one that goes to that corridor.
Yeah.
If you put the train line in that place, I'm telling you, you will make money. Do you know maybe that area is the next thing? Forget
that area is quite flat. It's not the
yeah.
No, exactly. That one is not like the blue line extending to Alaba and all of that. That one is quite flat, cheaper, and you make your money back. Really, that's true.
And the demand for that thing is high. Imagine just we can walk in Ibejuleki, take a train. Lagos needs a good train with the way they are going with that kind of crowd, because I think I said it before. They said Lagos in next by the year 2030 something they'll be over 40 million people living in Lagos.
Are you sure that most of those buildings in residential buildings in the heart of Lagos will not come? Because if you look at Lekki, they're already converting them to commercial buildings.
You go to the mainland around Surulere area. All those low housing building that was built during the First Act 77. If you want to get just one part of that building now, people are selling 30 to 35 million.
I mean, that's what I'm saying.
It's unbelievable.
There should be laws that prevent you from building all those crazy things in the Ikoyi area. That will force you to go somewhere new and build up. You can't imagine.
No, they allow them to change the structure, but you cannot build like 2-story building or whatever, because that place is very good for living. There is it was constructed during the 1977.
Right. I was discussing look at Ikoyi. Do you know the kind of nightmare they are creating? The same small road though network, you can't expand it though. You're not building high rises. What do you think happens to traffic over the next 20 years if you keep doing that way? That is nightmare. Imagine.
I think they should restructure Lagos in such a way that we should know commercial places.
It's changing. That's the problem. It's changing to commercial. People are moving away from Ikoyi. They are moving to other.
They left Marina and they're now moving to Ikoyi now. But I'm saying that the roads in Ikoyi, you can't expand them because of the way the place is. But yet you keep building up. Where will the cars go in the morning? That is the traffic wire now. What are you doing? So I
agree. I think Lagos State government needs to be proactive to rejig the plan. Like there should be the way I emphasize Lagos should be, there should be a central working business district that everybody, all companies should find themselves there, and different offices, different car parks, and all of that. They make money from there. And when people are going on trains going different directions, that's the best way, because we can't be having.
Where is imagine what annoyed me the most? Like, do you know that the Lagos train network? Do you know where their own central train network is going to be?
Marina.
I don't really. How can you? How can
Why would they plan with Marina when
that is madness?
The center is moving away from Marina. That's
it's supposed to have it somewhere where everybody will be moving out from, not moving into now. That is disaster. I don't know who plans this. You should have maybe Keja or Agege or something like that, away from.
No, even if he passed week, do you know the way the Ikeja is now? Ikeja is now turning into something like man. Well, but let's see how it goes, because I think they should build less of roads, more normal local roads, but they should do more of railway systems, because that's the only way to cut away people, transport people easily.
Anyway, by the way, there's something that I was discussing the other time with some friends of mine. Do you know that in Lagos has officially 20 states, right? 20 local governments, right? Officially.
It's 37, official 37 now with LCDs.
Okay. I'm saying the way they had it the old time. Yeah. 18 of them can be. You can get to. Somebody has their TV on. Is it you? Is it Remy? Okay, Remy, somebody has their TV on. I can hear myself.
Is Remy?
Anyways, 18 of those places you can get to by water. I hope you know that. You can get to 18 local governments in Lagos by water.
Wow.
18 out of 20 has access to the lagoon. You can get there. So if 18 out of 20 can be accessed by water, why is water not a main transportation stuff? You can do maybe traffic time, like those 7 a.m. in the morning or 6, those rush hour. You can have your boats to move people up and down. You don't have to all get on the road. So
but there's still always this sense of ownership with Nigerians that they need to have their cars, they need to have,
I mean, you can do. This is all business. I'm coming up with. You can have park and ride now. You park your car, you take a boat, get to go to the mainland, do your thing, come back, pick your car up, leave. That if I want to do a bit stuff, I was even thinking about that, but they said they had all these government
because if you say you want to do park and ride, if there's a jetty, the government will want to be the one to
own the jet.
And get revenue for it.
Yeah.
So they don't want unless they want to concession it to another third party, which you might need to have in place in government.
Even government have Uber too.
Yes,
Lagos have their own.
They were like, how can government have Uber? What kind of nonsense is that?
They want to tap. That's how you break the monopoly of that.
Well, there's a concession now. The way they do this BRT, the concession it to another third party manage it like a private company. So that's the reason why. That's what I see. But the way people are moving into Lagos is scary. It's really scary. It's really scary. People are moving in droves.
Remy, fix your mic. We can't hear you.
Remy? He doesn't know that. So
Remy, don't be like Thomas that we caught fighting a woman one day on mic. Yeah, but Lagos needs help. Like that is why I didn't even come up to what's that? Can you meet Remy or something?
I don't know who's in control of the stuff. Are you in control?
No, I don't have control of it.
Should somebody in control of this stuff so that the person can mute? But it's okay. Oh, no problem. Oh. So, but that's why I am looking like people states like Oyo State should be able to evacuate some of those population off Lagos.
But that takes a very smart governor. The potential. You see my point? That sees the opportunity. I mean,
do you know why I was amazed? I was amazed that Oyo State governor has not constructed the road to the railway station. Ogun State has not done that to this normal government railway station that federal government built. I was like, how long will it take them to construct a very nice road?
But they were planning. I know Oyo was building like a dry port that was supposed to take stuff from Apapa to them. I know that they were building a dry port in Oyo.
Have they started? I'm not sure they've started.
No, they're still building. If no, because I saw them almost completing the stuff. That was like last year, but they were able to connect them to that line that comes from Lagos.
Mm-hmm.
That was the plan. So that way you can get your goods in that. But the governor is not doing enough. To me, in my opinion, in the southwest is okay. Apart from that, it will be disappointment.
I feel a sense of disappointment because they don't understand the context of maybe PPP and economic liberalization of people. They need energy. You need energy. You need some strategic market like that. Lagos Ibadan, as they're building, I expect that some strategic markets will have start springing up along that corridor. You understand? Moving into Ibadan, become make them industrial zones and stop waiting for. I hope maybe because Bat is there now, maybe you push them a little higher to get some things done. You understand? Look at what if El Rufai could do his own in 8 years. I don't see any reason why Oyo State and Ogun State should not have pushed as high as that. You understand? Yeah.
I'm going to abuse Remy tomorrow. I swear to God, I'm going to find a way to verbally assault him.
I'm not sure he's aware of what he did.
Okay, but I get your point. It's just that's why earlier on I was at work, but I was listening to your discussion about the Lagos bill or no bill, and I think it's because everything kind of stems from Lagos. If Ogun was as maybe closely they had the same thing as Lagos and Oyo had it, then we will have less pressure on Lagos State. There will be no
Ogun did not have the same foresight, and they don't still have it. I expect them by now they've also have opened all the channels. I mean, road and transportation channels that are from Lagos to make it easy. I expect them that all their chairman, all their local government will be up and running. I don't expect them to be building more of infrastructures in Abeokuta. Not really necessary because it's necessary, but you concentrate more on where you get revenue to develop areas where you get lower revenue. Because I'm very sure that Ifo side, Ifo local government, all of that, they give them more revenue than other aspects of the states.
Yeah, because those areas, Songo, for all those areas, most people that live in those areas, they have one or two things to do with Lagos. There are people that travel to Lagos that walk or to do business. So
because if you look at the law says that when you get a bulk of your revenue, you find it more to get more revenue from it, then you use the revenue to maybe stimulate all other aspects of the economy. Do you understand? So hey, Remy. So that's why I feel myself, and I expect them to do that. So,
but this Lagos bill though, I was just listening earlier. The whole indigenous. Let's be honest, we are both Yoruba people, but we know what they are targeting. They can use all these words. Come on,
everybody know that there was going to be consequences from the initial point. No, BT. No, I said it now. I said it that everybody knew that there was going to be consequences. So nobody was going to escape it at those times.
I was just laughing at the Yoruba people that were trying to justify, like, actually, I'm not. Yes, we know
ourselves now.
We know who they are targeting.
I knew Obasa. No, because I knew during the election, I got to Obasa I got info then that Obasa told everybody to calm down. That they were going to win the election. That after the election, they were going to take actions. So I was thinking they would take actions before they dissolve the other assembly, but they didn't take action. So for him to stay it after he has been sworn in, man, it's not going to be business as usual.
Do you think they have?
Also, they are not jittery too because they don't know. They are beginning to see the other side of your Lagos people that they've not seen before, and they cannot predict how long this thing will go and how far this thing will go. You understand? Hello? So if somebody has poked you for many years, close to 50 years, and is not talking, and now he's now talking, so you know that you've overplayed your hand.
Right. Because today, because I heard Chief Gomez come up here to, because maybe you were here when Chief Gomez was talking about me and
when I first saw Sanwo-Olu's picture changing from suit to Agbada, I knew that
you knew it was over. A good day.
I knew that they've gotten the memo. I've gotten the memo. And I started seeing him wearing less suit and more native. I said, oh.
The man was like, you made me go and beg in church. You know, there was a time he was begging in church doing the usher. When I party, usher because of he was scared. They scared the shit out of that guy. He was scared of losing him at some point.
Yeah, but they knew they were not going to lose. But I knew that APC in Lagos will react, and they will react. And I don't know why the father of that Gbadebo has not told him to keep quiet. He's still talking. That boy is shy. He's dead politically, and he's still killing himself more.
No. That you see, I don't see. I think there's nothing wrong with the law, okay, but I'm a Yoruba person from Ogun State. If I live in Lagos, those laws will not apply to me because they will find a way to accommodate Yoruba people.
That's what I'm saying. When you look at the state of Lagos belong to the Yorubas, so long you are Yoruba, it's not going to affect you. That's the truth. Yeah, it's not going to affect you so long you are Yoruba. It's not going to affect you.
But sometimes when you go somewhere too, you need to mind what you
No, have you ever seen an Osun man or a man go to Lagos and to say Lagos is a no man's land? They will never say that. Even I say, okay, look at you now. Let's say you are living in Lagos. You say you are from Ogun State. First, if you want to build, even if you buy land in Lagos and you're building, sometimes you still have affinity of, okay, I need to build in my hometown. I still need to go back to my hometown to vote and all of that, right? There's still that love for where you come from, right? We don't move. Hello, we don't move completely from our state of origin because we know that when decisions will have to be made, they'll call you back to the village to actually talk and make some decisions for the community. So,
I think I'm right about
Remy,
mute your mic.
Remy, I'm going to deal with you seriously, Remy.
Mute your mic.
Yeah, but the Yoruba story is different, not me. You know who owns Ikoyi, right? Ikoyi came from Osun State, right? I hope you know that. That land was given to him after the war. So you
see, we don't care about one thing is I don't care about history. About what history has said. What I care about now is with the evolution, Lagos is Yoruba. You understand? And so long you're in Yoruba and you're prospering. What I just feel is I think economically, you understand? Hello? Hello? Economically, I think these people have overplayed their hand. And there are some things that they had before, things like market control, controlling some parts of the market. I think those things are going to go.
Right. Like all this, where you just resign like the own one local government of the state.
Yeah, it's going to go.
Yeah.
So, because the thing is, the market will always be there for Lagos, right? And it's an opportunity for Lagos to even more. They will just tell you they want to modernize the market. Are you with me? Don't you know Lagos? Hello? Lagos knows how to do this thing. They'll just say, if it's the electronics, they'll just tell you that they want to partner with Samsung.
They want to have, what do they call it, of Alaba?
Yes.
Yeah, something of Alaba. I will be one Yoruba woman that will be controlling that market.
No, they will tell, even not one Yoruba woman, maybe one Yoruba market woman whose child went to school, MIT, they'll just tell them, okay, want to do something like robotics. They will bring one foreign company. The guy will sit on board of the company and they will employ, do you understand? They will employ Yorubas. Do you understand? They will employ more of them to work in the company and they will start producing. And before you know it, they will turn it, instead of importation.
Somebody say that, they have this auto shops in America here. Patrick, now you be that.
Well, never sleep.
Go on. This one is coming up. No, we are celebrating the Lagos law.
You are celebrating what?
The Lagos law.
Baba T, George, Carlo tètè wá ní wọ́n ti máa sọ̀kò fún ẹ.
tó bá rí bọ́ yín bá wa fà tẹ́lẹ̀.
You know, Patrick, you remember when I was arguing with Chief Gomez that we are too nice. That this is what being too nice gets you this kind of disrespect.
Wọ́n máa ń kọ́yàn lóró ni now. Wọ́n ti kọ́ àwọn people yẹn lóró ni now.
Enough is enough now.
Do you know what I'm saying now? Do you know that the appointments now there'll be a very drastic change in the appointments? No,
my brother. During that campaign, I was talking to some Lagos guys. They told me that look, you have to review the appointment rule. With the idea of appointing somebody as commissioner as clinic conduct, that's going to stop.
And I think Tinubu has been the one begging on their behalf before. Okay, that it doesn't matter and all of that.
Because Tinubu ló gbé wọn lẹ́yìn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ náà, ó ló gbé wọn lẹ́yìn náà. Ibo ló fún wọn gbọ́ opportunity gba wọn jà yẹn.
Exactly. Ó dẹ̀ ti lọ sí national nísì.
And that thing cannot happen in their own place now.
So what I just want to say.
Yeah, so that's I don't have any issue with the law. I mean, per se.
No, actually, why are they the only one jittering on the law? That's the question you should ask. Why are they the only one jittering?
No, Ewa, you are wrong. Even other states in Southwest will also do something similar. Just watch.
No, I mean, why the people from the the other side? At least there are other ethnic groups in Lagos, and they are not really looking. Okay, we are foreigners. Of course, no.
Yeah, they never say that. Okay, you are from Oshun. Don't discuss. They have this kind of.
Do you know that during the elections they started withdrawing all these chieftaincy titles they are giving them, easy of recognizing easy of this? Do you see you saw that memo, right?
AY and one noisy Connie Akure last week. 2 weeks ago. I'm seriously, one noisy Akure.
What?
I'm telling you. Àwọn yẹn ò ní sùúrù ni Èkó ló ń ti Libra Ṣàkúrẹ́ gbádùn ni.
Clayton noisy kò dáná.
Ó lọ ń dọ̀nù ó lọ ṣe ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀lẹ̀ ni. Ṣòro náà bá odò bóyá ọkọ̀ gìbò ní ọ̀rọ̀ ní Àkúrẹ́ ni.
Àwọn ọmọ onílẹ̀.
Ọlọ́mọ àwọn ọgbẹ́nu bẹ̀.
Tó bá jẹ́ ọmọ Yorùbá gan-an tó ṣọ̀rọ̀ àwọn onílẹ̀ máa nù ẹ́ náà tọkọ̀ pọ̀ jésì.
So that's what I'm saying, yeah.
But in Nigeria, we should review that state of origin stuff. It should be state of residence. If we don't review that state, if we review the state of origin, then this kind of law will be unnecessary. But as long as the state of origin thing is there, then this kind of law becomes inevitable.
Do you know that we cannot now? Even it's very difficult. That conversation is very difficult at National Assembly because of the attitude of
the North.
These people. Right?
Forget Lagos. So people from
no. What I mean is because of the attitude of Southerners in this election. It's a conversation. It's a progressive conversation of having state of residence, so that it doesn't care where you are from. But now they made it look like we want to take over a space.
No.
They won't want to remove that.
Nobody wants to mute it again.
Patrick, you can't do that thing right now. Imagine you having your own state now. You not say it's not resident. People now flood your state, take it over.
Because let me tell you, Babati. Let me tell you one thing. For example, I should ordinary. If I say my state in Nigeria, my state should be Ogun State.
Yes.
Because I lived in that state from 1989 to 2016. Everything I became in that state. From 1989 to 2016. That's a long time now. Everything I became in that state.
Any other place you will have gotten residency.
Yeah. Let me tell you another thing in that state. Tí n bá wà ní Abẹ́òkúta, tí mọ́tò mi bá break down Abẹ́òkúta, within 2 minutes, not less than 10 cars will stop. If I'm in my village, if my car break down, I fit dey there one whole day. I know all the people relevant. Before Likpede died, I knew Likpede, I know the Olori, I know the Balogun Fegba, I know Chief Eshuloso, I know all the big names in Abẹ́òkúta. and they know me. Whereas I don't know any, I don't even know the Akoda Oba in my village, even though I be prince for my village. I don't know the Akoda. So Abeokuta, I have my house there. I gave birth to all my children there. I got married there. I became everything in that state. My house are there. In short, if I eventually go to Nigeria and I die, I will want my children to bury me in that town, in Abeokuta. It's like I'm emotionally attached. So for somebody to now, when they were doing 21 years of
Even see the way you are speaking Yoruba as if you're already.
Likpede coronation, 21 years, I was part of committee of 21 years of Likpede coronation. So I can say I'm from Ogun State, but because of the attachment and the residence report with the state of origin thing, I cannot say. Even though I was born in Osun State, I cannot say I'm from Osun now. So more.
You can say that, Patrick. You can.
I was born in Ikire.
One thing
I
about
should be able to claim Ikire.
you will be surprised, Patrick. You will be surprised. What I've noticed about the Yoruba people is this: if you don't overstep your boundary, but you seems to be, you've been with them all this while. You grew up with their children. Everything you've done with them, they won't push you away and say, "Well, you are not part of us." But the moment you are now beginning to say, "You know what? Yes, I can be the king in this land. I can be your Tumba in this land," that's when people will now say, "Oh, we will tell you your story." But if you
Exactly how
don't
you
do that,
feel.
but you are humble and you embrace that culture. And look, I'll tell you the story. When the king of my town died, normally they will put that, they will lay that king, they call it the line estate for 7 days, and all the omobas will come there and do vigils, singing praises and all that. And at that time, nobody is allowed to see that corpse except you are from the royal lineage, because you have to go through some things before you goes in there. That man died, I think, 92 or 91 thereabout. But you see, that was a tradition. But there were some people that are not indigenous of that town, Urobo, Igbo, Awusas, name it. They were they testified that during the reign of that king that there was peace, that everything in that town they were blessed, and they want to come to pay homage to that man because what he stood for when he was alive. That is not the kind of king that would die and people would just say, oh, that they would like to. And they were bringing stuff, food stuff, money, everything. But the chiefs in the town now said, look, we don't understand this is tradition, but these people are coming not because they are coming to, they are coming to pay homage. They are coming to testify to what this man has done for them, give them land, give them whatever they needed in the town to make their life peaceful. And they changed the tradition. They did some sacrifices and all that. That was how the other tribes are coming. They were coming to pay homage to that man and all that. But that's one thing I've noticed about. They are not rigid about their culture. They are ready to bend backward or front for you to accommodate. But the moment you are now,
Look at the way people say Tinubu is from Osun. But if Tinubu dies, let's say I don't want to say tomorrow, later, much later. Do you think Osun people will claim him? No, it's Lagos people that will claim him.
Lagos me.
It's Lagos that will claim him.
Adua, let me tell you something. First day I went to Likpede Palace. That's for my Alake. You know when you go to Oba's palace, you bring things to them. When I went to Likpede's palace, he was so happy to see me. Do you know that man went into his room and brought me a bottle of wine? So I kept it for close to 15 or 16 years. Wait, just something. I just put it there. I said it shows me the generosity of a man. The man like me. I'm telling you, I kept it.
That's how most of the Yoruba Obas. See, even the king in my own town, even though me being a prince as well. My mom died sometimes in 2002, and we went home. This man, We went to pay him homage and all that, and he went in and brought wine too.
You can imagine.
Brought some things for us, and
See,
him being close to them.
if you need any recommendation and they know you and you're even a foreigner, they will gladly give you that they know you.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
Má yẹn parọ́ fún ẹ lábẹ́kúta o. Anything tí bá fẹ́ kò sí nǹkan tó mo nílùú fẹ́ tí mo ní.
But
Ìyálóde of Maryland is my friend. Gbogbo àwọn ọmọ ẹ̀ pàdé mi ni wọ́n. All the chief.
We like to claim. We try to benchmark or draw this parallel line between the thing that's gone. This is the modern world. This, and I understand that this is no longer those primitive years where people hold very close to all those beliefs about not mingling with other tribes. Those were in the past, but you see, we are different. We are different entities that come together to form a nation, and we must respect that thing that differentiates us, that makes us different from one another. And if I leave now and I go to Kaduna and I say, look, I'm now living in Kaduna, our constitution even understand and see beyond what is happening now, that look, yes, we are one entity, we are one Nigeria, but we still respect all those tribal and ethnic differences that we have. That is why it's not imposed on the citizens. For
if you live, if you live well and respect other people, you will enjoy the place. When I was a young boy, Batimolo, secondary school, I started secondary school in Enugu. I think I've shared this story before. So, Baton fẹ́ gbé mi lọ bẹ̀rẹ̀ resume school. Ẹ̀gbọ́n mi ní pé ká wọ train because there are just two major tracks. So the train, it requires that I go to the north. So we took Lagos to Kano. That's the first track. Lagos to Kano. And then the second track is from Sokoto to Port Harcourt. Because I was going to Enugu. So Lagos to Kano, I dropped in Kaduna, somewhere in Kaduna, waiting for the train that is coming from Sokoto to Port Harcourt, so that I will take that one and then I will drop in Enugu. So the train now delayed for 2 days. Myself and my two brothers were just innocent boys. Do you know that an Hausa man took us to his house, a Fulani man, took us to his house Friday, Saturday, Sunday, fed us, we slept, we enjoyed ourselves, and brought us back to the train station. Nowadays, will anybody do that? They will say, I will kill them. Omo Yameta. We just follow the man. We don't know the man from nowhere.
And that was beauty of Nigeria then. That was the beauty of Nigeria then.
The man has one room. Though the room looks very big, but inú orí bẹ́ẹ̀dẹ̀ ẹyọkan ẹni gbogbo wa sùn. We all slept there. Since that day, if you tell me anything about Hausa man, I know they believe anybody. Because my experience is otherwise. That's just the truth.
This thing we're talking, nobody can do it in Edo State. Nobody can say, I've never even seen a Yoruba person contesting for election in Edo State. I'll talk about every other state. Even in the Yoruba land, how many times have you seen somebody contesting for, you're not a Yoruba man, but you're contesting in Osun State?
But it's happening in Lagos.
Ekiti State among the Yoruba is kind of like different from every other state, because every single town or city in Ekiti State are kind of like almost the same.
Yeah.
Their culture is the same, everything. Their accent is kind of like a little bit slightly different, but almost the same. You can tell this is an Ekiti man. Unlike some states that they bring from Igbo, merge it with Kwara, match. They just group and continue.
Boy, Ekiti no one Kwara.
But I understand. But the state itself is very homogeneous, like
it's
one.
Purely, it's
even
purely
before
Ekiti
they were named
tribe.
Ekiti, they'll be bearing Ekiti names. Every time somebody mentions Ado Ekiti, Ado Ekiti, Kole Ekiti, So, but despite that, you will see somebody from, let's say, even near Osun State, next door to them, coming to Ekiti to say, I want to contest for election. Who are you? You must have really been with them for them to have accepted you enough to say, you know what, we want to make sure that you go and represent us. But I've never seen that happen. If you are not from that place, you are not going to be. You would even not try it. and yet they have people that are not from Ekiti living among them.
Lagos State has tried, though. They might have
Cosmopolitan or not cosmopolitan, I understand what we are trying to do in Lagos, but Lagos State
is Lagos the only cosmopolitan?
It's
They are not the only
cosmopolitan.
I know it's
cosmopolitan now.
cosmopolitan now. Rivers
But
is
Lagos is exactly.
But Lagos is more, it's in your face. You can every
Abuja.
you go, you can
Abuja is cosmopolitan now. Do you have non-Abuja indigene contesting and running in Abuja?
No, but Patrick, I think what I'm thinking is, I don't think it's just to get it, institutionalize it. It's not really that it's going to affect the living of Lagos like that. It's just to institutionalize it in such a way that everybody knows. Like, look at in 2027, when they won't say people like Labour Party should not fill in their candidates. Now everybody will be looking at that optics in such a way that no, I can't go to another person's space and talk rubbish about them and
Exactly.
try
You
to
have to learn
dominate
to
them.
respect people. Exactly.
So,
you have to learn to respect others.
And they will never say that another person from another tribe should not contest, but you have immersed yourself into the culture of that land, not to get to the point of insulting their obas, threatening the traditional institutions and all of
But
that.
Oba too now Koja, why would Oba say somebody would be thrown to like me?
Oh,
Oba should be
Oba, the one that said that.
But Oba should be measured. Oba should be temperament.
That guy too.
That guy in Agbero, even the way he talks, you can tell that this man is not like a regular. This is the real This is average Lagosian, like area boy. You see the way Tinubu talk.
But the thing is, the people like him for people from, if you look at people from Isaleko, the behavior is not different from the way Oba is behaving now.
It's not different. They're like the same. Even see, I watch Tinubu
if you're
speaking
complaining
sometimes.
about Lagos, where about
Tinubu will
all
be
those
talking
traditional
like,
rulers in Rivers? We are seeing the
like
one of
area boy.
Lagos. We are seeing the one of Lagos on camera. Where
Even
about if you go to Rivers,
the previous Oba
Port Harcourt,
Oyeko himself
they are worse.
Was like that too. So I mean, I get it, but at the same time, Oba shouldn't have said all those things. But when you are living in a place too, even if Oba said stuff that is, you shouldn't. Yeah. The thing is, I'm waiting for a day Yoruba man will be contesting election in Enugu or in Kano or in Kaduna or in Borno. I'm looking for a day like that will happen.
You're looking for trouble with that because they will tell him his origin.
Do you know the funniest thing? Even in civil service, you cannot even go from another state. Even if you marry to that state, you will still not take you to be working in their civil service there or to transfer.
They won't. It's just within the
how
state.
tight it is. But I get it, it's politics and all that. But sometimes some of these cultures are not flexible. They are not really as accommodated as Yorubas, And I think Yorubas are kind of liberal in their, in their ways of life.
That's the objective. Even they themselves know it. You cannot
very,
take,
very
know
liberal.
That. They know.
Very, very liberal.
But it's unfortunate that the progress we are making towards state of residence is not being.
Hey, Babati is still here. Babati. His uncle was making a speech shortly after the election. He was talking about, they should put it in the constitution. They should scrap the state of origin and replace it with. His uncle. Is you replace it with and I'm looking at this man like, man, this man even understand what is. Has he forgotten the country is ruling on? Is he thinking this is a Togo or where?
This is not.
See, there's no way they.
Nigeria is not an immigrant country where.
No, we are just different. We are different. You can't eradicate state of origin.
I think, Patrick, I think with the way Tinubu has started, I don't think there will really be opposition in 2027. And I think their agitation will go lesser.
Will go lower. That man will capture power and consolidate straight up. See, I was watching a video. Somebody sent it to YouTube. Tinubu came down from his official vehicle and walked briskly, just like, what's it called? Buhari always walk faster And
Yeah.
just I saw this man, putting his agbada. I was like, so the person put a caption, hand they shake, leg they shake. I was like, oh my goodness, this is the same man. Now everybody is bad. Their hand is no longer shaking. Hey, even Tinubu is even looking more sharper these days. I don't.
No, the moves that he has made, and they are fantastic political strategic moves. Look, I was just shaking my head, like I'm not sure there will be opposition in 2027, because yesterday when he was meeting the lawmakers, all the lawmakers that have been Atiku has been trying to meet,
just
that
smiling.
they should discuss the plan APC has. After the meeting, even LP people are saying, they are going with whatever
They are not
APC is saying.
LP. They are LUP. LUP. Did you
I'm,
see the amount of evidence they brought forward to the court?
Ayo, what did you say the LP legislator said?
He's saying that he didn't know that this man is this prepared and this intelligent. And they are following Tinubu had a meeting with the opposition lawmakers yesterday.
Oh yeah.
I like that guy is just.
So they spoke well about him.
Yes, no. Everybody, every agitation is down.
Did you read Akande's memo? Bisi Akande's memo. I will enjoy everybody to go and read that memo when it was dedicated a couple of chapters to Tinubu. He said Tinubu is the kind of politician they wouldn't want to fight against, but
you guys are still here. Ha.
Yes, we are. He said
my network kicked me. My network kicked me out.
Oh,
almost go away, Gary. Go away.
You said you rather have him by your side. You rather have him by your side than to have him fighting against you.
He's
you may be winning. That you may be winning the battle at the moment, but don't be sure that the victory is going to be yours at the end of the battle.
What?
That he is the only person that you don't want to fight against. That once he sees you as an enemy, he can detest. Say right on the spot. If he doesn't like you, he won't. You can tell in his demeanor and the way we approach you. But if he likes you and you press him, then it will go a long way. But his look doesn't always convey what he's thinking. That's why people
exactly. Fashola said that thing, that he's always looking.
They dedicated almost 2 chapters on Tinubu. Like this is the only that I believe Akande even fear him himself. But he has no choice than to continue to be with him.
Because the guy doesn't look like he will win.
Adewale. Tinubu tọ́jú bàbá yẹn gan.
Ó tọ́jú ẹ o. He built a house for him too.
Láti ìgbà tí bàbá yẹn ti kúrò gọ́ọ̀nù. In short, Tinubu lọmọ ẹ̀. Ó ń jẹun, ó ń gbádùn ara ẹ̀ lọ ní. Tinubu, mo sọ pé àwọn family ẹ̀ wọ́n ti
fi jí. He built a house for him too.
Wọ́n ti fi jí Tinubu.
It's not only him. This guy that is fighting Pa Adebanjo, he built house for him in Lekki. Most of those guys,
Adebanjo said he didn't build house for him. Adebanjo said he sold his house in Surulere to build the one in Lekki.
It's Tinubu's influence, Joe. What is he saying? I heard him on his interview. The house will stay in Lekki now. Tinubu's influence. The thing is, Soyinka has renovation to Tinubu. I was like, this guy has really invested in people. Invested a lot in relationships.
It's just that the high-handedness in the party politicking is what people detest about Tinubu. You always have the last say, and that's one thing people see as undemocratic.
But even when he's not I noticed that even when he's not the cause of something, they still attribute it to him.
Oh, of course. Like a Lekki toll gate.
That's what leadership is now. Look at Buhari now. Look at the way they talk about Buhari.
See, nobody's no longer talking about him anymore.
Buhari is out of the scene. No, nobody's talking about Buhari anymore.
There was nothing good about him.
They're no longer talking about Buhari anymore.
Even one man will say that disaster that happened to Nigeria. I said,
look at. Have you seen the way Aso Rock is accessible and people are just moving on the.
That is another thing I'm saying. There are some places that camera has never shown before. Camera is like I can even tell how everything looks like in Aso Rock now.
Exactly. I'm not like is it not the Aso Rock that everybody's everywhere?
That looks like what do you call it? A sacred place that camera must not capture.
Exactly. That's where everybody's going in and out, in and out, in and out. I'm like,
we are now living in a digital era. Everything must be on the social media.
Not just that. This is the first time you're having a Democrat as president. This is the first time you're having a
Things
full
might change though. There might be some restriction of
aspect.
movement in the Asura.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure it will be like that
No,
because
it
Tinubu has
will.
been like that. Look at the state
It
house
will.
in Lagos. State house in Lagos are accessible. Like I think that's is going to. I think a lot of reforms are going to come in place.
Hey,
I
why?
don't.
Do you know what I want? We have too many people working in government.
Hmm.
All this,
I
all
don't
this,
think it.
all
I
this
don't think it will. It will
no, no, having 10 PAs, 15 PAs for one person.
no,
That has to go.
I
That
don't
Yeah,
has to
think.
but
go.
Babati,
That's not going to be
constitution
this.
guarantee
Under Tinubu, that's not going
president
to
to
be
have
this.
at least
No,
22.
not him. I'm saying that when you have like a House of Rep member having 5 or 10 PAs, all these people, no, we can't have that. One or two is
But
okay.
even higher in America, you have up to like I think 5 or 6
No, I
per.
don't think, Babati, I don't think we are thinking like that because you are thinking in terms of resources. When the resources are properly channeled and it will be more than enough for everybody to go around. And
Babati,
everybody,
some of those people that works for the lawmakers in America, some of them are doing internships and what do you call it?
No, they were you're missing my point. Those ones are interns, right? The one in Nigeria actually draw salary. Is what I'm saying. It's different. They're not there to learn or anything. They're there to make
Babati,
money.
you are just looking at that because of what
I
will I call
am
it?
not. My uncle was in the first. It was one of the first house of.
No, you are looking at that
But
in terms
presidential
of
Have
system is
PAs
resources
now.
now.
expensive. See,
That's what I'm saying. When the resources are getting more and more and more, who cares? Who cares when what the money that should go to governors
No,
is going
now
to
there's
go
no
to?
money to
yeah,
be
but
always. Why? It's my.
Babati,
There's no
the
money.
kind of system we operate in, the presidential system is also expensive, except we want to scrap it. And I don't know how you are going to manage to scrap it because if you're trying to scrap it, that means you have to adopt maybe a parliamentary system. Maybe that one would be less expensive. Presidential is expensive because it's more like a monarchy system. And that is why you have people that are, you know, I get the argument.
They wait. Even PA they get PA. PA of a. You said that before. Even a PA they get PA.
No,
PA of a
those
PA.
things. I think
That
those
is
things.
ridiculous, man.
I think those things will stop. Some of those things will stop when it comes to executive level.
How can you be a PA to a PA? What is
Well,
that?
Look, if you can slash your salary and pay your PA, that's fine. But then,
exactly.
do you know how much humongous salary these people sitting in Abuja are collecting? And they even have retirement for them,
They were
which
like,
I found very ridiculous.
but Kilon Shea, what is their job title? Is my point. It's not
Yeah,
Not making.
nothing productive. Okay, Kilon without making.
what I found even more ridiculous most is they are entitled to pension or whatever they call it. It shouldn't be. Even as a president, you should just have maybe salaries, not really. But you serve for just 4 8 years, so serve your country. I don't see why lawmakers should be drawing pension. I mean, some of these people have nothing doing for them in life anyway, so that's the only source of livelihood in their entire life. Look at Dino Menaye. What does he do before? What was his job? Couldn't he share?
As in, it will be very difficult. But do you know the era we are going now? It will be very difficult for people like Dino to get space again because you need to really be highly cerebral. You need to, especially if Tinubu can perfect our electoral system now, electioneering system,
That would
man,
be
it
And
will be
sorry,
very difficult.
AY, we also need to look at using technology in our civil service. Half of
Yes,
the
no,
people are not needed. My
exactly.
my mom was supposed to be a permanent palm secretary when she worked. I grew up in that environment. Trust me, those people they don't do anything in that office. Oh. It's a lie.
They just,
It's
they
all
just
lies.
resume.
They
They
don't.
just resume.
Patrick, you know now
They just sit down.
doing business. In fact, Friday in government office is nothing. It's a useless day.
Tinubu wants to
It's nothing.
introduce pay as you earn, earn as you work. So if they
In fact,
change
pay per hour. Pay per hour. If you don't show up,
if
you
they
don't work.
do that now, everybody will sit up. Of course now.
No, because you have all these labor unions now. Imagine, remember what happened to Fayoshe in Ekiti. Remember when Fayoshe had some teachers take a primary school exam and they failed it. Remember on TV,
Yeah.
he was shaming them. They couldn't even speak English and they were teaching English in
Oh
primary
yeah.
school.
Oh yeah.
Eh?
You know, even for a state like Ekiti State, it's not what happens to Oshemole in Edo when he was trying to make it.
Sorry.
Are they saying pay as you earn as you work or something?
Yeah, earn as you work. That's what they are trying to draft the policy. Because they are giving Shetima and the governors they
But
work
Nigeria,
earn
now
as you work.
you see your stupid labor unions, they will be making mouths, even though you are giving us crap, unqualified worker that cannot do anything, but you can't fire them by law. So
Exactly.
But it means that if you work well, you can earn more now. So
yes, now that's the thing. If you work well and your skills are needed, so it's you that will negotiate.
Earn more than you are earning more. So which labor union is supposed to
no, they have the what's the name? Okay, Ogauta, Owakwe, whatever kind of mentality now. Just show up and you get paid. You don't have to do anything. Just show up in the office. We can't continue that, man. I
don't think I like that salary system. I think I like the wages system of per hour, number of hours you work. That's so if a staff does not go to the office and work, he doesn't get paid. So there's no need for you don't need to tell people to be punctual.
Listen to me. I'm still working in office. Some people they only come to office once a month. And they're only there to collect salary.
It's even common in the north.
They don't come. They don't come at all. Just for once in the month for salary, and everybody knows, and nobody complains. And that is their job.
Let me tell you, I know a guy who was working in federal ministry and was living in the US. Was a green card holder.
When I was funny enough, when I was in my NYSC, when I was in my NYSC that I did in Kano. I only go to sign clearance. That's once a month. Or I don't even come. And they give me appraisal. Kano State pays me my no. So I benefited from that system. No, I won't say I didn't benefit from the system. I benefited from that system too. But in my mind, I was like,
I want to fake Nigeria.
So what about you? Nigeria. So you what about you?
No, I said that was then. How many years ago? Many years ago.
You got the money.
But you know that thing was even the staff of the office. They come by 10 o'clock, and by 12:01 wants to go to pray. From there to the house. So what are we saying? So 3 hours, first 2 hours, they will greet themselves. They'll sit down 1 hour and trying to say, okay, I can't sign the tired. All right, off. So I think so. Anybody that wants to do business, we're going to do business. You want to work in civil service, you work in civil service.
Well, civil service forbid that. You cannot.
Yeah, well, not in Nigeria. Not in Nigeria. People in Nigeria actually have.
Let's use the passport office in Nigeria, for example. Look at the number of officers in that office doing nothing.
Even not that. Look at what the people they call Minister of State for labor. What do they do? Minister of State for something. What do they do?
Patrick, bro. When I went there to collect my passport at 8 p.m. at night, they were still working. I'm like,
because there's a good don't mind.
No, the guy said that for the last 3 months, they don't get their salary, but they don't care. They make more money on the side. Also, they don't get salary.
Don't you know? Very hard. See, let me shock you. Try and collect anything in Nigeria. For many of the government office, they will bill you more than they will tell you standard. So if you want to do passports, passports is, if you read on net is 40,000. They tell you it's 60 or 70,000 standard.
No. The guy said that it was 14,000, but because you're from Jan now 45. If you want it in 2 days, if you want that quick.
So the thing is imagine like 50 people pass on my table and each of what comes to me as a staff is 5,000 every client and 50 people come every day. Do you know how much I'm taking? My take home pay every day.
Oh boy, AY, everybody had nice cars, man. If I'm telling you, their workers area is like Benz. I'm like everybody had like even young officers, everybody had nice cars, man, and they were working to unite. I'm like,
if you ask them how much is your basic salary or how much is they pay you, 100,000. I compare your pay with the car you are driving and the house you are living, man.
The guy said that even their guy has because the guy in the same office, so they had 3 desks in the same office.
And is that guy? You've not even seen anything. Is that guy will have built a hotel?
the
that
guy
is
have
going to lesson weekends
our
and that people
listen,
will be coming there or a
our
club.
our point guy. The guy they go because I went during summer. The man that was his last job for before he went to Dubai for vacation. Before he traveled, that was his last job because I came in that was it Wednesday, and he helped me by Friday get the passport before he traveled to Dubai. That was the guy they joined himself for. Yeah, they do anything, just show. Oh, guy, how are you doing? In the same office, they had 3 desks in the same office. 3 women.
BT, so when you now say they have money, imagine people that are abroad now, they will not say, "Oh, give me dollars." So compared to that kind of civil servants, you yourself will be like, no.
No. You will see. No. Listen to me. In one office, they had 3 women, and their job is just to stamp your form. And for each form you give them, you must give them 1K. So you put the 1K in that form that you will give them. 1 stamp, 2 stamp, 3 stamp. The same stamp of 3 people, and that is 3K. And imagine for each day collecting 1K for like 50 people every day. That is almost 50K.
Babati. Diki, let me tell you what I used to tell Nigerian civil servant when I was in Nigeria. I tell them that okay, because people will be looking at the salary that Nigerian civil servants earn. But if you look at it very well, how much work do we do as civil servants? That's what I used to tell them, that it is what we put in that we get. An average civil servant in Nigeria, in fact, those people who are in administrative position, some of them they might not even touch 1 file in a day. They just go play at work and go home. So to me, this one that Tinubu want to introduce, any work? Who is going to monitor it? Do we have the technology?
No, technology, fingerprint, sign in when you come in, sign out when you come.
Like they need to.
It doesn't mean that you are working now. If you let me tell you, there was a time when I was in a teaching hospital.
By going there.
Let me tell you. I know, I understand, Patrick. Let me tell you the fraud. Let me tell you the fraud they used to do when I was in teaching hospital in Ilorin. You know what they would do? Because the doctors, doctor hands a call duty allowance. So the other administrative staff also they form something like a what do they call it now? No, overtime allowance. Some of them they can sign like 3 or 4 hours every day. 3 or 4 hours. You know what they used to do? Some of them they have DSTV in their office. Maybe by 3:30 they finish part 1 of a movie. They would wait and watch part 2, and then they will sign. At the end of the month, they will have overtime that is more than their salary.
Wow.
Because there's nobody that is monitoring. So even this one, if you log in and log out, you log in, yes. Then what do you do with logging? Who monitor the work that you do? Those are the issue. In fact, there was a time that we have more staff than the patients. That they are now rationing. They will say, okay, you come to work this. They have number of days that they used to come because they don't even have chairs. They don't even have office to work. You understand? It's as bad as that. And you know, this labor, by the time the government now say they want to downsize or whatever, then they will now say, okay, no, they want to go on strike and all those things that the labor is supposed to be actually pursuing. Make sure that their workers work very well and all those. They will not pursue that one. To me, I just see them as an instrument of politics that the politicians just use.
But if you look at Lagos civil servants, Lagos civil servants are more productive because when you go to work, you have opportunity to make more money by the side. So that's the motivation that allows you to go to work.
Labor cannot be.
How do you make money by the side? How do you make money by the side?
In Lagos,
why are you talking like this now?
In Lagos, Lagos civil servants.
Why can't you call it the name? Why are you hiding the name? Why are you hiding the name? Why are you saying by the side? Well, I don't know money by the side.
Let's say I'm working with Lagos State.
I know what you mean now.
No. Every day you go on site and accreditation and monitoring. So for me to accredit you, of course, you pay the normal fee and you pay the normal fee. Is that not?
It be like say it you the collect am.
No, it's something that listen. If you come to me, if you go to, for instance, all these health facilities those that monitor and accredit health facilities, if I walk into your health facility and I notice that you have an infraction, that's what I'll be looking for. Infraction. Okay, why is your machine spoiled? Why is your medical is
Why
not
is it
working?
not working?
Exactly.
And you are not saying it just because you want it to work, just because you are looking for way of say, okay, we'll be
it's you
begging
that
you
will
to say
come.
take this.
And Lagosians know it's you that will come into the site, sir. We plan to
Okay,
fix this economy.
let's arrange this thing now. Hello. We have problems.
So how do you fix that country now?
That one you can't fix that one, no. That one is
See,
just
Patrick, you can't fix that one. It's part of the only thing is you can manage it in such a way that people will begin to improve every day because I don't know. Tinubu said he was going to introduce credit facility. People can access credit to use credit to buy off cars and all that. I don't think
that you can't do that one in this economy. There must be jobs available to pay those credit line off now. If you don't
there will be jobs to make those. But you know that one thing about Tinubu too is Tinubu understands. I think Tinubu understands the natural Nigerian psychic of tendency to corruption, and everybody looking for ways to make more money. So if you look at Tinubu, he was one of the first politicians not to be carrying money abroad. Rather, he would invest that money they carry into the economy so that people can have jobs. Look at this TVC and all of that. Now, most politicians, Nigerian politicians, I don't think they are, if you remember those times, most Nigerian, Alamesia, those days, they were always dreaming of carrying money abroad to go and buy a house abroad and all of that. But I don't think they are doing that anymore. Most times now, they are comfortable using that money to invest in maybe becoming an oil marketer, having a company that is employing people within their community. Someone like Wike, why Wike want to carry his money abroad while he can invest in buying, while be having an hotel and all of that in his state. So that's the reorientation we've had. We are not yet there, but I think we'll still get there. So look at someone like Wike. If Wike buys an hotel, builds an hotel, he has a manager.
Not just that. You
will
can put so much money in maybe in Dangote refinery. You can
you know smart. Is there anybody here that knows Smart Adeyemi?
I know him. Senator Smart Adeyemi.
Orí nǹkan tó ṣe sóòtẹ́ẹ̀lẹ̀. Orí pé bàbá yẹn
dán. Ìlọrin ló kó gbò tẹ́lẹ̀ sí.
No, ṣé o mọ̀ pé ó gọ̀gàn? Ṣé o mọ̀ pé owó Ṣèkínà yẹn?
Báwo ló wó Ṣèkínà? Royal Ṣèkínà.
Owó Kingston, owó Ṣèkínà. Ó wá fẹ́ tún kọ́ táìmù yẹn.
No, thinking that we get that was when he kò win election. Yes.
Kò win election.
Kò win election.
But look at that
Patoski, how do you know those?
Kingston. I was manager of the Continental Bank in Taiwan now.
Oh, okay.
I was manager of the Continental Bank in Taiwan now. My wife from Ilorin now. Jare mo gbé jare dem mo gbé tanke. Yeah. Nigeria, my wife from Ilorin, born and bred.
Look at that instance. Now, if I'm the construction person, I will
collect my money. Ọlọ́run gbà tó padà lọ sí àgbo tó make ó rẹ̀kẹ̀ seriously.
Kò fọpọlọ sí ni now.
English.
He didn't apply sense. He just demolished everything as if God want to say I will make a mess of you.
He was banking that he will go back to the house to go and make another money.
Shebi you will rebuild. Shebi you will do it one by one. Why would you look at that Kingston? Very lovely. When I was transferred to Ilorin, the bank will put you in a hotel for 1 month until you get your own apartments. I was staying in that Kingston. Very lovely place. Yeah. Because I even preferred it to Kwara Hotel. I had the option of Kwara Hotel or Kingston. I stayed in Kingston. Very lovely. Nice food, everything. The guy just destroyed everything.
Even the Royal Shekina, if not because he was a politician, they would have demolished it. You know why? Because that Royal Shekina was built on a drainage path.
Yeah.
Yes, now so every year they used to experience flood in that place.
Oh my God. The guy
no, those guys in the house, they are making it. You look at the kind of life Dino Malaye is living now, without any business, without anything. He said he invested in what's the name of this popular
KFC
food? No, not KFC.
McDonald's.
McDonald's, that has a share in McDonald's. That's what he's claiming for everybody.
He said he has McDonald's franchise. Is he the first person to get McDonald's franchise? But what's Smart? I think I met Smart. Smart was telling me that, when he was in the Senate, he got a lot of contracts from I think Rotimi. He got a number of contracts in Port Harcourt with Rotimi or Dili, I can't remember which of them. And then this guy, this Lebanese guy in Illinois now. That guy that used to do road. You know that guy now? Simba. Okay, Simba is not there again. He did a lot of contracts. So I think he was not actually making his money from the national level. At least he was leveraging on his relationship and everything. And given his relationship, what he did in a hotel is not bad, because Smart he was not living recklessly. He was not living in a flashy way, buying five cars like He just had those 2 hotels, and he was creating jobs. I knew people were hired there. In short, if you see his car, just a normal car and everything. Just
that
those
is
2 hotels. That's all he had.
That is
No. I think. Let me tell you the truth. I think that guy is. I think he's okay. I'll tell you why. Even to build that hotel, I'm not supposed to be saying this, but I'll say it because I'm trying to defend him. There was a time he had to start looking for money from banks now. To say, if I'm able to get this money from
this
bank,
is what happens. This is what happens. I have an insight in some of those houses. Some of those contracts, for instance, last 2 or 3 years, I chased the contract from one of the House of Reps. So one thing is, most times they bid for those contracts through their interested firms. So if I have a construction firm, that's it. They are the ones that bid for it. So this is they use their third party influence to bid for the contract. Once they have the contract, if they cannot really do the they don't have the expertise, and they will sell it at a lower contract level, and they will just make their own money.
And that's what he was. I'm sure he was doing that too.
No, that's the thing.
So it's not as if he was getting so much money from National Assembly. You understand?
It's not the
leveraging on his relationship.
It's not the seat allowance that makes them.
It's not the
contract itself.
It's the contract. It's the relationship and everything. And I think that he chose to invest his own money.
Look at the way Wike talks about oil block. They dash somebody oil block. I'll be like, now. This Wike talks about that. Oh, this one negotiated for oil block. If I have one oil block in Nigeria.
Let's dig on Peter Obi small now. Peter Obi just the escape from my hand today.
Peter Obi is irrelevant.
My time is more important than to be talking about Peter Obi.
Peter Obi is not on the news like 3 days ago. What is going on? Yeah,
he's not going to be on the news anymore.
Thomas, just give it 3 or 4 months. We will forget Peter Obi ever even. You just move on from him.
Even like 3 days ago now, I've been trying to dig on him. There's no news. There's nothing at all.
Papa will be more popular than him in another thing.
Once this court case is over, even if some people say enough is enough, they will say enough with this guy.
See, his case is so. Him and Atiku are fighting on Anambra and Nasarawa now. See, who won Anambra and Nasarawa?
Atiku testify against him that they rigged all the Southeast states.
When?
So is Atiku
yesterday? Yes. At the tribunal, yes, at the tribunal. Yeah.
Thomas, see, we all knew this. How can you get 95% in one state? That everybody knows that was a rigged election in Southeast now. They rigged more than everybody else now.
Why is article saying that Obi rigged Nasarawa too?
So yes, article's witness is saying Obi cannot win Nasarawa. Yeah, they cannot win Nasarawa State, and they're also saying that they had a lot of rigging in Anambra. So that's the
Anambra.
This tribunal
yes.
is ludicrous, man. It's just full of drama.
How can you get in a PDP zone like Enugu 94%? Who are you fooling? Really? 94? Only you? No, come on.
To me,
but if you remember, guys, one guy came here. He said it's among the CPP of APC. That in Anambra alone, they have 200,000 carry card member of APC. 200,000 carry card member.
One of the witnesses in Abia said Tinubu won his polling unit, but when he saw the result, he was surprised. Obi won his polling unit. So I think the case has become more of a joke.
But can we say the INEC official too? They help them to rig because they can't rig without INEC official.
Even if it happens like that, Nigeria is too broke to conduct another election. That's the reality. So we just move on. That's the looking at everything. We are too broke to conduct.
Somebody already said that there's a provision for it in the electoral law. That is the money that they gave them is enough to.
They were like, forget provision. Nobody's spending any money on the election. Forget provision.
Don't worry, I will call it to go cause like Obi.
I like Obi. I like Obi.
Thomas why Obi fan why you when the Thomas become
I like Obi.
I don't know when the Thomas become.
You don't know that Obi story is always sweet. If anytime they brought Obi story, it's always sweet. People will go to heaven.
PDP governors are waiting. Are just waiting for the end of that court case to shank article, because I'm thinking because when I was looking at this Plateau governor, new PDP governor, he has gone to pay Tinubu
homage. Homage. Yeah.
Bible governor has gone to meet Tinubu, and when when they come back, they say politics is over. It's time for governance.
If Tinubu want to stop, if Tinubu want to change Nigeria to one party state,
see
all these enemies, they are going to greet him.
I'm serious. I don't know what is happening there. Once they enter the chamber with Tinubu to discuss, when they come out, they'll just be talking of aligning. I'm just like, so there's no one person.
Do you think Dino has a chance in Kogi's election?
Dino has been begging now. He's saying Tinubu is his father.
Since when?
That was about 4 days ago.
Remember when it was?
Tinubu is his father. That he will not allow any.
Remember when he was making sexual stuff towards Remi now? Remember that those days now when they used to talk about you can get her pregnant. Remember the Senate now?
I don't think you can't be serious that Dino is begging now.
No, Dino wants a fair and fair election. That he said Tinubu is his father. He went to see IBB.
No, there's no way Dino can win that election now.
Because let me tell you that even if he has a chance, Tinubu will personally ensure that he does not win. He hates that guy with passion. You can't go against his wife now.
I don't think Tinubu has his time.
Who is he going against?
Listen to me.
Who is he going against?
You can't go against
Yaya Bello.
You can't go against.
Is he going against Yaya Bello?
No, Ododo is Yaya Bello's
flower.
You can't go against.
Yeah.
You can't go against.
Yaya Bello have done 2 terms already.
Yes. Thomas Nisuru.
Yes.
Thomas Nisuru. You can't go against somebody's wife, flirt with them on national. No. And this man had enough to go to Body Loan and make a video. I am in your house now. You can't. You remember all those crazy days now? You used to go against.
No. You know he has been calm. You know he has been calm of recent because ever since.
Why are you married? when you are married, that is his wife now. You can't say
No,
that.
no,
I will give your
that's
wife
what I'm saying.
belle.
Like, if you look at Dino's attitude now, he has stopped criticizing
No,
Tinubu.
you
Hope you
can't say
know.
you're gonna give her Remy
Baba
belle.
T.
You can't do that, man. You can't forgive that. I'm a man. I know what I'm talking about. No, no way, no way.
Baba T.
Yeah.
What's up with the Tinubu's wife having a police officer, a male police officer? Why can't she take a female?
Buhari's wife also had a young male officer now. You know, they have their job
It
now.
doesn't matter now. It doesn't matter.
They do
It
their
doesn't
No,
really
service
matter.
and
you know what I was thinking, Dirty, that maybe that ADC is the one taking care of charge.
no, they were like, at that age for these politicians, even if your wife is doing that, you won't care now. It's a young, even Buhari's wife too. They had issues. Is I hate DC came from Kogi, that light skin guy too. So maybe they are doing it, but Tinubu will not care. It's like, come on, enjoy yourself now. So,
I don't lie here for you.
no. But that Dino thing was kind of out of control now. I remember that those crazy
No,
days.
no, Dino messed up. He has messed up his point. He cannot win the
Is
Kogi
it, is
election.
it, is it not banter? Is it not banter?
No. That one
No,
was no. You can't say no.
Thomas,
Thomas, go
you
back.
know you want to contest for gubernatorial candidates, Kogi, and you are throwing that kind of banter. Are you the first person that will be a DG to a campaign?
Baba
Yeah,
T,
I'm here.
were you? I think you said something about the ongoing case in the courts.
Yes.
No, go ahead. I don't know.
You guys, a lot of you guys are really passing misinformation on what is happening.
No, what did I say?
No.
No.
So what did I say about what do you think is
No
a
one
mis-
said.
Let him land in. Let him land in now.
Someone said will be rigged in Anambra State and that PDP testified, something like that.
I
That was
said there was a
AY.
PDP.
That was
No, I
AY.
was the one that said that. I said PDP witness
Yeah.
is contesting
Witness, yes, yeah.
PDP's witness is contesting Obi's win in
Yeah.
Anambra State and Nasarawa State. There was a witness that contested the win in Nasarawa State that they don't expect Obi to
I'm
win
not
in
talking
Nasarawa
about
State
Nasarawa. I'm not
and
talking about,
Anambra State. Yes,
Anambra.
yes.
The witness, you said the witness said that will be rigged in Anambra State, right?
Yes.
Yes, we treated
Yes.
it yesterday now.
So do you know the name of the witness?
He's a PDP witness. I don't know the name
Zaki
of the
father.
witness.
I read it in the
Zaki
newspaper
father.
earlier.
Do you know
We,
his
no,
address?
It's
Do
actually
you
a
know his
Saki
address?
Father.
INEC card.
Why should you be able to be asking for the name, Saki Father?
Exactly.
Let me tell you the
You
name
are
now.
Zaki
you are
father.
asking question
No,
like
no, 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 no.
like
Let me tell you the name.
Rufai. Is
You
Rufai
say
that
you
used to
don't
ask
know.
for everybody for name.
You say you don't know. You don't know. Let me tell you the name, just to tell you that I've been following the case very well.
Okay.
So the name is Chief Ndubisi Nwobu.
Okay.
Chief Ndubisi Nwobu. Go also and read the paper of yesterday.
They said the
where
person's
he
name is Andebusi.
where he refuted, this this misinformation that
What
is
you
going
go
on.
in Jare? No.
Read the paper of
So,
yesterday. Where he,
Don't collect
okay.
money. You don't collect money.
Thank you, Father.
okay,
Thank you,
now you
Father.
don't collect money.
Your people. Hold on. Let me
Guys,
just say something.
is
When I was
his
reporting this,
identity now. He doesn't want to die now. So do you want him not to refute it?
Patrick,
He
okay,
doesn't want
now
to die now.
no. Now he doesn't want to die.
No, he's
That's
Amadio
all
hat.
I mean.
I know you're Amadio hat.
Before they go and attack him.
No. See, let me advise better. If people are talking on public platform, please, give accurate information. It's on paper. It's on paper. That's not what he
I want
said
to
in
ask you
court.
something,
That was
Zaki
not
Father.
what he said in court.
Zaki Father, I said
Yes.
PDP witness. I don't need to know the name. I'm just
I'm
following
not
the
talking
proceedings.
about knowing. I'm not saying knowing the name.
What does the name got to do now?
The reason I decided to ask, do you even know the name? You know what I mean? Because you are giving information that is in here that is not accurate. And I'm
So,
trying
which
to tell you,
information did I give that is not
you are
What is not
saying that
accurate
the
about it?
witness. You are
What
saying
is the
that the
information that's
witness.
not?
Was it not at the deposition box? Was
You
it not on
said
the
they brought
deposition
him.
box?
no. You said the witness said.
I said
and I'm
PDP
telling
witness.
you.
So when I say
Let
PDP
me
witness
finish now.
contesting Anambra State,
You
okay.
said PDP witness said Anambra rigged. and some other person helped you out to say, I think Babati said, how can it be possible that someone will get 90-something% in Anambra? Is that not ridiculous?
Yes.
And I'm trying to tell you,
thank you, Father.
I'm trying to
We
tell
tweeted
you
it
that,
yesterday.
wait now, and I'm trying to tell you that what you are saying about the witness is not true. That's not what actually happened in court. He never said it to be rigged.
So what happened in court that was different?
So what did he say in the court? What was
did he
his
say in court?
testimony?
You say what?
What was his testimony in court?
Yeah, he was only accusing INEC that the votes he got in certain places in Southeast is not the actual vote.
Which in South? Which states in
There
South?
was he said something about Abia State and I think Anambra State. But he didn't
Abia,
say.
there were two witnesses. The one in Abia State said.
Let me finish.
Okay.
I can read what the man said if you want me to read it out.
But that is a PDP witness now.
I'm talking about PDP witness.
I'm talking about
Anambra State.
witness now in Anambra State.
Yes.
Yeah, you testify in favor of PDP. What are you talking about?
But he didn't say that Labour Party rigged him. They never said that. That is
So
what you
when
guys
somebody said,
what did I say? I said PDP witness is contesting Anambra State result.
He's not what somebody. I don't know whether you are the one, but somebody said here that PDP witness.
Yes, Anambra State result because who
now
won
Zaki Father, what is the difference? That somebody said he doubts the vote that they got. So what is the difference between rigging and doubting?
Who won Anambra State? Obi won Anambra State.
Wait.
And he's contesting the votes there.
No. Let me finish now. Stop shouting. It's not. It doesn't make sense.
I'm not shouting. Sorry.
Yeah.
It's just my voice.
There are two statements that are quite different. If somebody says this vote I saw in Anambra State, I don't believe it. I'm contesting it. You understand what I mean? And if some other person says this vote that this person, this Labour Party you gave this vote, that they rigged these very votes in Anambra. These two statements.
Is this
hold on.
Is it the first
AY, hold on, please. AY, please hold on. Guys, I have a meeting to catch up with. Can you just continue? Who can moderate the section, please?
Give it to
so we can have a leader.
BT.
Leave us at the background.
Babati, are you?
Babati. I nominate
Babati.
Babati.
Babati available.
Good night, everybody.
Babati is the doctor.
Good night, though.
So, Zaki Father, I wanted to ask something. I wanted to ask a question.
Yeah.
Is it the first time you are hearing people from Labour Party saying Tinubu rigged in Rivers, Tinubu rigged in this and that and that? They've been reported.
You say what?
Is it the first time that they will say, looking at the court proceedings, I've been reading a lot of court proceedings. You know, normal court proceedings. When Tinubu, Toby has been bringing evidences to court, and INEC will tell you that, we oppose this result and we will advance our reasons.
I don't think. Yeah, it appears.
Listen. It's a normal statement from persons when you bring an evidence to court, and they'll tell you that, we oppose and we have advanced our reasons.
Yes.
APC will say we oppose and we will advance our reasons.
Yes.
Now, I've read a lot of those things.
Yeah.
Being reported by LP and saying, we have a lot of evidences and we will nail INEC, we will nail this person.
Yes.
And what the reporting is normal. Like when you bring your evidences to court, INEC will tell you that, we oppose and we will advance our reasons. APC will tell you we oppose, because when they are also doing their own deposition, they will counter those evidences.
Yes.
Now, me reporting now, coming to say that somebody came into as a witness, PDP witness, and contested Anambra State results. Now, contesting a result is against...
Sorry, are you a lawyer?
I'm not a lawyer, but I read, I follow, I follow a lot of legal proceedings. Now, when somebody who won Anambra State, Obi won Anambra State, right? So now, when the person is saying, I'm arguing against this result, oftentimes when you're arguing against the results, you are contesting the results with what you got in relation to what the person got, to the winner of that particular session, which is Anambra State. Obi in this case, Tinubu is not one. So when people were reporting, most people were reporting, Obi and Atiku are fighting in court because Atiku is saying that he got more votes.
Yes.
Than so and meaning indirectly saying that probably Obi got less votes. So if there's a contention between Atiku and Obi on that regard, it is less of APC because APC is not really interested in that because APC got less votes.
Yes.
So when I say there's a contention, so and they are struggling to prove, so if Atiku, the PDP witness is able to, or the PDP lawyer is able to prove that they got more votes and Obi got less votes, this is Obi's vote. Temporary, but I know court does not deduct votes. They only deduct votes. They don't add votes or they share allocate votes.
Yes.
So that's what I'm saying that finally Obi's case is very difficult for me in my own perspective. It's very difficult to prove because the way the reporting is going on is the court will never allocate votes. They will never allocate vote, deduct one vote from one person and put it to another person. No, they will rather reduce votes, and if the vote is qualified in such a way that nobody deducted in such a way nobody meets the constitutional requirement, they can declare a rerun. Or so that's what likely will happen. But my own stand is it's difficult for the court to cancel a whole 2.8 million or 1.8 million votes, no matter how. It's still very difficult to prove.
I don't know what you mean by they don't deduct vote and add vote. I don't understand.
So what I'm saying is, so if court, for instance, if you score 5, let's say we score 500,000 somewhere, and Tinubu scored 300,000 somewhere, and when they are looking at the and Obi is able to prove that Tinubu did not score this 500,000, that I scored more than Tinubu.
Yes.
Court is never going to take those votes from Tinubu and add it to Obi. No.
So how is it done?
What they will do is they will rather cancel the polling units and take them out.
No. That's not the way.
Have you ever seen a court? Give me one court experience proceeding that has added votes from one person to another. It's not possible.
No.
It's not possible.
See how it is done. Suppose INEC reported that Mr. A got 5,000 votes. I mean, 500 votes. 500 votes.
Okay.
And Mr. B got 300 votes.
Okay.
So what is now the difference between Mr. A's votes and Mr. B's votes?
200 votes.
200. So if Mr. B is able to establish, that I actually got that somewhere I got maybe how do I put it now? That he was able to establish in a place that in this very place he was giving maybe 100 votes.
Okay.
Instead of 150 votes.
Okay.
That what he actually got here is 150 votes, but he was giving 100 votes.
Okay.
So what will happen? The difference now he's reporting here is 50, right?
Yeah.
They will go to Mr. A.
Wrong.
Who is leading with 200 votes. Let me tell you now, who is leading with difference of 200 votes and deduct from that difference.
It's not true.
And deduct from that difference. That is how
I disagree.
Okay.
One, the court does not have the jurisdiction to add votes.
Okay,
to one particular party. They don't have that jurisdiction.
Okay, can I ask you a question?
What the court can only determine is looking at polling units by polling units. If you look at this polling unit, there is a contention, and the contention is not clear enough, or there is Mr. B is able to sufficiently establish that there's an infraction in this polling unit. They will successfully cancel the polling unit and deduct the votes from all the candidates that participated in the election. So when one person's polling unit is going, the numbers is going down, the other person is also going down. So that's the way it works.
No. See, the only way you cancel polling unit results. I'm telling you. Okay, let me cite an example. Ngige versus P2B in Anambra State.
Okay.
How did P2B how was the court able to finally arrive at the fact that P2B actually got more votes than Ngige?
So were they adding votes to Obi's votes?
You say what?
Were they adding votes to Obi and deducting votes from Ngige?
They were deducting from the difference. Do you understand what I mean? From the difference.
Okay, so give me an
Difference.
example of one person,
Yeah.
apart from OP, in this contemporary. I don't want to talk about those times when we have electoral law and all that.
Ayo, don't give up now. What
No,
he's
no, no.
saying,
Wait.
don't give
I'm
up,
not giving up.
Ayo. Don't give up.
I'm not giving up. I'm not giving up.
Yeah,
Give me an
because
example of a
Zaki
case.
Daddy, Zaki father is not even is not saying that they
No,
added to his vote. He said they were deducting.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You should give me an example of in a case, electoral case, where they added votes, right? Where they added votes for the candidate or the shuffled votes for the candidate. That even or they said INEC miscalculated and the court had to recalculate the votes. Give me an example.
Well, I don't understand what you mean. What I'm telling you is that there are two things.
What I'm saying is, okay, let me rephrase what I'm saying is the court will never add votes to existing votes. The court will determine the level of compliance and infractions.
Yes.
If the level of infractions is enough to affect the result of the election,
yes,
the court will consider the infractions and the level of compliance. If, like in the case of Obi, what they determined is they look at the numbers, they look at the infractions, and it was enough to swing to overturn the election result. That's why they gave Obi the victory. Now, what I'm saying is, now look at it. What I'm saying now is,
no. You are talking
the level of infraction. Look at it. There is a 2.8 million vote gap between Obi and Tinubu, right?
Yes.
Now, what the court will do is Obi have to sufficiently prove that the number of polling units affected and the cumulative votes affecting him is sufficient enough to overturn election results between him and Tinubu to give him victory.
Yes.
If he's not able to do that, the court will not say, okay, I had this vote. And so the court will check, for instance, considering all the polling units that are being challenged. If Obi is able to successfully challenge that, okay, let's say I got this, I got that, I got this, I got that. If they look at they are not going to add votes for him.
Yes.
They are going to look at the level of compliance in all those polling units. If they take out all those polling units, they took out where Tinubu got 10 and he got 1, they were taking them out, and all of them got to difference of the same level or the same level difference. Then they will say, okay, then, or let's say when they look at all the polling units affected and they deduct they took out all those votes from both of them and including Atiku. And when they got to the final answer, just like the Osun State's own, when they were contesting polling units and they were striking out those polling units, striking them out.
There are two things you are misplacing.
Listen, that's the way they will do it. They will strike them out, and at the final level, whoever wins will now be declared as the winner.
Let me tell you the
That's
two
what they will
things you
do,
are
not they will
misplacing.
add votes to another person.
No. Look at the two things you are misplacing. In the case of Osun State, the material issue was the issue of overvoting.
Okay, yes.
And the Electoral Act says that if there is any polling unit that a candidate is able to prove that there was overvoting in that polling unit,
they should cancel
that polling unit should be cancelled.
Okay. Yes.
What they do is to cancel. In the case of Obi, it is not the issue of there was overvoting here, there was overvoting here. That was not the issue.
So what's the issue in Obi's case?
The issue is that the result you gave this person here, INEC,
so the question is, my question to you is there a law forbidding cancellation of numbers on the EC8 forms? So that, is there a law that says if I write 8 for APC or 20 for APC and I feel that I make a mistake and I cancel and I write 10 back, is there a law that forbids me to write it as a a polling unit agent or accredited officer. Is there a law like that?
This guy is there is no law like that. There are someone
Now,
like
number one, that's the first
no,
defeat
let me
you have.
finish.
So that means, listen, that
Let
means
me finish.
whatever
I
is
know where you're going.
Sorry, we say omnibus. So is that Zaki Father?
Yes. So hold on. That means that whatever INEC certified, even if it is as cancellation on it, is the authentic one that the court will use. That's the first thing I want to tell you. So if there is a cancellation on the sheet, if Obi brings it a sheet that has, oh, I got 120 here, and INEC later brings another one with cancellation saying I had 18, the INEC is the body that is certified for it. And INEC certified copy is what will be recognized in court.
Okay, can I tell you? Can I tell you? All right.
I'm listening.
Now,
do we agree on that first? Do we agree on that?
Let me finish. I know where you are going. Forget where you are going. You are just being mischievous in where you are going.
I'm not being mischievous. I'm telling you.
No. I want to
the
bring
position
something.
of the law. I'm
What
not
you are
telling the position of law of cancellation.
No. There is no law that says.
So you people, you want to decide the verdict and the outcome of the court judgment today.
That is not what I want to do.
No,
there is no law. There is no law. You're just being clever.
I'm not being mischievous. I'm telling you the position of the law
clever
today.
by half.
I'm not clever by half. I'm telling you the body. For instance, if you bring your sheet and INEC brings their sheet, INEC, the law recognizes INEC, not you.
Okay, let me tell you. Okay. In the past, this issue of INEC certification, certified true copies, has always been there in the past, right?
Okay.
It didn't start in 2022.
So when did it start? When have ever tell me any legal proceedings that challenge INEC certified copy? If I will tell you Uzodima's case.
No. I'm not going to Uzodima's case. You know, the issue of INEC certification has always been in our electoral jurisprudence. It didn't start today. Okay. Whenever people go to court to contest elections, one of the documents they present is certified true copies of INEC forms, right?
Yes.
It has always been there. But yet in the past, some candidates have been able to prove that they actually won an election.
Which candidate? Give me one example.
P2B did it in Anambra State.
Give me one example.
P2B did it in Anambra State.
Okay, continue.
Somebody did it. This guy, the former NLC chairman, what's the name again? From Edo State. Oshomole did it against Professor Osumbo.
Thomas, are you there?
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. So let's not go there. But what I'm trying to say in effect is that this issue of INEC certified document you are even talking about, you know, don't think that these legal experts, you know,
do you know something? You know one thing I'm looking at you. I looked at all the your cases that you brought to court. You came to court on 3 cases or 3 formations.
Yes.
They've counted 2 or about 3.
Which 2 did
now,
they
on Tinubu's disqualification? That one is hold on. On
Tinubu's
disqualification, hold on. You came to court on Tinubu's disqualification. You came to court on Shetima's double nomination.
Which one did they counter?
You came to court on 25%. Those are the 3 main things.
What did they say on that one?
25%. Now on Shetima's nomination.
On the 25%, what did the court say on the 25%?
The court said the guy does not have a local standard. Hold on.
Does it mean they gave a ruling? Yeah, does it mean they
local standard?
Does it mean?
Listen.
Does it mean they have? No. Does it mean they have?
Zaki Father, let him land.
No, I know where he's going, so that's why.
No, you don't know. You don't know. Don't assume.
Yeah, continue.
Local
standard that is being challenged in court.
Yes.
And let me tell you, we know the position of the court, and we know where it's going.
Forget what you are saying.
No, you cannot know. AY.
Okay.
Wait. That one has not been There's no judgment on 25%
No,
here.
local
So we
standard.
cannot
What I
say
mean,
we know. We can local standard. Oh, that means that it doesn't have the right to bring that case to court.
for the
What we
residents
are
of,
saying,
yes, for the
the only
residents of,
one that we can say has been judged, and that like what happened in Osun State, they talk about IRF and they say it's not compulsory. So that one has been put to bed.
What did they
exactly.
say?
The
What did
Shettima,
they say?
the
No,
Shettima
Shettima's double
nomination,
nomination. He
the
has been put to bed.
nomination, that one has also been put to bed. So,
Yes.
but 25% is still there.
Yes.
Okay.
But
So
what
can
I'm
I?
saying is,
So can I
wait, what
comment?
I'm saying is, when I say that one is almost being put to bed, why do I say it? They said those guys do not have local standard, right?
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
so in this case, now Obi participating in the election, do you think Obi participating in the election gives him the local standard to challenge that, the 25%?
Yes, Ayo,
That's what we
yes.
stand by.
Do you think so?
Any
That's
candidate that contested that election, all the other 17 candidates can contest that.
Okay. All right. So INEC cannot contest that with the Supreme Court, seek interpretation from the Supreme Court, right?
This is election tribunal. This is a post-election matter, so they can
No,
contest.
because you know one thing that Simba, one thing that Olisa Alagbakuba said before election said INEC should go to Supreme Court to seek
That
an
was before
interpretation.
election. That was before election.
Wait, I'm asking you. I want to tell you something. He said INEC should go to the court, Supreme Court, to seek interpretation for, the 25%. Right, Simba, right? So how are you sure? What gives you assurance that INEC declaration of Tinubu, irrespective of you not have 25%, is not based on their interpretation that they sought from the court?
But that one, the INEC cannot, that judgment will be in the public space now. Everybody will know. It's not something that is supposed to be hidden. And by the time they are contesting, the INEC will have come out and say, see, this is the Supreme Court judgment on this 25%. And they will put that one to rest.
INEC came out and said FCT does not have any special recognition in the Constitution.
Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that. But it's still an ambiguity. It's still an ambiguity. It's still an ambiguity that they are still contesting, and they have the right to contest for it.
Okay, let's leave it at that. But out of 3, they've counted out. They've counted 2, right?
No, it's not true, because what about the other one that they are contesting
Shettima
about?
Nomination.
No, Shettima will not be put to bed. I know that.
Okay.
The other one is all this one that we are discussing earlier. Rigging.
This one was not part of the. It's not the part of the substantive. It's just going into deep.
Can I now talk?
Okay, I'm listening.
Okay, just give me time to explain.
Okay.
This thing you are saying here shows me that you've not been following the court case meticulously.
Why will I follow the court case?
No. You are only acting on hearsay. Let me finish. You're only acting on hearsay, side comments.
Okay.
There is none of these 3 grounds you are saying that has been put to rest. None of them. And
Which
I will
one?
tell you, none of these things you mentioned.
Okay.
The issue of 25% have not been decided.
Agreed.
The issue of double nomination of Shettima, which was brought by PDP, Supreme Court struck it on the grounds of local standard.
Please hold on. And Supreme
No.
Court
AY. Let me answer him. Let me answer him, Lord. This.
Let me finish.
No. Let us be taking it one after the other now.
Let him finish. Then you can counter him one after the other. Let him finish.
Okay.
The Supreme Court, struck it out on the basis of what do we call it? Local standard of PDP, because they came as pre-election, something like that. So they said.
Did you read the extra thing?
Let me finish.
Let
me finish.
Listen. Let him finish.
Then because I know where he's rushing. One of the judges made what in law is known as obiter dictum, like an expression of opinion in passing.
Legal terms.
No, let me finish. In passing.
In a certified
let me finish now. Let me
listen.
finish. In passing, anybody that is a lawyer here should tell us. In passing, Justice Okoro made just a passing comment. Do you understand what I mean? About that, he said something like that even if we go beyond this, even if we now forget about local standing and then go beyond that, that there is no evidence that shows that this guy did not withdraw, something like that.
No, he said 6th of July, Shetima wrote.
That is what I'm saying now. That is what I'm saying.
Informed them
But what I'm saying now,
his declaration on the 14th of July,
the trust
affirming the position of the defender.
The trust of what I'm saying is that statement cannot be seen as a judgment yet. Do you understand what I mean? Because it is an opinion, not on debate. Because what PDP came,
opinion on a certified court judgment.
No, opinion can come on a certified court judgment. Every judgment still have some.
Sorry, what are you? Listen, I need to cut you short. What are you talking about here? Look, you cannot impute your opinion into a judgment, knowing that it's going to be a reference to in future cases. What are you talking about, my brother?
Progressive. Progressive is not about shouting. Look at my question.
No, I'm not shouting. I'm trying to explain to you.
He's not shouting. He's driving somewhere.
He's
not shouting.
Let me finish. Can court answer a prayer you didn't ask?
What was the reason for going to court? Is it not to contest the 5%?
No, the reason for PDP going to Supreme Court
to contest the double nomination.
No. Is because if you come to court now, the first thing they decide is for you to be able to prove that you have local standing in this case, right? So if you have local standing, the court will go further to hear the substance of the matter, right? But if you don't have local standing, it ends there. So now appeal court struck out PDP's case on the basis that they lack local standing and even awarded them some.
It was Supreme Court.
Let me finish now. Let me finish.
The case started from High Court to appeal to Supreme. So he's talking about the appeal court before the Supreme.
So at appeal court, they were struck out for reasons of local standing, and they were awarded some monetary payments. Then they now went to Supreme Court.
They are very stubborn. Very stubborn.
They went to Supreme Court to appeal again. For Supreme Court, please, to decide whether this judgment by appeal court is right or wrong. So the judgment by appeal court is local standing matter. So they are now asking Supreme Court to decide whether we actually have local standing or not. So this is the prayer that was brought before that very court. And that prayer was answered. Oh, you don't have local standing. And let me ask you, if you think that what Justice Okoro said is not an opinion, why is the tribunal still allowing Labour Party, to still argue on that very double nomination?
Hold on. So okay, let me answer you. Let me try and answer you. Number one, on the court judgment, the judge said PDP does not have local standing.
Yes.
And then went further beyond that to say to the substance of the matter, to affirm that.
Opinion expressed.
Hold on, let me finish.
It's not an opinion. He was trying to explain. He went further to explain what double nomination means.
Continue.
He explained what double nomination means. Double nomination is the intention. It's the intention of a candidate to participate in two separate elections. They are trying to explain to you that Kashim Shettima's intention was never to run concurrently both as a vice presidential candidate and as a senator. That was what this court was trying to explain to you.
Thank you. Let me finish. Zaki Father, let me finish. Let me build on that.
Yes.
He went on to affirm that what the progressive just said, that nomination, there was no double nomination. That even Atiku was a victim of this. And also went further to say, let's even say that there was double nomination, that he wanted to affirmed double nomination, that Shettima wrote of his intention to withdraw on the 6th of July. Before, and they notified INEC of their rerun of the primaries on the 10th, was it on the 10th of July? Before his declaration on the 14th of July to INEC. They clarified that for you.
Okay, so what you are reading.
No, listen. So the thing is, the judge went beyond the matter to tell you that there's nothing like double nomination because it's an appointment, just picking for you to help me run with me, and also to also affirm that what you're even trying to establish does not even happen in the first place. Did not even happen in the first place. So
what you are reading now, just don't worry. Let me ask you a question. What you are reading now, is it a newspaper report or the official judgment?
It was the certified.
I have it too. I have a PDF stamp. Yes, I have the judgment.
Okay, you have
I have the judgment.
You have the
Yes.
judgment. So my question is, if you, in your view, what Justice Okoro said is not an obiter dictum, you understand what I mean? Why is it that the tribunal up to today
You know what the tribunal will do, Zaki Father? You know what they will do. You know what they will do. You can bring a case that has been judged upon before to court. What they will say, they will just refer to that judgment and say this is the verdict on this one. And Kalas, that is all.
When the time come for them to make judgment, they will just refer to the Supreme Court judgment.
Exactly. They will just refer to it.
Okay, do you know? Let me finish now. Do you know that the party is it AGM party or what? There is another party. You know the
APM.
Do you know that APM, one of their fundamental cases is double nomination?
They said they've not read. They postponed their judgment. They said they've not read the court judgment.
Let me finish. Yeah, they brought it before the court.
Yes.
And the APC lawyers said, "Are you aware that there is a judgment on this?"
Yes.
They said they have not read the judgment.
Yes.
There's someone.
Now the question I want to ask you is: as APM finished trial,
they have not
finished their own trial.
They have not finished trial.
Who told you? How many days was allocated for their trial?
I don't know how many days, but they have not
finished.
One
day, just 1 day. They were the first to do 1 day.
They have not finished now. They have not finished.
They finished. They did their own trial. They finished their own trial. That was when APC countered them and said, "Are you aware of the judgment?" Then they said, "Listen." Then they said they will study it. Then the next adjournment, they said they've not studied that. They should give them more time.
And they adjourned again. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, they've not concluded that, right?
So you are saying that they have finished trial, and I said they have not finished.
I said, have they finished their own time allocated for their own trial? LP has not finished. LP is still doing their own trial, cross examination, bringing their own witnesses.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that it depends on the ability of the lawyers to see the judgment, consider it in their own view, whether it is an opinion, obiter dictum, and go ahead, in the court of law to prove that this
is a Supreme Court too. It's a Supreme Court judgment too, not a High Court.
Judgment also has opinion.
You cannot. How many have you seen that they change?
I'm not saying change. I'm talking about opinion. You are saying that.
Okay, let me give you an example.
They have already judged. My argument is that you said they have already judged.
When Supreme Court affirmed Beavers and not IREF, that Beavers is the point of call for any argument.
Beavers is primary source of data.
Primary source of data. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Primary source of data.
Yeah.
So when Supreme Court said Beavers is the primary source, was it an opinion?
No. See.
Was it an opinion? Was that what was being contested in court?
No. What did they bring?
No. I'm asking you, was that what was being contested in court?
No.
So
let me tell you what they brought before the court.
affirmation of Beavers in that court judgment.
Let me tell you what they brought in court. You understand what I mean?
It is overvoting. The case was overvoting. It was not Beavers. It was overvoting. The case was overvoting, and it was not Beavers. So all the Supreme Court said was there was no overvoting. Everybody should go their way. But Supreme Court went further and said Beavers is the primary source of data.
No. Ayo, what happened? You are talking about Oshun, eh?
Yes. No. Yes.
What happened is that the APC, they were using the result on the IRF.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You don't get what I'm saying. The contest was over voting. The reason their prayer was to establish over voting.
AY.
By using IRF. By using IRF.
So
AY. I don't see,
and the court now said no, IRF is not recognized.
AY, let's just have a
in law.
Let's have a calm conversation.
All right, I'm listening.
That's not what I mean. If you talk, I talk. If you talk, I talk. Conversation goes.
Okay.
Whenever you bring a case to court,
okay,
the first thing the court decides is, do you have local standing in this case? Do I even have jurisdiction to hear this case?
Yes,
that's the first one. Yes. Number two is, do you have local standing, to bring up this case? As long as you have local standing, case continues. As long as you don't have local standing, it ends there.
So my question.
That's what I mean. Now, on the issue of Osun election, they brought the issue of overvoting, and they were trying to prove their overvoting, right? Court determined, yes, I have jurisdiction to hear this. Yes, you have local standing. And they now went to the substance. In the process of the proving, do you understand? The other party argued against, maybe, I don't know what he argued against, but then the Supreme Court, came to a conclusion and decided that for you to prove overvoting, that there are three things that you need to present to be able to prove your overvoting. The Form EC8A, the Beavers, whatever, the Beavers, the Beavers, and what again? And the other one, something register. I think the voters register, three of them. That you need these three to prove overvoting.
No, it refer you back to voter register, which for me is nonsense. They should not have gone there. They said you have to use the Beaver's original machine itself, which for me again, I think that makes it difficult for people to contest election malpractice. And then even the worst one, this is where people are not even looking. This is where people are not even paying attention. The Supreme Court now went as far as say you must present at least one witness for every polling unit that you are contesting. So for me, I think that Osun judgment is going to make it difficult for any election petition tribunal to be successful.
Okay. Zaki Father, are you with me?
Yeah.
Right. So now looking at what you just said, so you need beavers, right?
Yeah.
Beavers, primary source of data. You cannot get the number of things you voted, or you just get beavers. Beavers gives you the number of voters, accredited voters. That's what beavers will give you. Now, you need the form EC8A, right?
Yes.
Right? Now, which of the form EC8A do you need? Is it the certified copy from INEC or the one you got from yourself, for yourself?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Okay. Yes, I don't know.
Which one do you think the court will recognize? The form EC8A, do you think the court will recognize?
Of course, certified documents is a public document, so that one should be recognized.
Of course. So then so now that Obi is going to court to challenge INEC, Obi said he was not challenging the results, he was challenging the process, but now he's challenging evidences and bringing evidences.
He said he was not challenging the person that was pronounced.
That was challenging the process.
He doesn't have the problem with the person.
Yeah, it was challenging the process.
Let's see the process.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Now, it's bringing different from EC8, different from the certified copy.
He has presented certified true copies of EC.
No, certified true copies by INEC.
Yes, by INEC.
Yes.
That is what he presented.
That's what I'm saying. As against the one he gathered, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my question to you is, now looking at that, is there a law that negates, let's say the one he brought, I assume that the one he brought and the one certified by INEC, they are different, right? Yes. And I suspect that there are cancellations on the one he brought or the one that is on INEC certified true copy, right?
Yes.
Now, so let's say from World Polling in Lagos, let's say a polling unit has 300 for OB, but when we cross-check it to INEC, he has 120, right? So I'm not asking now that is there a law that forbids cancellation of, or when you make a mistake on EC8 forms and you cancel it and write another number, is there a law that forbids it? Do you understand what I'm saying?
There is no law. Let me explain something. This is what I always say. There's no law. There's no law that forbids it.
Thank you,
right?
Dad.
Because
So that means
it's a
even if
mistake that you're corrected.
Thank you. So that means if you think you got a 300 and it was cancelled, and later at the end of INEC you saw 120, because of that loophole, you cannot successfully prove your case.
So in the past, how were they able to prove their case?
Because, okay, Kennedy, this is what I'm trying to explain to people, right? I don't know what this new electoral law is saying now regarding that issue, but before, this is what they normally used to do. I will refer you to Ahmed McAfee and that Baba Ahmed case, senatorial case. What they do is that they will bring the ballot papers into the courtroom.
Thank you.
So on that ballot paper, it cannot lie. Every political party is there, and they are fingerprinted, and all the parties are fingerprinted upon. So they will count it. And look, this is the problem with a lot of people in this election cycle. This is why I don't engage with people on Twitter, because they just look at things and they just talk about it from the face value. But I have followed a lot of election petition tribunal cases from time. They will count those ballot box papers inside the courtroom. I don't know about now if the new electoral law have make it different that you don't need to bring ballot papers anymore. If you can just rely on the form EC8A or whatever, I don't know how that works. But what they will normally do is that when the numbers on that, if you are disputing the numbers on the form EC8A, you cannot dispute it on the fact that they correct it or they cancel it here, they write a different number here, because what you are saying to the judge is that I have 500 here, they cancel it, they now put 300. But how is the judge going to know that that was the error? The only way the judge can know that there was an error there is that we go back to the ballot papers that people actually thumbprinted on. They will count Labour Party's vote on the ballot paper. They will count APC's vote on the ballot paper. They will count other parties' one on the ballot paper. So if ballot paper now actually give Labour Party 500, the judge have no option now than to accept that, yes, you truly scored 500. That was how McAfee defeated Dati Baba Ahmed in the court. Don't forget, Dati Baba Ahmed was in the Senate for over a year or a year plus, but almost a year or so, before he was kicked out by Ahmed McAfee. So that's what they physically counted the ballot papers inside the courtroom. And when at the end of the counting, they found out that McAfee won the election and not Dati Baba Ahmed. The same thing
for Oshiomhole.
The same thing happened for Oshiomhole as well. Even the first term of Obaseki, because Obaseki was in APC, so PDP went to court. So the problem PDP had then was that they wasted a lot of time before they started counting ballot paper. Even at the time they started counting ballot paper, they were already seeing. You understand? So you have to refer back to the ballot papers for you to be able to forensic person to come and be looking at the numbers. No, forensic only deal with fingerprinting. That was what they did with Oshomole's vote. They will fingerprint. They found out that it was one person. It was one person that was fingerprinting on multiple ballot papers. That was how Oshomole overturned his loss in a dual election. So I want to see where this because what the way I won't lie to you. So far, so good. What I've seen in this tribunal, I think Obi and his team are only disputing the process. They are trying to discredit the election to say INEC did not conduct the election according to the law. They did not meet up to the requirement, to the standard that they should have made up to. Because that is why you see people are trying to justify Obi challenging result in Edo, challenging result in Lagos, challenging result in like state where he won and state where PDP won. Normally, if you want to overturn an election result, what you would do is that you go to a state like Kano, right, where APC got over 500,000 votes.
Thank you.
You know you are not a player there. What you do is try to get the judge to cancel that election, to cancel the vote in that place. That would be minus 500,000. So you look for areas where your opponent were strong, and then you try to cancel the election. That was what APC tried to do to Adeleke in Oshun. All the local government, all the polling units that they brought out were all areas that Adeleke won. They said no, they were overvoting in so. And initially they were successful until the court said no, that is not the way to look at it. So I think what the OB team are trying to do is to get the tribunal to cancel the election in total and then ask for a new election. I think, in my opinion, I think that is what they are trying to do. I don't think they are trying to overturn the result. I think they are trying to cancel the election completely, to say the election was not good enough. We have to redo it again. And in my opinion, that is a very tall order to get to, because there's no way you will be challenging result in Edo, in Lagos, and you say, there are some, I got more votes. Oh, look, in Edo, both APC and PDP, none of them got 25%, but you are still challenging results in that state. You're still challenging results in that state where you won overwhelmingly.
Yeah.
Where you won overwhelmingly. The only reason you do that is because you just want to discredit the process. That's all. You want to show the court that, look, this is not good enough. That is not good enough. This is not good enough. That is not good enough. So you have to cancel the whole election. Apart from that, because as we speak now, APC got over 500,000 votes in Kano, and nobody is challenging Kano.
What about Sokoto? What about Jigawa? Are you contesting all those ones too? So because that's like Zaki father. Can you hear me? So that's why I was looking at looking at the way your tribunal case is going. I can confidently know the direction in which it's going. Although APC has not blocked their own cross-examination, they've not started their own trial response. PDP has not finished their own response. So I think you and PDP are just trying to discredit the process. And if INEC can successfully tell you the reason why the result IRF is not really necessary from the Supreme Court judgment that we saw. So if you are trying to contest IRF, is a weak standing on which you will be standing on, even if you are able to prove that INEC did not even upload the result, and INEC tells you they had a security challenge, or even if it was not so, and it happened like that, it's still a weak standing because the law does not recognize IRF as at today.
Yeah, you see, that is the problem. You see, I just want to quickly say one thing before I leave you guys, because I have to go somewhere. You see, this is one thing I always ask Nigerians to be vigilant when courts are making judgment. And I'm going to say, the Electoral Act, as it was, it would have been good for this Obi's case, in honesty. Because the Electoral Act was written to make it easy for people to challenge and be successful in election tribunal. But that judgment in Oshun, for me, was a setback. We saw the same thing. This kind of judgment happened in 2015 when between the years of Wike, PDP and APC in Rivers State, when the Supreme Court made a judgment that effectively just killed card readers. It just destroyed card readers. It rendered it meaningless. We've seen the same judgment come out of Oshun again now. How can you say somebody who is contesting election in the tribunal should be presenting at least one witness for every polling unit? So if I'm contesting 500 polling units, I have to present 500 witnesses. That is not going to happen. That is not going to happen.
I think where the problem is now, where if there will be a reform, is on election result management. Election result management. That is where the problem is.
Yeah, but
And
the
that's
problem is the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is always making this kind of judgment that is always look
no, it's not the kind of they are
ah,
following the law because the law recognizes biometric beavers. The law does not recognize IRF. That's
yeah,
the thing.
I know the law, but why would you ask somebody? Okay, why would they go back to a voters register? We've done away with voters register. Now we rely on the beavers machine.
No,
We are
beavers
relying on the beavers machine.
accredited voters. Voters
Yeah,
register.
but look, the Electoral Act says to prove over voting. You don't have to go back to voters because voters register was what they used to rig election before easily.
Yes.
But what the Electoral Act is now saying is that the total number of people that are credited once the vote cast is more than the number of people that are accredited, that election is cancelled. That is an overvoting. But now the Supreme Court is saying, no. We have to go back to the voters register, which is what was the problem from before. You understand? That was the problem. So it's like if 1,000 people is registered, yeah.
Don't make that mistake. What they are saying, because Oshun, when they made that judgment, APC were referring to the election that they posted on the IRF, the result they posted on the IRF as part of their evidence. What they are saying is that they don't recognize IRF. The only three things that you can bring to prove your overvoting is by that register, voters register, Beavers, and one. So it's not as if
Yeah, that's what I'm
it's not
saying
as
to you
if they
now.
are
That you see
referring. It's not.
that judgment that for them to not include voters register, they should have just stopped at beavers. They didn't have to go to voters register.
You need that. You need voters registers too. For instance, if you have 200 registers,
It is still tenable. You cannot say that because you printed the new money, the old money that is still in circulation is no longer a legal tender.
Yeah, but what does it do to the Electoral Act? That's what I'm trying to explain to you, because the Electoral Act does not capture that.
We still
you
have
have to refer
voters.
to.
We still have no. Voters register is not on bypass. The only thing bypass does is that they have all the thing there, and you can use it for accreditation.
Bypass gives you a number of accredited voters. For instance, you look at the number of accredited voters. If you want to cross-check very well, you look at the voters register, then you look at the number of accredited voters, then you look at the number of votes to determine over voting. What it means is that if I have 2,000 registered voters registered on the Beavers machine, my accredited voters must be equal to 2 or less than the number of people on voters register, right? And my vote must be equal to the number of accredited voters. That's all, or less than. So I think it's still okay. It doesn't necessarily mean that to prove overvoting, you have to go back to register voters. Overvoting, you need to just, if you want to prove overvoting, you just have to check the number of accredited voters. That's all. Against the vote.
No, but you have to compare it, because you can have accredited voters more than what the registered voter now.
Exact. So if you look at the number of accredited voters is more than the registered voter, that's a fraud in itself. So that's why they said that's where you need the three actually. You need the three.
You need the three.
You don't need. They will not check.
Anyway, guys, sorry, I joined you guys just to talk about this issue. I'm leaving now. You guys have a good day.
Oh, all right, Omnibus. I hope you understand. So
yeah, I can hear you.
So the thing is, let's look at how the case will go.
No, the argument you guys are making is just I'm still laughing,
So do you believe Obi will win the case? I want to find out.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is
what do you expect from the court?
What I want to see from the courts is let them not be playing around technicalities.
There's no technicalities here.
Let them judge the case,
based on what?
On its merit. Do you understand what I mean?
So what do you mean its merit? What are you expecting them to judge the case?
What I'm expecting them to judge is be able to, if anybody is able to prove that
this is the vote I got. Let the court be able to establish that.
No, hold on.
That's my
Let
point.
me ask you one question.
Yeah.
On Tinubu's disqualification, what do you expect? Do you expect the court to disqualify him?
25%, yes, I expect that one.
No, disqualification, qualification, drug allegation.
If the judgment of the courts from US is
Have you seen the clearance report that the US cleared him that he has no question to answer and it was not
that was not what they said in that report. What they said in that report was about whether he has ever been arrested or something.
Have you ever seen the question? I know the question the lawyer asked. The question I said, have you seen the clearance report obtained from the US 4th of February 2003?
Yes.
And your witness said no.
The report is talking about arrest, something like that.
So I'm saying this one is not clearance report. Clearance report.
So have you seen the clearance report?
Not about arrest. Clearance report. I've seen the clearance report. Yes, I've seen the clearance report.
What did the report say?
The report absolutely confirms that he did not have any criminal conviction. That the forfeiture was a civil forfeiture, and the civil forfeiture was not a criminal one.
Do you remember there was a question they asked the guy in court? The lawyer of APC was asked the guy whether he knows that this is a civil proceeding.
Forfeiture. What did he say?
No, the lawyer said, do you know that this is a civil proceeding?
Forfeiture, yes.
Let me finish. Civil proceeding. Then the guy said, it is a civil forfeiture proceeding.
Okay. So
the question the lawyer was asking is, do you know that this is a civil proceeding? The guy answered and said, it is a civil forfeiture proceeding.
Okay.
And civil forfeiture proceeding is a crime, like
really?
In the
Why
United
is not criminal forfeiture proceeding if it's a crime?
No. Go and let me read civil forfeiture proceeding in the United States. Let me read it out for you. What it is, whether it is considered a crime or not.
I'm coming. So if you fail to pay your tax,
it's not tax.
No, I'm asking you. If you fail to pay I want to know the difference.
That one is civil. That one is civil proceeding. That one is.
What's the difference between civil and criminal?
I'm coming. Let me get it.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
in forfeiture, civil forfeiture case, the government is the plaintiff, the property is the defendant.
I think there is something you are mixing up. You are mixing civil proceedings and the civil forfeiture proceedings.
I'm saying, okay, what I'm saying is, no, civil forfeiture case, I'm reading now, in a civil forfeiture case in US, the government is a plaintiff, the property of the person is the defendant, and anybody who claims interest in the property is the claimant. There is no conviction required. Are you with me? Now, criminal forfeiture means is an action that is brought as part of a criminal prosecution of a defendant. That means a person is being it is an impersonal against the person's action. That means the person is the defendant, not the property in this case.
And the questions, the government will have to indict the person and indict that thing as something that is derived from the person committing the crime. Hope you understand that they are different, because the criminal forfeiture proceeding and civil forfeiture proceeding are different. If I evade tax, it's not criminal, it's civil. If I go ahead and murder or engage in robbery, armed robbery, it is criminal. There are difference. There is a difference. So if I go to another country and commit a civil and a civil proceeding was
AY.
me,
So it's not so what in summary from what, because it's not as if it's new. I just want to summarize it so that our listener will hear. Is that it's not even Tinubu himself. It was
it's
a
the property.
property that
Exactly.
so so it's not in
And
the
it's
person of
just it's
Tinubu.
not the defendant, it's the claimant
Yeah,
on that
exactly.
because he has interest in the property on the back account.
Can you read section?
And here, why I don't think Tinubu was shown in the court, isn't it?
No,
Can you
Tinubu was
read?
not
No,
even
no.
involved in it at all.
Can you read section 137D of the Constitution?
137.
Which court, Nigeria or US?
Nigerian Constitution.
Please read. I'm listening. I can't open Nigerian Constitution now.
Let me know if I can find it.
What are you trying to drive out? The offense didn't happen in the Nigeria. It happened in the US soil.
And nobody registered it on Nigerian soil. So how does it apply?
Yes. How does it apply? What is Nigerian about the?
No, Nigeria is not even a
registration
participant.
of listen. Registration of the law requires you to register something in Nigeria if you want to enforce it in Nigeria.
Who registered it? Did you Obi registered it?
No. Registration is not enforcement. They mean in this case is that suppose that somebody did something in the US,
yes.
You understand, and you want to enforce. There was how a lawyer was explaining it. You want to enforce the punishment in Nigeria, you need to register that very judgment in Nigeria.
Which punishment do you want to enforce? Because the forfeiture of that 460,000.
Let it finish now. So is it now register? Is it register, Zaki father?
You don't need to register a court judgment from another country in Nigeria to be able to prove that this person cannot contest the election in Nigeria. That one is different from enforcement I'm talking about.
But you want to enforce it this time around because you want to use it to disqualify somebody.
I'm coming in section.
So it's a punishment.
Oh, I don't understand, though. So are you the one that will enforce 460,000 that they've taken many years ago as a civil forfeiture, right? And he has paid and he had moved on. So is this something you want to come now and enforce?
Let me read.
And you know there is another section, and there's another section of the Constitution that says anything more than 10 years. You know, I hope you know that.
Let me read now. Just let me read. Let's understand in context.
Okay.
A person shall not be qualified for election to the office of president.
Yes.
This says if he is under a sentence of death. If he is under a sentence of death,
okay,
imposed by any competent court of law or tribunal in Nigeria, that is sentence of death.
Yes.
So if he has a sentence of death imposed by another country, it will not hold.
Yes.
But if the sentence of death is pronounced by a court in Nigeria, then it will hold.
Yes.
This is number one. Then number two, it says or if he has a sentence of imprisonment.
Okay.
Of imprisonment.
Yes.
Or a sentence of fine.
Wait, hold on. Before you go on, sentence of imprisonment in Nigeria or outside Nigeria?
No. Now here is not in Nigeria. They said a sentence of imprisonment.
Let's go back and read.
Let's read.
No, let him. Why? Don't be. This one, let him go ahead. He's still making sense. Okay, continue.
The first one says under a sentence of death imposed by any court.
Second one.
Second one says, or if he is under a sentence of imprisonment or fine for any offense involving dishonesty or fraud. Then in bracket they said by whatever name called. Or for any other offense imposed on him by any court or tribunal. So here now, he didn't say Nigeria. He just said by
So what do you want to give? So have you finished or you still want to proceed?
Yes.
Okay, so in what way does this one now affect Tinubu? What you just said now.
That's the question I want to ask.
No. Let me finish now. The question is that part that says fine for any offense involving honesty or fraud. Let's look at that.
So was it fine for? What was the charge
Was
number?
it Tinubu that was fine? We are saying that it was a property, not a person of Tinubu.
Tinubu is not the defendant. He's
not the defendant.
That was the defendant. He's a claimant.
Let me finish.
Oh my God.
The current Chief Justice of the Federation there was in one court judgment. He was the
that is that you can't be basing that on the government chief of federation. The Supreme Court can depart from their law. They can say a law is a bad law and they will depart from it.
Let's not be talking let's not be talking in order to favor our.
No, I'm not saying talking to favor our position. I'm saying that the Supreme Court can depart from a law.
Let me finish now.
That is a bad law.
I'm talking. Let's
Zaki Fada, let me tell you one thing. Let me
finish. You asked me a question and I want to answer. So let's forget about trying to pander to our positions. The question we need to ask is there any precedent in Nigerian courts? Has Supreme Court any precedent?
Which precedent? Give us the precedent and let's see. Let's compare.
And that is what I'm trying to bring out. And I'm telling you that the current Chief Justice, there was a judgment. He was the lead judge in that very judgment, of somebody. So two people, like there was somebody that had a case of forfeiture in the past. This Supreme Court judge, defined that forfeiture and was able to establish that forfeiture constitutes a fine for a crime, something like that. He was able to establish that forfeiture, is also to be seen as a source of like a fine in itself for something, for a wrongdoing.
What kind of forfeiture is it? Is it civil or criminal?
It's civil now.
Really? What was the person's?
Saki Fada, you can't just give us that. You can't just give us that. Nobody will accept that one from you.
What are the context of the forfeiture?
Exactly.
Or it happened that
even wherever it happens, you have to tell us the case before we can judge. What is the case? Yes.
What did the person do? Or the account?
Exactly.
I'm searching it on Google.
What did the property do?
Because if somebody stole Nigerian money and he forfeit the money, you will not say is a justice forfeiture. It can be a criminal forfeiture. It's different from civil forfeiture.
Is a criminal forfeiture.
Exactly. Uh, Thank you, Father. We are waiting for you.
Because we need to put context to things. Was he the
Zaki, Father, what that is what their LP lawyers are doing. Oh. You are adjourning this case, oh. Ewa, you are working in Lagos, eh?
No, I'm not in Lagos. So.
Abuja.
I'm not in Nigeria.
Oh, okay. But you were a civil servant before you left Nigeria.
No, I was not a civil servant. I just know the way they work because I met them. They've given me a lot of headache. And I've had to pay a lot of money.
A civil servant are more corrupt than the so-called politician. Don't mind them.
Exactly. That's why I know them very well now. They've given me most times I pay more than what it is necessary. Just like
They will hide your file if you don't give them money. Your file will just be missing.
then you have to be coming back. But when you give them
Yes,
token,
now.
they will be the one calling you that it's ready.
They will go and fish it out. They can even bring it to you in your house.
Yes, they will be the one telling you that it's ready. Oh, when will you come and collect it and all of that? I mean, that I know myself that I don't like stress. Okay, give me what I want. So every time I go
They can use frustration to get to squeeze money out of you, and that's how corruption
even
thrives in
if
Nigeria.
I read something I know that this thing is this amount, I will plan ahead, plan extra, so that I'm not frustrated. I will know that okay, let me give this one. Is the one that will do the job and all of that. I will know that that's my extra fine.
You can even give them transportation money; they will bring it to you.
Exactly. So that's it, though. Zaki Father, we are waiting for you because the context
Zaki Father has run away.
The context in which they do these things, they do comparison with people like lawyer Okonko, that actor, an Hollywood actor.
No, that one is not a lawyer now. He's just a He's a comedian.
They will just go to base university and collect law degree and say they are lawyers. Who does that?
You can see him. You can see him wearing a gown, and I've never seen him like that before.
It's just all for show, Joe. It's not. They don't know.
Exactly. No, I think he's advertising. He's just advertising himself.
No, the thing is, he will never be a serious politician, and he will never win any post.
I think he has contested for governorship before now.
Yeah, he will never even chairman local government. He will not win. You know. So Zaki Father, are you there? You are waiting. Zaki Father, I'm waiting for you. Because most of this ground, this guy is not telling these people that the petition is watery, that Tinubu really came prepared.
You want to tell me that this thing has not been contested in court before? All this thing has been contested in court before now.
Tinubu won it. When Tinubu told you, he said when he tells you he wants it hands down. It's hands down. There's no thing to contest anything.
And you can see why that is it's the lawyers that are deceiving Obina. Okay, you can imagine how they deceive Atiku. And Atiku was now moving from High Court to Appeal Court to Supreme Court on something that even we non-lawyers know that you don't have a local standing. You understand? So you would be wondering whether these politicians, some of them even have brain.
No, I think it's the pain of
How can you be contesting what you know that you are still long in politics?
Look at the way
for
that
you to understand.
APC
and for a lawyer like Ozekome to be telling you that you can still pursue this thing in court, it to me, I think they know they just wanted to collect his money.
No, but that's the thing. I think the pain of the loss is when they've lost. They always want to do something that that anything anybody tells you when you lost election, you think it's still possible. If they will use it to collect your money before you realize that.
Hey, because they don't work for the money now. They don't work for the money. So how can you use more than 5 billion naira to be
They've lied
prosecuting
to them a
something
lot.
that is not happening?
I doubt what he was saying that the current CJN did pass a law like that. It's all those things are fraud. They just need to want to console them and tell them that that's the way it works. That's not the way
You
it
know the
works.
one that you know the one that even amused me most. You know that Andruaka, what they call that former Attorney General.
He
You
lies
know
a
he
lot.
came on Arise TV and he was talking emphatically that it is compulsory. 25% in Abuja is compulsory. I don't know. I don't know why he's speaking like that.
Well, what do I know? What do I know? I need to even if Zaki father is not coming again. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know for them. I don't really know.
I think Zaki father has run away.
If he's not coming again, where's Thomas? Let's close.
No, Thomas is no longer. Maybe he has ended the show. He's just put us on the background.
Okay, no problem. So I think thanks for everybody listening. Zaki father.
Yeah, let me read out something.
Oh, he's here. Okay.
So I think this case was a case between
What was the offense? What was the who committed the offense? Where? What was the context of the suit? Who sued him? Was it a government against a person? Who is the claimant? Who is the defendant?
I'm trying
Where
to
did it
see
happen?
what they said.
So obviously it happened in
My,
Nigeria.
my interest is not where it happened. The constitution is quite clear. It mustn't happen in
No,
Nigeria.
what we're asking,
It mustn't
you
happen in
can
Nigeria.
forfeit there can be a forfeiture in a criminal case and can be a forfeiture in a civil case. So we want to know which case we are dealing with. Is it a criminal case or a civil case? That's what we want to establish in this one that reference that you are giving.
The criminal case, what's the charge number? Does it have a
No,
charge
same,
number?
same. But my question is:
Mm,
are you saying that civil forfeiture
mm.
is never a crime?
Civil forfeiture
Civil forfeiture civil
is
forfeiture
not against the person.
is not
It's
against the
not against
person.
the
No, no, no,
person.
no. Is it a
Listen,
crime?
okay.
That's my question.
Oh my god. Okay, for instance, let me explain to you. If you have a business and your business, you are the owner of the business, right? Let's say you have
No,
a business, you are
forget
the owner of the
business.
business. Hold
No,
on, hold on.
forget business.
I'm going somewhere. Let
No,
me say you
no,
have a
no,
business.
no. See what I
I'm
want to
going
ask. Say
somewhere now.
what,
Let me
say what.
explain.
No,
And
no, no.
somebody
Don't
sued
use
your
business. I
business,
know
but they
what.
sue your business for
No,
tax
no, no, no.
evasion. Is
Don't
it
use that.
criminal?
Don't use that example. Don't use example of
Okay.
tax.
But
Don't use
Zaki
example of tax.
Father, why are you
What
say you wanted to give us a
No,
case
no.
that has been judged before by Supreme Court?
Don't use it. Don't use
You are
example.
not giving, so there's no case again.
I'm reading something now. See what they said.
Read it for us. Let us hear. We are listening.
I think it was somebody Guazo. Somebody was involved in a money transfer, something like that. So, but this is the import of where I wanted to come in. See what justice. See what happened. They said,
What case was it? That's where before we can go to the depth of it. Was it a
I
criminal
don't
or
know
a
whether
civil
it
case?
is. I don't know whether it's not
So
explicitly
who
saying
is the plaintiff? Who is the defendant?
what I just saw here. I'm just trying to read something I just saw on paper. So, but the import of the case, they said somebody was charged for some money lodged in a foreign account, something like that.
So
So,
was it a
but
civil case
let
or a
me
criminal
finish.
case?
I don't know. There is no
Who
way
is
I
the
should.
plaintiff? Who is the defendant?
So let me just begin to read from where I'm trying to read. They said the said monies lodged in the foreign account were still in the accounts when the above charges were filed and the accounts were frozen. Then
They said,
Is it a newspaper that you are reading to us?
I just got this. I just typed what I typed on Google was to see what Ali Wallace said on issue of civil forfeiture. Do you understand? Justice Ariwara, this was his argument. He said Ariwara ruling further said the whole purpose of this ad hominem legislation, as clearly stated in section 1 of the decree, was to recover from the person named daring properties and monies acquired corruptly and irregularly by them. Bearing in mind that in interpreting a statute, the court must avoid absurdity, it is necessary to juxtapose the term forfeiture with indemnity to ascertain the intention of the lawmaker. Black's Law Dictionary, 8th edition, at page 677, defines forfeiture thus: number one, the divestiture of property without compensation. Number two, the loss of a right, privilege, or property because of a crime. So the word I want you to mark there is
So
because of
hold
a.
on. I sent a message on the chat, a link on the chat. Very simple. Types of forfeiture. Criminal Justice Department. Very simple, clearly and well explained. 3 types of forfeiture: criminal forfeiture, civil judicial forfeiture, and administrative forfeiture. So are you saying if they do something like an administrative forfeiture on my behalf, right?
What about civil forfeiture?
Where is there? You can read. It's against the property.
No. The question is not what it is
No,
against.
I'm saying
My
something.
question
I'm asking
is,
you a very simple question. So if I evade tax and they catch me, FIRS catch me, and they took me to court.
keep using the example of tax.
No, because tax is the easiest thing I can do.
No. Let me use this example. Let me use this example and ask you a question.
Okay.
Suppose you are in the United States, you are maybe in Europe, for instance.
Okay.
You have accounts.
Yes.
You have accounts in Europe. And that account is your personal, not business account, personal account. Then
You know, it's not this account that you are talking about is not only his account. I hope you know.
The name on that.
The name on the account is my mother's account. Fine. Continue.
No. What is the name of that account?
It's on my mother's account, but I'm in the next of kin. And next of kin.
No.
Continue.
The name of the account we are talking about, Simba. What was the name on the account?
I think it's a joint account where he has with some of his
Well, I have with
cousins
my
and
mother.
allies.
Yeah.
What they wrote, the name they wrote on that account is Bola Tinubu.
No. So the account's name.
That is what I saw in the judgment.
So the thing is, Bola 8, the account was a joint account, right? Involving listen. That's the thing. The account was a joint account. It was not even his own personal account. It was a joint account involving his late mother and his wife.
Is it what the judgment said?
Listen, but is the one like
is it what the judgment said?
Oh God.
Tell me what the judgment said now. Did the judgment say it is a joint account?
Simba.
Yes.
I sent a link on the account platform, a chat. Please.
The judgment, did he say?
Read the civil judicial forfeiture.
No, forget what you are saying. The judgment, did he say it is joint account? That's my question.
Bola account linked to Bola
question.
Ahmed Tinubu. I feel like reading. Okay, let me look for the case for you. Let me look for the case and read that part.
Don't run away from the question. We want to know whether it is joint account.
I want to read the certified court judgment. Okay, the latest certified copies. I'm coming. So the account has two names, Mr. Tinubu and two others, K.O. Tinubu,
K.O. Tinubu, exactly.
and Alhaji Mogat, which is his mother, were involved in a laundering with Heritage Bank and Citibank. He is not the only one. Alhaji Abibatu Mogaji, Tinubu's foster mother. Do you understand? So it's
And
not
K.O. Tinubu.
his wife and his mother, foster mother. So the
No,
account of
K.O. Tinubu is actually cousin of Tinubu. He's a man and he's a.
No, it's not cousin. It's his wife, Oluremi. Oluremi is his wife, not his cousin. It's his wife. His
Are
wife,
you
and
sure?
yes.
I think he's a man. No, K.O. Tinubu is a man. No,
No,
it's not his wife. Believe me, Ayo. Abi. It's not. Is actually. In fact, that man was a former minister himself.
It's not K.O. Tinubu. Oluremi Tinubu is Oluremi Tinubu. I want to look for Oluremi's third name. Is Oluremi Tinubu, not the man. It's not a man. It's his wife. Tinubu, his wife, and his mother. So at least if you are saying he's involved in drug crime, so you want to say his mother is also involved in drug crime? Because the account also reflects his mother's name. Saki father, are you there?
I'm reading what you sent on justice.
Yes, judicial. Yes, it's against the property of the person. So we flog issues a lot. It's a civil judicial forfeiture.
The case is how many days are they spent on the case now, sir? At least we should be hoping that very soon
No,
we'll
they are
hear the
spent
appeal.
180 days, so it's 6 months. They have 5 months ago.
How many months have they spent up to a month now?
They spent close to a month.
I think they started on at the middle of May, around May of April.
Yes.
They spent more than 1 month now.
It's remaining 100 days, I think.
So you see, that's what I'm saying. That I can't flog this thing because I will need to close now. But if you look at that civil forfeiture that I sent to you, it is nothing. You will see that there's no element in this drug case, so it cannot be disqualified. It's very simple. So, for instance, are you saying now that if somebody initiates the civil proceedings against me, and okay, let's say you know that some like domestic violence is a civil case, it's not a criminal case, right?
No, Ayo, it's like you have an account and maybe I save
Let's say
money
I
in
have a
your
wife.
account.
Let's say I have a wife, a woman, and I engage in domestic violence and I beat her, right? So does it mean because I beat my wife and I also to court and I was convicted of that, I cannot become president of the country at some point later? That's some things that are so ridiculous. Let's be honest with ourselves. Very ridiculous.
I beg, let us go, Ayo. Baby. Yes, I think that is the end.
So thank you, Father. So you can just read that I think that's US Department that clearly states the position of US on the type of forfeiture. So the first question we need to ask ourselves is what's the type of forfeiture? Then if you can ascertain it, then we read the meaning, then we get to the conclusion. So no problem. All right, Simba.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Zaki Father.